Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sonia Massengale. Welcome to another edition of Folks. Recently, researchers trying to explain why many Black students are still not on the same academic level as their white counterparts found out something perplexing. In their sampling of Black students, they found that many students viewed academic achievement as white behavior. Well, that really set our thoughts in motion here, and we set out to find out whether that same thing would hold true among Black students in Louisiana. We came up with some surprising answers to the question about academic achievement and racial identity, and some other fascinating concerns that the students have about their schools and the public's perception of them. Later on, we'll have some education professionals joining us to help us examine the issues and concerns voiced by the students. But first, let's hear what these young Black achievers had to say. Booker T. Washington High School in Shreveport is one of the oldest historically Black high schools still in existence in Louisiana. These students are all high achievers. Have they ever been accused of acting white because they are good students?
No, because just to see me on a hall or with my friends, you wouldn't think I was academically at that level, because I try to separate my books from my, just say, fun time or whatever. Now, when I'm in the classroom, then I'll get serious and tone it down. And they say I look like a bookworm, but just to see with my friends, I start clowning or what have you.
It's not acting white because it's just like saying only white people are smart. That's not true, because Black people are intelligent also.
Now, through my scholastic career, everyone, seems to think, oh, she's trying to be better than us, but I'm trying to get myself through school, because, you see some people walking down the street, they have no education, they just have no future. And I promised myself and my parents, they would never see me in that situation. So I try to strive for the best that I can do, because I couldn't stand to see myself, in a bad position like that.
Yeah, they call me nerd or whatever, but I don't let that bother me. I just go in the classroom and do what I'm supposed to do. I want to go to college and, someday be whatever I want to be. I can't, if I let them, discourage me, then I'm not going to get anywhere. But as long as I just do what I'm supposed to do. And I thank my parents a lot for that, because they teach me and guide me in the right direction for as education is concerned. They teach me to do what I am told to do in the classroom and so forth. They encourage me to get the best education that I can, because, people going on the street, walking around, they don't have any money because they don't have an education and so forth, and I don't want to be like that.
Booker T. Washington has been the subject of some heated debate in Caddo Parish. Some community members say the academic program has failed to keep up with those at integrated schools, but these high achievers believe that those allegations are unfair and that there are some distinct advantages to attending a predominantly Black school.
To me, it's an advantage, because when I lived in Arkansas, I went to a mostly white school, and I just kind of felt lost, because I wasn't really getting the one-on-one attention that I get here at Booker T. And like when I first moved down here and I found out I was coming to Booker T, people asked me, what school you going to? I said, I'm going to BT. You know, they say, that school? And I never did understand, you know, why everybody had all the negative thoughts about it until I heard all the rumors. And I try to tell people that they're not true. I enjoy Booker T. People don't believe me. You know, I like my school. You know, I like school, period. The teachers seem to take an interest, you know, in what you're doing. And with a white, you know, at a partially white school, well, I didn't seem to get that attention that I got here. And I like attention. So I got it.
I think that it's an advantage because, all right, we being an all-black school and the teachers being mostly black here, they're trying to help us more, you know, so we can be prepared for the outside world. They try to help us more by helping us get scholarships and preparing us for the ACT and everything so that we can be prepared for college just like everybody else.
I was a student at Gosnell Junior High School, and that was in Arkansas, and it was a mostly white school. And I felt pressure from some of the white students because they were envious of my good grades. I made better grades than most of them. And most of the teachers were white. So I know it was one time one of the students went to the teacher complaining, you know, I'm getting better grades than them, you know, so the teacher would just in some kind of way, like embarrass me in front of the class or say I'm doing something wrong, insubordination as her favorite word was. And it just got to be a problem because they were jealous of me, the white students were, and then turned out some of the black students were getting jealous too. So it was just kind of rough coming from both sides. I just let it ride because I said I'm coming to school for me.
Southern University Laboratory School is a part of Southern University School of Education. Although it is technically a public school, students must meet certain admissions criteria and pay a part of the yearly tuition fee. Having a college prep curriculum, Southern Lab has the reputation of graduating high achievers. Once again, these students reported no problems with peer pressure relating to academic achievement, but they are sensitive to the public's impression of predominantly black schools as academically inferior.
I've attended Southern Lab all my life, but I've never attended an integrated school. But I believe that a predominantly black school is just as good or better because being predominantly black, you try harder to achieve or accomplish your goals.
I've attended an integrated school and the atmosphere is real different. Like at the school I attended, it's like a push between white and black, seeing who can make the best, who should be the president and all this. But since I've came to Southern Lab, the fact that people say we're inferior because we're predominantly black, that pushes us more to make better grades and go in the world.
Even though I do attend a predominantly black school, let's say on the weekends when me and my friends go out, there's a popular club called 2010, and it's both black and white students, and we get along predominantly well. We have nothing against other color people. So I don't have anything against them. No one takes offense against me. I think we get along fine.
Southern Lab is by no means an inferior school because we have competed against other schools and come out in first place, you know, on top. And I feel that not only black schools, but all schools can be improved upon. But at Southern Lab, the academic standard here is of excellence and the quality of learning is very good. The teachers take time out with you, make sure that you understand, make sure that you learn.
Do you think it's an advantage or a disadvantage to attend a predominantly black high school, and why?
I feel there's also a cultural advantage at the laboratory school. Here, this is one of the only schools in Paris that celebrates Black history and celebrates the birthday of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. During Black History Month, we have numerous of skits, plays, and different other activities in each class, and it's very interesting.
It's like coming from home to a home as education. It's like learning with your family. Mostly everyone's family here is distant cousins you find in Southern Lab. And it's just, the atmosphere is very nice. And you don't have any kind of tensions like, I should be better than this Japanese kid next to me or this white kid on the other side of me. It's like, I should be better than him because he is doing well, so I should be doing well.
Baton Rouge Magnet High School was one of the first schools in East Baton Rouge Parish to employ the magnet school concept. A student must have good grades to be enrolled here. We found that here, several students had had some problems from their peers, mostly in their neighborhoods, on the issue of academic achievement and racial identity.
Well, I live in a predominantly Black neighborhood, and I grew up with everybody in the neighborhood, and now they mostly go to Capitol and schools like that. And when I chose to come to Baton Rouge High, they thought, well, she's going to change, and she's going to be sedity and act more sophisticated than we are, so we just can't associate with her anymore. So I feel like they just don't really understand what the world is about or what they want to do. And since I do, I should be an outcast. But I don't feel like that. I feel like I'm headed for a future, and I want to go that way. I want to be who I want to be, and I'm not going to let what they say stop me. And as far as having a broader vocabulary or being more educated than they are, I feel like I am, because I have taken advantage of the situation that they chose not to.
I've been experiencing this for a long time, since before I came to Baton Rouge High. And it's like people try to pull you back because you're trying to get ahead, which isn't really fair at all. Like now, you'll talk to someone, they'll say, where you go to school, Baton Rouge High, that's it. They're like, oh, we know what you are, and they don't want to have anything else to do with you. It's like we're being stereotyped in our own way because we're trying to get ahead.
They never told me that personally, because the people I grew up with, I feel that they are the people that I would always have to come back to. The people that started me off, gave me their moral support. You always know where you come from. You always know where you're going. And those same people you might need to go back to.
Do you think it's an advantage or a disadvantage to attend an integrated school, and why?
I think it's an advantage because it puts you in situations where you must learn to get along with people with different social, economic, and cultural backgrounds. And that's basically how it's going to be in the real world after you get out of high school and college. And so I think it's preparing me anyway for the real world.
I think attending an integrated school is just another part of your education because you're learning about other people. And because I came from a predominantly white school, and it was a big adjustment for me to come here. And because I had been there since fourth grade, then you learn. I learned more about myself and about other Blacks besides learning about other cultures.
Once you've achieved your goals and you are that high-achieving professional that you plan to be now, how do you think that will affect the way you relate to the people in the Black community?
I want to be able to go back and still have my old friends and still be able to talk about old times and make some new times with them, just show them, that I still want to be their friend, not because I made it, I want to be like, oh, how you doing? I can't talk to you because I'm in a higher tax bracket, or or it's like I live uptown and y'all still down here. I don't want it to be like that because the person shouldn't be judged by their bank account, or what they've done. It's like the person inside, the person that's trying to, when you're trying to be a certain person, when you're trying to let other people know who you are and what you want to be. I want to be able to see that and not like what kind of house they live in and all that. Because before I came to Louisiana, my family was living in a one-room project in Chicago. And I thank God that we come this far and that I'm able to come, throw away 3,000 miles away, though still, I was fortunate enough to be able to come to Baton Rouge High and find out about the world and what the world is talking about. And you see it every day, not just the Blacks, but the whites, the Spanish, the Vietnamese, the Indians, all of which go here. And the teachers too. You see a broad spectrum of cultures and ideas
And it's good that a person can come in and kind of get a grasp of what everybody's talking about. Maybe they can make a better judgment about things later on in life.
No one is guaranteed success. I mean, like, without God, nowhere. That's the way I see it. And that's the way a lot of people see it, like Carl. And I met people here in Baton Rouge High, like Carl, that have inspired me a lot. And like I was saying at first, the people that I came from, they gave me the moral support to keep going. And, you know, without them, I'm nowhere.
I don't think I would ever be able to forget where I came from. Like Donna said, I might go up and be making a good income or something, but you can't forget. And I think the people who do forget where they came from and how hard it was to get there really miss something in life. They don't really think about it. It was a hard struggle because this is my first step. Being at Baton Rouge High is my first step, I think, in achieving any of my goals. But I did come from a predominantly Black school, and I know how the Black people are, you know, because that's where I came from, and I'm not going to forget, no matter how high I be, because if you go up, you might have to come down. And if you forgot what it's like, you're not going to make it. So why forget?
Morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. I love this video. I'm wondering, kind of curious to know what would have become of these kids. I'm shocked at how articulate and well-spoken, how put together, how, you know, thinking these kids were. Now, this is 1987, so actually I wouldn't have been that much older than they were. Probably, I guess in 87, I would have been around 20 or so. So we were well-spoken kids back then. What happened? Good morning, humble presidents. How you doing? So bottom line is I'm shocked. I wish I hope these kids raised kids. So anyway, a bunch of news stories, almost all news stories. I won't say a lot happened this weekend, but enough to keep us occupied for a couple hours. And Nando, how you doing? I haven't seen you in a while. And who is this folk? Am I? And I'm not to talk of this. I love that name. As far as I know, my son's good. Thanks for asking. How's your son? So let's move on into news stories. Of course, it's going to be a lot of Trump. But I want to start off with this opinion piece. MAGA is tearing itself apart over Jeffrey Epstein, and I am sitting back with my popcorn.
MAGA is tearing itself apart over Jeffrey Epstein. This article is by David French and read by an automated voice. Last week, President Trump's Department of Justice delivered a blow to one of the foundational beliefs of the MAGA movement, one that helped carry him back to the White House. In an unsigned memorandum, the department declared that there was no evidence that Jeffrey Epstein, the disgraced, deceased convicted sexual predator, maintained a client list or that he blackmailed prominent individuals for various misdeeds. The memorandum also declared that Epstein committed suicide. Most Americans saw this news, if they saw it at all, and barely raised an eyebrow. The Epstein story was part of the past. He died in 2019. But it detonated like a bomb in the MAGA universe. Pro-Trump influencers with vast audiences couldn't believe what they were reading. After all, they'd been told for years that there was an Epstein client list. Pam Bondi, Trump's attorney general, told Fox News in February that the client list was sitting on my desk right now to review. She later claimed that she was referring to the Epstein case file, not a specific client list. In October 2024, J.D. Vance, then a candidate for vice president, said, "Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing." Before he was Trump's director of the FBI, Kash Patel told Glenn Beck, a right-wing radio host, that the FBI had Epstein's black book, and that it was, quote, under direct control of the director of the FBI. In 2023, Patel told Benny Johnson, a MAGA podcaster, that members of Congress should put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are. In September 2024, Dan Bongino, now the deputy director of the FBI, told his listeners, "Folks, the Epstein client list is a huge deal that would rock the Democrat Party." These quotations are a small fraction of the right-wing discourse about Epstein. During the Trump era, references to Epstein have been ubiquitous in MAGA circles. And the statement "Epstein didn't kill himself" was so popular that it leaked out into the wider American culture. The Epstein story mattered so much in MAGA circles because it was a key element in their indictment of America's so-called ruling class. Trump's appeal to the Republican base isn't just rooted in his supporters' extraordinary affection for the man, it's also rooted in their almost indescribably dark view of the American government. Why are they so keen to burn it all down? Well, if you believe your government is populated by people so depraved that they'd participate in and cover up the systematic sexual abuse of children, then you wouldn't just want them out of office, you'd want them prosecuted, imprisoned, and maybe even executed. And you'd want all the power you'd need to make that happen. And if you believe that the ruling elites would abuse children, then they'd certainly be the kind of people who'd gin up a Russia hoax or try to steal an election in 2020. People who are that terrible are capable of anything. And if you wonder why MAGA turned on the FBI and the Department of Justice, well, it's not just about the Russia investigation or the FBI search of Trump's home in Mar-a-Lago. MAGA America also believed the FBI was protecting pedophiles to preserve the status quo. On the right, the Epstein story became the thinking man's version of the QAnon conspiracy theory, the idea that American society was led by a gang of cannibalistic pedophiles. Whereas QAnon was rooted in the imaginary revelations of a shadowy figure who claimed Q security clearance, at least the Epstein story was rooted in some very grim, very real facts. Epstein was a monstrous and grotesque sexual predator. Along with his convicted confederate, Ghislaine Maxwell, he systematically groomed and sexually abused, and enabled the sexual abuse of, hundreds and hundreds of young women and girls. He was also one of the most well-connected people in the world. A host of powerful people attended his parties and rode on his jet. Oddly enough, considering MAGA's obsession with Epstein, one of his most powerful friends was Trump. They flew together, they partied together, and in 2002, Trump told New York Magazine, "I've known Jeff for 15 years, terrific guy." But Trump also made this ominous observation. "It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side." After Maxwell's arrest, Trump said, "I haven't really been following it too much. I just wish her well, frankly." This was the man that MAGA trusted to fully expose Epstein and all his misdeeds. Make no mistake, MAGA is very angry. After the Department of Justice released its memo, MAGA influencers exploded. Tucker Carlson was furious. The whole thing that this tape shows that he didn't kill himself is, like, a joke. But worse than that, it's a joke that we all get, he said. "I feel like we're at a dangerous point now." Alex Jones said the Trump administration was now part of the cover-up. On X, Marjorie Taylor Greene wrote, "Release the Epstein client list." This moment is significant for another reason. It allows us to peer into the future of MAGA and see its potential crack-up. After Trump is gone, this movement could tear itself apart. Its very existence is premised on a series of fantastical assertions about America and American government. This means that MAGA influencers are constantly deceiving themselves, one another, and the right-wing public. It's an ecosystem that operates in a constant state of crisis and grievance, and MAGA supporters are so convinced that the worst possible stories are real that they'll turn on anyone not named Donald Trump who dares to tell them the truth, or who deviates in the slightest bit from the stories they tell themselves. Once Trump leaves office, there will be no one left to end the internal arguments and direct everyone to fall in line. If the Democrats have a problem of too many purity tests, Republicans will soon experience the consequences of putting together a coalition that may have too few. In Red America, you can believe anything so long as you support Trump. Remove that man, and only the grievances remain, and many of MAGA's grievances are against other Republicans. The GOP coalition contains pro-vaccine and anti-vaccine factions, internationalists and isolationists, normie Republicans, and wild conspiracy theorists. Republican ideological diversity is its temporary strength. It could build a tent big enough to win very close to a majority of the popular vote. But by pulling a critical mass of disgruntled Americans into one party, Republicans have created a culture of constant conflict, and those conflicts are often rooted in completely false beliefs about American life. Those internal conflicts are fully underway. CNN's Caitlin Collins reported on Friday that it's hard to overstate the infighting in MAGA over the Epstein case. Also on Friday, Axios reported that Bongino took the day off work after clashing with Bondi at the White House, and CNN is reporting that he's considering resigning from the FBI. In fact, we can see a consensus hardening against Bondi. She's the culprit. She's the one who pulled the bait and switch. She told us that the list was on her desk. Trump himself isn't immune from attack. As part of his divorce from the MAGA movement, Elon Musk has claimed that Trump and his longtime ally Steve Bannon are in the Epstein files. How, Musk posted on Tuesday, can people be expected to have faith in Trump if he won't release the Epstein files? By Saturday evening, Trump had enough. He posted a long screed on Truth Social that declared his support for Bondi. He said she was doing a fantastic job, and then bizarrely claimed that the Epstein files were written by Obama, crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the losers and criminals of the Biden administration. In a pointed reference to Patel, he said that the FBI should be focused on investigating, quote, voter fraud, political corruption, Act Blue, the rigged and stolen election of 2020, and arresting thugs and criminals, rather than spending month after month looking at nothing but the same old radical left-inspired documents on Jeffrey Epstein. Judging from the early response online, MAGA is not satisfied. The usually faithful Benny Johnson was shaken. By admitting that the Epstein files are real, he said, and that you've read them, and you don't like their contents, and they were written by your enemies, it doesn't make the most compelling case as far as I'm concerned. Holy moly. The Epstein case remains a bit of a black box to most Americans. We still don't know all the details of Epstein's relationships with the rich and powerful, and in the absence of knowledge, wild allegations spread unhindered by hard facts. This much we do know. Some of MAGA's most trusted voices, including Patel, Bondi, Bongino, and Trump himself, are suddenly telling their movement, move along, there's nothing to see here. But MAGA does not want to hear what they have to say.
And I'm loving it. And more on Trump's little truth social posting. He does not like what's happening. Trump tries to quell MAGA blow up over Epstein. President Donald Trump on Saturday defended embattled Attorney General Pam Bondi as he tries to quell a revolt among his MAGA base over Jeffrey Epstein. Or I guess it's Epstein. What's going on with my boys, in some cases gals? Trump posted to Truth Social. You know what? Let's go right to the horse's mouth here. Let's see. Let's go right to the Truth Social post. Let's see. Donald J. Trump writes, what's going on with my boys and in some cases gals? They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is doing a fantastic job. We're on one team, MAGA, and I don't like what's happening. We have a perfect administration, the talk of the world, and selfish people are trying to hurt it. All over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. For years, it's Epstein over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama, crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the losers and criminals of the Biden administration who conned the world with the Russia hoax? 51 intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, and more. They created the Epstein files. Yeah, they all sat in a room and wrote it down. Just like they created the fake Hillary Clinton, Christopher Steele dossier that they used on me, and now my so-called friends are playing right into their hands. Why didn't these radical left lunatics release the Epstein files? If there was anything in there that could have hurt the MAGA movement, why didn't they use it? Oh, you know what? What a dumb question. If there's nothing to hurt the MAGA movement, why don't you release it? They haven't even given up on the John F. Kennedy or Martin Luther King files. No matter how much success we have had securing the border, deporting criminals, fixing the economy, energy dominance, a safer world where Iran will not have nuclear weapons, it's never enough for some people. We are about to achieve more in 6 months than any administration has ever achieved in over 100 years, and we have so much more to do. Oh, wow, look. Let's see. Truth Social is asking me to do something or another. I guess I'm going to block trying to drop cookies. Let's see. Let me pick out. We are saving our country and making America great again, which will continue to be our complete priority. The left is imploding. Kash Patel and the FBI must be focused on investigating voter fraud, political corruption, Act Blue, the rigged and stolen election of 2020, and arresting thugs and criminals instead of spending month after month looking at nothing but the same old radical left-inspired documents on Jeffrey Epstein. Let Pam Bondi do her job. She's great. The 2020 election was rigged and stolen, and they tried to do the same thing in 2024. That's what she's looking into as AG and much more. 1 year ago, our country was dead. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. Let's keep it that way and not waste time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about. Thank you for your attention to this matter. You know, that sounds just totally desperate. Trumpet cookies are moldy. New troll in the chat. Yeah, I guess so. Come on, Stanley, just run for president or anything. Why would I run for president? That would be like the worst. That's got to be the worst job in the world, to be honest. You know, once Trump wrecks the presidency, you know, I don't want to be the one to have to come in and clean up after him. So let's see, what is next? More Trump news. I don't know if folks have really, I think I mentioned it last week, that President Trump is threatening to put, I think it's a 50% tariff on Brazil if they continue with this Bolsonaro corruption trial. And why President Trump wants to get involved with Brazil political matter is beyond me. But here's an article from the New Republic on it.
The deeper reason that Trump is raging against Brazil right now, by Andre Pagliarini. For all the ways that MAGA has departed from established political norms, there is a throwback quality to President Trump's extraordinarily hostile trade war. His ham-fisted efforts to shore up global U.S. hegemony in the face of growing competition, and Republican attempts to justify them, harken back to Washington's Cold War insecurities, which in the name of containing communism produced enormous global suffering. A key difference, of course, is that Trump is not only waging his war against America's nearest competitor, China. On any given day, a different nation could face his mercurial wrath. Right now, that nation is Brazil. Trump on Wednesday posted a letter on Truth Social addressed to President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, threatening to slap 50% tariffs the country starting August 1, unless it ends the witch hunt against former President Jair Bolsonaro, and reverses a Supreme Court ruling that U.S. social media companies can be held financially liable if users' posts violate the country's speech laws. The personal angle here is familiar by now. Bolsonaro, a far-right extremist whose central political position prior to his surprise 2018 election was a dogged defense of Brazil's brutal military dictatorship, is facing potential imprisonment for allegedly attempting a coup. Despite this, or perhaps because of it, Trump sees in Bolsonaro a fellow traveler being persecuted by familiar foes, the courts, the opposing party, the deep state. The truth, of course, is that they both brought trouble on themselves with their reckless and illegal behavior. The only difference is that Bolsonaro may actually be held accountable, while Trump got away scot-free. Trump surely does not see it that way, and there is little doubt that his grievances against the U.S. Judiciary, which has blocked some but hardly all of his most ambitious authoritarian moves this year, are feeding his desire to lash out against the Supreme Court in Brazil. But that is not the only consideration here. On July 6th and 7th, leaders and representatives of BRICS countries, which stands for Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, but the coalition now counts 10 members, met in Rio de Janeiro for the 17th annual meeting. While careful to minimize any direct reference to the U.S., the group issued a shared declaration criticizing the indiscriminate rising of tariffs, a thinly veiled rebuke of Trump's trade policy. In response, Trump threatened an additional 10% tariff on any country aligning with what he called anti-American BRICS policies. It was in this context, 2 days after the BRICS summit concluded, that Trump posted his letter to Lula, which was a victory for Bolsonaro's inner circle. Earlier this year, the ex-president's son, Eduardo, a member of Congress, relocated to the U.S. to lobby MAGA full-time on his father's behalf. Little seemed to come of those efforts until the BRICS summit. Indeed, it was reportedly the meeting in Rio that prompted Trump to act on his supplicant's request, a vivid reminder of the president's tendency to mix decisions of weighty geopolitical consequence with personal caprice. Trump did not mention BRICS in his letter to Lula, but his acolytes were quick to try to thread the various messages being sent. Republican Senator Eric Schmidt told Politico that BRICS is a problem, and I am glad that Trump's addressing it squarely. This is an effort by other countries to undermine the United States of America and, quite frankly, our allies. It is an odd statement, given that a number of BRICS members are themselves U.S. allies.
Well, not only that, but what does BRICS have to do with an internal political matter to Brazil? Nothing to do. People in this Trump administration, I guess they just depend on people not asking questions or actually quite understanding that there's no connection sometimes with their excuses.
Notably India and Saudi Arabia. But Schmidt went even further. In a direct echo of yesteryear's Cold Warriors, he added, countries are going to need to start to choose. Are they going to align themselves with a malign communist regime that has concentration camps or the United States? Most of the world rejects this binary choice, as well as Washington's self-proclaimed authority to issue such ultimatums. Residents of other countries are usually quicker to recognize U.S. hypocrisy than American officials are to acknowledge any. The U.S., home to alligator Alcatraz, is in no position lately to be lecturing other countries about concentration camps. As the BRICS bloc gradually consolidates itself as a viable alternative to the post-war U.S.-led global order, with its own infrastructure bank, think tanks, and annual fora, Washington will be faced with the question of how to respond. Will it adapt to a multipolar order it cannot fully control or insist on increasingly forceful displays of raw power? The answer is obvious to Steve Bannon, MAGA's leading anti-globalist, who said Brazil can easily solve its problem. If you drop the trial and drop the charges, the tariffs go away. When asked how this policy approach, which treats tariffs like sanctions, differed from extortion, he remarked that it is MAGA, baby. It is a brave new world. Effectively, Trump and his minions are demanding that the judicial system of Latin America's largest nation, the fourth biggest democracy in the world, do his bidding or suffer the consequences. Specifically, a potential economic calamity that would impoverish millions of Brazilians. Furthermore, in addressing his letter to Lula, Trump is implying that the chief executive must be the one to break Brazil's institutional order, even though the letter's main complaints pertain to decisions by the judiciary. Trump's message to Brazil, and really all BRICS nations, is that he will not brook any dissatisfaction with unilateral U.S. policy, and indeed will punish any nations that dare to strengthen ties to better protect themselves from that policy, a threat that naturally makes such cooperation more appealing and perhaps even existentially necessary. The prospect of the United Nations or World Trade Organization reigning in Trump's callous measures are remote at best. In his own way, Trump is making the case for BRICS more clearly than Lula ever could.
True. Basically, Brazil is more or less a client state at this point. And I just simply cannot believe that Trump is getting involved. Now, Trump is a fan of Bolsonaro, and Bolsonaro's son, I think his name is Eric as well, or maybe it's Edward, has been lobbying for Trump to get involved. As a matter of fact, I think Bolsonaro's son has even been to the White House, maybe. But in any case, Trump is large and in charge of something. So next up, we're gonna get into some of the flood fallout, the Texas flood fallout. And forgive my voice, for some reason it's hoarse. Trump defends federal flood response in Texas visit. That's actually most of what I've been paying attention to over the weekend. There's just been a bunch of stories about, a bunch of finger pointing, and, there's a black fire chief in San Antonio, I think or Austin, that they're like pointing fingers at it. It's just a mess. So the next several stories are flood related, Texas flood related. Says here, President Trump defended his administration's response to the Texas Hill Country flooding after surveying the damage. I think he was there on Friday and meeting with victims' families on Friday in Kerrville, Texas. The big picture, the president's visit comes amidst questions about the federal response to the flooding, as he has pushed to dismantle the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA. FEMA did not deploy search and rescue teams to Texas until more than 72 hours after the flooding. That's per CNN. Still, Trump arrived to friendly faces in Texas, where Governor Greg Abbott and other Texas officials have continued to praise his response. The latest, and this is as of yesterday, at least 121 people were confirmed dead and more than 170 still missing on Friday, a week after the floods hit. That's per CBS News. President Trump also on Friday approved Abbott's request for federal disaster assistance for more counties in addition to the hard-hit Kerr County. What they're saying, what Trump is saying, my administration is doing everything in its power to help Texas, Trump said at a roundtable press conference surrounded by Texas Republican leaders. When the request was made for emergency funds, we gave it within about 2 minutes, maybe less, and they had everything they needed right immediately. The federal government has deployed more than 400 first responders to Texas, Trump said, and enabled more than 1,500 rescues. He did not specify what emergency those first responders were working for, but said FEMA has deployed multiple emergency response units. Trump signed the first major disaster declaration on Sunday, 2 days after the July 4th flooding for the hard-hit Kerr County, about an hour's drive northwest of San Antonio. It will help people with things like temporary housing, home repairs that aren't covered by insurance. FEMA also worked with the state to open a disaster recovery center on Thursday. Trump deflected questions about blame and what went wrong in warning people about the flooding. Meanwhile, he said the administration is taking historic action to ensure that such a nightmare never happens again. And you know what? This is a good summary of what happened. This is Heather Cox Richardson, the historian. She writes a little bit about it, and then we've got more stuff surrounding this this disaster. Oops, wrong one.
July 12th, 2025, by Heather Cox Richardson. On July 5th, the day after the Texas floods hit, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, received 3,027 calls from survivors and answered 3,018 of them, about 99.7%, according to Maxine Hosello of the New York Times. But that day, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem did not renew the contracts for 4 call center companies that answered those calls. The staff at the centers were fired. The next day, July 6th, FEMA received 2,363 calls and answered 846, or about 35.8%. On Monday, July 7th, FEMA received 16,419 calls and answered 2,613, around 15.9%. In a statement, a spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security said, "When a natural disaster strikes, phone calls surge, and wait times can subsequently increase. Despite this expected influx, FEMA's Disaster Call Center responded to every caller swiftly and efficiently, ensuring no one was left without assistance." Marcy Wheeler of Empty Wheel notes that one reason Noem has been cutting so ferociously at FEMA is because she has run through the money Congress allocated for HHS with her single-minded focus on immigration. In May, Senator Richard Blumenthal, DCT, called out Noem's expenditure of $200 million on an ad campaign pushing Trump's agenda and $21 million to transport about 400 migrants to Guantanamo Bay only to have many of them transferred back out. Senator Chris Murphy, DCT, told Noem, "You are spending like you don't have a budget. You're on track to trigger the Anti-Deficiency Act. That means you are going to spend more money than you have been allocated by Congress. This is a rare occurrence, and it is wildly illegal. Your agency will be broke by July, over 2 months before the end of the fiscal year. You may not think that Congress has provided enough money to ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, but the Constitution and the federal law does not allow you to spend more money than you've been given, or to invent money. And this obsession with spending at the border has left the country unprotected elsewhere." Noem responded to Blumenthal that she was fulfilling a mandate. She told him, "The American people overwhelmingly in the last election said, 'We want a secure border. We want to make sure no longer are the scales of justice tipped in the favor of criminals.'" A recent video posted to Facebook Reels by the Department of Homeland Security makes it clear Noem's justification was cover for a violent Christian nationalist vision in which ICE and the Border Patrol are enforcing God's commandments. A dark film invokes Isaiah 6 verse 8, the Bible verse in which God asks, "Whom shall I send?" And Isaiah answers, "Here am I. Send me." The exchange is widely interpreted to show volunteers willing to do God's work. A poll released Friday makes it clear that the American people do not support such a vision and did not, in fact, expect a Trump administration to deport undocumented immigrants who have no criminal record and have lived in the U.S. for years. A Gallup poll released.
I'm going to stop this short because she's kind of wandering into something I don't want to get into yet. But the bottom line is that Kristi Noem has literally spent all the money that Congress allocated for ICE, or maybe it was even Homeland Security at large. The problem is that FEMA is also under Kristi Noem, Department of Homeland Security, and the thing is that we're expending a whole lot of effort in one area while kind of neglecting actual emergencies. And I personally find that the way Department of Homeland Security is being run problematic. Right now, I think the Justice Department is problematic. Bongino and Kash Patel are thinking about leaving if reports are to be believed. Basically, Pam Bondi, I haven't heard her called a DEI hire yet, but I think that's going to be coming. So slowly but surely, folks, this Trump administration is unraveling. It is a slow unravel, but if you're looking at it, we're only 6 months in, and people are already talking about quitting. So stay tuned. You know, as we used to say in the Navy, stand the fuck by. You know, it's about to happen. So more on FEMA. After Texas disaster, Trump shifts his tone on FEMA. Back in the Biden days, he was talking about getting rid of FEMA. So he seems to have somewhat, he might be pivoting on getting rid of FEMA.
After Texas disaster, Trump shifts his tone on FEMA. This article is by Luke Broadwater and Sean McCreesh and read by an automated voice. Just days into his second term, President Trump said he was going to recommend that the Federal Emergency Management Agency, quote, away, dismissing the agency as bloated and ineffective. Kristi Noem, the Secretary of Homeland Security, was even blunter during a March cabinet meeting when she said point blank, "We are going to eliminate FEMA." But now, as the administration contends with the deadly flooding in Texas, Mr. Trump and his aides are no longer speaking about a wholesale demolishing of the agency. With the nation's attention focused on the need for the federal government to effectively respond to disasters, White House officials are emphasizing instead their plans to overhaul the agency, saying that was the intent all along. "We want FEMA to work well," Russell T. Vought, the director of the Office of Management and Budget, told reporters on Friday. And, the president is going to continue to be asking tough questions from all of his agencies. The whipsawing remarks have added to a sense of confusion about the future of FEMA, which is struggling with the loss of top officials, including the departure of Cameron Hamilton as its acting director in May. Mr. Hamilton was pushed out of the job after he told members of Congress that the agency was vital to communities in their greatest times of need. Shortly after Ms. Noem testified that FEMA as it exists today should be eliminated. FEMA, established in 1979 by President Jimmy Carter, coordinates the federal response to disasters, serving as a backstop for states if they cannot meet the needs on the ground. In his criticism of the agency, Mr. Trump has argued that states, not the federal government, should take the lead in responding to disasters, which is how the system currently works. His exact position on what should be the fate of FEMA has been hard to nail down. At some points, the president has talked about doing away with it. During a trip to hurricane-ravaged North Carolina in January, Mr. Trump attacked the agency relentlessly. He said FEMA was not doing their job and described it as a disaster. At other times, he and his cabinet officials have described shrinking FEMA or changing its role. In late January, he signed an executive order that created a review council to assess FEMA and recommend improvements. At a cabinet meeting this week, Ms. Noem had also changed her tune, telling the president that the agency was working efficiently in its response to the Texas floods. "We're cutting through the paperwork of the old FEMA, streamlining it much like your vision of how FEMA should operate," Ms. Noem said. And during a visit to the disaster zone in Texas on Friday, Mr. Trump suggested the agency was already on a better path, thanks to his hires. "We have some good people running FEMA," the president said. "It's about time, right? We get some good ones. They failed us in North Carolina, but when we got in on January 20th, they fixed it up in no time." The White House maintained on Friday that Mr. Trump's plan had always been to reform the agency. The president's goal has always been to turn FEMA into a more efficient and productive agency that actually empowers states from the ground up, rather than bogging them down, said the White House press secretary Carolyn Leavitt. The Trump administration's response to the tragic floods in Texas was swift and successful because President Trump allowed state and local officials who are actually on the ground to lead. Further changes to FEMA will be determined and announced in the near future. On Friday, Mr. Vought said that FEMA had $13 billion in its reserves and that Texas would get anything it needs to deal with the aftermath of the devastating floods. Officials said more than 170 people in Texas were still missing. 27 campers and staff members were reported dead, and several were still missing at Camp Mystic, a girls' summer camp on the banks of the Guadalupe River. Even as White House officials trumpeted the federal response, there have been indications that FEMA was slow to activate certain teams that coordinate response and search and rescue efforts, as the New York Times previously reported. A policy put in place in June by Ms. Noem requires all expenses over $100,000, including the deployment of search and rescue teams, to be approved directly by her. FEMA also failed to answer nearly 2/3 of calls to its disaster assistance line 2 days after the flooding, the Times reported, after the agency fired hundreds of contractors at call centers. Democrats on the House Oversight Committee have sent letters to the administration demanding answers about the lead-up and response to the flooding and preparedness for future emergencies. We are deeply concerned not only that Secretary Noem may have effectively crippled the agency's ability to respond to this crisis, but also that she failed to personally act to ensure a timely response, they wrote.
Yeah, let me stop it right here and actually get back to the part about these calls that weren't answered by FEMA. FEMA basically seems to have had the same problem they had back during Helene and the other hurricanes in Florida last year.
FEMA didn't answer thousands of calls from flood survivors, documents show. This article is by Maxine Joselo and read by an automated voice. 2 days after catastrophic floods roared through central Texas, the Federal Emergency Management Agency did not answer nearly 2/3 of calls to its disaster assistance line, according to documents reviewed by the New York Times. The lack of responsiveness happened because the agency had fired hundreds of contractors at call centers, according to a person briefed on the matter who spoke on the condition of anonymity in order to discuss internal matters. The agency laid off the contractors on July 5th after their contracts expired and were not extended, according to the documents and the person briefed on the matter. Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary, who has instituted a new requirement that she personally approve expenses over $100,000, did not renew the contracts until Thursday, 5 days after the contracts expired. FEMA is part of the Department of Homeland Security. The details on the unanswered calls on July 6th, which have not been previously reported, come as FEMA faces intense scrutiny over its response to the floods in Texas that have killed more than 120 people. The agency, which President Trump has called for eliminating, has been slow to activate certain teams that coordinate response and search and rescue efforts. Asked for comment, a spokeswoman for the Department of Homeland Security, who declined to be identified, wrote in an email, "When a natural disaster strikes, phone calls surge and wait times can subsequently increase. Despite this expected influx, FEMA's disaster call center responded to every caller swiftly and efficiently, ensuring no one was left without assistance. After floods, hurricanes, and other disasters, survivors can call FEMA to apply for different types of financial assistance. People who have lost their homes, for instance, can apply for a one-time payment of $750 that can help cover their immediate needs, such as food or other supplies." On July 5th, as floodwaters were starting to recede, FEMA received 3,027 calls from disaster survivors and answered 3,018, or roughly 99.7%, the documents show. Contractors with 4 call center companies answered the vast majority of the calls. That evening, however, Ms. Noem did not renew the contracts with the 4 companies, and hundreds of contractors were fired, according to the documents and the person briefed on the matter. The next day, July 6th, FEMA received 2,363 calls and answered 846, or roughly 35.8%, according to the documents. And on Monday, July 7th, the agency fielded 16,419 calls and answered 2,613, or around 15.9%, the documents show. Some FEMA officials grew frustrated by the lapse in contracts and that it was taking days for Ms. Noem to act, according to the person briefed on the matter and the documents. "We still do not have a decision, waiver, or signature from the DHS secretary," a FEMA official wrote in a July 8th email to colleagues. Representative
I want to make a point right here. Those numbers that they just cited are egregious. And why you would not intervene the day after a disaster by keeping your call centers, whatever it takes to get those call centers or keep them manned to take calls. You're not going to hear about this from the Trump administration. There will be no mea culpa, and Texas will not be inclined to complain. They'll just pretend that everything's okie dokie. And you know what? I guess that's partisan politics, but people on the ground are suffering. And quite frankly, Texas is a weird state. I'm still thinking about their isolation from the national electrical grid, where a couple winters ago, maybe it's 3 winters ago, actually maybe even longer than that, where people were just freezing because of those ice storms they had. Texas is, for all the great things Texas does, I'm just glad I don't live there. Those people are weird, and I don't care what Portia says. It is a great state for those who like that sort of thing. And I'll leave it at that. And the other thing that DiCapriono says here, you know what? Doge saving dollars, basically, it will probably turn out that Doge cost money. It was a net negative as far as saving money, mainly because of all the court cases that are being brought. That's a whole lot of money being wasted on court cases. Doge acting, pushing the boundaries of the Constitution and statutes and all that. I don't think Doge in the end is going to save anything. I think it's going to wind up costing money. So that is that. And then, yeah, there's all kinds of ironies and stuff associated with Doge. And the thing is Elon Musk has, gotten away scot-free. He's basically, distancing himself. He's already taken up another cause, and screw the government, government efficiency. He just wants to concentrate on budget deficits now. So let's move on. There is more flood news. This is an NBC News story. As questions mount over Texas floods, a key decision maker remains silent. Here's the deal. The part about the counties being, or the local governments, state and local governments being able to react faster. That is a pretty dubious statement in and of itself. I'm just not so sure about states being capable, at least Texas in particular. So let's listen to this right quick. Make sure I'm in the right spot here.
As the search for the missing continues in Kerr County, records reviewed by NBC.
This story is a few days old, by the way.
About whether local officials could have used the nation's wireless emergency alert system to better warn people in the path of the flood. Along with our partners at NBC News, we scoured a FEMA archive of cell phone alerts sent through FEMA's Integrated Public Alert and Warning System, or IPAWS, a system many local counties, including Kerr County, are authorized to use to issue warnings to all cell phones in a designated area. It's the same system used to send Amber Alerts. The FEMA message archive shows as the water began rising in Kerr County on July 4th, the National Weather Service did send a flood warning to cell phones as early as 1:14 a.m. But Weather Service forecasters cannot issue instructions on whether to evacuate or wait for rescue. Those messages are up to county or city officials. And the FEMA archive shows Kerr County did not send any wireless alerts through IPAWS on the 4th when the flooding began. Some families say they did receive what's called a Code Red alert from Kerr County that's similar to an IPAWS message, but Code Red only reaches people who signed up for alerts.
Most of the people I talked to didn't even know what Code Red was.
Lewis and Leslie Kasurik shared a screenshot of the Kerr County Dispatch code red they received, saying major flooding continues. But the Kasuriks say that message didn't hit their phones until after 10 a.m. By then, one flood gauge in Kerr County shows the river had already risen about 30 feet. And the Kasuriks had taken this photo showing roads in their neighborhood were already cut off.
I'm mad because, like I told another lady, how many lives do we have to lose in order for them to fix the system? It's broken.
Kerr County has used the more wide-reaching iPause system to warn of flooding in the past. Last year, on July 23rd, the archive shows the county sent an iPause alert saying the Guadalupe River was expected to rise an additional 4 feet, telling people to avoid the river and move assets to higher ground immediately. So why no county iPause alert before the flood this time? NBC5 Investigates reached out to Kerr County Judge Rob Kelly and Emergency Management Coordinator William Thomas, but they did not immediately respond to questions. At a news conference last week, Kelly was asked why children's camps along the river were not evacuated.
I can't answer that. I don't know.
He said the county never expected water would rise so fast.
We didn't know this flood was coming. Rest assured, no one knew this kind of flood was coming.
Researchers who studied the iPause system tell us communities sometimes struggle to decide when to issue cell phone alerts, who should send those alerts, and what the messages should say. A struggle stemming in part, they say, from a lack of standardized nationwide policies.
There is no required training. There's no certification process currently within iPause.
Emergency alert researcher Jeanette Sutton explained it's up to each local government to write its own policies. She says that's created differences in how effectively the system is used in each community.
We need a lot of training, and we need the resources to help people to get trained.
Sutton's team at the University at Albany recently helped FEMA develop a tool local emergency managers can use to pre-plan more effective messages before disaster strikes.
They are generally facing a blank text box that says insert message here. And you can imagine that in a situation where there's a lot of stress and uncertainty, that writing a message from scratch is very difficult.
In a statement to NBC5, FEMA said its iPause office encourages and supports practicing and exercising, and said the agency makes training tools available, enabling public safety officials to gain confidence using iPause.
It is really important to get it right when people's lives are on the line.
Sutton says cell phone alerts can be critical, especially in places like Kerr County, which doesn't have a siren warning system. But she says counties should also amplify alerts using tools like social media or even knocking on doors, as cell phone service is sometimes spotty in rural areas. On the morning of the July 4th floods, the Kerr County Sheriff's Department did use its Facebook account, posting messages around 5:30 a.m. warning of dangerous flooding, urging people to move to higher ground. Alerts that could reach social media users awake at the time, but would not sound a cell phone alert like an iPause message. At a news conference Wednesday, the sheriff said the county would look into whether evacuation orders should have been issued.
Sometimes evacuations is not the safest. Sometimes it's better to shelter in place.
And he pledged to examine why cell phone alerts did not happen sooner.
Those are important questions. We will answer those questions.
Questions with answers that might help other communities face the next disaster. Scott Friedman, NBC5 Investigates.
Yeah, DiCaprio. Yeah, they're to be honest, does Kerr County even have a fire chief? Who knows? And this is at risk of beating a dead horse, but I want to point this out because this is like even more local than the actual county. Apparently, this Camp Mystic, the one where the girls' camp, apparently FEMA removed dozens of Camp Mystic buildings from a 100-year flood map before expansion. This is all for insurance. Basically, FEMA issued some waivers or something so the buildings could be insured. And I'm going to skip some of these bullet points. The camp was located in a known flood-prone area called Flash Flood Alley. It sought and received FEMA map amendments, removing dozens of buildings from the 100-year flood hazard zone This is since 2011. These amendments lessened regulatory oversight and allowed the camp's operation and expansion, including opening a second site in 2020, despite expert warnings about underestimated flood risks. Experts, including Syracuse University professor Sarah Prowl, called it particularly disturbing that such a camp received exemptions, and data science expert Jeremy Potter said FEMA's flood maps underestimate risk. The tragic flood highlights the limits of FEMA's process, which officials say is arduous but necessary, and stresses the need for stricter regulations and causes its expansion in high-risk flood areas. So there's some systemic issues that hopefully get sorted out, because, FEMA is tore up from the floor up. And, this probably needs to be bumped up in priority as far as fixing, because a lot of the states that are prone to hurricanes, pretty much all those states are Republican states, from Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina. North Carolina has a Democratic governor, but even it's a purple state. All those states that are in the South and prone to hurricanes, and a bunch of states in Tornado Alley, are Republican states. It just seems that it would be in MAGA's best interest to get FEMA, up to speed. So I am going to keep my fingers crossed. So we're going to move on to, we watched this cannabis farm that got raided on Friday, and I didn't even realize what a issue this was going to be. But apparently it's a huge deal. It was like an illegal cannabis farm. And it says 1 farm worker dies, 200 arrested in chaos at California cannabis farm, something about immigration. So it says here, federal immigration authorities, supported by National Guard members, raided 2 farms near Camarillo, California on July 10, 2025, arresting about 200 people and clashing with protesters. The raids targeted agricultural sites, including a licensed cannabis farm, so one of them was licensed, as part of President Trump's intensified efforts to deport immigrants living illegally in the United States. During the operation, federal agents used less lethal weapons on protesters, detained workers for 8 hours, and a farm worker fell 30 feet trying to evade agents and was critically injured. I saw a story on that guy. They don't think he's going to make it. The United Farm Workers Union confirmed on July 11 that 1 worker died from injuries linked to the immigration raid, while other workers remain critically injured or unaccounted for, including some U.S. citizens. These aggressive enforcement actions sparked protests and calls for legal challenges, while local authorities issued directives to prepare city workers for federal immigration encounters amid ongoing tension. So, honestly, I just wonder, there are all kinds of speculations as to why Trump is insisting on having the National Guard and Marines involved. There are people who think he's trying to provoke an uprising. The left conspiracy theory right now is Trump is basically trying to build a case for martial law in suspension of 2026 national elections. So he's given folks a lot of fuel, for believing that. So let's see what else. More ICE news. Let's see here. Let's clear some tabs. So ICE set to vastly expand its reach with new funds. So they are resetting and refunding the ICE to be a bigger enforcement agency. And there are people like Ann Applebaum who are just kind of like, I watched a show, I watched a interview that Ann Applebaum did. She's a historian. Basically, she's a historian of authoritarian regimes. And she's had a lot to say about Trump and MAGA. And she basically talked about ICE in an interview I saw before the show today. So let's see what this is all about. This is a longish article. We probably won't get all the way through it.
ICE set to vastly expand its reach with new funds. This article is by Zolan Kano-Youngs and Hamid Aliaziz and read by an automated voice. Thousands of new deportation agents deployed into American cities. A doubling of detention space to hold tens of thousands of immigrants before they are expelled. Miles of new border wall, along with surveillance towers equipped with artificial intelligence. That is the expansive plan that President Trump's top immigration officials now intend to enact, after months of struggling to overcome staffing shortages and logistical hurdles that have stymied his pledge to record the most deportations in American history. After weeks of pressuring members of Congress into supporting his signature domestic policy legislation, Mr. Trump has secured an extraordinary injection of funding for his immigration agenda, $170 billion, the vast majority of which will go to the Department of Homeland Security over 4 years. The annual budget of Immigration and Customs Enforcement alone will spike from about $8 billion to roughly $28 billion, making it the highest funded law enforcement agency in the federal government. The new resources will fuel an intense initiative to recruit as many as 10,000 new agents who will have a presence in cities like New York City and Los Angeles and throughout the United States. And the money comes as a windfall for private prison companies, who have already rushed to pitch the administration on new contracts to run detention facilities. You're going to see immigration enforcement on a level you've never seen it before, Tom Homan, Mr. Trump's border czar, said in an interview. The massive infusion of funds is raising worries that in the rush to make good on Mr. Trump's pledged immigration crackdown, his administration could cut corners on the careful vetting needed to hire deportation officers. And immigration advocates say they are bracing for more masked agents to descend upon local communities with heavy-handed tactics. There's an incredible sense of dread, frankly, said Chris Newman, the legal director and general counsel for the National Day Laborer Organizing Network, which represents day laborer groups across the country. So far, he said, Mr. Trump has tried to expand his power over immigration through executive actions, some of which have been blocked by the courts. But this is legislation, signed into law, and gives people an impression of a sense of permanence, which is ominous, Mr. Newman said. No matter what, the budget increase will leave a Trump imprint on the American immigration system for years to come, according to current and former immigration officials. This is the missing piece in mass deportations that the administration needed, said Andrea Flores, who directed border management for the National Security Council in the Biden White House. What this signals is a new level of funding for immigration enforcement nationally that likely changes it forever, even if Democrats come into power. Even with the new funding, Mr. Trump's aides are still hedging on whether they can deliver on their goal to deport 1 million undocumented immigrants this year and millions more before he leaves office. They are aware that it could take months to scale up new detention facilities and recruit, conduct background checks of, and train thousands of immigration agents. It's going to take some time, Mr. Homan said. We're already about 6 months in the game. We just got this money, so we're going to do the best we can. The legislation sets aside roughly $30 billion to bolster immigration enforcement through 2029, money that the administration says will fund the hiring of 10,000 ICE agents. That would bring the total number of deportation officers to 16,000, surpassing the roughly 13,700 special agents at the FBI. You're going to see more agents on the street, Mr. Homan said, adding that the administration planned to ramp up migrant arrests in cities, in immigration courts, and at work sites. With the surge of agents, he added, the administration could also target more foreigners who overstay their visas, who immigration experts have said account for a significant portion of those without legal status in the United States. Identifying and hiring thousands of qualified agents will not be easy. Some former immigration officials warn that the administration could feel pressure to cut corners on safeguards, like background checks and training to speed the process. When the United States has rushed in the past to surge hiring to federal law enforcement agencies, such as the Bush administration's quick expansion of the Border Patrol, the government was plagued with cases of misconduct, they noted. There's going to be a lot of people who are ill-suited to be a law enforcement officer and apply for one of these jobs, said John Sandweg, a former acting director of ICE in the Obama administration. I think you're going to see them pushing and bending every rule they can to get them on the streets as soon as possible. Tim Quinn, a former senior official in Customs and Border Protection, said the rapid expansion of the immigration agencies makes accountability mechanisms even more essential. But the administration earlier this year took steps to dismantle the watchdog agencies inside the Department of Homeland Security, the parent agency of ICE. You got now an agency that has a high influx of resources. What are the oversight capabilities? Said Mr. Quinn, who resigned in protest of one of Mr. Trump's anti-DEI directives earlier this year. Where does that come from? Mr. Homan said that the administration planned to move both quickly and responsibly. We want to try to speed up as quickly as we can without sacrificing any of the rules that we have in place that are necessary, Mr. Homan said, adding.
Yeah, I'm going to stop it right there. I think we get the gist, but I want to point your attention. I mentioned last week that Massachusetts is attempting to pass a state law that forbids masks, law enforcement officers to mask up. And there's several articles that I've seen, but this one I thought resonated most. Boston.com, which I think might be associated with the Boston Globe. The headline here says readers disapprove of ICE agents wearing masks, and here's why. And they had 780 respondents, and basically one of those 780 said it all comes down to accountability. And I agree with that. You know, if you're going to wear masks, you need to have some way, even if it's a badge number or, you know, some sort of identification number in case, you know, there's an issue where that officer needs to be identified. But in this case, it says here a bill filed by a Massachusetts lawmaker, and I believe that's a Democratic lawmaker, to prohibit law enforcement officers, including immigration and customs enforcement agents, from covering their face. It's favored by hundreds of Boston.com readers. On Monday, State Representative James Hawkins, a Democrat representing Attleboro, filed HD 4886 to prevent local, state, or federal law enforcement officers in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts from wearing any mask or personal disguise while interacting with the public in the performance of their duties. Exceptions would be given for medical masks and for SWAT teams, and officers would also be required to display their name or badge number on their uniforms. And frankly, I think a badge number, you know, might be enough. But you know, we'll see how this bill goes. But you keep hearing these stories, and I talked about it last week. Even Trump's immigration policies are losing support. So, you know, we see how this goes. Well, let's hope not, Slick. But the other issue that's driving this legislation is you've got a bunch of people impersonating ICE agents. And, you know, that mask just helps conceal, you know, even, you know, the people that are somehow or another impersonating officers, that mask is just an aid And I haven't really done any stories about it, but it does happen where people are just, are just nabbing people off the streets, saying, "Hey, I'm ICE." So I can understand, why Massachusetts might want to do this, though. I just think that I can sympathize with police officers wanting to kind of be more anonymous. They do have families, etc. But some form of ID, badge number or something needs to be there. Quite frankly, so do body cams. Body cams would work as a means of identification as well. So let's move on. More immigration news. Judge orders Trump administration to halt indiscriminate immigration stops and arrests in California. We're going to see how this plays out. On July 2nd, a federal judge issued an order requiring the Trump administration to cease widespread immigration raids and detentions across 7 counties in California, such as Los Angeles and Riverside. The order followed a lawsuit by immigrant advocacy groups accusing federal agents of unlawfully targeting Latino communities through roving patrols and denying detainees access to counsel. The judge issued 2 temporary restraining orders barring stops without reasonable suspicion based on race, language, location, or work, and requiring detainees to be given confidential access to legal counsel. Plaintiffs described agents arriving masked and heavily armed, detaining people after raids at sites like bus stops, car washes, and farms, with over 200 detained in Ventura County. Governor Newsom called the ruling a victory, saying justice prevailed today. Well, that remains to be seen. Just because there's a court ruling doesn't mean the Trump administration follows it. They're starting to just do what they want to do. The ruling temporarily stops unconstitutional raids and racial profiling, signaling a step towards holding federal enforcement accountable, though government attorneys insist operations follow the law and expect appeal challenges. So let's see here. Oh, yeah, I did a story last Friday, I think it was, about a U.S. citizen who was detained for like a couple hours or something. And finally, they accepted her identification and let her go. But I believe she retained a lawyer. So, who knows how that's going to come out. But a lot of toes being stepped on. And I'm not even sure I can predict where this is going to come out. Youth baseball coach intervenes after ICE agents in New York City approach members of his team during practice. So ICE agents are raiding Little League baseball practice. This is amazing. Let's see here. This is a short news article. Let's see if I can bring this up. Little League games.
And it is happening in our area as well. A coach for youth baseball in Manhattan says a group of ICE agents approached members of his team while they were practicing in Riverside Park. Eyewitness News reporter Sonia Rincon with the story from the Upper West Side.
The batting cages here in Riverside Park have been a little quieter in the last week. Harlem Baseball Hitting Academy founder Yeoman Wilder was coaching middle and high school students there on July 3rd when he says 6 ICE officers walked through the park past the basketball courts.
But I didn't really think too much about it. I just think, okay, they're ICE officers, because I'd seen them in Washington Heights before.
But then he says they approached the kids and started asking questions.
Where they're from, who their parents, and I just thought, whoa, this is not good.
Wilder has a master's degree in law and told them they didn't need to answer those questions.
I told my kids, to walk to the back of the cages, right here. And I said, they're going to invoke the Fifth Amendment rights. They're not going to say anything.
He says one of the officers raised his voice.
That's when I was called a YouTube lawyer. And I said, no, I just know how the Constitution works.
And all of the kids, he says, are American citizens.
Their parents are, from the Dominican Republic, South America, Mexican, Africa. But they're kids who are born here. They have a 14th Amendment entitlement to live here.
We've reached out to Homeland Security to verify that ICE officers were here, but have yet to get a response. Wilder says they were armed, in uniform, with clearly labeled vests.
They look like the real thing to me. From what I've seen in Washington Heights, what I saw that day.
And he's reached out to local elected officials, like Assemblymember Linda Rosenthal, who says he was right to advise the kids.
No one has the right to take you away or to get any of your information.
I never in my life thought this was going to happen on the Upper West Side in New York City. That whole thing, until it happens to you, you're not aware, and it happened to us.
Since the incident last week, the coach says he changed their practice time, but the kids and their parents are so worried that only 2 of them have been back. On the Upper West Side, Sonia Rincon, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
Not the kids. Wow. Oh man, this is slowly spiraling under control, out of control. What on earth made these ICE agents think they could just walk up to kids doing baseball practice and start asking questions? That's crazy. So, I can imagine hiring more people who think it's okay to do stuff like this. That's fucking ridiculous. Ugh. All right. Well, more immigration related news. Florida lawmakers allowed into alligator Alcatraz, says detainees packed into cages. Yeah, these are Democratic lawmakers. What's her name? Wasserman Schultz. I can't even remember her first name, but these are all like House of Representative members who actually do have oversight over these sorts of facilities. And let's have a look at this. And then maybe I'll go through the story if this video doesn't do what I think it should
What
do.
stood out to me the most was going into the caged facility and witnessing where they housed over 32 grown men together with only 3 toilets, and those toilets were the same places that the folks would get their water from.
Oh my
and
Lord.
It was really appalling and disheartening to see.
That's no privacy.
Not only that, but the director of Florida, the Department of Emergency Management, he was very evasive in his questioning. We often asked who were the vendors and things like that, and they continually said, oh, you have to file a public records request. They were very evasive. At the end of the day, this is a $450 million taxpayer dollar facility internment camp that was just done for a political stunt when Ron DeSantis just previously, a few days before, vetoed appropriations that could have addressed mental health in our communities, that could have addressed the rising cost of home insurance. He decided to do and partake in this political stunt with Donald Trump, and it's just very upsetting.
Why don't we take a look at Google searches for Jeffrey Epstein? Take a look at this. Today versus a week ago.
Let's see what else is in this article. Deep in the hazardous, ecologically fragile Everglades, hundreds of migrants are confined in cages in a makeshift tent detention facility Florida's Republican governor calls safe and secure, and Democratic lawmakers call inhumane. 2 days after filing a lawsuit against Florida Governor Ron DeSantis for being unlawfully denied entry to inspect conditions at the facility dubbed Alligator Alcatraz. Members of Congress and state representatives were given a limited tour Saturday to inspect conditions after calling the lack of access a deliberate obstruction meant to hide what's really happening behind those gates. According to a joint statement from lawmakers, they said they heard detainees shouting for help and crying out "Libertad," Spanish for freedom, amid sweltering heat, bug infestations, and meager meals. They're essentially packed into cages, wall-to-wall humans, 32 detainees per cage. Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who represents Florida's 25th congressional district, said during a news conference following their tour. Families of some detainees have also decried conditions in the facility, while immigration and customs enforcement officials defend it as offering higher detention standards than many U.S. prisons. Oh, wow. Now, I don't know what to say to that. The prisons must suck then. Lawmakers shown empty cells. On the tour, lawmakers said they were not allowed to visit areas where migrants are currently being detained, but instead were shown cells not yet being used. Wasserman Schultz said each cage contained 3 small toilets with attached sinks, which detainees use for drinking water and brushing their teeth, sharing the same water used to flush the toilets. Damn. When they toured the kitchen area, Wasserman Schultz said government employees were being offered large pieces of roast chicken and sausages, while the detainees' lunch consisted of a gray turkey and cheese sandwich, an apple, and chips. Wow. Well, I mean, if you've got only 3 toilets for 30-some people, you probably don't want to give them food that could upset their stomach. So you gotta keep them. Got to keep them healthy and regular, and you don't want, a whole bunch of people fighting over using a toilet, I guess. Oh, man. And more immigration news. Justice Department efforts to strip citizenship from naturalized Americans likely violate constitutional rights. This is from Yahoo News. Let's see. Cassandra Burke Robertson, Case Western Reserve University, and Irina D. Manta, Hofstra University, wrote this article. Trump administration wants to take away citizenship from naturalized Americans on a massive scale. God damn. Denaturalization is different from deportation, which removes non-citizens from the country. With civil denaturalization, the government files a lawsuit to strip people's U.S. citizenship after they have become citizens, turning them back into non-citizens who can then be deported. The government can only do this in specific situations. It must prove someone illegally procured citizenship by not meeting the requirements, or that they lied or hid important facts during the citizenship process. Trump administration's maximal enforcement approach means pursuing any case where evidence might support taking away citizenship, regardless of priority level or strength of evidence. As our earlier research documented, this has already led to cases like that of Baljinder Singh, whose citizenship was revoked based on a name discrepancy that could easily have resulted from a translator's error rather than intentional fraud. Damn. A brief history. For most of American history, taking away citizenship has been rare, but it increased dramatically during the 1940s and 50s during the Red Scare period, characterized by intense suspicion of communism. The United States government targeted people it thought were communists or Nazi supporters between 1907 and 1967. Over 22,000 Americans lost their citizenship this way. Everything changed in 1967 when the Supreme Court decided Afroyim versus Rusk. The court said that the government usually cannot take away citizenship without the person's consent. It left open only cases involving fraud, during the citizenship process. After this decision, denaturalization became extremely rare. And I wish 12th Man were here because he has gone back and forth with this point that, you know, apparently he thinks the government can just do it, you know, if they don't like you. And my retort is it can only be done if they can prove fraud during the actual application process. So as usual, 12th Man is wrong. And, you know, he should only make these sorts of arguments when he's sober. So let's see, what else do we have here? Yeah, Trump's Justice Department issues directive to strip naturalized naturalized Americans of citizenship for criminal offenses. Memo says those subjected to civil proceedings are not entitled to an attorney like they are in criminal cases. So basically, it seems if a naturalized citizen commits a crime, they're going to attempt to take away citizenship, and you can't. That's not going to fly. I don't know how this is going to be. How he's going to support this legally. If you didn't commit, once you're a citizen, you're a citizen. And, you know, committing a crime is not grounds to strip you of citizenship. It's just not how the process works. It's not even close to how the process works. So I'll wait for that high profile case, because you know it's going to happen. They're going to attempt it, and somebody's going to sue. Let's see here. Let's see. Next story. It will happen quickly. State Department poised to act after Supreme Court green lights agency layoffs. So a little bit of a change of topic here. Essentially, I think it was Friday, or maybe it was over the weekend. The Supreme Court, actually it was last Thursday or Friday, the Supreme Court basically said, yep, you can go ahead and, you know, while the case is being adjudicated, you can go ahead and start dismissing people. The lone dissent was
that there has been a delay.
Ketanji Brown Jackson, and I may cover that. I have a story somewhere about that. So basically, the State Department's already slated to fire 1,300 people just right off the bat. So they were they were waiting, you know, for this to happen.
It will happen quickly. State Department poised to act after Supreme Court greenlights agency layoffs. Courts are still weighing whether an explanation for layoffs must be shared publicly by the Trump administration.
Hold on one
State
second.
Department
Got some
spokesperson Tammy
technical
Bruce said the
difficulties.
agency is poised to move quickly after the Supreme Court shot down a lower court's ruling blocking the Trump administration.
As well. Okay.
Hi, Tammy. Thank you.
Sure.
Just to quickly go back to the reorganization, you said it's moving into the implementation phase.
Hold
Can
on
you
one
say
sec here.
when the first RIF notices will go out? Is it tomorrow? And apparently the judge wanted to see the RIF plans. That was a demand from the court yesterday. Is that going to slow down the sending of the RIF notices?
First, of course, I won't comment on anything that's moving through the legal system or the requests of the legal system. And also, I will not, other than saying that the Supreme Court decision has allowed us to commence. And that's what we're doing. But I think it's fair to say that with everything else that happens here, it will happen quickly. This is not going to be an extended wait for people who are listening and watching in this building, or fellow Americans at home and around the world. This will happen quickly. We understand that there has been a delay, not to our interests, but because of the courts, it's been difficult when you know you need to get something done for the benefit of everyone. So it will be quickly. I cannot give you the timing, and again, won't discuss any legal aspects that may have arisen as well.
Okay.
Hold on one sec. I am having a little bit of problems here, audio problems. Let me try this.
Happen quickly. State Department poised to act after Supreme Court greenlights agency layoffs. Courts are still weighing whether an explanation for layoffs must be shared publicly by the Trump administration. State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce said the agency is poised to move quickly after the Supreme Court shot down a lower court's ruling blocking the Trump administration from implementing wide-scale reductions in force across the federal government. I think it's fair to say that with everything else that happens at the State Department, it will happen quickly, Bruce said when asked how soon the agency would begin issuing notices to department employees. This is not going to be an extended wait for people who are listening and watching in this building or fellow Americans at home and around the world. This will happen quickly. Bruce pointed out that, up to this point, the only reason there has been a delay in implementing force reductions at the Department of State is because of the courts that have stepped in to try to halt the reforms. There has been a delay, not to our interests, but because of the courts, Bruce added. It's been difficult when you know you need to get something done for the benefit of everyone. So it will be quickly. However, while Bruce indicated the agency would be moving quickly, she declined to provide any specific timeline. She also declined to provide specifics around whether a court order that followed the Supreme Court's decision authorizing the Trump administration's reductions in force, which seeks to resolve a dispute over whether the administration must publicly share the reasoning for their reorganization efforts, might slow down the process. The court order seeking to determine whether the Trump administration must publicly share the details of their planned reforms and reductions in force across the government was signed by U.S. District Court Judge Susan Ilston. It was Ilston's previous ruling in May that temporarily blocked the Trump administration from implementing its executive agency reforms, which the Supreme Court overturned this week. Ilston's May ruling stemmed from lawsuits initiated by labor unions and advocacy groups, which argued the president's February work reduction executive order was an overreach of power and undermined certain civil service protections.
Okay. Give me one sec here. All right. Well, let's move on to the next story. Federal judge dismisses lawsuit seeking to stop DOJ grant applications. Says here, federal judges allowed the Trump administration to rescind nearly $800 million in grants for programs supporting violence reduction and crime victims. U.S. District Judge Ahmed Mehta in Washington on Monday denied a preliminary injunction sought by 5 organizations on behalf of all recipients of more than 360 grant awards and granted a motion by the federal government to dismiss the case. Mehta called the Department of Justice's actions shameful, but said the court lacked jurisdiction and the organizations had failed to state a constitutional violation or protection. Defendants rescinding of these awards is shameful. It is likely to harm communities and individuals vulnerable to crime and violence, Mehta wrote in his ruling, but displeasure and sympathy are not enough in a court of law. Justice Department's Office of Justice Programs canceled the grants worth more than $800 million in April, saying it had changed its priorities to, among other things, more directly support certain law enforcement operations, combat violent crime, and support American victims of trafficking and sexual assault. A message left seeking comment from Democracy Forward officials was not immediately returned. The Department of Justice spokesperson declined to comment on the ruling. And I'm not going to go much farther. I think this basically, is pointing towards the quote, change of priorities. And again, money that's been appropriated, the Trump the Trump administration has just decided to preempt Congress and take matters into its own hand. And I think it's going to be interesting. 2026 is going to be interesting. Why do we even need a Congress if they're just going to, do nothing except when Donald Trump tells them to do something? That would be how I would campaign. This next story is basically going to be kind of like my pet theme for the day. You see the name of the show? It's Praise the Lord and Perform the Amputation. And the amputation I'm talking about is the executive branch basically getting rid of the legislative branch, and they're trimming the judicial branch of the government. Pretty soon there's only going to be one branch of government, and that's going to be the MAGA, the executive branch brought to you by MAGA. They're just going to amputate the other two. So this is basically talking about how a George Bush Jr. appointee basically got around the SCOTUS attempt to protect birthright citizens. The SCOTUS attempt to basically allow Donald Trump to be selective in which districts you could be a citizen in versus other districts. And what they did basically is just do a class action lawsuit, which is what I think was the intent of that Supreme Court ruling limiting national injunctions. They just basically want to make it harder for district courts or trial courts to injunct executive orders from the president. And I think that is basically just bullshit. And I agree with Ketanji Brown Jackson that, if a president violates the law, the law is, deemed, he's basically deemed to be acting against the law or against the Constitution. That should not be limited to a particular case. It should be nationwide. But at least there's a remedy, and this Bush-appointed judge gets it. And I'll be talking a little bit more because we're actually going to visit the Ketanji Brown Jackson's dissent in that birthright citizenship case. So this is actually a editorial from last week that I saved, and it's called "Who is Winning the World War?" And it's talking basically about Trump's relationship with China and Russia. And it's fairly short, and it's Ross Douthat, right now my favorite conservative. So let's hear what he has to say.
Who is Winning the World War? This article is by Ross Douthat and read by an automated voice. When future historians study the arc of American foreign policy, they will probably fold all the major events since 2020, our pell-mell withdrawal from Afghanistan, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and Israel's conflicts in Gaza, Lebanon, and Iran, into a unified narrative of global conflict. If we're fortunate, that will yield academic treatises with titles like The Empire Tested, America and the World, 2021 to 2030. If we're unlucky, meaning, basically, if the United States and China eventually fall into a ruinous war, then the struggles in Ukraine and the Middle East will be retroactively assigned to histories of World War III. We are not, as yet, inside that kind of conflagration. But it's useful for Americans to think about our situation in global terms, with Russia and Iran and China as a revisionist alliance putting our imperial power to the test. And it's also important to recognize that this kind of conflict is an endurance test, a long and winding road, in which it's easy to fall prey to mood swings and judge the outcome prematurely. We've had a lot of these swings in the last few years. In 2021 and early 2022, the rout in Afghanistan and our overpromising to a vulnerable Ukraine made America look ineffectual. right up until Vladimir Putin actually invaded his neighbor, at which point his military setbacks and our success in rallying support for the Ukrainians yielded a lot of chest-thumping about the superiority of liberal democracy and the permanence of American hegemony. That optimistic mood lasted through the failure of Ukraine's last major counteroffensive and the Hamas attacks of October 7, 2023, against Israel, at which point there was a swing back toward pessimism. American power was stretched too thin. Our Israeli allies were taken unawares by their enemies. The Russians were regaining ground. Our arsenal was almost certainly inadequate to protect Ukraine and Israel and defend Taiwan, and all of this under a president debilitated by advancing age, a grim symbol of a crumbling imperium. This sense of multi-theater crisis helped to restore Donald Trump to power. Then the initial months of his administration inspired fears that he would end the global conflict by effectively surrendering, abandoning allies, and making deals with dictators while retreating to a fortress North America. Yet right now that's not how the landscape looks. Trump's decision to bomb the Iranian nuclear program and the muted Iranian response has capped off a period in which Tehran's regional power has crumbled under sustained Israeli assault. Meanwhile, our NATO allies are boosting their military spending, and Trump is suddenly praising the alliance, while Russia's gains in Ukraine remain a punishing grind, and there's a possibility that Putin threw away the best deal he was likely to get. Add in the strength of the American economy, even amid the Trumpian trade war, and it seems that maybe we're winning the world conflict again. Rah-rah, Pax Americana forever. Okay, not quite. The damage to Iran's nuclear program doesn't mean we've eliminated the threat, and Israel's Gaza war remains a humanitarian crisis without a clear political endgame. Trump's walkback of his Department of Defense's attempt to triage resources by withholding weapons from Ukraine doesn't change the reality that our weaponry is limited, and does require triaging. Putin's failure to make the most of Trump's diplomatic outreach doesn't change the fact that Russia is still slowly gaining ground. But both the Ukrainian stalemate and the Iranian retreat are clarifying reminders that the ultimate outcome of this conflict depends on the revisionist power, the People's Republic of China, that hasn't directly joined the fights. China is at once a much more serious rival to America than either Russia or Iran, and also an extremely cautious player, content to watch its tacit allies make their plays, without, say, handing Iran a nuclear deterrent, or sending the People's Liberation Army to help Russia take Kyiv. This cautious distance could reflect a fundamental weakness of the revisionist bloc, that it's purely an alliance of interest between regimes that don't trust one another, don't have as much in common as we still have with our European and East Asian allies, and struggle to work effectively in concert. But it could also reflect a confidence on China's part that time is on its side, that its investments in technology and energy are going to lap ours soon enough, and that all our efforts now reflect a fateful squandering of resources, given what Beijing has planned for the later 2020s. Without certain knowledge of those plans, American foreign policy needs both a better long-term strategy to stay ahead of China and a lot of short-term Trumpian flexibility. Not restraint or hawkishness alone, but both an openness to peace and a capacity for war-making, matched to the ebb and flow of a global conflict that won't have any simple end.
Yeah, we're gonna see how long this this lasts. There is a story that you know what? Let me bring it up right quick. Speaking of President Putin, this story right here, I actually had like 3 stories that I didn't even bother adding, but this is a good story right here. This is the headline is Trump expected to make major statement on support for Ukraine. And this is just a little short clip here.
I'm going to have a meeting with the Secretary General who's coming in tomorrow. But we basically are going to send them various pieces of very sophisticated military, and they're going to pay us 100% for them. I haven't agreed on the number yet, but they're going to have some because they do need protection. But the European Union is paying for it. We're not paying anything for it, but we will send it. It'll be business for us, and we will send them Patriots, which they desperately need, because Putin really surprised a lot of people. He talks nice, and then he bombs everybody in the evening. So there's a little bit of a problem there, and I don't like it.
I mean, how do I how do I respond to that? But you know what? Putin apparently is forcing Trump. And you know what? I'm kind of actually neutral on Ukraine. I think that we caused this problem, by encouraging them in the past to maybe, hey, maybe you can join Ukraine, which, kind of ticked Putin off. So I think that's part of the reason, Biden kind of felt, well, you know what, we gotta help them out. And then Russia actually, provoking by invading, that didn't help. But, I guess whatever the reason, Trump has changed his mind on it. And, I guess the war couldn't be stopped on day one, as Trump promised, but at least he's going to do something. And, if he's right and we're not paying for it, what the hell? So let's go back to this one. This is kind of miscellaneous news here. Appeals court tosses 9/11 mastermind Khalid Sheikh Mohammed plea deal. Apparently, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed was trying to get some sort of deal. On Friday, a divided federal appellate panel dismissed a plea agreement involving Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the alleged planner of the 2001 al-Qaeda attacks on the World Trade Center and Pentagon. The court ruling came after an appeal initially launched during the Biden administration and carried on into the Trump administration, stemming from Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin's revocation of an agreement based on his view that decisions regarding the death penalty should rest with his office. Interesting. 2-year negotiated agreement approved a year ago by military prosecutors and Pentagon officials would have allowed Mohammed and two co-defendants to plead guilty in exchange for life sentences without parole. The court panel voted 2-1 that Austin acted within his legal authority and faulted the military judge's earlier ruling while dissenting. Judge Robert Wilkins said the government failed to prove the military judge erred. The ruling indicates that the lengthy and difficult military prosecution to hold Khalid Sheikh Mohammed accountable for orchestrating one of the deadliest attacks on the U.S. is far from reaching a swift conclusion. Wow. This dude's going to be dead by the time any decision is reached. Let's see here. Yeah, I missed one of these stories, but like I said, this is going to be miscellaneous stuff. United Health's campaign to quiet critics. This is, if you'll recall, Luigi, whatever his name was, killed the CEO of this company. Well, apparently the company is basically going to use that tragedy to quiet its critics. So let's hear a little bit about this. It's longish, and we're not going to hear all of it, but we ought to at least know what United Healthcare is doing or not doing.
United Health's campaign to quiet critics. This article is by David Enrich and read by an automated voice. Mary Strauss, a filmmaker in Wisconsin, logged onto Amazon's video streaming service in late May so she could share a link to her latest project, a docuseries that harshly criticized the U.S. healthcare industry. She was surprised to see that her video had vanished. Ms. Strauss had no way of knowing it, but the video had been taken down after a law firm working for United Health Group, one of the country's largest healthcare companies, sent a letter warning Amazon and another streaming service, Vimeo, that the video was defamatory. It was the latest salvo in an aggressive and wide-ranging campaign to quiet critics. In recent months, United Health has targeted traditional journalists and news outlets, a prominent investor, a Texas doctor, and activists like Ms. Strauss and her father, who complained about a United Health subsidiary. In legal letters and court filings, United Health has invoked last year's murder of Brian Thompson, the chief executive of the company's health insurance division, to argue that intense criticism of the company risks inciting further violence. The tactics have had an impact. Amazon and Vimeo both removed Ms. Strauss's film. The Guardian postponed publishing an investigation of the company after United Health sued over a previous article it said was defamatory. United Health joins a growing group of companies and wealthy individuals, including President Trump, who are using legal threats and lawsuits to deter or penalize criticism. Over the years, there have been scattered examples of embattled companies, such as Purdue Pharma, the maker of the highly addictive painkiller OxyContin, deploying legal offensives against a broad spectrum of journalists and critics, said Lee Levine, a retired First Amendment lawyer who has defended news outlets, including the New York Times. Some version of this has been going on for a long time, Mr. Levine said, but, he added, the incidence of it has increased. For United Health, the stakes are high. In recent years, the company has been the subject of extensive investigative reporting into its billing practices and denials of patient care, among other things. It faces a variety of federal criminal and civil investigations, including into potential Medicare fraud and antitrust violations, the Wall Street Journal has reported. Negative publicity may adversely affect our stock price, damage our reputation, and expose us to unexpected or unwarranted regulatory scrutiny, United Health noted in its most recent annual report. The company's shares have declined 40% over the past year. Eric Hausman, a spokesman for United Health, defended the company's efforts. The truth matters, and there's a big difference between, quote, criticism and irresponsibly omitting facts and context, he said in a statement. When others get it wrong, we have an obligation to our customers, employees, and other stakeholders to correct the record, including by making our case in court when necessary. Even before Mr. Thompson was fatally shot in December on his way into a Manhattan hotel, the company had been seeking to tamp down negative publicity. In March 2024, the Examiner News in Mount Kisco, NY, published its latest investigation of a United Health division, Optum Medical Care, that operated in the area. A source had provided Adam Stone, the newspaper's publisher, with a recording of Optum employees, and Mr. Stone said he inadvertently posted the whole file, rather than a snippet, with his article. Within hours, he had corrected the mistake, but not before Optum had noticed. About a week later, Mr. Stone received a letter from the executive who ran Optum in New York and New Jersey, saying he had potentially committed a crime by airing audio that included private information about patients. The executive demanded that Mr. Stone destroy the audio and said the company might seek a court injunction, barring him from continuing to publish it. Mr. Stone replied that he would not destroy the audio. An Optum lawyer then wrote a letter reiterating the demand. Mr. Stone again refused. It was the last he heard from the company. The aim was to use scare tactics to intimidate, Mr. Stone said. United Health's efforts intensified after Mr. Thompson's murder. In early January, Dr. Elizabeth Potter, a plastic surgeon in Austin, Texas, posted a self-made video on TikTok and Instagram that described how she had interrupted breast reconstruction surgery to respond to a phone call from United Health about whether the insurer would cover a patient's stay at a hospital. The call had come to the operating room's phone line, leading her to believe it was urgent. "Insurance is out of control," Dr. Potter said in the video. "I have no other words." The short video was viewed millions of times and attracted hundreds of thousands of likes on social media. About a week later, Dr. Potter received a 6-page letter from the law firm Clare Locke, which United Health had retained as defamation counsel. The letter claimed that she had distorted the circumstances of the phone call and that her video was libelous. It noted that some commenters were responding to her posts by celebrating Mr. Thompson's murder. The letter demanded that she retract her video and apologize. A lawyer for Dr. Potter sent a letter to Clare Locke defending the accuracy of the video. The law firm did not respond, Dr. Potter said. One of the many people who shared Dr. Potter's video was the billionaire investor Bill Ackman, who has nearly 2 million followers on X and regularly wades into controversies. In a post accompanying the video, he suggested that investors should bet against United Health stock and that the Securities and Exchange Commission should investigate the company. The post brought even more attention to Dr. Potter's video. Mr. Ackman soon heard from Clare Locke. He already knew the firm. He and his wife, Neri Oxman, had hired Claire Locke to threaten Business Insider after it reported in 2024 that she had plagiarized parts of her doctoral dissertation. They did not.
You know what? I'm just gonna end that by saying rich people's problems. I just think it's rather interesting that a company can basically use the murder of its CEO as kind of, I don't know what you would call it, like a shield from criticism. I wonder how long this is going to last. And lastly, before I get into a couple videos, David Gergen, probably nobody here will remember who he is. You would have to be almost my age or Wale's age to even remember him. But used to be big in, in kind of like broadcast news. But he basically was an advisor, communications advisor, I think, to Nixon, Ford, Reagan, and Clinton. So basically 4 different presidents, basically relied on him to, for advice. And, he's a pretty legendary if you're into politics. So if you're not, maybe not so much. But anyway, I'm going to play a little bit of this just for history's sake.
David Gergen, advisor to presidents and political commentator, dies at 83. This article is by Clyde Haberman and read by an automated voice. David Gergen, an Inside the Beltway veteran who helped shape the public images of 4 presidents, mostly Republicans, and who, after a turn as a magazine editor, trod a well-worn path from political insider to television commentator, died on Thursday in Lexington, Mass. He was 83. His death, at a retirement community, was caused by Lewy body dementia, his son Christopher said. Mr. Gergen previously lived in Cambridge, Massachusetts. It was Mr. Gergen who devised a line in the 1980 presidential election that helped secure victory for the Republican candidate, Ronald Reagan, over Jimmy Carter, the incumbent Democrat. In that era of high inflation, onerous interest rates, and a national psyche wounded by Iran's holding of 52 Americans hostage, Mr. Carter was already on the ropes. The clincher came in a televised debate a week before the election, when Mr. Reagan asked viewers a Gergen-suggested question that hit political pay dirt. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? For many Americans, the answer was no. Rhetorical questions have great power, Mr. Gergen said years later. It's one of those things that you sometimes strike gold, he said. When you're out there panhandling in the river, occasionally you get a gold nugget. Mr. Gergen mined as many of those nuggets as he could, writing speeches, briefing news reporters, creating communication strategies, and helping to set the agenda for 4 presidents. The Republicans, Richard M. Nixon, Gerald R. Ford, and Mr. Reagan, and then a Democrat, Bill Clinton. With Mr. Reagan, for instance, he was widely credited with softening the in-your-face conservative rhetoric that some of the president's far-right aides wanted in speeches. Mr. Clinton hired him in 1993 to help righten a White House weakened after a series of political missteps. Mr. Gergen helped, but he lasted barely a year, a poor fit in an administration where some regarded him as an interloper and in a divided capital where Republicans deemed him a turncoat. Still, when Mr. Gergen bade government farewell in the mid-1990s, he was generally praised by the presidents he had served. Significantly, he was untainted by the troubles that undermined each of them, from the multi-tentacled Watergate scandal that forced Mr. Nixon's resignation to the cloud over Mr. Ford for pardoning Mr. Nixon, from the arms-for-cash operation known as Iran-Contra that damaged Mr. Reagan to the dubious Whitewater real estate investment that hurt Mr. Clinton. With Mr. Nixon, Mr. Gergen acknowledged that he had been slow to grasp the president's guilt. I was young, and I was too naive, he told the Washington Post in 1981. It hardened me up a lot. Years later, he expressed contempt for President-elect Donald J. Trump. A bully, mean, nasty, and disrespectful of anyone in his way, he wrote in a 2021 column for CNN. Centrism doesn't mean splitting the difference, he told the Boston Globe in 2020. It's about seeking solutions, and you bring people along. I'm happily in that role. Mr. Gergen wore his 6'5" frame comfortably and was graced with an easygoing manner, verbal quickness, and a ready laugh that made him popular with many White House reporters. He also leaked information often enough to be labeled the sieve by some of them. That reputation fed speculation that he was Deep Throat, the shadowy figure who provided the Washington Post with insights into the Watergate scandal in the early 1970s. That source, however, was confirmed in 2005 to have been W. Mark Felt, the number 2 official at the FBI. Not every journalist was beguiled. Michael Kelly, who was killed in 2003 in the Iraq War, wrote a singularly harsh piece for the New York Times Magazine in 1993. To be Jurgenized, he said, is to be spun by the velveteen hum of this soothing man's soothing voice into a state of such vertigo that the sense of what is real disappears into a blur. Mr. Gergen acknowledged to Mr. Kelly that he had often resorted to selling for the sake of selling. The spin had nothing to do with ideas, Mr. Gergen said. It had nothing to do with anything that was real. Eventually, it became selling the sizzle without the steak. There was nothing connected to it. It was all cellophane. It was all packaging. His White House tenures intertwined with forays into journalism. In 1978, he became the managing editor of Public Opinion, a magazine published by the conservative American Enterprise Institute. In the mid-1980s, he was the editor of U.S. News and World Report, where he was also a columnist. Over the decades, he was a frequent commentator on television, including on the McNeil/Lehrer NewsHour on PBS, and on public affairs programs on CNN. Outside the news media, he taught about politics and public service at Duke University and at Harvard's Kennedy School, where he was the founding director of the Center for Public Leadership. Mr. Gergen was the author of a best-selling book, Eyewitness to Power: The Essence of Leadership, Nixon to Clinton, 2000. The book offered lessons for would-be leaders that tended to be little more than bromides, advising them to develop a capacity to persuade and an ability to work within the system. He revisited the topic in a 2022 book, Hearts Touched with Fire: How Great Leaders Are Made. David Richmond Gergen was born on May 9, 1942, in Durham, North Carolina, the youngest of 4 sons of John J. Gergen, a longtime chairman of the mathematics department at Duke, and Aubin Lermond Gergen. After schooling in Durham, David went to Yale, where he was managing editor of the student newspaper, the Yale Daily News, and graduated in 1963 with a bachelor's degree in American Studies. For 3 summers, he was an intern working on civil rights issues for North Carolina's Democratic governor, Terry Sanford. He received a law degree from Harvard in 1967 and later that year joined the Navy. He served most of the next 3.5 years as an officer on a ship based in Japan. By then, he had married Ann Wilson, a Briton whom he had met on a blind date earlier in 1967 while she was touring the United States on a 99-day bus ticket. In addition to his son Christopher, his wife survives him along with their daughter, Dr. Catherine Gergen Barnett, 2 brothers, John and Kenneth, and 5 grandchildren. After Mr. Gergen left the Navy, his contacts helped him land a writing job in the Nixon White House, where he eventually became the chief speechwriter. From Mr. Nixon, he said, he learned that points had to be made over and over. He used to tell me, about the time you are writing a line that you have written it so often that you want to throw up, that is the first time the American people will hear it. What he did not do for the 4 presidents he served, Mr. Gergen said, was lie. I feel the moment you walk out there and lie to the press that you're finished. He told the Christian Science Monitor in 1981. While not ruling out the possibility of being untruthful in the name of national security, he said, I think the next day you'd quit. You're of no value to the president at that point, he added, and you're of no value to anyone else. Ashwu contributed reporting.
Yep, good guy. I actually hadn't thought of him in years, but definitely a good guy. So next we move on, and this next article is basically we're going to move into a little bit of a Ketanji Brown Jackson homage. So hold on to your seatbelts, and if anybody wants to hit the link now's the time to do it. Drop the link in my chat. I think the link's pinned at the top of the John Galt chat. So feel free to come on up and let's celebrate Ketanji Brown Jackson together. So this particular article, this is the Supreme Court ruling that I talked about, where the Supreme Court is allowing Trump to resume mass layoffs. Now, this is not the final outcome. Basically, this is still percolating up through the courts. So it's possible that the Supreme Court will have to rule on the legality of the mass layoffs. But essentially, they're saying, hey, you know what? You can't stop the president from doing what he wants to do. Only we can. And the Supreme Court can. And I think that is basically incorrect. And so does my new favorite Supreme Court Justice, Ketanji Brown Jackson. She was the lone dissenter.
Supreme Court allows Trump to resume mass layoffs. Jackson dissents from senseless decision by Zach Schonfeld. The Supreme Court on Tuesday lifted a judge's order preventing the Trump administration from conducting mass layoffs across the federal bureaucracy for now. The court in its unsigned ruling said Trump's February executive order directing federal agencies to prepare for reductions in force, or RIFs, is likely lawful. It enables federal agencies to resume implementing Trump's directive, though the High Court left the door open for plaintiffs to challenge any agency's specific plan down the road. We express no view on the legality of any agency RIF and reorganization plan produced or approved pursuant to the executive order and memorandum, the court's ruling cautions. But for now, it marks a major victory for the administration, which has brought a flurry of emergency appeals to the Supreme Court seeking to halt lower judges' injunctions. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson dissented, calling the court's decision hubristic and senseless. She criticized her colleagues for second-guessing the lower judge from the court's lofty perch far from the facts or the evidence. In my view, this was the wrong decision at the wrong moment, especially given what little this court knows about what is actually happening on the ground, Jackson wrote. Justice Sonia Sotomayor, another of the court's Democratic-appointed justices who often dissents alongside Jackson, said she agreed with some of her concerns. But Sotomayor sided with the administration at this stage of the case. The plans themselves are not before this court at this stage, and we thus have no occasion to consider whether they can and will be carried out consistent with the constraints of law. I join the court stay because it leaves the district court free to consider those questions in the first instance, Sotomayor wrote. The order lifts an injunction issued by San Francisco-based U.S. District Judge Susan Olston, an appointee of former President Clinton, on May 22 that indefinitely halted efforts to conduct RIFs at more than a dozen federal departments and agencies. She did so by finding Trump's executive order was likely unlawful and required congressional authority. Agencies are being prevented and have been since the district court issued its temporary restraining order a month ago from taking needed steps to make the federal government and workforce more efficient, Solicitor General D. John Sauer wrote to the Supreme Court. Absent intervention from this court, that intolerable state of affairs promises to endure for months. The judge's injunction came in response to a lawsuit brought by labor unions, advocacy groups, and local governments. They urged the Supreme Court to keep the judge's ruling in place, warning the president will otherwise implement a breakneck reorganization of the federal government before the merits of the case are settled. There will be no way to unscramble that egg. If the courts ultimately deem the president to have overstepped his authority and intruded upon that of Congress, as a practical matter, there will be no way to go back in time to restore those agencies, functions, and services, their attorneys wrote in court filings. The plaintiffs are represented by law firm Altshuler Burzon and several legal groups that regularly file legal challenges to the president's policies. Democracy Forward, Protect Democracy, State Democracy Defenders Fund, and the Public Rights Project. The coalition said it was disappointed by the ruling but vowed to continue fighting. Today's decision has dealt a serious blow to our democracy and put services that the American people rely on in grave jeopardy, the coalition said in a statement. This decision does not change the simple and clear fact that reorganizing government functions and laying off federal workers en masse haphazardly without any congressional approval is not allowed by our Constitution. The decision marks the second time the Supreme Court has intervened on an emergency basis to allow the Trump administration to terminate masses of federal employees. In April, the court allowed the administration to fire thousands of probationary employees over the dissents of Sotomayor and Jackson. The Justice Department had urged the Supreme Court to intervene in the RIF's case at an earlier stage, too, to lift a previous temporary injunction. But the court declined to do so by running out the clock until that injunction expired, making the case moot. Updated at 4:21 p.m. Eastern Daytime.
All right. Well, I like her fiery nature and just pretty much calling it as she sees it, and senseless. Yeah, that should be the on the if the Trump administration makes a coat of arms.
So therefore, we can't be deported.
Senseless should be on it.
These folks don't understand the law.
Let me go ahead and restart this. I was watching a little bit of it. This is our friend Augustus Corbett, and he is going to read the dissent that that Ketanji Brown Jackson did to the nationwide injunction results, and I basically read it a while ago and agree that the approach that these folks are doing. I think the majority opinion did a whole lot of pretzel logic and mental gymnastics to arrive at the conclusion they did. You got to go all the way back to English legal history to justify your decision, where all you need to do is say, hey, if you think the president is acting illegally, he's the president of all the United States, not just of a particular district or two. And executive orders don't just apply to a district or two or a plaintiff or two. It literally is executive orders cover the whole country. And to me, it just defies logic. And, if you get one logic versus another logic, and you can literally have two different valid justifications to do one action or the other, when that happens, you have to basically decide which one is less harmful. And I think that the Supreme Court chose the one that is more harmful in this case. So let's hear what Reverend Corbett has to say.
American people. Justice Jackson is going to really break things down for us to let us know where we are. Now, what you got to do is you got to discipline yourself to read about 8 pages with me, because I'm going to read it from the start of it to the finish. Okay? Now, remember that it was a 6-3 case. Those 6 conservatives essentially held that lower federal courts cannot issue nationwide injunctions against Trump. So even if Trump is attempting to do something unlawful, unconstitutional, illegal, the lower federal courts can only issue an injunction related to the people who filed the lawsuit. But they can no longer, as they have in the past, issue a nationwide injunction. And by the way, injunction just simply means a stop or a stay of some action. All right? So they can no longer do that. And as a result of that, and Justice Jackson is going to explain it to you very graphically and how it impacts us as African Americans, the result of that is Trump can do unconstitutional, unlawful, illegal things unless someone files a class action lawsuit to stop him. And those can take time because you got to get them certified. A judge has to approve class action lawsuits. So in my last video, I said to you that Trump can unlawfully start deporting African American, Black American, whatever term you want to use. And not only Black Americans, but white Americans, Asian Americans, and so on. Because courts no longer have the tool to stop him nationwide. He can be stopped in this one court, this one district, but then he can continue doing that unlawful thing around or across the country. That's what happened in this case that has caused such an uproar. Are you with me? Now, again, a 6-3 opinion. The 6 conservatives, they all back that holding up. And then the 3 progressive liberals, whatever you want to call them, they disagreed and wrote a dissenting opinion. Justice Sotomayor wrote what you could consider the major dissenting opinion. And then Justice Jackson, she also wrote a dissenting opinion. And Justice Kagan, she joined Justice Sotomayor's opinion. Now, Justice Jackson's opinion is so sharp and so on point that Justice Amy Coney Barrett, who wrote the majority opinion, she cast some shade on Justice Jackson. And the reason for that was because Justice Jackson's opinion, it pulls no punches and it lays it out tight and right. But a whole lot of people around the country are not hearing it. They don't know much about it. And I'm going to use my platform to try to give it wider, a wider audience so more people can hear what she's saying, because this truly is a warning to America, but especially Black America. And you'll see why in just a moment. Now, before we go over there, just a little bit about who she is. Ketanji Brown Jackson, born September 14th, 1970, earned her AB from Harvard-Radcliffe in 1992 and JD, Juris Doctor, from Harvard Law School in 1996. She clerked for Justice Breyer. She worked in, and that's Stephen Breyer, one of the Supreme Court justices. She worked in private practice, the U.S. Sentencing Commission, and as a federal public defender. And that's significant by itself because she got real world experience out there fighting for our community. And she brings that to the table, and none of the rest of them has that type of experience. Obama appointed her to the U.S. District Court for D.C. in 2013. Biden appointed her to the D.C. Circuit in 2021 and to the Supreme Court in 2022. She took her seat on June 30th, 2022. So that's who she is. Let's get to her dissenting opinion. All right, again, it's about 8 to 9 pages. Discipline yourself, you all, and read this with me. You're going to see how serious her warning is for our nation. All right. So she says, I agree with every word of Justice Sotomayor's dissent. I write separately to emphasize a key conceptual point. The court's decision to permit the executive meaning the president, to violate the Constitution with respect to anyone who has not yet sued is an existential threat to the rule of law. That is so significant. She is saying here, by allowing Trump to do what is in violation of the United States Constitution, is an existential, a presently existing threat to the rule of law. And without the rule of law, we got a king. We have a dictator, an autocrat. All right, that's what she's saying. She goes on to say, it is important to recognize that the executive's bid to vanquish so-called universal injunctions is at bottom a request for this court's permission to engage in unlawful behavior. All right, so I'm not going to explain every sentence, but everything she says is so juicy, it's tempting. So what she's saying here is when Trump asked the court to stop judges from issuing universal injunctions, he was essentially asking them to allow him or to give him, grant him permission to engage in unlawful behavior. In other words, behavior that violates the Constitution. When the government says do not allow the lower courts to enjoin executive action universally as a remedy for unconstitutional conduct, what it is actually saying is that the executive wants to continue doing something that a court has determined violates the Constitution. Please allow this. That is some solicitation. With this ruling today, the majority largely grants the government's wish. But in my view, if this country is going to persist as a nation of laws and not of men, the judiciary has no choice but to deny it. Stated simply, what it means to have a system of government that is bounded by the law is that everyone is constrained by the law, no exceptions. And for that to actually happen, courts must have the power to order everyone, including the executive or the president, to follow the law, full stop. To conclude otherwise is to endorse the creation of a zone of lawlessness within which the executive has the prerogative to take or leave the law as it wishes, and where individuals who would otherwise be entitled to the law's protection become subject to the executive's whims instead. Let me explain that. She's saying that this decision allows Trump, at his whims and his prerogatives, to obey the laws that protect us or not obey the laws that protect us, including deporting American citizens. Justice Sotomayor said in a previous opinion that anyone can be deported anywhere. There's no exception to that under this case. Some folks say, well, we were born here. We are foundational Black Americans, so therefore we can't be deported. These folks don't understand the law who say that. Under this case, anyone, as Justice Sotomayor said, anyone can be deported anywhere under this particular ruling, which basically unleashes Trump. All right? The majority cannot deny that our Constitution was designed to...
I have to interject right here. I don't necessarily agree with taking this all the way to a logical conclusion. There are too many checks and balances. Yes, Trump could do it, but in reality, there are checks and balances, including public opinion, that would prevent him from doing that extreme. I think sometimes this taking things, all the way out to the worst case scenario to justify your dissent, I don't think that actually does what it used to do. This isn't the civil rights era. It is unlikely that Trump is going to turn on the fire hose and deport people. Even though he might talk about it, I think there are enough checks and balances and public opinion, etc. So I think sometimes restraint, just don't go all the way to the worst case scenario. Just kind of tamp it down so you don't sound crazy. If you start sounding crazy, even though I agree with his points, I agree with his dissent, I think going, all the way into the red zone, in this case, I think that's a mistake. It's a tactical, it's a tone error. And I'm going to be the tone police on this.
Split the powers of a monarch between the governing branches to protect the people. Nor is it debatable that the role of the judiciary in our constitutional scheme is to ensure fidelity to law. But these core values are strangely absent from today's decision, focusing on inept comparisons to impotent English tribunals the majority ignores the judiciary's foundational duty to uphold the Constitution and laws of the United States. The majority's ruling thus not only diverges from first principles, it is also profoundly dangerous since it gives the executive the go-ahead to sometimes wield the kind of unchecked, arbitrary power the founders crafted our Constitution to eradicate. The very institution our founding charter charges with the duty to ensure universal adherence to the law now requires judges to shrug and turn their backs to intermittent lawlessness.
And I actually think that's why in Amy Coney Barrett's majority opinion, they kind of, went after Ketanji Brown Jackson. Ketanji Brown Jackson has the audacity to tell these originalists that you aren't being very originalist. Okay, why go with English history when there is American history, which is much more immediate and closer to this lawsuit? What the conservatives did is they basically bent over backwards to justify a foregone conclusion. They were never going to rule against Trump in this case, and they basically took their conclusion and crafted an argument to support it, not the other way around. They didn't go with the facts. They let the facts, basically they fitted a conclusion to the facts. Well, I'm sorry, not the facts, to the desired results. And that is, you're just gonna, this Supreme Court is literally gonna do this for the next 3 years, unless, I do have to admit, the Roberts Court, except with the exceptions of Thomas and Alito, they're not MAGA level crazy, but they are, a little bit, they are malleable, but just not to the extent, they're not true believers. There is restraint, at least for now.
Deep disillusionment. I dissent. Those are profound words. She goes on to say, to hear the majority tell it, this suit raises a mind-numbingly technical query. Are universal injunctions sufficiently analogous to the relief issued by the High Court of Chancery in England at the time of the adoption of the Constitution and the enactment of the original Judiciary Act to fall within the equitable authority Congress granted federal courts in the Judiciary Act of 1789? But that legalese is a smokescreen. It obscures a far more basic question of enormous legal and practical significance, which is, my addition, may a federal court in the United States of America order the executive to follow the law? So she's saying that the majority, Justice Barrett, went into deep history about English courts and the King of England, and came out of that and said that there's no basis for universal injunctions. Justice Jackson says that is all a smokescreen. What this bottoms out to, as she said, may a federal court in the United States of America order the executive to follow the law? Can a federal court order Trump to follow the Constitution? She said that is the basis of this case. That's the question. Not all this other stuff about courts in England back 300, 400 years ago. But does federal courts today have the authority to say to the executive branch, stop it and follow the law? So she goes on to say, to ask this question is to answer it. In other words, the answer is obvious. In a constitutional republic such as ours, a federal court has the power to order the executive to follow the law, and it must. It is axiomatic that the Constitution of the United States and the statutes that the people's representatives have enacted govern in our system of government. Thus, everyone from the president on down is bound by law. By duty and nature, federal courts say what the law is if there is a genuine dispute, and require those who are subject to the law to conform their behavior to what the law requires. This is the essence of the rule of law. Do not take my word for it. Venerated figures in our nation's history have repeatedly emphasized that the essence of our free government is leave to live by no man's leave underneath the law, to be governed by those impersonal forces which we call law. In other words, we're all bound by the law. Our government is fashioned to fulfill this concept so far as humanly possible. That familiar adage is more than just mere rhetorical flourish. It is the rejection in positive terms of rule by fiat, whether by fiat of government or private power. Indeed, constitutionalism has one essential quality. It is a legal limitation on government. It is the antithesis of arbitrary rule. Its opposite is despotic government, the government of will instead of law. So she just simply said right there that we don't, as a nation, our government doesn't rule by fiat, by executive orders, by hunches.
Well, in unfortunately, it's not particularly within this dissent's purview, more political philosophy. There are people within the MAGA movement who are populists who basically believe that, hey, this is an emergency. We need to do what we need to do. Then once things are back to quote normal, then we can go back to the rule of law. These people, including the conservatives on this court, basically want to pull America rightward. And hey, all these emergency powers that Trump has pretended to need, that pretty much says it all. They don't give a shit about first principles. They care about their quote emergency, getting America back to where they think it needs to be, or at least on the road back to where they think it needs to be. Then we can go back to quote normal. So this is more or less a cry to history. Somebody may go back 50 years, 100 years from now and read this dissent and go, well, gee, she was absolutely right. But as we stand today, this is basically a cry in the wind. Conservatives are not hearing it. And you would actually think actual conservatives would be concerned. But you know what? I think conservatives are actually happy for Donald Trump. He can kind of do what they need him to do, and they can keep their little, the hems of their lily white garments unsoiled.
And whatever they want to do, divorced from the rule of law, is what she's trying her best to stress. She goes on to say, those who birthed our nation limited the power of government to preserve freedom. As they knew all too well, constant experience shows us that every man invested with power is apt to abuse it and to carry his authority as far as it will go. But the founders reasoned that the vice of human ambition could be channeled to prevent the country from devolving into despotism. Ambition could be made to counteract ambition. If there were, say, a constitution that divided power across institutions in such a manner as that each may be a check on the other, then it could be possible to establish government by and for the people, and thus stave off autocracy. She knows exactly what is facing us if they got this wrong, and they got it wrong. Through such separated institutions, power checks power. Our system of institutional checks thus exists for a reason, so that the private interests of every individual may be a sentinel over the public right, may be a sentinel over the public rights. All right, then she goes on to say, the distribution of power between the judiciary and the executive is of particular importance to the operation of a society governed by the law, made up of free, impartial, and independent judges and justices. The judiciary checks the political branches of government by explaining what the law is and securing obedience. The federal courts were thus established not only to decide upon the controverted rights of the citizens as against each other, but also upon rights and controversy between them and the government. Quite unlike a rule of kings governing system and a rule of law regime, nearly every act of government may be challenged by an appeal to law. In this country, the executive does not stand above or outside of the law. Consequently, when courts are called upon to adjudicate the lawfulness of the actions of the other branches of the government, the judiciary plays an essential part of the democratic process. Were it otherwise, were courts unable or unwilling to command the government to follow the law, they would sanction a tyranny. That has no place in a country committed to well-regulated liberty and the protection of personal rights. It is law and law alone that saves a society from being rent by internecine strife or ruled by mere brute power, however disgusted. The power to compel the executive to follow the law is particularly vital where the relevant law is the Constitution. When the executive transgresses an act of Congress, there are mechanisms through which Congress can assert its check against the executive unilaterally, such as, for example, asserting the power of the purse. But when the executive violates the Constitution, the only recourse is the courts. Eliminate that check, and our government ceases to be one of limited power. After all, a limit that does not confine the person on whom it is imposed is no limit at all. With that background, we can now turn to this suit and focus on the ways in which the majority's ruling undermines our constitutional system. Justice Sotomayor has laid out the relevant facts, and I will not repeat what she has said. It suffices for my purposes to reiterate that before these applications arrived here, 3 district courts had concluded that Executive Order number 14160, which attempts to alter the Constitution's express conferral of citizenship on all who are born in this nation, likely violates the Constitution. Those courts each thus enjoin the executive from enforcing that order anywhere against anyone. 3 courts of appeals then declined to upset these injunctions during the pendency of the government's appeal. The majority now does what none of the lower courts that have considered Executive Order number 14160 would do. It allows the executive's constitutionally dubious mandate to go into effect with respect to anyone who is not already a plaintiff in one of the existing legal actions. Notably, the court has not determined that any of the lower courts were wrong about their conclusion that the executive order likely violates the Constitution. The executive has not asked us to rule on the lawlessness of Executive Order number 14160, but the majority allows the executive to implement this order, which lower courts have so far uniformly declared likely unconstitutional nonetheless. Given the critical role of the judiciary in maintaining the rule of law, it is odd to say the least that the court would grant the executive's wish to be freed from the constraints of law by prohibiting district courts from ordering complete compliance with the Constitution. But the majority goes there. Now notice I have this underlined, this next sentence. But the majority goes there. It holds that even assuming that Executive Order number 14160 6-0 violates the Constitution. Federal courts lack the power to prevent the executive from continuing to implement that unconstitutional directive.
Let me make one point here. The Supreme Court could have ruled on it. It was basically a 4D chess move where they basically didn't want to hear the merits of the case. They basically bifurcated this one case. They could have just said, hey, the executive order is a violation of the Constitution and be done with it. One fell swoop. What they wanted to do is they wanted to rule on the nationwide injunction part of it. So they split it in two, and then they're going to basically, well, what they did is they gave a 30-day grace period. And I think the 30-day grace period was intentional. Basically, we're going to rule with the president on the national injunctions or the banning of national injunctions at the trial court level, the district court level. We are going to pause 30 days. In that 30 days, because they mention, Amy Coney Barrett mentions the workarounds. There's another one, and then there's also one I can't think of the name of, and then there's also class action suits. So that 30 days basically allowed the ACLU, they went ahead and did a class action lawsuit. So where we are right now is there is a de facto nationwide injunction via class action lawsuit. So at least that 30 days gave folks time to remedy the situation. However, if they had gone ahead and ruled against the executive order, the nationwide injunction part wouldn't be addressed, and they wanted to make sure that got addressed. So whoever says that the Supreme Court isn't political is full of baloney.
Now here, I got to explain what she said because I have it underlined. This is really important. And this is where all Americans are in jeopardy at this point. So she says that even if the executive order violates the Constitution, federal courts lack the power to prevent the executive from continuing to implement that unconstitutional directive. And so that brings me to the video I made yesterday where I said Black Americans can be deported because there's no one to stop Trump from doing so. So if he issues an executive order that says we are deporting Black Americans, Asian Americans, white Americans, or whomever.
Now, again, I don't like the histrionics here. That is unlikely to happen. So jumping directly to the worst case scenario, I don't think it does much for his argument. People don't react to histrionics. And Dave, what's up? How you doing? We're talking about your favorite Supreme Court justice.
Because of this or that reason, federal courts couldn't stop him. And we are not exempt from that. We're not exempt. No matter what anyone tells you, no matter what pro-Black imposter tells you otherwise, we as Black Americans are not exempt from Trump's lawlessness. In fact, not only are we not exempt, we're more vulnerable. And she's going to bring that out in just a moment. Let's go back. As I understand the concern, in this clash over the respective powers of two coordinate branches of government, the majority sees a power grab, but not by a presumably lawless executive choosing to act in a manner that flouts the plain text of the Constitution. Instead, to the majority, the power-hungry actors, wait for it, the district courts. In the majority's view, federal courts only have the power to afford the plaintiff complete relief. In the cases brought before them, they can do nothing more. And the majority thinks a so-called universal injunction, that is, a court order requiring the executive to follow the law across the board, and not just with respect to the plaintiff, grants relief to non-parties. Therefore, the majority reasons issuing such orders exceeds district court's authority. So many questions arise. The majority's analysis is fully interrogated and countered in Justice Sotomayor's dissent. My objective is to expose the core conceptual fallacy underlying the majority's reasoning, which to me also tends to demonstrate why and how today's ruling threatens the rule of law. The pillar upon which today's ruling rests is the majority's contention that the remedial power of the federal courts is limited to granting complete relief to the parties. And the majority's sole basis for that proposition is the practice of the High Court of Chancery in England. But this cramped characterization of the judiciary's function is highly questionable when it comes to suits against the executive. That is, even if the majority is correct that the courts in England at the time of the founding were so limited, I have my doubts. Why would courts in our constitutional system be limited in the same way? She wrote in the majority opinion that federal.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start skipping ahead here because he's starting to repeat himself. Chris Reed is asking, will black people pretty soon, if we don't get it together, other races will get us out of America, Spanish people, Pakistan people, and Italian people on America. No idea what this means. Black people get it together. What does black people need to get it together? Get what together, Chris? Help me out here. Get what together? We don't all live in the same neighborhood. What are we going to get together?
Courts may issue universal injunctions if they are required to give the plaintiffs in a.
Oh, by the way, everybody, because I haven't even done this today. Everybody, make sure that you're hitting the like button, please. So we tend to be light on likes, and make sure you do that. Make sure that you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. If you're not, make the special effort to go over there and support my channel. I'm in Savannah this week, so I'm going to have more free time than usual. Hopefully I can get some clips and some maybe a video essay or two done. Make sure you subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clips channel. I know John's released some clips over there, so you'll want to catch his and his clips over there. Also, make sure you support the host. I'm looking at some point to get a subscription. I've been saying I'm going to do this for a while. Get a subscription to the Washington Examiner and other stuff. So make sure you support your host. All this boring stuff that I do is highly informational and may not be everybody's cup of tea, but bottom line is I'm just not gonna, sit here and shit on black people all day for a nickel. I think there's a lot of positive stuff going on here. Ketanji Brown Jackson is a force for good, whether you like her or not. And I'm going to keep doing what I do. And for those who enjoy it, bless your heart. Keep your host going. Don't let me go the way of NPR. So let's get back. Like I said, I'm going to skip through this because he's starting to repeat himself. And I have a couple videos lined up after this. So let's keep going and see where Reverend Corbett is going to take us. Hopefully not all the way to the end.
Lawsuit, complete relief. Other than that, they can only issue universal injunctions in a class action lawsuit. That is a severe limitation on when federal courts can issue universal injunctions. Again, only when it's required to give the plaintiffs complete relief or part of a certified class action lawsuit. That's what she's saying. Sure, federal courts do that, and they do it well. But they also diligently maintain the rule of law itself. When it comes to upholding the law, federal courts ensure that all comers, that is, everyone to whom the law applies and over whom the court has personal jurisdiction, including and perhaps especially the executive, know what the law is.
Yeah, I don't get it. You know, the government is a plaintiff, okay? The executive branch or the United States is a plaintiff. I actually think the way they frame it as, you know, hey, the district court judges don't have the power to check the president. Well, they are basically personalizing this. The district court judges, now they have a weakness in that they're not part of Article 3. District courts are a creation. They're not constitutionally provided for. So they have a little bit of a weak position there. But the bottom line is a district court judge does not represent the district, nor does that judge represent him or his or herself. They represent the judicial branch. Okay, it doesn't matter the level of the court. A federal judge represents the judicial branch. The judicial branch is a co-equal branch with the executive branch. I don't personally see a problem. Now, I think you should be a lot more reticent about doing nationwide injunctions, but I don't recall anyone in the MAGA cult having a problem when Kismarek was doing nationwide injunctions on mifepristone and you know what their pet causes were. So the thing is that at some point these nationwide injunctions going away, it's going to basically boomerang because there will be a non-MAGA president at some point. And all this stuff, as soon as you know, a Democratic president starts doing what he wants to do, they're going to be calling for nationwide injunctions once more. And Brian Nichols, I'm not being hyperbolic. I don't do hyperbole. You anti-blacks do hyperbole as a matter of course. So don't be telling me I'm hyperbolic. I'm not. I am the voice of reason. Lupin says I'm the voice of reason, therefore I am. So let's see. What's up, Artifacts? How you doing? So, Chris, let's see what you got here. Well, remember they said after slavery back to Africa, but now we got other races coming to America, and pretty soon, if Black people don't hold it together, we are going to lose America in findings. Couldn't disagree more. Blacks are not a monolith will be my standard phrase. You need to be more specific about what Blacks need to hold together. We don't need our Blackness to be held together. Can you be more specific when you say Blacks need to hold it together? What is the it? I know I'm going to disagree with you, but at least give me something to disagree with. So let's see what else we got here. And I promise if he keeps repeating himself, we'll move on.
And most important, follow it. Still, upon reading the court's opinion, the majority's foundational mistake in mischaracterizing the true scope and nature of a federal court's power might seem only marginally impactful. Indeed, one might wonder, Why all the fuss? After all, the majority recognize that district courts can still issue universal injunctions in some circumstances. It even acknowledges that the lower courts may reimpose the same universal injunctions at issue in these cases if the courts find on remand that doing so is necessary to provide complete relief to the named plaintiffs. From the standpoint of outcomes, that's all welcome news. But as I explained below, from the perspective of constitutional theory and actual practice, disaster looms. What I mean by this is that our rights-based legal system can only function properly if the executive and everyone else is always bound by law. Today's decision is a seismic shock to that foundational norm, allowing the executive to violate the law at its prerogative with respect to anyone who has not yet sued carves out a huge exception, a gash in the basic tenets of our founding charter that could turn out to be a mortal wound. What is more, to me, requiring courts themselves to provide the dagger by giving them the imprimatur to the executive branch's intermittent lawlessness makes a mockery of the judiciary's solemn duty to safeguard the rule of law. Do remember, the executive has not asked this court to determine whether executive order number 14160 complies with the Constitution. Rather, it has come to us seeking the right to continue enforcing that order regardless. That is, even though 6 courts have now said the order is likely unconstitutional. What the executive wants, in effect, is for this court to bless and facilitate its desire to operate in 2 different zones moving forward. One in which it is required to follow the law because a particular plaintiff has secured a personal injunction prohibiting its unlawful conduct, and another one in which it can choose to violate the law with respect to certain people, those who have yet to sue. Now, I want you to pay very close attention to what we're about to read. And this is why we as African Americans are particularly vulnerable to this case. So she says, do remember, in the first zone, law reigns. For the named plaintiffs in the suits before us, for example, the lower court's determination that executive order number 14160 is likely unconstitutional and cannot be implemented has teeth. Per the court's orders, the executive is prohibited from denying citizenship to the offspring of the named plaintiffs. Within this zone, the court's rule of decision, that executive order, number 14160, is likely unconstitutional, applies. Watch this. But with its ruling today, the majority endorses the creation of a second zone, one in which that rule of decision has no effect. In this zone, which is populated by those who lack the wherewithal or ability to go to court, all bets are off. Now watch this, I have it underlined. There is no court-issued mandate requiring the executive to honor birthright citizenship in compliance with the Constitution. So the people within the zone are left to the prerogatives of the executive as to whether their constitutional rights will be respected. Let's read it again. There is no court-issued mandate requiring the executive to honor birthright citizenship in compliance with the Constitution. In other words, there is nothing forcing Trump to respect birthright citizenship. So Trump can say through an executive order that any of us, any group, are no longer citizens merely because we were born in this country. Now that is coming straight from Justice Jackson. So she talks about 2 different zones. One zone, yes, restricting the president with respect to those folks who brought their lawsuit. But the other zone, No, there's nothing restricting the president there, so he can enforce his unlawful, unconstitutional executive order, if that's what the
Yeah, I'm going to stop that right here because, this was done before the latest class action lawsuit. Basically, this is all NA. The Supreme Court gave 30 days, which he doesn't account for here. Maybe he does, because we're only about a little bit more than halfway through this video. So maybe he acknowledges it somewhere else or later in the video. They did give a 30-day grace period before their order took effect. And last week, I think it was, the ACLU successfully filed a class action lawsuit, which is a de facto nationwide injunction on behalf of everybody who might be affected. So that is that. I want to turn your attention to something that I saw over the weekend. And I have said this many, many, many times to a whole lot of pushback. So, since no one actually believes me and thinks I'm being hyperbolic, this is an actual historian who kind of covers some points about the nature, kind of like the ontology of the United States. And this ought to thrill some people.
People today are writing about how all men are created equal, or we hold these truths to be self-evident, or some of the greatest lines written in all of history. I got another one for you. Great as the evil is, a dismemberment of the Union would be worse. James Madison to Thomas Jefferson, 1787. Hey folks, I'm Tad Sturmer. I'm a visiting scholar at the University of Southern Denmark. I'm a historian of resistance and the author of the forthcoming A Resistance History of the United States. Madison wrote that to justify allowing the transatlantic slave trade to continue in the Constitution. But what it reveals, whether he intended to or not, was the founding logic of the American state. Oppression is acceptable, even necessary, so long as it preserves the white republic. Madison wasn't saying slavery was good. He was saying it was worth it. And that's what they all said. Worth the human cost, worth the violence, worth embedding into law, worth the suffering. Because what mattered most wasn't justice. What mattered most wasn't the universal application of Enlightenment ideals. It was keeping the Union intact. Why? To preserve a racial order and its white identity unchallenged for the personal benefit of those who had created it. And that logic didn't die with them. It did.
And to the point, and I'm going to connect the dots here, that's exactly what Donald Trump is doing. Okay, white rule, white authority, white dominance is under threat with all of this immigration and low birth rates and stuff. And all these emergencies that Donald Trump is declaring is basically exactly what America has done since July 4th, 1776. It wants to preserve white control, and within the white community, the elites want to stay where they are. So that's essentially what all this birthright citizenship stuff is about. It's about the panic of the panic of 2045, which is, the day that white people become a minority, or what is it, a majority minority. If you take all the other minorities and add them together, they will outnumber the white demographic in the United States, and folks are deathly afraid of that. White folks, certain white folks, I won't even say most white folks are afraid of it. Just the Donald Trumps and the Be Braves of the world. They are deathly afraid that, their superiority won't hold the same water that it does in their minds today. So let's hear what else this historian, who is basically, kind of confirming a lot of the stuff I've said over these months. It's all about white people. It's all about protecting who is in charge and the nature of what this country is. It's always been this way. And for the foreseeable future, Donald Trump is up to making sure it stays that way. And nobody, Donald Trump probably comes pretty close, as far as public figures or politicians actually coming right out and saying it. At least he's pretty much upfront about it.
It didn't die with the founders who are going to be celebrated so much today. It was passed on, codified, normalized, and enforced for centuries. And this week it was reaffirmed in full view when Congress handed billions of dollars to ICE, expanded it into the most powerful, least accountable law enforcement force in federal history. But ICE isn't a glitch in the system. It is the system, created with bipartisan support, by the way, and updated for a new era. And if you want to understand how it works and why it matters, you need to understand what authoritarian regimes always do when they need to enforce ideology. They build paramilitaries. The Nazi regime built theirs in layers. The SA, the brown shirts, used public intimidation, beatings, and street violence to destabilize democratic institutions. The SS took over internal security and racial enforcement. The Gestapo, which began as a Prussian state police agency, was absorbed into the SS and transformed into a secret police force tasked with eliminating dissent and hunting down ideological enemies. It operated outside the courts. It answered only to the regime. That's how authoritarian systems function. They don't rely on law enforcement. They create enforcement arms that are loyal to ideology, not law. And that's what ICE has become. So again, formed in 2002 as part of Homeland Security, ICE began as a coordination agency. But over the last 2 decades, it's been restructured, funded, and politicized into a paramilitary force, conducting raids, detentions, removals, often, almost always now, without judicial oversight. It operates detention centers where due process doesn't exist. It detains children. Who cares? They're not white children. It surveils communities. And as of yesterday, it's doing all of that with the full backing of the United States Congress. You don't need to stretch to compare this to fascism. The Nazis themselves looked to us. They admired how America had already built a functioning white ethnostate. Slavery by law, genocide by policy, segregation by statute, immigration bans by race, policing and punishment by design. They studied the U.S. convict leasing system to create their forced labor camps. They praised Jim Crow for how it weaponized everyday law to enforce permanent exclusion. They noted how lynchings could happen with impunity because state law looked away. State law enabled it. And they saw how American patriotism managed to dress all of it up in the language of liberty, how American national identity, with its constant negotiations with principle, could in fact enable it. And that was the brilliance of American racial identity. It didn't just tolerate exclusion, it justified it. It made it feel virtuous, necessary, even natural. Great as the evil is, a dismemberment of the Union would be worse. That's the American creed. It's worth it. And that's the part we still haven't faced. Because today there are millions of Americans who would agree with Madison. Yeah, the evil's great, but keeping the country together is more important. More important than immigrant lives, more important than...
And that's pretty much what I said earlier. The emergencies, basically, the emergencies that Trump is declaring, basically, we need to get the country where we need it to be, which is, back where, white people are respected again. The folks are deferential again to, the types of authority that we approve of. We need to move a little bit back, to a more religious type of national attitude. And patriotic education. We need patriotic education in the K through 12. We need patriotic education at Harvard. We need it at the University of Florida. We just need patriotic education. And you know what? It will be an emergency until we say it's not an emergency. We will go into Los Angeles. And you know what? If we have to inconvenience a few actual US citizens, well, you know what? They'll just have to understand. So this is where we are. And, the thing is that a lot of people will go, well, Stanley, you're being kind of hyperbolic here. Well, I assure you, I'm not. And you've got plenty of people who don't approve of it that will basically look exactly to history and draw parallels. That is the danger of history. Nothing is new under the sun. History doesn't repeat, it rhymes. However, there are solid parallels that this guy is making. So, ignore it, make light of it, but it is actually happening. Now, no one is predicting, like Augustus Corbett, that they're going to start deporting American citizens. But they are looking at, the Trump administration is looking at the possibility, exploring whether, hey, if you're a naturalized citizen and you commit a crime, can we revoke your citizenship? That's been done in extreme cases. It is not something that's going to, rise. We don't have the type of national emergency right now that would, that would allow that kind of emergency power. It is during normal times, which this is. We are not in the midst of any sort of national emergency. And for the folks who want to pretend that there's a national emergency, I give you Augustus Corbett, who is predicting a national emergency. You're in the same class. You're being hyperbolic. So, Brian Nichols, I actually, and sitting here thinking about it, I actually think Marco Rubio would be a good president compared to, say, someone like J.D. Vance. Marco Rubio is probably the only one, maybe Secretary Dissent, the Treasury Secretary. He seems pretty competent. But right now, Marco Rubio is a standout. Now, it's not hard to be a standout in this clown car that Trump calls a cabinet. However, Marco Rubio is standing out. And I think if I had to choose someone in the MAGA movement, it would probably be Rubio, and there is no second choice or alternative. It's Rubio or no one. Well, I don't think that Brian Kemp is going to run. So, Rubio is the only one that I would consider even remotely presidential material in the MAGA movement right now. So he's not Spanish; he is Hispanic. But you know what? He's close enough.
Due process, more important than equality. And if you still believe that, then you've proved the point. You don't have to support ICE raids, or detention centers, or to uphold the system. You just have to agree with Madison that some people's rights can be sacrificed for the greater good. For America, that's not liberty. That's authoritarian logic. That's how liberal nationalists can play the same game as the nationalists on the right. You're working for the same goal, which is why no real opposition can be created, because everybody is still working from the same playbook. America über alles. And it's always the same, whether it's 1787, 1933, or 2025. So this Independence Day, forget the fireworks. Ask yourself what kind of union we're actually preserving. Because when Congress funds a paramilitary to enforce white nationalist ideology and calls it democracy, they're not betraying the founders, they're fulfilling their promise.
All right. And apparently no one wants to hit the link. I'm so sad. No one wants to come up here and talk about Trump and how great he is or anything like that. No one wants to contradict me, huh? Oh, well, I will be so lonely in up here just telling the truth about Trump. Let's see what else. You know what? Let's have some fun. Actually, let us. So I see Professor Black Truth dropped a new video. So we'll make you laugh for a little bit. Tethers can't be choosers.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
There's only two kind of black people in America today. You either running free or you running scared. How you running?
This morning's briefing is basically going to be something of a bookend to last night's Sunday address. Now, the reason that I decided to start off with that quote from Paul Mooney is for two reasons, the first of which being obviously taking a dig at the tethers. You got foundational black Americans running free and the tethers just running scared, or rather just running in general. They seem to be very fond of running. In fact, that seems to be their favorite thing in the world. But there's another reason I decided to start this morning's briefing off with a quote from Paul Mooney. Essence Fest takes place in New Orleans. And that being the case, I thought it only poetic justice to start off with a quote from a Louisiana native like Paul Mooney. Now, I got to give a salute to Brother Tariq for helping to bring awareness to the fact that Caroline Wanga admitted that her family had been instrumental and collaborators in the East African slave trade. That's important because Dr. John Henrik Clarke said that all history is a current event. Everything that has ever happened continues to happen. He meant that literally. That's what this putrid episode is. It's a living reminder of what Dr. Clarke said. The collaborators and the accomplices with the slave trade are still doing the same thing today. It's still going on right now. Hundreds of years has not stopped this process. The individuals who were undermining black people hundreds of years ago, they still have their progeny doing the exact same thing today. And this Wanga woman, she had the nerve to call New Orleans Essence's forever home. I guess she figured to herself that she was claiming New Orleans in the name of the tethers. But what it turned out to be was a bad case of counting your butter biscuits before they're baked. New Orleans is Essence's forever home. Get real. The instant that Essence was bought by a tether and then infested with slavery collaborators, opportunists, and professional BS artists, New Orleans wasn't their home. Liberia, Nigeria, Kenya, that's Essence's home now. But the arrogance and foolishness shows how comfortable we've allowed these tethers to become. They've been getting away with cosplaying as us for the last 50 plus years. And as they see it, they can just talk as if they are us. And keep in mind, 50 years ago, that means around the time of Africa's so-called independence from colonialism, that's when we started having all of these tethers showing up. And instead of fighting to stand Africa back on its feet, instead they showed the world why Africa got knocked down in the first place. This is what white power brought them in for, as temporary tools to legitimize the lie that racism was in the past. All that stuff that those FBAs have been saying about segregation and racism and entrenched bigotry, well, that's not valid anymore. Because why? Look at these sellouts who we brought in a few years ago, and they say slavery doesn't mean anything, especially because their ancestors were involved in it, and that racism is long gone and in the past as long as Target, McDonald's, or some other white corporation gives them a token job, and it's time to move on. Now, do we actually trust someone whose family was involved in the slave trade? Do that at your own risk. Why would these tethers, as disrespectful as they are, feel like they could talk about an FBA cultural stronghold like New Orleans as if it was theirs, when they have no connection to it whatsoever, no affinity for it, they don't know anything about it? They don't know the people or the culture, and they have contempt for both. So who the hell told them that New Orleans was friendly toward tethers? Perhaps it was the homegrown bootlicks who did that, like Latoya Cantrell, the self-serving clown who calls herself New Orleans mayor. She was at the event formerly known as Essence Fest. We got to start calling it Tether Fest now. And she was on a panel and made it into a pity party for herself. Oh, she was bemoaning how the Black misleadership class has come under fire from their white supremacist pals, and they can't believe that they're getting jammed up, getting cases put on them, run out of town on a rail, disgraced, exposed. So, as usual, the out-of-touch bootlicks are tone deaf and too stupid to read the room. It ain't about them. Of course, she's not going to call out the blatant insult to these tethers and the fiasco that they pulled at Essence Fest. In fact, she'll be singing the same song as them because they're all on white power's payroll. Let me make a little prediction for you. Although you got most of the bootlicks, especially the political ones who are laying low right now, don't expect that to last forever. Expect to see the bootlicks come out of the woodwork eventually at some point in the future, calling themselves vouching for Caroline Wanga and Richelieu Dennis, and also expect to see the bootlicks pretending to call for unity. Why, Essence, what they were doing was not meant to be disrespectful, and besides, we need to see ourselves as basically being a global people. We're all from Africa when you think about it, and that's what's important. We don't need to be divisive. They'll be dragging out the faux Pan-African unity chatter. Well, I don't want to unify with someone whose family was a bunch of slavery collaborators and whose descendants have been doing the most to undermine us in our own land. It's all a finesse. It's all a hustle for these guys. Caroline Wanga has been trying to be a diversity consultant for the last several years, and she had been with Target and McDonald's, and she knows what it is that they want. Her job is to get in front of the camera and be the token tether who will put on her buck-toothed grin and claim that whoever her white corporate employer is at the moment is dedicated to diversity and opportunity and whatever other empty, meaningless buzzwords she can think of. That's her job, to be their crash dummy. That's what the whole DEI coordinator thing is about. Whenever you hear somebody claim that that's what they are, that's what their real job was. The pressure of the BLM protest also brought a lot of self-interested opportunists out of the woodwork. White power knew that it would need some shills to hide behind while they falsely claimed that they were going to do better. But these bootlicks who get on the payroll, they know it's all fake. All right, now let's get something else straight. I can tell some of you like your parties and festivals and conventions perhaps a little bit too much, because when I talked about Essence Fest, some of you acted like it was the end-all and be-all. While Essence being captured by tethers was certainly not a good thing, the reality is, in an overall sense, we didn't lose anything integral to us. It wasn't a good thing, but it ain't the end of the world either. There's absolutely nothing that's been quote-unquote lost with Essence Fest that we are not more than capable of making up for, recreating, and doing even better. The problem here is not so much about who owns the brand of Essence. The problem happens to be forwarding our own lineage-based brand to make sure that the names get out there so that people recognize not to even go to these tether-based organizations and events. Stop it before it even starts. People are already starting to understand the importance of lineage, and we have to keep re-educating them about it because that's what you have to do with every group. Every generation has to be retaught the principles that empower them and the ones that endanger them. Every generation has to be taught that lesson, and it has to be taught to them vigorously. So what's called for here is not mourning the loss of Essence Fest. What's called for here is learning why it fell in the first place, and also making sure that these mistakes are not repeated in the future. Lineage does matter, but if we don't act like it does, if we don't make it a hallmark of the events and the functions and the traditions that we give rise to, then what it means is lineage becomes an empty word because we have failed to treat it with the proper meaning that it deserves. That's why it's important to make sure that it starts being mentioned in the things that we do and the things that we create. It's time to start doing some gatekeeping, but you can't have a gate unless people can actually see it. That way they all understand that somebody is asserting their sovereignty in this place. Somebody is asserting authority and legitimacy. This is not about one festival or event. Essence was a noteworthy magazine, and the Essence Fest was a good thing to have, but it's not the end of the world, though it does have value in that people will remember this. This was the event where the tethers showed the world exactly what they've been planning to do from the very beginning. And in that sense, a very real sense, what's happened here is actually very useful. It validates and confirms for everyone what we've been saying all along. We can be disgusted with what's happened with Essence, but the reality is, as soon as those guys were acquired by Time Inc., that was the end of the story right there. That was the chapter closed. Over here in the black media, we wrote off Essence a long time ago. It was blatantly obvious exactly what they had become. But we also have to understand that not everybody gets their news and views from us. So don't be too frustrated when you have people who go to things like Essence Fest regardless, as if they didn't know any better, because for a lot of them, they don't. But they're getting an education today, aren't they? They're finding out exactly how rotten Essence has become, and they're finding out who's responsible for it. Essence as a publication and a cultural festival was only important to us to the extent that it honored and magnified us. See, that's something else that Dr. John Henrik Clarke talked about. He said that whatever it is that you're a part of, be it a political party or even a whisk club, either it's supposed to be a tool of your empowerment or you leave it in the dustbin of history. And the same thing goes for Essence or anything else that we're a part of. When it no longer serves our purpose, you're supposed to walk away. Everyone else does that. You let some foundational Black American call themselves buying some non-Black publication or even an African one and trying to hijack it in order to boost us. That would be the very last time that anyone from those other groups even looks in that direction. Everybody loves to get on code. They love to be disciplined so long as it's against us. Look, we got to be honest with ourselves. A lot of Black folks have been conditioned to or otherwise grown into the bad habits of putting money into the hands of people who have contempt for us. Now, when you have people who've been doing that for a while, they're not going to quit that bad habit cold turkey. But by consistently getting the message out there, people are going to hear it, and eventually they are going to start to get their minds right. At least a critical mass of them will. It's not going to happen overnight, but it will happen. Just look at the overwhelming backlash to the festival formerly known as Essence Fest. What the tethers in charge of Essence are counting on is our group returning to its old bad habits. Like the Black women who decided that they were going to still patronize that Asian hair salon owner even after he punched that Black woman in front of her grandchild. And then you had fools going right back there afterwards because they had a sale on Yaki weave, I suppose. They're counting on that kind of foolish behavior because Black people have shown them that kind of thing too many times, that our memories are too short, or that we'll overlook some egregious wrongdoing against us, so long as there's some free swag in it for us, I guess. Expect the tethers to dig in their heels and calculate that Black people will come back to Essence Fest next year if they just go ahead and make a lot of a noise announcing that they're going to be having hair care products next year, and this time around there'll be more free giveaways of Yaki weave and makeup or whatever, and they'll make sure that there's some free food this time around. Oh, and be sure to put out the word that, okay, we're not going to be trying to upsell them on any fees or play any stuff like that next year. Now, in 2027, it'll be different, but next year, we're going to try to go ahead and lure them back in. That's what they're betting is going to happen. Tether Fest has been dirtied up to the point that the white media and its bootlicks have been trying to damage control, and they've been forced to have to mention that this is a lineage-based controversy here. Tethers are being recognized as having a bad rep, so Caroline Wanga can claim that New Orleans is the home of Essence all she wants. But now that they've been exposed, she probably shouldn't expect a warm welcome anymore, because while the tethers have been betting all their chips on white power remaining in power and thinking to themselves that we basically are going to be on defense forever, that's part of the reason why it's important that we call these people out. Enough exposure, enough pressure, enough people recognizing the tethers for what they are, and the same way that they fled from Africa, they'll also be fleeing from places like their forever home in New Orleans also. But that only happens if our people show the persistence, if our people make it clear that we're not forgetting about these wrongs next year or any other year. We do that, and no matter how tough Caroline Wanga, Richelieu Dennis, or the rest of their kiss butt chorus in the bootlick media try to talk, they will have no choice but to do what they've always done, and that is to run. Except this time around, without the white media and their white corporate sponsors to bail them out, Tetherfest will have absolutely nowhere left to run. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment.
Well, that is one opinion. I would say, Soul, why should they leave? Here is my personal opinion. I think we get too wrapped around the axle about what other communities are doing. And I know it's really easy. If you've ever been on one of these clubhouse channels, where, you know, the Black Americans and the Africans are in a clubhouse room and they are just going back and forth. It's like a virtual war in those rooms. And I can guarantee you it happens almost nightly. It's almost terrifying. But the bottom line is that you don't know about that stuff if you don't go to the rooms. And, you know, it's kind of hard to strike a balance between, hey, you know, I want to know that those clubhouse rooms and, you know, there's the friction there. It happens on Discord too. I want to know that it happens, but I don't necessarily want to participate in it. I have, you know, too much going on in my own life to really worry about, you know, who is running Essence Fest. I'm sure there are people who care about it. I know Roland Martin does does lives from Essence Fest every year, but I don't watch Roland Martin that much. So, you know, it doesn't really affect me. I think that Black people, and I don't even like talking, you know, as, you know, to the whole group, because everybody has their own personal priorities or, you know, their local priorities. But I think Black people need to take care of, you know, what's happening within their four walls or within their local communities. And then, you know, if you want to go statewide or nationwide, that's fine. But there's too much going on in these localities. You know, you hear the anti-Black Blacks talk about Chicago, and you hear them talking about Baltimore and all this stuff. I mean, to their point, there's a lot going on locally that needs to be dealt with. And then we start talking about Essence Fest. You know, I don't know why people get that wrapped around the axle about what Africans are saying. Sometimes Africans are right. You know, there's some stuff in our own closets. You know, there's some skeletons in our own closets that need to be, you know, dealt with. Stop getting wrapped around the axle about what some random African has to say about Black America. And damn it, you know, while you're doing that, go ahead and prove them wrong. That's really, honestly, the best revenge is success. I've always felt that way. So, what's up, Dave?
Hey, what's up, Stanley? Welcome back.
Well, thank you. I'm just kind of hanging out in my grandmother's house in Savannah, looking out the window.
Yeah, nice, nice. When do you head back home?
I think this weekend. May wind up staying longer. You know, I'm in no rush to leave. You know, I can do this from here as well as I do, you know, do it at home. So it's one of these. Basically, the only limitation is my son has a test coming up, not next week, maybe the following week. So there will be a time limit, but it won't be one that I'm imposing.
Hey, tell me you don't hear that noise in the background, do you?
No. And I got
Oh,
on
good.
earbuds, so I mean, I got on earbuds, so if I don't hear it on earbuds, I don't think anyone else does, unless they have
Yeah,
the volume like insanely high. So what do
it's
you
pretty
think about
loud and
Essence Fest?
confident. I think that it's gonna sound crazy what I think. We went from pro-Black to this Pan-African Black. Then there's a denial of Pan-Africanism when immigration comes into the country, and now all of a sudden they're the ones setting us up, and they're the bad example, and this and that. And I said, well, what happened to the pro-Black Pan-African movement?
Well, there are two flavors of pro-Black, and I'm just talking about two. There's probably more. You know, there are pro-Blacks who are pro-American, and I know this just from my experience on Discord. Before I was on YouTube, I was on Discord for like 3, 4, 5 years. So I have actually the African wars between American Blacks and African Blacks. That is real. there's a little bit of a war between British blacks and American blacks. There's all kinds of internecine, battles, if you want to call them that, just within the quote Pan-African community. There are about 3 or 4 different flavors of Pan-Africanism. So my advice, and this is actually, my personal journey, I've always been like a Frederick Douglass guy, for better or for worse, I tend to be a liberal with a capital L. It's kind of how I was raised, or schooled is a better way of putting it. I'm kind of a Socrates guy, or an Aristotle guy. There needs to be, or maybe it's Plato. Basically, you want to keep a happy medium. I think extremes are dangerous either way, right or left, if you're going to talk politics. And I think for a young black person, of which neither of us are, but if I was advising my son, you know what, you want to find out what they all have to say. And it may take you years, it may take you decades to kind of choose your lane. But even when I was a kid, I've read Soul on Ice. I know, back in the day, know a little bit about, the black radicals. It's never, being a black radical never suited me temperamentally.
No,
I am
me
not
either. Me either.
I'm not a joiner. And you know what? I never had any thought of, say, when I was in college, joining a black fraternity for fucking what? So I can march around looking like an idiot. I don't work that way. And you know what?
It's peacocking for the ladies. And most of those movements were just about access to vagina, but nobody wants to call it that.
Well, I mean,
Nobody.
that's, what? If you really want to be all Freudian about it, or maybe it's not Freud, maybe it's some other famous, psychologist. You know what? It's really all about sex in the end.
Yeah, in the end, yeah. It is. But what's crazy, that to add to the point that you said, that you're not going to be around long enough to see the end result of any of this. We do get to see the trend and how it's going, and we see where it was and where we are at this point in time. But
well, that's why history is important. You kind of have an idea of how it began. But I would just say, what, young folks, what you need to do is read a lot, study a lot, talk to a lot of people, hang out a lot, and then eventually you kind of find your lane. But don't be too quick.
There are a lot of facets to life, though. There's a lot of facets to life.
That's why it takes so long.
It
I
does.
don't expect a 25-year-old to kind of know, well, you know what? Aristotle is my man. He's always my go-to. I don't expect a 25-year-old. You still got some life to live. And, I think having a family matures you a lot quicker than being single, for any length of time. So, I mean, I'm not saying there's one way to do it. I'm just saying that be prepared to do some, spend some time. Wisdom is not something you gain, in a few years. It sometimes takes a lifetime. And you know what? Being on code, you were talking about pro-black and Pan-Africanism. Well, there's Pan-Africans who aren't necessarily pro-black.
Yeah.
Especially if you're not a member of their type of Pan-Africanism. Dude, I think I showed that show, this British guy named Rap Raven. He's got a YouTube show called the Black Betterment Broadcast. Dude, I'd get up there half drunk a lot of times and, going back and forth, over, they want people to be on code and, talk about pro-black. Those people, they think they are so pro-black, they don't think American blacks are different than British blacks. They just think we're all black. And that's how pro-black they are. And I'd get up there and go back and forth with those fools. You know, I battled with them over the years so much that, like, when I go up on their panel, we don't even fight anymore. It's like, hey, good to see you. How you been?
Right. Are you still on the same BS? Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah. Well, they think I'm still on the same BS.
And that's why, like, even learning your history, your views are going to change as you get older. There's no doubt about that. So you can't fall in love with one philosopher. It's going to be different. It's going to change.
Well, yeah,
Especially
I
the
mean,
more
you're going
you,
to have a different philosopher every decade.
or even for situational philosophy.
Correct.
If these certain factors line up, you will look at one thing one way and this way another. What I laugh about is when people who think that just because somebody's brown in color, like even that Kamala, for an example, you got a problem with the tethers and the Essence Festival. You damn near elected a tether as a president.
Well, see, you and I will never agree. She was born here. She's not a tether.
Oh my God. That's what they consider tethers, even second generation.
Okay, well, you know what? Well, I'm not they.
They, the people who created the term.
I think all of y'all are crazy.
We need SKC on this, man. I'm sure he gets you
what?
straightened out pretty good.
You know what? SKC, SKC doesn't want any of this because I don't think she's a tether. I think she is actually more American than someone like SKC.
Really?
And you too.
I don't know. With an open border, I don't think so.
You know what? She has nothing to do with open borders other than failing as borders are. Bottom line is that, you know what? She is almost quintessential American in that both her parents were immigrants who were high level. One was a doctor, the other was like an economics professor.
Marxist? Yeah, we get it.
Who cares? Who cares? Marxists aren't necessarily bad. And by the way, Marx pre-existed communism, so you can't blame Marx for that. Well, he pre-existed communism as a form of governance. I'll say that. But you know, he never lived to see it fail or put into practice. And quite frankly, I think communism didn't fail because it was a system as much as it was who implemented the system. You know, Russians don't do anything very well.
But it never succeeded anywhere. So
well, you know what? I think that's bullshit too, because it hasn't been tried everywhere.
Well,
so
it's never succeeded.
Don't come to me. Don't come to me with that lame far right. It hasn't been tried everywhere, so you can't say it's.
You want to try it?
It's failed. You know what? Again, everywhere it's been tried, it's always been in places like Cuba. It's always been places like Russia. Russia has historically been unstable. I'm not saying whether it would succeed or not. I am saying that I don't buy the argument that, you know, everywhere it's been tried, it failed. Well, I think that it wasn't so much the system as much as the people who implemented the system. So, you know what? That's my bias. You all have your bias, and the twain shall never meet.
Right. It's always some progressive viewpoint.
No, I'm not a fan of progressives. Progressivism, believe it or not, Woodrow Wilson was a progressive. Progressivism has failed everywhere. I mean, it does fine for a while, but Woodrow Wilson was a progressive. So you don't necessarily have to be a left progressive. There is such a thing. There is such a thing as a right progressive. You could argue that MAGA, as a populist movement, is progressive. You could argue it.
Yeah, most black men are progressive, regardless of what they say.
I don't agree with that at all.
I do. I put them all in the same box.
Okay, well, you know what? Putting them all in the same box is your first mistake.
You know what, Stanley? Sometimes boxes are necessary. necessary.
You know what? Only when you're trying
Compartmentalizing
to
people with
only
a
when you're
certain
trying to
viewpoint.
trap something. Boxes
I'm
are
not.
only when you're trying to contain something are boxes useful.
I would contain it and put it off the Atlantic coast as the water's going out and let them sink somewhere. I wouldn't care. I think it's useless. I'm sorry, I
Well,
went off on my own mind. Don't even pay that no
no,
attention.
that's all right. But I want to stay on the tether stream. I'm sorry, on the tether on the
There
tether
was
track.
there was something that I did want to address that you said earlier. You said
What's that?
I think it was oh God. Okay, so the idea that the white man wants to preserve his place in the society as the majority, I can't say that I disagree with
Well, no, you don't have. I don't care whether you agree or disagree. It is obvious.
but
As a matter of
I
fact,
see the undertone that you have.
this guy was talking about Madison. Dude, all you got to do, look, read Madison, read Jefferson. Jefferson literally says that he didn't think blacks and whites could ever exist free in the same society. And one of his main fears is he was afraid that blacks would be so pissed off about slavery they would slaughter whites. And then guess what? Abraham Lincoln at first didn't think that blacks and whites could get together, mainly because whites were so prejudiced. So I mean, whites have, for various reasons throughout American history, have wanted to maintain control. And you've heard Be Brave talk. He thinks whites are the only ones capable of doing it. He has no idea. As a matter of fact, it's almost a perfect storm. He thinks that he will freely admit that, you know what, Europeans were pretty brutal in the colonization process. And you know what? Whites had to do what they needed to do to bring order to the world. That's pretty much his attitude. Now, he doesn't have the presence of mind or the background or education to actually understand that before whites came to Africa, Africans were there forever. They were perfectly fine without whites being there. As a matter of fact, they were mining gold. That's why the Portuguese even, got interested in Africa. So Africa, this whole bullshit about, well, y'all would still be in Africa if it wasn't for whites. Well, you know what? And
Yeah, you don't think that you're on the fortunate side of history as far as
no,
that?
I don't.
Oh my God. There's no helping.
I think Africa was perfectly fine before whites got there, and you can't miss what you don't know about. Had blacks never made it to America, we wouldn't know one way or the other. So
I think you can go to Africa before an African can come here.
Okay,
several times.
the whites have gotten a hold of you, and they have done a psyop on your ass. Okay,
No, Stanley. Actually, coming back to this motherfucker is kind of depressing, but I do think the ability to get out of it is the best part of it.
Okay, my point is that you can't miss what you never had, and I think Africa existed for millennia. Yep, life expectancy sucked. You might get eaten, by a lion out in the on the Serengeti. But you know what?
Going to
Life
school
is life.
by foot
Life
with
is
no
life.
shoes on.
Europe
Yeah.
had its problems in prehistory as well. Look at what the Romans thought of the Germanic tribes. So this bullshit about blacks should be thanking Americans for being here. That's just,
No,
and you know
I'm
what?
not. Nobody said thanking
Hold
Americans.
on before you interrupt me. Okay.
Well, I'm not trying to. I just wanted to interject that.
It's always the bottom feeding whites who come up with that tripe. Have you ever noticed?
But it's kind of,
it's always the bottom feeding outhouse architects who stopped that tripe.
Clinging to a point does not mean it's the only point. There could be 1,000 points to be made. To add
Okay,
to
but
that point,
my point
but,
is that
you know,
I have literally never heard. Now they may think it, but at least they have enough class not to be as crass is to say all that. I'm not saying they don't think it. I'm saying they don't say it. And that is my point. You know what? If you're going to be a fucking racist, at least be a classy racist and say that shit behind closed doors. You know,
racism has to meet a standard, huh?
Well, you know what? I think
it's rolling in the mud either way.
I think it is very provable, and there are plenty of historians who will basically confirm, as this dude did, that white is the standard in the United States, and people like Donald Trump and the MAGA movement are threatened by becoming a majority minority. Okay, people like the David Dukes and the B Braves and the Jared Taylors and the Jason Kesslers will be happy to confirm.
See, the team that you play on creates the bias that you have for those individuals.
Okay, I don't play on a team.
May be
The only team I play on, the team I play on is the history book on my shelf. And the occasional historian who wants to talk about the book they wrote. And yeah, I have a bias. I'm not going to say I'm perfectly neutral. I think people like Donald Trump and Be Brave and all the other white supremacists are horrible people.
I know that you have a focus on them, but to attack the argument and not the person is a whole different thing.
Oh, I don't care. No. I'm 60 years old. I'll attack the person who's making the argument. Are you so stupid that you want to make an obviously flawed argument? You deserve what you get. I'm not in any formal debate. I get to speak my mind. And if I think you're not up to snuff, I'm going to tell you I don't think you're up to snuff. Get up to snuff, and I won't say it.
But after you kill the argument, you could stomp the person if you want it. But when you stomp the person,
I kill arguments. I kill arguments.
I know you have the ability, but why not do it that way?
Well, no, the problem is I kill arguments all the time, but they keep resurrecting. Okay, when I say that someone like Be Brave does not have a pedestal or a pot to piss in, at least as far as his logic goes, Be Brave is about the worst example of someone who's clinging to white supremacy I can think of. Okay, most of the elite whites that he wants to associate with would barely, they look at him and go, "You're not like me." So Be Brave talking about the glories of white culture is laughable. Surely we can find a better example of white supremacy than an outhouse architect. and the little people in his audience who want to be amused or enthralled by his words, they are hooked on the words. They're not looking at the holistic, they're not looking at the whole picture. The people who are actually elite, the people who are actually, quote, holding up white culture, they don't come on YouTube and fucking, brag about it. They're too busy doing it.
Yeah.
So if you want to be entertained by Be Brave, that's fine. I get entertained by trashing him.
I never used any of his talking points or his argument. I
never said you did.
Oh, okay. I thought you was talking to me personally. My bad. I got distracted from the loudspeaker.
Oh, wait, hold it. J-Dub, the reason I'm talking about Be Brave is he banned me from his channel yesterday because I was me in the chat. I didn't even have to use the words. I just made insinuations and he got triggered. So you know what? Yep, I'm talking about him. I'm dragging his fucking dumbass. I didn't even say what what triggers Be Brave. And I just got bored in his chat and started fucking with him, and he just spun up like Yosemite Sam. It was hilarious. So, yep, he does well. He's like an archetype. So, yeah, that's why I use him all the time. He's an archetype. Nothing wrong with using.
You didn't come on yesterday.
No, I didn't. I had no intentions. I've been trying to do really Monday through Thursday, but I had time on Friday and some stuff I didn't get to Monday through Thursday. But I take the weekends off unless I get the spirit moves me. I need a couple days to decompress. July 4th was the exception. I had a reason to be on that Saturday.
I don't know. We've had fun in here kicking the shit. So.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, damn.
Well, I mean,
Stanley.
I don't know this Saturday if I get bored, but John was on this weekend, so I was in his chat.
Well, I got my book in the mail and I've been studying lately, so that's what I've been taking up all my time and attention from being online, just everywhere like I normally am. Kind of applying myself at what I'm trying to do. So.
Well, good. Hey, SKC, if you're still in the chat, I got that first Michael Sandel video. I've already uploaded it to YouTube. I ran it through the YouTube algorithm just to make sure there were no copyright infringements. So whenever you get the time, come up and we can review it. But this looked interesting. Black Americans getting disrespected by the immigrant community. And looks like this guy has an Asian wife or Asian significant other. So it looked interesting. Let's see what he has to say. Maybe she's Hispanic, but I think she's Asian.
I see that mostly who have visitors are black,
the black
people
families.
And other race except for,
American blacks are so forgiving. They're loving and they're very forgiving. And I think sometimes it's to their own detriment that they love and they always quick to forgive. And I do understand now in today's day and age why a lot of them are saying, we're done, we're out of this. We don't want to work with anybody anymore because, we try to save everyone, not just ourselves. We try to save everyone, but people are showing us that they don't want to be with us. They want to go the other way. So we're done. And I get it.
I have a huge problem with his argument. I would be willing to admit that the civil rights generation, they achieved a lot. Immigrants in 64, 65, there was a specific bill, civil rights bill, that dealt with immigration, basically excluding people from the country by race was deemed unconstitutional. So, but when he says we are all kind of, reaping the benefits of what, whether you like him or not, the Martin Luther Kings, the Ralph Abernathy's, the Medgar Evers, all those folks did a lot and, in a lot of cases, sacrificed lives to get us where we are. We need not compare ourselves to that generation. If anything, maybe we work to keep, the ideas alive. We highlight them, we kind of, have our holidays and stuff, but we're not sacrificing our bodies so immigrants can come over here. That work is done. What we're doing is kind of maintaining it. And, when the laws start getting kind of, threatening, those civil rights bills, then we start, raising alarms. But we're not doing any heavy lifting here. And I do get a little bit concerned when guys like this dude is saying what Black people are doing now. Like, did we? I don't think we did much. We are beneficiaries, just like, his wife here.
Just
What's up,
the be
SKC?
brave context of we, as far as like accomplishment.
Well, be brave. When be brave says we, who knows what he means?
But there's no different than what he's saying. We.
No, actually, there's a huge difference.
Well, you just said
you're talking about this guy. Oh, you're talking about this guy using we.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So it's a common thing.
Well, I don't care if it's common. He's as wrong as be brave.
Okay, cool. I can roll with that.
We don't do anything. Be brave is not a sterling example of high white culture, high culture of any sort. This dude is not a civil rights leader. So, I mean, he's just some dude, kind of talking about the benefits, and that's pretty much, if you want to draw that parallel, I'm not going to argue. And look at little horsey boy here in here to defend his boyfriend. I bet, you know what I'm going to start doing? I'm going to start making NAMBLA jokes if you keep this shit up there. You know what NAMBLA is, right?
Oh yeah. Oh
yeah. Yeah, that we speak is ridiculous.
Hey, what's up, SKC?
Hey, what's going on, Deacon? It's this it's a piss poor style of argumentation to try to present that 45 plus million people are all of the same mind and and same motivation and everything.
I'm trying to figure out why people can't figure that out.
Yeah, in presenting things as, Black Americans are just so forgiving, and so it's like, come on, that's a load. That's a
tell that to Professor Black Truth.
It's like, okay, if they are, then why do you have all these intra-racial drive-bys and all this other stuff? It's like, come on.
Well, I mean, I don't even need to use crime because, again, it happens too much, but it's very localized. And I just personally think that, I think we're hyperbolic sometimes. Yes, we know what the statistics are, but you know what? Per capita is one way of looking at the numbers. You can also add them up. And you know what? Most crimes, violent or otherwise, are not committed by, the Black demographic. If you want to stack them up end to end, or however you want to do it, white people have a crime problem too, a violent crime problem, and people like to hide behind the per capita. You can do that, and it's a perfectly valid way to argue your point. But I think those people seem to want to just kind of ignore the fact that white people commit their share of crime. So,
yeah, I'm not even just talking about crime though. Just that attitude of, like there's some sort of just that you could just present a mass generalization like that, that Black people are just this way, and they are, partially from his mind, it just seems as though he's presenting Black people as they're the good guys. And I don't know.
I don't think we're any better or worse. Years ago, believe this or not, I took a modern African lit class. It was a chemistry major. It was a 300 level English class, and there was one grade. It was your final paper, and I actually got an A. However, my paper basically, the paper was basically covering negritude. Now, this is back in like the late 80s, when negritude, was kind of a more commonly used word. It was a movement, the Senghors and all those guys. bottom line is this negritude, these sorts of, wanting to make blacks superhuman or the good guys or whatever the term is. You're essentially robbing us of our humanity. We're no better or no worse, quite frankly. And I think you rob people their humanity when you start building them up like this guy wants to do.
Yeah, that's the whole point that I'm presenting, and I'm not just pushing that just on him, but any race of people that try to play this game of, we're the good guys type of thing. It's like, nah, that's a bad starting point of any sort of argumentation.
Yeah, you're bound to turn some people off.
Well, you're going to find yourself to be in the wrong, because if you're stating that there's this race of people that are just so much morally superior than everyone else, then they should have no shared history of war, violence. All of the collective ills that people generally produce governments to protect the masses from. You should have none of those if in your quote unquote race, if you are superior.
Right. Well, well, you're probably like me, or I'm like you. Assigning a whole demographic is morally superior. that's definitely a construct.
The only place where we'll split hairs is just when we talk about cultures. Now, I do think that there are better cultures than others, but then that's where we will deviate. But
the thing is I don't separate Black culture out from American culture. I think it's just a part of or a facet of American culture, and America in general is a gun culture. And you know what? We just happen to be a little bit more, exuberant about, guns in certain. Actually, there's a video that I want you to see, and I don't know that we'll get around to it today. But have you ever heard of this guy called what is it? Sergeant Willie Pete?
Man, that's an old school, like isn't that Deacon? Isn't that like manosphere,
he might
like royalty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
how'd you find him, Stanley?
I think it was Fred, a buddy of mine, who is a manosphere type, brought him to my attention, and he was talking about the Second Amendment and Black people in a video that I watched yesterday. I don't agree with him necessarily, but one thing I do agree is I think he's talking about Black liberals who want to talk gun control. And he's like, Black people really should be the last people talking about gun control. So, and I happen to agree with him. One of the few times I will agree with, a gun nut, don't be limiting our guns. And that's due to our history. Right after, through Reconstruction and definitely post-Reconstruction, being disarmed was a huge problem. So, that is that's not a history we want to have rhyme on us.
So I'm guessing this guy's over in a foreign country and as an expat.
You know what? I don't know. Let me see.
Smooth Lee 64. Okay. My wife and I are sharing our stories and our thoughts on how we feel a certain way toward Black Americans. Why we feel a certain way.
Let's see if there's any information, because his wife speaks pretty decent English.
Are you girls happy?
Oh yeah, he's in the Philippines.
What about you, babe? Feel good?
It says USA.
No, it says there at the bottom where it says It says his family's in the Philippines.
Oh, okay.
You
So he's one of those ex-GIs who winds up settling over there.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Good for him.
Yeah, it says the journey still
Oh
continues.
yeah, I
for
see.
my
Stop
family
the
in the
lies. The
Philippines.
majority of Filipinos.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I know people. They make great wives, apparently.
I see that
Yeah,
most
a
most
buddy of
who
mine
have
here at work, he
visitors
has
are
a Filipino
The
wife,
black
and
families.
she's amazing.
Really?
Oh my God, yeah, she cooked everybody some kind of a egg roll.
Lumpia?
Yeah,
Lumpia.
what are you talking about?
That's the egg roll.
Maybe. I forget the name of it. But yeah,
It's
she
lumpia.
takes care of everybody here at work, and he's like, yeah, she's good. My porch fell down and she went up under the crawl space, and
Oh my
because
lord.
she was the only one small enough to do it, and she lifted one side of the porch. So I had to drain the pool and take the pool off the porch. Man, I was like, wow.
A pool
I'm
on the
pretty
porch.
impressed with the stories that he comes up with what she does without being. But some people just stay on the porch.
So Black Americans getting disrespected by the immigrant community, is it real? Apparently he thinks it is. And yeah, he would be right. I mean, Africans, all kinds of people come in and disrespect the community. But you know what? My response is, so what? You know what? Let them. Now, I want to look at this girl. I have been following this young lady here for years. She is a transplant to Iceland. She met this guy in the States. He was from Iceland. They got married. They moved to Iceland. She's been divorced, and it was something he did. Like she's still friends with his family, but she basically built a YouTube page and a business, like being like a brand ambassador for Iceland. So she's still there, and her apparently she's pregnant. I haven't watched her in probably a year or two, but she is fucking gorgeous, and she actually looks better now than she did like years ago. But I think she says she's 10 weeks pregnant. I'm assuming she's 10 weeks pregnant. I'm assuming she's talking about her. And apparently she's taking the vitamins because she looks great. So I want to hear what she has to say. She is a tether in Iceland.
Today is such a fascinating and fun day. I'm going to my first midwife appointment.
Now she does not look like a man, Palomino Ricky
pregnant
Z.
From the date
Jesus
of
Christ.
what I believe is the conception date.
You know what? Let me ask you, what is a woman?
First day of my last period, which would make me more like almost 10 weeks or something. Either way, I'm excited, and I'm gonna take you.
Yeah, wait till you see her body. There will be no mistaking. Of course, you wouldn't know what to do with it there, little horsey.
I won't show, of course, like the midwife or anything like that, just for their own privacy. And how much I pay for this visit. My boyfriend is here with me. We're quite excited about it.
Dude, she's wearing a jacket. You have no idea what her neck
of a
looks
whole
like.
new life that's happening. Hey, I'm just popping in to give a little bit of context because the intro that you just saw is actually from March. I'm currently 25 weeks, going on 26 weeks. And
See, I didn't know she got married or whatever again.
About my pregnancy journey. So this is my first
It's that boyfriend.
And I also give a little bit of context about the Icelandic healthcare system.
No, she's not manly,
After you
Palomino.
finish seeing kind of my experience for this first visit, and
You know,
also add
these
a little bit more
these little
information about
fucking
what I talked
incels
about,
are
what
really weird.
my boyfriend and I talked
What
about.
do you, apparently, is she's not like a little tiny geisha girl. They're all men. Jordan Peterson and these other fools have just warped y'all. These incel white boys. No wonder that the birth rate is falling in America. There are too many Palomino Ricky Z's.
I don't know what he said, but from what you repeated that he said.
Well, no, you probably agree with him. I think she's perfectly fine.
I don't know what the hell. I'm getting Booker T. Really, the 5-time world
Getting
champion.
what?
Booker T, the 5-time world champion.
Girl, you know what?
Get out of
So
that, Deacon.
let me put it to you this way. I don't y'all laugh all you want. I think y'all are the weird ones.
Hey, I just say to each his own when it comes to that type of stuff.
No, you know what? To each his own. At least you're smart enough not to just. I've seen her in a bathing suit.
Yeah, I mean, people like what they like.
Like
you know,
I said,
it's different.
I've been following. I mean, well, I tend to like girls that are a little bit athletic. But I've seen her in a bathing suit. There's nothing manly about her in a bathing suit.
Okay.
History and how that will also like come into play later on for future
Can you
visits.
skip to the bathing
Just
suit
making
part?
sure that the baby is healthy and going through like certain tests and
That's
things like that.
like I said, I haven't watched her in years.
Jewels of
The
present
only reason
day.
I'm watching her
Just
now is she's
getting
pregnant.
a little bit of update about this past event.
Oh, by the
where I've
way,
been
she's like
documenting
20.
my pregnancy
What'd she say?
over time.
25 weeks pregnant.
This is the
She's a
outside
little bit
of the
far
health center
along.
I go to, or HMCA
So
Islam
she left
downtown.
her husband to get pregnant by her boyfriend?
No. She left her husband years ago. That's why I'm
Right.
watching. I haven't watched her in years. Last time I heard she and her husband got divorced, and that's like maybe 2 years ago that I was aware, maybe even 3 years ago. So when I saw the video, I was like, oh shit, she's pregnant. So, like I said, I used to follow her and I'm just curious.
And once you go in, you sign in essence, with your kinitala, which is the same as.
She actually, I think she might even be fluent in Icelandic now. I mean, she dug in deep. She got into Icelandic culture, and that's what's kind of unique about her, I guess.
A social security number, for instance. And once I did that, it then was telling me that I had just 1 minute before my book time. She took my blood pressure, which was a little high that day, but overall it's been fine. And then also gave me a cup for a urine sample and paperwork for a blood test that would be coming up.
That's the cup that
So my meeting with the
Ricky
midwife
Z
was
is going to be
super
drinking from.
awesome. Her name is Gudrun. So nice, so sweet. And I have to pee in a cup and test the protein amount in my urine. I'm about to do that. I didn't, of course, record any of the meeting because I didn't want to infringe on her own privacy or whatever else.
Really,
It was
J-Dub?
awkward, but took blood pressure, weight, and also just talked. Like she asked me different questions about my family history, my
Like her
boyfriend's family
mother's
history,
been up there and all.
and just in general, just getting a sense of me. So I'm in the
Actually,
bathroom
I
now.
know that.
Do my protein
I know
test.
JT is just
And then I'm done for
being
the
facetious, but I know that's not true because we have
What's
family
not true?
that's, her being the only black in Iceland. Because I have family that's in Denmark, and
Mhm.
we've been pining to do the trip that what's his name that Ryan did to
Mhm.
Greenland. But there's a cruise that you can take from Copenhagen to Iceland to Greenland. And we've been planning that for quite some time. But I just want to stay in Greenland a little bit longer. But there are, but my family has been telling me about people in Iceland and so forth, and sent me pictures and all that stuff. And yeah, there's some black people there.
Oh yeah, I mean, as a matter of fact, she had a friend who was British or something who was black, and she was there for a while. So, but like I said, her family, her family's been there before. Like like I said, I've been following her for quite some time. So, I don't know. I like her. I think she's a really pleasant person.
Yeah, I don't see anything,
And think about it.
whatever.
She literally built a business in Iceland, like a tourism type business. So I mean, she's pretty entrepreneurial as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You gonna take a trip to Iceland to meet her?
No,
the
she's
glaze is
pregnant.
real.
I'm old. She's got a man.
Oh, okay.
But you know what? I wouldn't be if I went up there, sure. I'd probably use her business, and she knows all about Iceland. Why wouldn't I avail of avail myself of her services.
Today, the next appointment will then be the ultrasound and blood test, which is happening in a couple of weeks, and then I go and see the midwife after that. There was no charge, or there is no charge for this appointment, which I wasn't sure about that. But yeah, it's included, and that's really freaking awesome. My protein levels have to
See,
be
I don't need all
in
that.
this level area. The last two, then it's good. If it were darker,
it's
then
kind of
Don't
weird.
show me the
this
stick you
oxide,
peed on.
then there would be
But
not an issue,
but
but I have to tell her basically.
I'm gonna just work in the background. Let me know when you want to do the Michael Sandel thing.
As you can see, I was very happy with the
Yeah, I'll do it right after this. I don't know that I need to watch the whole thing. I'm just glad, you know what? It's almost like an old friend. You know, I followed her for quite some time.
important for later on my
I mean, you know what? Let me take this back. I think I've actually been following her. Like, I think I might have known about her before I left the mountain, which is almost 10 years ago now. So, might be longer than I even realized.
doctor visits and things like that.
Well, don't let us ruin the moment.
I guess going to a midwife
Take it all in.
is
Take what all in?
See an old friend again.
now that was growing, wide, and that's kind of fascinating to see that change.
Yeah, that sweater's getting a little tight on you there, girly.
To respond to everybody. It's been so many comments. Sometimes I take days where I answer and then come back to whatever. So I apologize if I have not been able to say thank you to your individual comment, but I do deeply, deeply appreciate it. So thank you very much. And I am enjoying this journey. I don't know if you can see my belly here. That is
Oh, we don't need to see all that.
growing out more now that was growing, wide, and that's kind of fascinating to see that change.
I do have a question though, Stanley, and I
What's that?
hope this doesn't come off as being overly critical, but doesn't it seem like something like that would be, I guess, something that you would do with the father of the child? For a nice family.
Not really. I
Family.
mean, I
moment
guess it
and-
depends. I mean, some people don't like being on camera.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
It's
you
private.
know what?
It's private.
I
Why
can
put
tell,
any of
dude,
it on camera?
when my son was born, I didn't even want to cut the cord. If I could have done the old fashioned thing and been out in the waiting room handing out cigars, I probably would have done that. Call me a misogynist, but you know what? I don't find it odd, to be honest. What apparently you do. Would you do a video like that with your wife, SKC?
Yeah, I would do it, but I wouldn't
Really? Well,
leave. I
you're
wouldn't put
probably
it
more
online.
camera ready.
I wouldn't put it online. It would be something
Mhm.
for like family moments and family
That's
video
it.
and stuff like that. But yeah. But I don't know. It just seems to me in my little world that such things are more private matters.
Some people are just, I guess some people are just more public. I would never do a video, but I don't know that I would tell let me put it to you this way. My wife was on Facebook, and to be honest, I guess I kind of knew that she kept up with friends and family on Facebook, but I never and this sounds morbid, but the first time I ever got on her Facebook page was after she died. I had never, I wasn't even on Facebook. So, it wasn't like, I knew everything she was doing online. Where is my YouTube studio? Why is this? Why am I not seeing it? Let me see. I don't ever go into YouTube Studio this way. Where are you? I don't want subscriptions. Where is my YouTube Studio? Why am I not seeing YouTube Studio? What am I missing here?
Would it be in your history?
No, I won't. Downloads, subscriptions, music. Hold on. Let me get my phone here.
Hey, I'm gonna step down because I gotta go back to fake working, and I don't want to soil this section of the show because I know you want to clip it.
No, I'm not. I don't have anything to clip. Let's do this. I think I maybe put it in YouTube in a shorts folder.
But I'm gonna fall to the chat. I'll be watching.
Okay. If I can't find my copy, I'll just show the original because it didn't have any copyrights. Damn it.
That's not that to the left, huh? Oh, well, you know what you're doing.
I'm not sure that I do. I'll just show the original. Wait, you know what?
That one right there, Justice with Michael Sandel.
Well, yeah, I'll just show it. This is all the originals. I ran the first one through, but it didn't have any copyright strikes, so I don't imagine the original would. Oh, wait, this is. There we go.
Funding for this program is provided by.
I don't know. Did you get to watch any of it? Or?
I did watch the first, like, maybe 20 minutes.
What did you think?
I mean, it was kind of like it's like a philosophy 101. He talks about the trolley problem, basically.
Yeah.
And then a lot of the students have some interesting permutations.
Well, they're learning. So.
Well, he's really good with interacting with the students. That's the one thing that stood out.
Working on the track. Your steering wheel.
And also, he looks way, way younger. I forget. I looked at when this was made. He's aged, not necessarily badly, but he definitely looks younger.
Works. So you can turn the trolley car, if you want to, onto the side track.
Lasagna killer. Where have you
killing
been?
the one, but sparing
Hello,
the
Stanley. Go ahead. I'm interested in this.
Here's our first question.
Hold on one sec. Let me Slick Rick clip what? Clip what?
Stanley,
Anyway.
why is this white dude talking to like 80, like the majority black? Like what is this? I haven't heard this. The right thing to do? What the fuck is this?
Well, essentially, it's a series of lectures at this guy's a Harvard philosophy professor, and this is a survey course, apparently. It's a philosophy survey course.
Why is a white man seen as a god within like the population of like 99% black people? This is not a good look. Like,
Wait, hold it.
Whoa.
The white man is seen as a god by 99% of black people?
Well, look at this. Look at the frame that you frozen in. Obviously, it was accidental, but it speaks volumes. The crowd is 100% black, and you just have a white.
No, the crowd is not 100% black. This is Harvard. How many blacks do you think are in a Harvard philosophy class?
Okay, my bad, Stanley. I had my saturation up too high. Go ahead.
See that little Veritas symbol over in the bottom right hand corner? That's Harvard. That's Harvard's Veritas, their little symbol. Not too many blacks at Harvard.
Yeah, my bad.
I wish I wish it was majority black. That would be
I had
nice.
my nightlight on. My bad. My bad.
How about Harvard as an HBCU? I would love to see that.
What's the right thing to do? What would you do? Let's take a poll. How many would turn the trolley car onto the side track? Raise your hands. How many wouldn't? How many would go straight ahead? Keep your hands up, those of you who would go straight ahead. A handful of people would. The vast majority would turn. Let's hear first. Now we need to begin to investigate the reasons why you think it's the right thing to do. Let's begin with those in the majority who would turn to go onto the side track. Why would you do it? What would be your reason? Who's willing to volunteer a reason? Go ahead, stand up.
Because it can't be right to kill 5 people when you can only kill 1 person instead.
It wouldn't be right to kill 5 if you could kill 1 person instead. That's a good reason. That's a good reason. Who else? Does everybody agree with that reason? Go ahead.
Well, I was thinking it's the same reason on 9/11. We regard the people who flew the plane into the Pennsylvania field as heroes because they chose to kill the people in the plane and not kill more people in big buildings.
So the principle there was the same on 9/11. It's a tragic circumstance, but better to kill 1 and so that 5 can live. Is that the reason most of you had, those of you who would turn? Yes? Let's hear now from those in the minority, those who wouldn't turn. Yes.
Well, I think that's the same type of mentality that justifies genocide and totalitarianism. In order to save one type of race, you wipe out the other.
So what would you do in this case? You would, to avoid the horrors of genocide, you would crash into the 5 and kill them?
Presumably, yes. Yeah.
Okay, who else? That's a brave answer. Thank you. Let's consider another trolley car case and see whether those of you in the majority want to adhere to the principle, better that 1 should die so that 5 should live. This time, you're not the driver of the trolley car, you're an onlooker. You're standing on a bridge overlooking a trolley car track. And down the track comes a trolley car. At the end of the track are 5 workers. The brakes don't work. The trolley car is about to careen into the 5 and kill them. And now, you're not the driver. You really feel helpless until you notice, standing next to you, leaning over the bridge, is a very fat man. And you could give him a shove. He would fall over the bridge, onto the track, right in the way of the trolley car. He would die, but he would spare the 5. Now, how many would push the fat man over the bridge? Raise your hand. How many wouldn't? Most people wouldn't. Here's the obvious question. What became of the principle? Better to save 5 lives even if it means sacrificing 1. What became of the principle that almost everyone endorsed in the first case? I need to hear from someone who was in the majority in both
Stanley, I would
cases.
definitely kill the fat
How do you
man.
explain the difference between the two? Yes.
You would kill what?
The second one, I guess, involves an active choice of pushing the person down, which I guess
So the question
that
was
person himself would otherwise not have been involved in this situation.
So the question was the question was if you could save 5 lives, but you would have to take the life of a fat person. Would you do that? That's an obvious yes. This taping must be from like
Wait,
the early
why is it
2000s.
obvious?
Well, I mean, if you're
Please don't tell me you're going to bring up life expectancy.
if you're given an option, right? Yeah, if you only have 2 options, right? You don't have any other out. You have to choose the lesser of 2 evils.
Yeah, it's the Trolley problem. I'm familiar with it.
Oh, what's more evil, killing 1 person or 5?
Well,
Right,
the problem that
I've-
comes up, Lasagna, is with the massive change of people not wanting to push, is because in this section they have to be the one that's actually doing the pushing,
Right.
and that changes things. It's I think it's one of the reasons why people in Congress can make certain decisions because they're not the ones that are actually having to have to do it.
Well, I think okay. That's why I think this taping was made very early on, because I do think that the premise of killing 5 people or 1 person, if you cannot make that decision, then you were born in a very like convenient or safe time. Because to me, it's very obvious. I'm gonna try to save 5 people rather than 1 person. Like if you don't want to be the person that pushes the button,
Well,
that's fine.
you have to be careful, because if that one person's a child, that might change.
Well, children die all the
It's
time,
really
Stanley.
the problem is not the problem isn't a solvable one. It's just basically, there is no solution basically.
No, there is a
And
solution.
this is this video is 15 years old.
Yeah, no, and it shows that the time does show, because okay, look, Stanley, you would agree that humans have seen more war than they have seen peace throughout history, right?
You mean as a species? You don't mean
As a species,
individually.
yeah, as a species, obviously.
I would well, in that I'll have to throw in the caveat that the majority of mankind has never seen war.
But I'm saying as like a species.
Yeah, they like, because if you go up to the average person today, they have no ideas of the horror of war.
Okay, but you said keyword today. I'm talking about.
I think pretty much at any period in time, the majority of people were not involved in the wars.
But
they never saw it up close.
They did though. I do think that most of humans lived horribly throughout most of human civilization. Like most of them did not have sewage. They did not have electricity.
Okay, but no.
I'll give you that, but
you
that has
cannot
nothing to do
say
with seeing
they
war.
lived horribly compared to. That's a presentist argument. Okay, they didn't know they were living horrible.
Yeah.
Well, what was the life expectancy of them? Right?
Okay, I don't
think,
care about any of that. Listen to what I said. Okay,
Yeah,
they
yeah, I
didn't know
understand that.
better. You can't miss what you don't have. And how many times have you heard people say, "Hey, I grew up poor, but I didn't know I was poor"?
Stanley, I agree with that. It's like you don't know something if you never had it.
So
And
I think
agree
it's a
with that.
little. I don't. They live horribly compared to what we have now. You would never want to go back and live like them because you know what's possible. They did not. So
Yeah, but
this is assigning misery to them. I'm just never willing to do that.
No,
Yeah,
but what I'm saying
yeah,
is
I
that
agree.
ignorance is bliss, right? Like we're able to surmise that they lived dog shit lives because we lived such good lives now. Obviously, if we were born in the same
We
type of ways that they were, we would be like. But again, ignorance is bliss, right? Like,
And we got a little bit into the weeds because the general thing is that, I guess the argument that I was positing was that the majority of mankind at any point in history has never seen up close and personal the horrors of war.
agreed. I completely agree with that.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Choose on his behalf, I guess. to involve him in something that he otherwise would have escaped is, I guess, more than what you have in the first case, where the three parties, the driver and the two sets of workers, are already, I guess, in the situation.
But the guy working, the one on the track off to the side, he didn't choose to sacrifice his life any more than the fat man did he?
That's true, but he was on the tracks. And you...
This guy was on the bridge. Go ahead, you can come back if you want. All right, it's a hard question. All right, you did well, you did very well. It's a hard question. Who else can find a way of reconciling the reaction of the majority in these two cases? Yes.
Well, I guess in the first case where you have the one worker and the five, it's choice between those two, and you have to make a certain choice, and people are going to die because of the trolley car, not necessarily because of your direct actions. The trolley car is a runaway thing, and you're making a split-second choice, whereas pushing the fat man over is an actual act of murder on your part. You have control over that, whereas you may not have control over the trolley car. So I think it's a slightly different situation.
All right, who has a reply? No, that's good. Who has a way, who wants to reply? Is that a way out of this?
I don't think that's a very good reason, because you choose to, it's either way you have to choose who dies, because you either choose to turn and kill the person, which is an active conscious thought to turn, or you choose to push the fat man over, which is also an active conscious action. So either way, you're making a choice.
Do you want to reply?
Well, I'm not really sure that that's the case. It just still seems kind of different, the act of actually pushing someone over onto the tracks and killing him. You are actually killing him yourself.
You're pushing him with your own hands.
You're pushing him. And that's
Right.
different than steering something that is going to cause death into another. You know, it doesn't
good.
really sound right saying it now.
No, it's good.
But I'm up here.
It's good. What's your name?
Andrew.
Andrew, let me ask you this question, Andrew.
Yes.
Suppose standing on the bridge next to the fat man, I didn't have to push him. Suppose he were standing over a trap door that I could open by turning a steering wheel like that. Would you turn?
For some reason, that still just seems more wrong.
Right?
I mean, maybe if you accidentally like leaned into the steering wheel or something like that. But or say that the car is hurtling towards a switch that will drop the trap. Then I could agree with that.
Fair enough. It still seems wrong in a way that it doesn't seem wrong in the first case to turn, you say.
And in another way, I mean, in the first situation, you're involved directly with the situation. In the second one, you're an onlooker as well.
All right.
So you have the choice of becoming involved or not by pushing the fat man.
Let's forget for the moment about this case. That's good. Let's imagine a different case. This time you're a doctor in an emergency room, and 6 patients come to you. They've been in a terrible trolley car wreck. 5 of them sustained moderate injuries. 1 is severely injured. You could spend all day caring for the 1 severely injured victim, but in that time, the 5 would die. Or you could look after the 5, restore them to health, but during that time, the 1 severely injured person would die. How many would save the 5? Now is the doctor. How many would save the 1? Very few people. Just a handful of people. Same reason, I assume. 1 life versus 5? Now consider another doctor case. This time you're a transplant surgeon, and you have 5 patients, each in desperate need of an organ transplant in order to survive. 1 needs a heart, 1 a lung, 1 a kidney, 1 a liver, and the 5th, a pancreas. And you have no organ donors. You are about to see them die. And then it occurs to you that in the next room, There's a healthy guy who came in for a checkup. And he's, you like that? And he's taking a nap. You could go in very quietly, yank out the 5 organs, that person would die, but you could save the 5. How many would do it? Anyone? How many? Put your hands up if you would do it.
Tough choices, tough choices. This is what he's trying to encompass.
Anyone in the balcony?
What would you do, Lasagna?
You would? Be careful, don't
Most
lean
people
over
do not
too
need to deal with this, but I would deal
how many
with the
wouldn't?
tough choices. I would pray to God, and I would do
All
what
right.
is necessary.
What do you say? Speak up in the balcony, you who would yank out the organs.
But what would be
Why?
necessary?
I'd actually like to explore a slightly alternate possibility of just
Saving
taking the
the-
one of the 5 who needs an
the
organ
greater
who
amount of
dies
people.
first, using their 4 healthy organs to save the other 4.
That's a pretty good idea.
It's kind of it's like the Jesus thing. What would Jesus do? He would save the greater
That's a
amount
great
of people.
idea. Except for the fact
Oh, I thought y'all were going to go into a lengthy discussion.
No, I think a lot of it centers around the idea of murder, morality.
Well, no, there's no murder if morality is in the picture, right? So you would surmise that like there are scriptures in the Bible that you would say that murder happens, but if you're saving 1,000 people, but 10 people die, is that really murder or is that grace?
Well, I think you're mistaken what I'm talking about when I say the word murder. It's like there's you can kill someone, but it not be a murder.
Yeah,
So,
like what he was saying, right? Let's say if there was a train that was gonna kill one person or save 5 people, which one would you choose?
yeah, if you're,
Obviously, you wouldn't want to have that burden, but let's say if that burden was bestowed upon you and you would have to, like make a decision, I think most people would say save 5 people.
I mean, it just depends.
Okay, now it kind of changes. So, in what situation would you say that one person rather than those 5 people? Maybe it's your mother.
What that a person would save the one rather than the 5?
Exactly.
Okay, so give you an example. I don't know if you're a father or not, but would you sacrifice your son for, let's say, a bus that had 5 criminals on it?
I wouldn't, but would you, or do you? I'm pretty sure, because the way I'm talking to you, you seem like a very respectable person. I'm pretty sure you're trying to instill very good values into your son, right? You're trying to teach him right from wrong. You want him to be a good person, right?
Yeah.
Would you not all? So let's say you want him. Let's be honest. You want him to be a better man than you are. I'm just surmising because that's the way I was brought up, right? Like my father would want me to be a better man than he is, whether it be physically or also like emotionally and also like ethically. Would you not also agree? Would you not want your son to
I agree.
surpass you?
Yeah, I agree.
So if you ask your son this question, how would you hope for him to answer it?
To save his son. It's like if you, like I said, if you
Are you religious at all?
Yeah, I am, but
Are you of the Christian or the Christian faith? Catholic is the same thing. Christian Catholic.
you could say that.
So
But
did not God send his only son to die for all of human race. So wouldn't you also like it's when I say that, it's this kind of, it's like a parallel to what we're talking about. That's why I bring it up. It's God, right? And you are a father, and let's say, and God sent his only son Jesus, and we're also talking about your son. He sent his son in, but he, although like it's his own son, he still got crucified in the worst way, right? He got tortured. He got
yeah. We're
so
talking
it was.
about, but we're talking about two very different dynamics. It's they're
No,
all
we're not. But because we're talking about the Christian ethos, right? Like,
no. Even within it, you're talking about something that's, I would say, it's astronomically different.
What is greater than being like God, right? What is greater than sacrificing your own son that you love more than anything in this world to save something greater?
Okay, are we really gonna have that conversation? Do you
No,
really
no,
want to
no.
go
It's not
down
a
this?
conversation. It's a fact. God sent his only begotten son, Jesus Christ, to
Uh-huh.
save everybody else, right? Although he did
From
not want to
what?
do that, he did
From
that.
from what?
Evil.
Okay, evil of what?
Okay, the Bible does not go that far. It just says that God sent his only begotten son, Jesus Christ, to free all of mankind. I mean, that's
Oh, okay.
basically the purposes of the Bible.
So would that sacrifice cover all of mankind?
Yeah, that's why
No,
God's.
it
That's
wouldn't.
why. Wait. Okay, so when. Okay, let's just agree within the fact, right?
Yeah, within the fact, no, it would not cover all mankind.
So so okay, the Bible basically says that God sent Jesus Christ to sacrifice himself for the sins of all mankind. Would you not agree with that?
Okay. Okay. And what would mankind need to do in order to in order to
But they don't need to
get,
do anything. Like
they
he
don't
just.
need they don't need to do anything?
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Okay, like I'm not trying to be rude to you because I do think you're a very nice person. But I just told you that the whole premise of the Bible is God sending his only begotten son to die for the sins of all mankind.
That's the
Would you
whole
not?
premise of the Bible.
No, it's not.
I mean, that's
What the hell are you talking about?
that's the thesis of the Bible, right? It's God
No,
sending.
it's not.
So what's the thesis of the Bible?
Well, there's Old Testament and New Testament. You might have a
No, but
point if
wait.
you're
Okay,
more specific.
okay. So Stanley, would you
Dude,
smile?
this isn't an argument. Okay, the New Testament, the New Testament is premised on Christ's sacrifice, not the whole Bible.
So is the Old Testament and the New Testament, are they not
They are
interlinked?
two different things.
Okay, so they're not. Okay. Oh, okay. So you're a Jew.
No, I'm a Catholic.
Okay, so you're a Christian. Catholics are Christians.
Old Testament and New Testament are two different books of the Bible.
The Catholics believe in Jesus Christ.
Okay.
The Jews
You
do
don't
not
have to
believe.
believe that. The belief in Jesus Christ isn't my point. My point is the Old Testament. The point is the sacrifice. The Old Testament is a separate book.
Yeah, I understand that, but that's a huge discrepancy between like the small hats and like the
The
Christians,
premise
right?
of the Bible is not Jesus. The premise of the Old Testament is.
Yeah, I understand that. That's again, we're talking about the Torah. The Old Testament and the Torah are very closely
I
connected.
know what you're talking about. It is not, Jesus is not the premise of the Torah.
Okay, Stanley, what do you believe in? Are you a Christian or are you like a Jew?
Dude,
Like, which
I
one are
just
you?
believe you're wrong.
Okay,
I'm
that
just
makes no
trying to
sense.
help you out here.
What do you talk about? You're not okay. Okay, Stanley. I mean, there's a huge delineation. It's like, okay, obviously the small hats believe in like the Torah and the Old Testament, right? They don't believe that Jesus was a prophet or a Messiah in any type of way. They're still waiting for the Messiah, for their Messiah. So I'm kind of
Well, if that's
confused.
the case, then it's not about Jesus, is it?
Well, Stanley, I'm kind of confused. When you're saying you're like a Catholic, then you believe in Jesus, right?
Stop worrying about what I am and start worrying about what you're saying.
What are you talking about?
Okay, if they're still waiting on the Messiah, then it's not about Jesus.
It is, though.
It is if you're a devout Christian like you seem to be.
What are you talking about? Even Catholics believe in Jesus Christ as
Okay,
Lord and Savior.
again, stop worrying about what I am and start worrying about what you're saying and what you're meaning. Jesus is not
Stanley, what are you talking
Jesus
about right now?
is not premise. The Bible is not premised on Jesus as a whole. The New Testament is.
Yes. So do you deny the New Testament?
Nope.
Okay, so then you accept the New Testament as part of the Bible.
And I also accept that the New Testament is about Jesus by and large,
Okay.
but not the Old Testament.
What are you talking about right now?
Dude, you know what? This is no, you know what? I'm going to hold my tongue just for the sake of peace.
What are you talking? Okay, Stanley,
Yeah,
obviously I like
yeah.
you, like, but what are you
Yeah.
talking
Okay,
about right now?
lasagna. You want to just go ahead and I'll just go ahead and mute, and you go ahead because I don't have the patience SKC does.
Okay, let me talk SKC. Okay, so SKC, are you a Catholic Christian?
Yeah,
What type?
just leave it at Christian, and but the whole idea that I'm stating is simple as this, lasagna. If Jesus sacrifice covers all of mankind's sin, then are all of mankind saved?
You know, that's the reason why most people do not like faith, right? It's like they are saved if they accept Jesus Christ as their
So they
Lord and
need to do
Savior.
something, right?
Yeah, they need to acknowledge Jesus
So
Christ as
so
their Lord and
then
Savior.
so then it's not just some sort of absolute thing of he died and all men's sins are taken away. They have to do something.
You know,
Right?
SKC, that that's very poignant, and that's something that I've had a lot of disagreement with within like my own upbringing. And you make a very, very good point.
So
Right.
it's not just some bang everything is said and done and such. No,
No, SKC,
something
I
needs
do
to
agree
happen.
with you. I do agree with you.
Right. So
I do agree
that's
with you in a sense.
so that's why I was saying in this scenario of when you tried to bring that into this conversation, there are astronomical differences because what we're talking about here is not just some one-to-one comparison. What we're talking about here is if you want to put it in the I would say the biblical aspect, a being that has control over all life, time, and humanity and the universe and the whole nine versus a human being that wants to see their lineage continue. Those are hugely different things.
Yeah, no, SKC, and I agree with you 100%. And like, again, obviously, I don't have any kids of my own. I would like, you have kids. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. I do think that if I would have kids, I would be a little bit more like, fuck everybody else.
Well,
Everybody
no,
else will suck
I
my
don't think
dick.
I don't even think it has to do with that. The only reason that I changed the scenario so far as assigning some sort of values to the people who were involved is because that matters. It's the whole reason of why we say things like even amongst
But
men
SKC, we're being
amongst
honest.
men
We're SKC.
when they let me
SKC.
finish real quick. Well, just let me
We're
finish
being
real quick.
okay. Hold
It's
on.
one.
Before you finish, we're being honest here, though. As a father, you obviously have a little bit of pull for your own lineage or for your own child. So let's be very honest. Even if I had my own kid, obviously I would have a little bit more pull for my
Well,
own child.
say if
Right?
it wasn't even your own kid. Let's just say if I don't know. Let's say if it was your brother. Would you sacrifice your brother for 5 criminals?
Yes. Oh no, 5 criminals.
Yes.
Okay, depending on the crimes, depending on the crimes,
Right. Let's say that the trolley had 5 murderers on that trolley. Are you going to sacrifice your brother?
kill all of those murderers and let my brother live.
So that's what I'm saying is even.
But wait, in the trolley, they're all murderers though. They're all murderers. That's
right. So that's what I'm saying. In this thought experiment, something as simple as changing or assigning who these people are could totally flip the decision on its head.
No, I agree with you, but that's not what this video was showing, right? Like this video was just showing 5 random people. Like now, if it was just 5 random people that could live spontaneous lives, whatever, maybe some person might cut hair, another person might be a chef, another person might be a banker, then that's different. But if if SKC, if you're telling me all these 5 people are going to be killers, yeah, they should all just go fuck themselves. I'm going to save that one person.
So then let's switch it up. Let's say that 4 people on that trolley are good, but there's one pedophile that's on there. Who are you going to say? Your brother or the 4 good ones and the pedophile, or what?
That's okay. I like that you bring that up, and you're testing my character. I would have to, although again, I will meet my brother in heaven, but I would save the four people and the one pedophile, but I would still save the 4 people, and I will see my brother in heaven.
And that's what the experiment is really talking about, at least from how I see it.
It's about sacrifice.
Well, I think it's going to test how people are going to how their ability to stay true to the principles that they
exactly
hold to.
Yeah. Exactly. No, SKC, you're very wise. Like I 100% agree with you on that preposition. No, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I don't think that I'm wise at all. I think I just read a little bit.
Why when someone's trying to give you I'm a regular I'm like a non
I'm just like
I'm
you.
not like a regular. I've never even talked to you. If I'm giving you a compliment, just accept it. You're just kind of being an asshole when you're not.
No. I'm just saying I'm just like you, man. I'm just like you. But I'm curious as what's going to be the next portion of what Mr. Sandell is going to state.
Sandell, you mean Stanley?
No. The speaker is Michael Sandell.
Oh, okay.
You definitely have the patience of a teacher, SKC.
No, I'm a father.
Did you just wreck the philosophical point? Well, let's step back from these stories and these arguments to notice a couple of things about the way the arguments have begun to unfold. Certain moral principles have already begun to emerge from the discussions we've had. And let's consider what those moral principles look like. The first moral principle that emerged in the discussion said, the right thing to do, the moral thing to do, depends on the consequences that will result from your action. At the end of the day, better that 5 should live, even if 1 must die. That's an example of consequentialist moral reasoning. Consequentialist moral reasoning locates morality in the consequences of an act, in the state of the world that will result from the thing you do. But then we went a little further, we considered those other cases, and people weren't so sure about consequentialist moral reasoning. When people hesitated to push the fat man over the bridge or to yank out the organs of the innocent patient, people gestured toward reasons having to do with the intrinsic quality of the act itself, consequences be what they may. People were reluctant. People thought it was just wrong, categorically wrong, to kill a person, an innocent person, even for the sake of saving 5 lives. At least people thought that in the second version of each story we considered. So this points to a second categorical way of thinking about moral reasoning. Categorical moral reasoning locates morality in certain absolute moral requirements, certain categorical duties and rights, regardless of the consequences. We're going to explore in the days and weeks to come the contrast between consequentialist and categorical moral principles. The most influential example of consequential moral reasoning is utilitarianism, a doctrine invented by Jeremy Bentham, the 18th century English political philosopher. The most important philosopher of categorical moral reasoning is the 18th century German philosopher Immanuel Kant. So we will look at those two different modes of moral reasoning, assess them, and also consider others. If you look at the syllabus, you'll notice that we read a number of great and famous books. Books by Aristotle, John Locke, Immanuel Kant, John Stuart Mill, and others. You'll notice too from the syllabus that we don't only read these books, we also take up contemporary political and legal controversies that raise philosophical questions. We will debate equality and inequality, affirmative action, free speech versus hate speech, same-sex marriage, military conscription, a range of practical questions. Why? Not just to enliven these abstract and distant books, but to make clear, to bring out what's at stake in our everyday lives, including our political lives.
One of the things about all of this that I
so
find,
we will
Stanley,
read these books.
One thing that I appreciate
And
about
we will
all
debate
of these
these
topics
issues, and
is
we will
that,
see how each informs and illuminates the other.
is that on all of those topics that people talk about or that he mentioned, it's rare to find people who are principally consistent.
No, I agree. I agree with that. I agree with you 100%.
And I think that's why, that's what fuels a lot of the discussions and debates of, you know, how people see the world or view this or that, is that there's so many instances where people are not consistent with the principles that they state that they hold to.
They're not. The word that you're looking for is congruent. A lot of people are not congruent.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, my question to you though is, you know, there is no unified theory. You know, life tends to be so situational, and you know, people literally change from, you know, in the different phases of life. You know, so I mean, I think it. I mean, you do want like relative consistency, but there's almost no way you can be consistent.
But Stanley, that's kind of a bad thing, though. Would you not agree?
I'm sorry, it's kind of a what?
Would you not think that consistency, like if you're not consistent within your own blood?
Okay, I'm literally saying consistency is impossible. It's that a perfect world scenario.
It's not. No, I agree with you. I agree with you.
You're
It's
never
not
going
perfect,
to
obviously.
be 100% consistent. The best you can do is try and be as consistent as possible.
But we're talking about in a family dynamic. We're talking about like in a.
Wait, hold it. We are.
I mean, that's I assume, because I was talking to SKC about his like child. I think we were talking about like,
Right.
family
That's
dynamic.
SKC's child. You were having what I'm saying is not based on what you and SKC discussed.
Obviously, like if we're talking about like as entire world, right? You can't talk about Europe and like America and like fucking Antarctica. Like obviously we're not going to be we're not going to be consistent, right? But what I'm talking about, if we're talking just about America, we can have some type of like consistency in the type of way we bring up most young children in some type of sense, regardless of the background, right?
Let's not call it consistency. Let's call it predictability. I think children do better when parents are more or less predictable. Consistency, you're not going to be consistent. If you have two children, you're not going to be, absolutely consistent. I think consistent to me implies some sort of perfection. Predictable is a lot more situational.
What do you mean by that?
I literally mean, how would dad react to something that I do? Consistency for me just implies a perfection that people just are incapable of achieving. Predictable is more situational.
But Stanley, like you have a child that's like pretty successful, right? He's going to college. He wants to better himself. But you also probably see a lot of people that are the opposite. So what's the difference between what you're doing and what other people are doing?
Well, it's other people doing it for starters. I'm not responsible for what other people are doing. That's basically the bare bones of it.
But you do know that like your son needs to have like you did instill some grit in him, right? Like
okay, but that has nothing to do with what other people do with their kids. I mean, I literally have never, other than maybe like, I've asked my parents like within my family, because my sister has kids. I don't look to other people as to how I raised my son. I have a family.
But
I literally don't pay it. I literally have never paid.
But you're
listen
black.
to what I'm saying before we go into the race stuff. I literally have never looked outside my family as to how to raise kids.
Yeah, I understand that, but like, would you not?
So what does black have to do with it?
Well, okay, like let's be honest. Like, are you not giving your your offspring some type of acknowledgement? Like, yeah, you need to work hard, but you also need to acknowledge that you have like a deficit, especially in America, because of
motherfucker. My son literally got into an engineering school. Like
that has nothing to do with that. Has
no.
What
you need to do. What you need to do is listen to my response. Okay, my son doesn't have any deficit at all. My son is going to a better college than you went to.
Yeah, he did. I'm not gonna lie. He did.
Okay, so don't tell me you have the deficit when compared to my son.
Okay, Stanley,
you don't have the SAT that he did.
Yeah,
you
I
don't
know.
have the grades that he did.
Stanley,
do not talk to no. See, what you like to do is step over lines, and I don't have the patience of SKC. If there is a deficit here, it is you that have the deficit when compared to my son.
I know you're.
So let's not talk. No. Let's not talk about deficits. Let's talk about your deficits, because my son compared to you has none.
I know he's smarter than me.
Okay, then motherfucker, if you see, dude, you people, man. You know what? I kind of hit the mute button when you were talking to SKC about the Bible. Now you want to talk about my son and black and deficits when my son in any comparable way, including parenting for that matter, is way advantaged over you.
I know I know
supremely.
He is.
So why are you talking? Why are you talking black and deficits when my son is superior to you? better educated, better grades,
he
better
is.
prospects. My son,
He is.
as a black kid, has better prospects than you. So what deficit do you speak of?
But Stanley, this is what I'm saying. Like, obviously, I know he's smarter than me. He got
Okay,
it.
no.
He's in a
I
better
don't care
quality.
about the smart part. I don't care about the smart part. Let's talk about black and deficits. Those are your words.
Yeah,
What deficit does he have compared to you?
and that's what I was trying to get to, but you cut me off.
Well, get to it quickly because I'm getting bored.
Okay, so if you're getting bored, you just like kick me off.
Yeah, you know what? That might be for your own good.
Okay.
Somehow or another, being black hasn't caused him a deficit when compared to you.
Well, I think I can find a middle ground in all of this because
No. Don't bother about a middle ground. There is no middle ground.
Well,
when you want to come
Stanley,
to me, when you want to come to me, young man, and you want to talk black and deficits and my son, you have no clue what you're talking about.
Okay,
Does your whiteness allow you to come off half cocked like that?
Well, Stanley, you're getting to your own.
Okay, don't well Stanley me. Answer my question. Does you being white
You're
and
getting into your own feelings
does
right
your
now,
white
and I'm being
and
respectful to
does
you,
your
but you're
white
getting into your own
mediocrity
feelings right now.
translate into privilege?
I literally said your son mogs me educationally. He went to a better college. He's more educated than I am. What
Okay,
are you
then why are
talking
you
about?
talking deficits in black?
Okay, that's what I'm saying. You're not. I don't know if you're drunk or if you're like a little
Dude,
bit
I'm
tipsy.
stone cold sober, but I'm stone cold sober enough to call your dumb ass out. Okay, do not talk to me about black in deficit when compared to my son, you have the deficit.
Yeah, and I said that. I know
Okay, then
your
shut the fuck up and let's move on.
I said your son went to a
Don't stretch out your humiliation, son.
I said your son went to a
Don't
better
stretch
college
out
than
your
I went to.
humiliation. Do
What,
not talk to me about black in deficits when you are on the short end of the stick. You are white and have a deficit compared to my black and deficited son. You never stood a chance when you step to me stupid. You don't stand a chance. I will crush your mediocre white ass and have fun when I do it.
Okay, I never.
Yeah,
said,
motherfucker. I know it's okay.
I never said.
You don't have to. I don't need your permission to crush your mediocre ass.
Stanley,
don't ever step in your own doo-doo like that again, son, because I will tell you what you stepped in. Bring that racist bullshit to my panel.
How is it racist? How is
bring
it racist
that racist bullshit to my panel, and I will crush you.
How is it racist when I said that your
Don't
son
ask
went
me
to a
how,
better...
son. You did it, and you're paying for it. And I don't give a fuck about it. I do not give a fuck about making peace in a middle ground. I crush fools, and I crush racist fools, and enjoy doing it.
I'm not racist. What are you talking?
You are the biggest racist on this panel right now.
I literally said your son went to a better college
Dude,
than
do
I
not
went
come
to.
to me and talk
talking
about black and deficit when my son is superior to you.
Yeah, he went to a better college than I did.
Motherfucker, say it.
What are you talking about?
Say it.
I did. I just said he went to a better college than I did. What are you talking about?
No. Not a better college. He is superior to you. Compared to you, he has no deficit when he's compared to you.
Well, history needs to be written.
He has, motherfucker, we're not talking about history now. Don't bring up history compared to you. If I take my son and I compare him to what I know about you, he has no deficit. You have the deficit.
Well, he does have an advantage.
How does it feel to be white and deficited?
Wait, can I answer the question?
How does it feel to be a mediocre white person in a pit of his own making? You dug your own pit.
Yeah, he obviously had a better education, so obviously
Motherfucker, he had better parents.
Okay.
You were just a loser all the way around. I'm a better parent than your parents.
Good grief, man. This took an interesting turn.
Oh, motherfucker, don't you? Hey, you know what? Like I said, SKC, I'm not a teacher. I will fucking tell you about yourself. I don't care about middle grounds. You step over the line, there is no middle ground. Don't ever come up here talking about black and deficits. I'm not going to even talk about me compared to you. That wouldn't be fair because I'm older. And no, I haven't had a drop to drink. I am stone cold sober telling you you're a fucking idiot. Anything else? Anything else? I didn't think so. You ready to continue the video?
It's your stream, Stanley. Do whatever. You
Motherfucker, I know it is. That's why I did what I did. Don't fucking step wrong on my panel.
This may sound appealing enough, but here I have to issue a warning. And the warning is this: to read these books in this way, as an exercise in self-knowledge, to read them in this way carries certain risks. Risks that are both personal and political. Risks that every student of political philosophy has known. These risks spring from the fact that philosophy teaches us and unsettles us by confronting us with what we already know. There's an irony. The difficulty of this course consists in the fact that it teaches what you already know. It works by taking what we know from familiar, unquestioned settings and making it strange. That's how those examples worked. The hypotheticals with which we began, with their mix of playfulness and sobriety. It's also how these philosophical books work. Philosophy estranges us from the familiar, not by supplying new information, but by inviting and provoking a new way of seeing. But, and here's the risk, once the familiar turns strange, it's never quite the same again. Self-knowledge is like lost innocence. However unsettling you find it, it can never be unthought or unknown. What makes this enterprise difficult, but also riveting, is that moral and political philosophy is a story, and you don't know where the story will lead, but what you do know is that the story is about you. Those are the personal risks. Now, what of the political risks? One way of introducing a course like this would be to promise you that by reading these books and debating these issues, you will become a better, more responsible citizen. You will examine the presuppositions of public policy. You will hone your political judgment. You will become a more effective participant in public affairs. But this would be a partial and misleading promise. Political philosophy, for the most part, hasn't worked that way. You have to allow for the possibility that political philosophy may make you a worse citizen rather than a better one, or at least a worse citizen before it makes you a better one. And that's because philosophy is a distancing, even debilitating activity. And you see this going back to Socrates. There's a dialogue, the Gorgias, in which one of Socrates' friends, Callicles, tries to talk him out of philosophizing. Callicles tells Socrates, philosophy is a pretty toy, if one indulges in it with moderation at the right time of life. But if one pursues it further than one should, it is absolute ruin. Take my advice, Callicles says. Abandon argument. Learn the accomplishments of active life. Take for your models not those people who spend their time on these petty quibbles, but those who have a good livelihood and reputation and many other blessings. So Callicles is really saying to Socrates, quit philosophizing, get real, go to business school. And Callicles did have a point. He had a point because philosophy distances us from conventions, from established assumptions, and from settled beliefs. Those are the risks, personal and political. And in the face of these risks, there is a characteristic evasion. The name of the evasion is skepticism. It's the idea, well, it goes something like this. We didn't resolve once and for all either the cases or the principles we were arguing when we began. And if Aristotle and Locke and Kant and Mill haven't solved these questions after all of these years, who are we to think that we here in Sanders Theater over the course of a semester can resolve them? And so maybe it's just a matter of each person having his or her own principles and there's nothing more to be said about it. No way of reasoning. That's the evasion of skepticism, to which I would offer the following reply. It's true, these questions have been debated for a very long time. But the very fact that they have recurred and persisted may suggest that though they're impossible in one sense, they're unavoidable in another. And the reason they're unavoidable, the reason they're inescapable, is that we live some answer to these questions every day. So skepticism, just throwing up your hands and giving up on moral reflection, is no solution. Immanuel Kant described very well the problem with skepticism when he wrote, "Skepticism is a resting place for human reason, where it can reflect upon its dogmatic wanderings, but it is no dwelling place for permanent settlement. Simply to acquiesce in skepticism," Kant wrote, "can never suffice to overcome the restlessness of reason." I've tried to suggest through these stories and these arguments some sense of the risks and temptations, of the perils and the possibilities. I would simply conclude by saying that the aim of this course is to awaken the restlessness of reason and to see where it might lead. Thank you very much.
And I think in certain ways, Stanley, that same argument is something that a lot of people have, where they'll state, you guys talking about these situations going back and forth, it's not going to end up in anything actionable. But at the same time, having those thoughts makes us human. And so to just throw them away as, oh, they're irrational and or they have no bearing. To live like that almost makes you more, dare I say it, almost animalistic.
And these thoughts are also demonic in the sense that these thoughts would.
Well, let me put it to you this way, and maybe it's a Navy thing. I like keeping my mental house in order. Okay, I don't have time and am not inclined to, be skeptical about 50 different things. The first thing I like to do is start separating the wheat from the chaff. Being skeptical about too many things leads to inaction. I mean, literally, you sound like you're describing indecision. Making a decision implies that you're not skeptical.
What's wrong with being indecisive? Like we're all human.
Everything is wrong. People lose lives for indecision.
Yeah, but we're all humans here, right?
Okay, I don't give a fuck about any of that chaff. I said people lose lives over indecision. That's what's wrong with it. You ask me what's wrong. I say being indecisive in the right situation can be life-threatening. That's what's wrong with indecision.
I think it depends on like if
Okay,
you're
no. Don't tell me what you think. You don't know enough to think about this. What you need to do is hear what I said and think about it.
well, you need to have some more
Don't tell
grace.
me what you think because I'm not that interested.
You need to have some more grace, Stanley.
Why?
Because you're
Lasagna,
you're
this
just a
isn't
man.
lasagna. This isn't the first time you and I have chatted. Okay, you ran out of grace quite some time ago. Okay, I'm not going to give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm not going to be a skeptic and wonder whether you're a good faith actor or not. My
Okay.
opinion is formed. I don't need to be skeptical. I make a decision. I don't give you the benefit of the doubt.
Well, good for you,
This
Stanley.
this isn't our first rodeo. Okay, and I don't I forgive, but I do not forget.
Okay, that's fine. I haven't talked to you
Well, I
in
know
months,
it's
so
fine.
that's
I don't
fine.
need you to tell me what's fine and what's not. I know it's fine.
Oh wow,
What you need
you guys have some
what you
history,
need
huh?
to understand is every time you come up to my panel, that's not an automatic reset.
I haven't
You are
come
who
I
you
haven't come
are.
up to your panel
You
in months. What are you
are
talking
who
about?
you are, and I am who I am, and that's not going to change every time we encounter each other.
Okay, so Stanley, you're the same person that you were 10 years ago? Okay, that's good to know.
You know what? I'm the same person the last time I got pissed off and tossed your ass off a panel. That
You
much
might
we
you
know.
might your
I
old
don't need
ass
to
might
be
need
I
your
don't
old
need to
ass
be
might need to learn
skeptical.
something,
I don't
Stanley.
need to be skeptical about the last time we encountered each other, and neither do you.
And this is why
And
most old
and the
people
next
should
time we
die.
encounter each other, there will be less reason to be skeptical because now you know how I'm operating.
I don't care, Stanley. You're just an
Okay,
old
dude, I
retarded
didn't
piece of
ask you to
shit.
care. I just asked you to know.
Cool. You're just old. You're
No,
a
what I
disgrace to
am is
society.
done with your bullshit. That's what
Yeah.
I am. I'm
Okay.
old and done with the bullshitters.
Yeah. Well, you should just die then if you're that old.
Motherfucker, you know what? I might just die, but you know what? That would be good riddance. I don't have to deal with your white mediocrity anymore.
Well, you're a plague to society, Stanley.
You know what? I'm a plague to your type of society.
You're also a plague to
Because
yourself.
I like telling you about your type of society.
Think about it. If you die,
therefore I
do you know how
am
much?
a plague.
Think about it.
The
If you die, do you know how
truth
much
is a
equity? Do you know how much equity?
the truth is a plague to your type of society.
Do you know how much equity your son would have?
Motherfucker,
you know how
I
much
don't give a
buying
shit.
power
Why do I equity?
your son would have?
Equity? What the fuck are you talking about? Equity?
You've lived your life. Why won't you just die
Dude,
already?
you have no clue how I live my life.
Oh my god. No, but you're old already. This is what I'm saying.
Oh my god.
The problem with most of America is just old.
Dude,
Old
you
people
are
just
your
letting
own
live
worst
too
enemy.
long.
Has anyone ever told you that you are your biggest problem?
Well, Stanley, what are you doing in this
I bet
current
your daddy never told you you were a big problem to your own self, did he?
Well, Stanley,
I bet he has.
what are you
bet
doing?
he's told. I bet your father has told you. You know what, lasagna killer? You are your worst enemy.
So what are you doing, Stanley, within this
Motherfucker, what I'm doing is telling you what I think. I don't know it, but I
No,
think it.
you're not doing anything special.
I literally think that you are your biggest Achilles heel. Your biggest Achilles heel is between your ears.
Okay, Stanley, you're collecting Social Security.
No, don't tell me what I'm collecting
vampire.
because
You're a
you
vampire
just
to
like me
society.
are guessing. All I have to say is white mediocrity should
working?
always be addressed and crushed. Nip
Stanley,
that
are you
white
working?
mediocrity
You have
in
a
the
job. You
bud.
have a job,
I nip
Stanley.
it in
You
the
have a job.
bud.
Do you have a
I
job?
nip white mediocrity in the bud. So
It
there's
has nothing to
no
do with
doubt
white or
about where
black.
you stand on this panel. I do not give a fuck about your hurt feelings. I do not give a fuck about you.
Stanley, what I'm just saying is
Bring that bullshit to my panel and I will address it every time.
You should just die.
Motherfucker, don't tell me what I should be doing. I just did it.
You haven't died though.
Dude, all I have to say is we know where we stand with each other currently and forevermore. As long as we know this, we're good to go.
Okay.
At least in my mind.
As long as
So
you know
what were you
you're-
going to
you're-
say? SKC, can you finish what you were saying?
Oh, I was just saying that what Lasagna was saying about the dying part, that doesn't sound very Christian.
What are you talking about? Dying is the most Christian thing. Jesus died at 33. Isn't
No,
that-
I'm talking about I'm talking about wishing somebody to die. I mean, that's kind of
Dude, he thinks
Well,
I'm Jesus,
wait,
apparently.
wait, no. Well,
I appreciate the comparison.
What I'm saying is that if you look at the Christian ethos and like even the Catholic ethos, it's like once, like Stanley, obviously I have, when I say this, I have no hate towards you or anything like that, but you've had a
Oh,
child.
you think I hate you? Oh, please
Can
don't think
can
I
fin-
hate
can
you.
can I finish my point?
Maybe, maybe not. I just need you to know there's
go
no
ahead.
hate involved. What I said was cold, calculated, and objective.
Okay, cool. What I'm saying is you've lived a long enough life. You've had a child. You're just being selfish at this point. You should just like jump off a bridge and just like you've lived your life. You're just being selfish at a certain age.
You know, I throughout history, anytime white mediocrity gets threatened or belittled in any way, the first thing they want to do is murder you.
Yeah.
They want to lynch you. They want to tie you to something and toss you in a river. Y'all get mighty murderous, don't you? When you
Well,
feel
I said-
that
wait, Stanley, I
when
said
your
you did a
little
good
when
job.
your little
You did a good
pride
job.
when
You did a
your
good
little
job.
white pride gets dented a little bit, first thing you want to do is talk about people jumping off bridges. When you say jump off a bridge, are you putting jump off bridge in scare quotes?
Oh wow.
Well, I'm saying you did a good job, Stanley. I'm saying you were a good
Oopsie,
you were a
oopsie,
good
jumped.
father. You were a good father. Your son is going to college. He's gonna
Dude, you need not worry about what type of father I was. None of this is your business, quite
but
frankly.
what like
Literally,
you're not doing
stop
anything
worrying.
else.
Stop worrying about me. Stop worrying about me and my parenting. Start worrying about lasagna.
But you're part of the problem. Most of the
Okay,
problem.
I am not
most
part
the
of your problem, dumbass.
No, you're part of the American.
I
problem.
am not part of your problem.
The biggest
I
problem in
am
America.
not part of any problem you need concern yourself with.
Yeah, if you look at
Don't
this, like,
yeah me. How am I your personal problem?
I'm trying to explain it, but if you want to keep going,
Don't bother explaining. I've already discounted your answer.
Yeah, okay.
It's not worth me hearing.
Okay.
See, I've written you off.
Okay.
I think there's a second half of the video.
Yeah, motherfucker. Daniel Nixon sounds very monkey. Yeah, you know what? If that's what you want to call it, Danny. I'm sorry. Second part is what?
Yeah, I think the video continues.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
I had to take a pause to dump on lasagna right quick.
No, it sounds like you two have
Like,
a
in a
storied
situation
history.
Oh, we do. That's why. You thought we just met? No, we have a history, all right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know.
desperate. You have to do what you have to do to survive.
You have to do what you have to do.
You got to do what you got to do, pretty much. If you've been going 19 days without any food, someone just has to take the sacrifice. Someone has to make the sacrifice, and people can survive.
All right, that's good. What's your name? Marcus. What do you say to Marcus? Last time, we started out last time with some stories, with some moral dilemmas about trolley cars and about doctors and healthy patients vulnerable to being victims of organ transplantation. We noticed two things about the arguments we had. One had to do with the way we were arguing. We began with our judgments in particular cases. We tried to articulate the reasons or the principles lying behind our judgments. And then, confronted with a new case, we found ourselves re-examining those principles, revising each in the light of the other. And we noticed the built-in pressure to try to bring into alignment our judgments about particular cases and the principles we would endorse on reflection. We also noticed something about the substance of the arguments that emerged from the discussion. We noticed that sometimes we were tempted to locate the morality of an act in the consequences, in the results, in the state of the world that it brought about. And we called this consequentialist moral reasoning. But we also noticed that in some cases, we weren't swayed only by the result. Sometimes, many of us felt that not just consequences, but also the intrinsic quality or character of the act matters morally. Some people argued that there are certain things that are just categorically wrong, even if they bring about a good result, even if they save 5 people at the cost of 1 life. So we contrasted
Could you pause right there?
moral principles with.
I did wonder, what are you two's feelings on that? The idea of doing something bad that yields a good result. Do you find any problem with that, or?
I guess it all depends on what it is, but I can think of things that I think most times, and I'm thinking back on childhood, where you might do something that you kind of know is bad, but it turns out to be okay in the end.
Yeah, I just wonder, because I think I know the perspective from Lasagna Killer. At least I would I would guess it. But I don't know. I think those instances of doing something bad to yield a good result is connected to
evilness.
Well, short-term thinking and an instant gratification.
Well, I'm gonna sound really goody two shoes here. I can't think, at least as an adult, of like, hey, I know this is wrong, but I'm gonna do it anyway. There have been times where, I might I'll just say, like, done some woman wrong or something like that. But by and large, I try to avoid, intentionally doing something bad. And part of being an adult is weighing consequences. If you do something bad, I guess relieved is how I would feel, because sometimes if you do something bad, you kind of expect, something not to go well, and when it does go well, I guess relief would be what I feel.
What about you, Lasagna? What are your thoughts on this? Doing something bad to yield a good result.
It's what I'm saying. Like, we're living in a world that's fallen. Saying that you want to do something good, but it's going to yield a better, like, it's so scuffed. You should. I think as like I'm not a father, but if I had a son, obviously I would tell him to do the right thing, even though it's hard. I would tell him to do the right thing, even though it's not gonna benefit him. Just because, like, I just think that's the most moral thing. Like, for whatever reason, I just think that if I was like I don't have a child, but if I was a father, I would want for my son to be more righteous than wealthy. And even if my son died at like 15, if he died in a righteous way, and let's say if God gave me two choices, your son dies in a righteous way at a very early age, like at 14 or 13 or 15, or he lives till like 90, but he's really wealthy, but he's like a piece of shit. I think as a father, I would just want my dad to die at 15. But I don't have a child, so I don't know. You have a child, SKC. I don't know if what I'm saying is just bullshit. But
No, I mean, if I was given the choice, I mean, from what you just put forth, I would actually agree with you.
which is kind of weird because you know how like society just places just like being ballin like as the most important thing. But I'm just saying, like, if I'm just like, I'm happy you said that because I don't seem that crazy.
Yeah, I would prefer my kid to be
A good person.
yeah, just holding to values of virtue and principle.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Uh,
Even if you were to die at a young age, I still want him to die
yeah,
with virtue.
yeah, because but rather than the opposite, that's to me, I don't even really see that as really living. You're basically doing things and living almost like in an animalistic way of
Yeah. No,
taking
I agree
advantage
with you
of other
100%,
people.
100%.
Yeah.
But I feel like that what we're talking about is not really like that prominent, or like I grew up like in a pretty good household, so when I say this, it doesn't seem that rare. But I just like I guess within these spaces, it just seems like, okay, just chase the bag. Like the bag's gonna make you happy. It's just like, okay, what if you're worth like $500 million, but you're just like a completely evil person? Like, do you really want to live that way?
Yeah, I don't know. I just think that there's a lot of situations where people have been without certain things, and they believe that if they had certain things, then a lot of their problems would go away. But I think just, and I know that Stanley is going to jump down my throat on this one, but with the using a Thomas Sowism, yeah, there are no solutions. There there are trade-offs, and I don't think that a lot of people understand that when it comes to the things that they believe that they want. They imagine it as though there is no trade-off to acquiring the things that they want.
Well, do you think he's talking specifically about politics
No,
or economics?
I think that he's talking about way beyond economics. I think he's talking about in I think that axiom can be applied to multiple facets of life.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is one of the problems I have with economists, and not just Thomas Sowell. I can think of a lot of economists who wind up, like Glenn Lowry is a good example, who wind up kind of being like sociologists in a way. A lot of Glenn Lowry's career, he actually worked in, he held joint appointments in sociology departments, or at Harvard, he had a joint appointment in the African American Studies department. I think economists tend to think very transactionally, like life is a trade-off. Sounds like life is one big transaction. And they may be right, but maybe for the sake of my, sanity, I like to think life is does have a few absolutes. There, life can be zero sum. No, not so much transactional or trade-offs. Sometimes there is 0 and 1.
Yeah, I don't know. I think personally, I think that a lot of people take the things that Thomas Sowell says because it makes them uncomfortable about applying it. So
Really?
yeah. Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I've never found Thomas Sowell that hard hitting. He's never said anything that made me cringe, or at least not Thomas. I don't take Thomas Sowell seriously enough outside of the basic economics. I've never taken him seriously as a sociologist or a philosopher or anything like that, or even a historian for that matter.
Yeah. To each his own. I've enjoyed his stuff. So.
And I don't dislike Soul. I just don't have the level of respect a lot of people do. I literally would be like, if Walter Williams, I'm really kind of more a Walter Williams guy if I had to choose a conservative Black economist.
But anyway,
he would. Walter Williams was in the military, right?
Yeah, both of them were.
Soul was? Oh, that's right, he was. Yeah. I know. I just to me, and I know we're off the topic here. Walter Williams just seems a lot more martial to me. It just seems his bearings just a little bit more, a little bit more sturdy, in my opinion.
But yeah, and this, and I know we'll eventually get there, but one of my favorite episodes in this series has to do with when he confronts the issue about Robert E. Lee and the decision.
Oh, I definitely want to see that.
And the decision that Robert E. Lee was facing when asked by Lincoln to join the Union Army and to fight against his home of Virginia.
Yeah. And there are many people who, I'll be interested to see what Sandel's, what he has to say about it. He probably doesn't really express an opinion, but a lot of people, as a matter of fact, I heard a historian talk about Robert E. Lee this weekend. You'd be funny how often I hear about Robert E. Lee, and the upshot is that he fought for something that was basically, even at the time, there are people who thought it was morally reprehensible. There's no heroism in fighting for the right to keep people enslaved, was the bottom line. Whether he was personally good to his slaves or not, or whether he was a fine, upstanding Christian man, the cause he was fighting for, there are many people at the time who thought it was reprehensible. So,
well, the thing,
I'm not necessarily judging even from the presentist point of view. There were people at the time.
Yeah, but I think one of the interesting topics of or the way that he brings it up is that if I'm not mistaken, he compares it to a case of and I'm not trying to ruin it all, but he compares it to a case of how some people will not they will not help the police when it comes to their family They may not break the law in doing something like aiding and abetting or so forth, but he gives this case of where this guy basically tells the police, yeah, I'm not gonna aid and abet him, but I'm not gonna aid you. That's my brother. So and then he moves over, and a lot of the people that are in the audience, especially if I'm not mistaken, a lot of the black people in the audience agrees with him, but then they disagree with Robert E. Lee, which is it's like this exact same principle, but they feel a different way about it because of slavery.
Well, I mean, I think I've read somewhere that Robert E. Lee probably, there are people who basically would argue that, hey, he really wasn't that much into slavery. It was really fighting for his home country, as he called it.
Correct. I think he even
I don't buy that argument, to be honest.
well, I think actually I'm almost sure of this. Sandel reads the letter that Robert E. Lee sent back to Lincoln, expressing his reasons for why he will not join the Union Army respectfully. And in there, he directly states that it would be immoral for him to fight against his homeland.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have to take him at his word. Fighting against his homeland would be a bigger immorality than fighting to enslave people. And I understand that, in the South, it was de rigueur, or whatever the term is. Jefferson, same way. Jefferson did not particularly, condone slavery, but it was one of these things of, hey, it's the way everybody does it. I'm not gonna. So, hey, it was a bigger immorality to Robert E. Lee, to fight, against Virginians than it was to enslave people. There are people at the time who would look askance. But I mean, it is what it is. It's really not up to me to condemn. I'll just make ironic. I'll just appreciate the irony.
Yeah. It's an interesting conversation. I don't know. I don't know if he gets to it here or if it's the next episode. But whenever we get to it, I think I would like to hear your thoughts and maybe Lasagna's thoughts.
Right. Well, to Brian Nichols' point, one of the more interesting things is how sovereign states were. I mean, back before the 14th Amendment, states literally controlled whether you were a citizen or not. They literally had sway over what rights you had. States were, even up till the 14th Amendment, were very independent. So I get it. I just think that, and maybe it is more presentist than I will admit. I think fighting to enslave people was the bigger immorality.
Categorical ones. Today, and in the next few days, we will begin to examine one of the most influential versions of consequentialist moral theory, and that's the philosophy of utilitarianism. Jeremy Bentham, the 18th century English political philosopher, gave the first clear systematic expression to the utilitarian moral theory. And Bentham's idea, his essential idea, is a very simple one, with a lot of morally intuitive appeal. Bentham's idea is the following: the right thing to do, the just thing to do, is to maximize utility. What did he mean by utility? He meant by utility the balance of pleasure over pain, happiness over suffering. Here's how he arrived at the principle of maximizing utility. He started out by observing that all of us, all human beings, are governed by two sovereign masters, pain and pleasure. We human beings like pleasure and dislike pain. And so we should base morality, whether we're thinking about what to do in our own lives, or whether as legislators or citizens, we're thinking about what the laws should be. The right thing to do individually or collectively is to maximize, act in a way that maximizes the overall level of happiness. Bentham's utilitarianism is sometimes summed up with the slogan, the greatest good for the greatest number. With this basic principle of utility on hand, let's begin to test it and to examine it by turning to another case, another story, but this time, not a hypothetical story, a real life story, the case of the Queen versus Dudley and Stevens. This was a 19th century British law case that's famous and much debated in law schools. Here's what happened in the case. I'll summarize the story, then I want to hear how you would rule, imagining that you are the jury. A newspaper account of the time described the background. A sadder story of disaster at sea was never told than that of the survivors of the yacht Mignonette. The ship foundered in the South Atlantic. It's 1,300 miles from the Cape. There were 4 in the crew. Dudley was the captain. Stevens was the first mate. Brooks was a sailor. All men of excellent character, or so the newspaper account tells us. The 4th crew member was the cabin boy, Richard Parker, 17 years old. He was an orphan. He had no family. And he was on his first long voyage at sea. He went, the news account tells us, rather against the advice of his friends. He went in the hopefulness of youthful ambition, thinking the journey would make a man of him. Sadly, it was not to be. The facts of the case were not in dispute. A wave hit the ship, and the Mignonette went down. The 4 crew members escaped to a lifeboat. The only food they had were 2 cans of preserved turnips, no fresh water. For the first 3 days, they ate nothing. On the 4th day, they opened one of the cans of turnips and ate it. The next day, they caught a turtle. Together with the other can of turnips, the turtle enabled them to subsist for the next few days. And then for 8 days, they had nothing. No food, no water. Imagine yourself in a situation like that. What would you do? Here's what they did. By now, the cabin boy, Parker, is lying at the bottom of the lifeboat in the corner because he had drunk seawater against the advice of the others, and he had become ill, and he appeared to be dying. So on the 19th day, Dudley, the captain, suggested that they should all have a lottery, that they should draw lots to see who would die to save the rest. Brooks refused. He didn't like the lottery idea. We don't know whether this was because he didn't want to take the chance or because he believed in categorical moral principles. But in any case, no lots were drawn. The next day, there was still no ship in sight, so Dudley told Brooks to avert his gaze, and he motioned to Stevens that the boy Parker had better be killed. Dudley offered a prayer, He told the boy his time had come, and he killed him with a penknife, stabbing him in the jugular vein. Brooks emerged from his conscientious objection to share in the gruesome bounty. For 4 days, the three of them fed on the body and blood of the cabin boy. True story. And then they were rescued. Dudley describes their rescue in his diary with staggering euphemism, quote, "On the 24th day, as we were having our breakfast, a ship appeared at last. The three survivors were picked up by a German ship. They were taken back to Falmouth in England, where they were arrested and tried. Brooks turned state's witness. Dudley and Stevens went to trial. They didn't dispute the facts. They claimed they had acted out of necessity. That was their defense. They argued, in effect, better that one should die so that three could survive. The prosecutor wasn't swayed by that argument. He said murder is murder, and so the case went to trial. Now imagine you are the jury, and just to simplify the discussion, put aside the question of law, and let's assume that you as the jury are charged with deciding whether what they did was morally permissible or not. How many would vote not guilty, that what they did was morally permissible? And how many would vote guilty, what they did was morally wrong? A pretty sizable majority. Now let's see what people's reasons are, and let me begin with those who are in the minority. Let's hear first from the defense of Dudley and Stevens. Why would you morally exonerate them? What are your reasons? Yes.
I think it is morally reprehensible, but I think that there's a distinction between what's morally reprehensible and what makes someone legally accountable. In other words, as the judge said, what's always moral isn't necessarily against the law. And while I don't think that necessity justifies theft or murder or any illegal act, at some point your degree of necessity does in fact exonerate you from any guilt.
Okay, good. Other defenders, other voices for the defense, moral justifications for what they did. Yes.
All right, thank you. I just feel like in a situation that desperate, you have to do what you have to do to survive.
You have to do what you have to do.
You got to do what you got to do, pretty much. If you've been going 19 days without any food,
I agree with this young man. And unfortunately or fortunately, I can actually empathize. I've never had to do, what they did, but I know what it's like. I've been at sea enough to know that they probably were barely in their right minds. I mean, you could probably make a case for almost temporary insanity. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. As soon as they stated that they voted, all that I think that kind of throws the mental thing out of the picture. But
well, they basically the first time they voted, they didn't actually go through with it. Or did I misunderstand?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like the idea of doing this quote unquote democratic fashion of doing, that kind of shows you that they were not mentally.
Well, they weren't voting; they were drawing. Weren't they drawing lots or something?
Yeah. But just making that decision would show that they're not in some sort of state of mental insanity.
Yeah, well, like I said, I know the sea is a cruel mistress.
Oh yeah, I could. Yeah,
and I just kind of I can make an educated guess over what they were going through, and that you know, yeah, they were probably, you know,
Yeah, I do concur with that.
especially without the water.
Yeah, it's that I would never want to trade places with them on that one. But yeah, it's a
Well, give lasagna a turn.
yeah. Go ahead, lasagna. It's a tough one, huh?
Can you guys repeat the question?
What would you do in this situation with the on the boat and this this decision that they made so far is cannibalism?
Okay, so there's a boat. Why there? What's the cannibalism in this boat?
Say that again.
So he said there was a boat. Why is there cannibalism in the boat?
Well, basically, they hit a storm, wound up in the in a lifeboat, and they went. You know, they had like 2 cans of turnips. Ran out of food, basically. You know, caught a turtle. You know, that helped them out, helped them subsist a few more days. In the end, it turned out that they were without water, without food for weeks, a couple weeks, and one of them was the youngest was fairly ill from drinking salt water. They they were going to draw lots to see which one would sacrifice himself to basically, help the others survive. It's like a gruesome trolley problem meets Night of the Living Dead. And ultimately, they just the captain ordered someone to do the dastardly deed, killed the youngest, and they basically subsisted on that youngest, cannibalized him. And then one morning a boat showed up. So they went to trial, and basically, if you were on the jury, would you find them guilty of murder or find them innocent due to circumstances?
I feel like this is a very obvious case. I feel like most of the chat would just be like, this is an obvious case.
I don't know.
Are you going to the chat for a lifeline?
No, it's obviously they did what they had to do.
Some people don't feel that way.
It's people that have never studied history. Human history. If a regular person took 2 hours to study human history, they would surmise that human history was very cruel.
Yeah, but I mean, there's been, outstanding cases of people who have made opposite decisions.
So what would you do?
I think what lasagna is stating that he would just eat the man and that would be done. That would be it. Kind of like the black guy on the screen right there. He's stating you just got to do whatever you got to do.
Right,
survive.
but the question is, so that means if he were on the jury, he would basically exonerate them.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much the
okay.
case.
He could have just said I'd exonerate him and saved us all the headache.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I disagree, but I think
John's here. John, did you hear the problem?
Did I hear what?
The scenario here.
No, I'm just not joining. What case is this? What's going on? Like a
Well, it was an
This is
actual case that took place in like the 1800s at sea, and a group of sailors, they hit upon some unfortunate consequences at sea. Hit a storm, had to take the lifeboat because the larger boat pretty much was unsalvageable. They took the means of sustenance that they could, just a few goods. They ran out of those goods over several weeks, and a cabin boy that was with them drunk some seawater and got really, really ill. And then they decided to draw lots to see which one of them would sacrifice themselves for the benefit of the others so that they could continue to eat and maybe some of them survive. And they started that way, but then one of them stated, you know what, the cabin boy is going to die. He's sick, anyway, so he should be the first one. And one of them refused to, I guess, to vote on this action. So everybody just desisted from it. But then the next day, they came at it again, and they just told the guy that didn't want to vote on it to turn around, and then they went on and killed him. But then the guy that turned around, he also ate the cabin boy as well. However, they got back to a ship finally did find them, and they were rescued. And however, they were called to court, and the decision was up in the air whether or not they were guilty of murder or not. And so the two questions that were posed to the audience were, one, if you were on the boat, what would you would have done? And then also, if you were part of the jury, would you count these people as guilty of murder or not?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I don't know. That's a tough one.
Yeah. And a lot of the students that are in Michael Sandel's course here at Harvard University are giving their opinions on it. And the guy with the long locks right now is stating that it's pretty obvious that you just had to do whatever you had to do in order to survive. So I think he's going to query some other students to see what they have to say as well.
Well, Richard wants to know what John Galt thinks.
I need to hear a little bit more of it.
Oh, okay.
Someone just has to take the sacrifice. Someone has to make the sacrifice, and people can survive. And furthermore, from that, let's say they survive and then they become productive members of society who go home and start like a million charity organizations and this and that and this and that. I mean, they benefit everybody in the end.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know what they did afterwards. They might have gone and like, I don't know, kill more people, whatever. But
What if they went home and they turned out to be assassins?
But if they weren't going home and turned out to be assassins, well,
you'd want to know who they assassanated.
That's true too. That's fair. That's fair.
Okay.
I want to know who they assassinated.
All right, that's good. What's your name?
Marcus.
Marcus. All right. We've heard a defense. A couple of voices for the defense. Now we need to hear from the prosecution. Most people think what they did was wrong. Why? Yes.
One of the first things that I was thinking was, if they haven't been eating for a really long time, maybe they're mentally like affected, and so then that could be used as a defense, a possible argument that they weren't in the proper state of mind, they weren't making decisions they might otherwise be
She's
making.
a future
And if
public
that's an appealing
defender.
argument that you have to be in an altered mindset to do something like that, it suggests that people who find that argument convincing do think that they were acting immorally.
But I want to know what you think. You defend them. You
Yeah.
vote.
No,
You
I
vote to convict, right?
Yeah, I don't think that they acted in a morally appropriate way.
And why not? What do you say? Here's Marcus. He just defended them. He said, you heard what he said.
Yes.
That
I say, what's your phone number?
that you've got to do what you've got to do in a case like that.
Yeah.
What do you say to Marcus?
that there's no situation that would allow human beings to take the idea of fate or that the other people's lives in their own hands, that we don't have that kind of power.
Good. Okay. Thank you. And what's your name?
Brit.
Brit?
Yes.
Okay. Who else? What do you say? Stand up.
I'm wondering if Dudley and Stephen had asked for Richard Parker's consent in, dying, if that would that exonerate them from an act of murder? And if so, is that still morally justifiable?
That's interesting. All right. Consent. Wait. Hang on. What's your name?
Kathleen.
Kathleen says, suppose they had asked, what would that scenario look like? So in the story, Dudley is there, penknife in hand, but instead of the prayer, or before the prayer, he says, Parker, would you mind? We're desperately hungry, as Marcus empathizes with. We're desperately hungry. You're not going to last long anyhow.
Yeah. You can be a martyr.
Would you be a martyr?
Yeah.
How about it, Parker? Then what do you think? Would it be morally justified then? Suppose Parker, in his semi-stupor, says, okay.
I don't think it would be morally justifiable, but I'm wondering.
Even then it wouldn't be.
No.
You don't think that even with consent, it would be morally justified. Are there people who think, who want to take up Kathleen's consent idea and who think that that would make it morally justified? Raise your hand if it would, if you think it would. That's very interesting. Why would consent make a moral difference? Why would it? Yes.
Well, I just think that if he was making his own original idea and it was his idea to start with, then that would be the only situation in which I would see it being appropriate in any way. Because that way you couldn't make the argument that he was pressured, it's 3-to-1 or whatever the ratio was.
Right.
And I think that if he was making a decision to give his life, then he took on the agency to sacrifice himself, which some people might see as admirable, and other people might disagree with that decision.
So if he came up with the idea, that's the only kind of consent we could have confidence in morally, then it would be okay. Otherwise, it would be kind of coerced consent under the circumstances, you think. Is there anyone who thinks that even the consent of Parker would not justify their killing him? Who thinks that? Yes, tell us why. Stand up.
I think that Parker would be killed with the hope that the other crew members would be rescued. So there's no definite reason that he should be killed because you don't know when they're going to get rescued. So if you kill him, it's killing him in vain. Do you keep killing a crew member until you're rescued and then you're left with no one? Because someone's going to die eventually.
Well, the moral logic of the situation seems to be that they would keep on picking off the weakest, maybe, one by one, until they were rescued. And in this case, luckily, they were rescued when 3 at least were still alive. Now, if Parker did give his consent, would it be all right, do you think, or not?
No.
No.
It still wouldn't be right.
And tell us why it wouldn't be all right.
First of all, cannibalism, I believe, is morally incorrect. So you shouldn't be eating a human anyway.
So you...
Okay, pause it right there. Pause it right there,
please. Objectionable as such. So
I just want to, I'm not picking on her because she's a black woman. Now that I'm not doing it.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
If you weren't,
no, I'm not.
If you weren't, you wouldn't have.
No, because I know how things go. I know how things go in certain spots. So,
hey, I wouldn't have. You know what? It's a very interesting answer she gave.
Well, she didn't give an answer.
I guarantee you, she's a science major.
Like she didn't give an answer at all. She just stated you shouldn't be doing it. Period.
Well, that's an answer.
Right, but she didn't give a rationale as to why you shouldn't be able to. Like, from everything that I've heard thus far, even the Marcus dude, he said, well, you have to do whatever you have to do in order to survive. In order to survive. What is her rationale as to why you should not do it?
How much you want to bet it's heaven-based?
I don't know. I doubt it. I doubt it, seriously.
Well, let's see what she has to say. I think...
I don't think that she's going to give an answer.
I don't even know. Well, you missed this video that I did at the beginning of the show. It was basically from a video from 1987 about these kids, black kids in places like Baton Rouge, who one set of kids, black kids, were at an all-black school. The other was in a mixed school. But the thing that struck me is these were all like good students. The thing that struck me was how well-spoken and like their thought processes were pretty crisp. And it made me nostalgic. Like, damn, were we that, put together back in the 80s? I would have been a little bit older than these kids. The reason I bring this up is you're talking high schoolers who were just very like when they talked, it wasn't like teenage babble. It was like well thought out and sequential. This young lady at Harvard from 2000, this would have been 13 years later. And we're getting someone who she sounds scattered, to be honest.
Exactly. And again, this is some of the argumentation that people have been putting about the whole DEI thing and affirmative action. I mean, but that's another conversation in itself.
Oh, absolutely it is.
Yeah.
There are a lot of shit. I wouldn't say she's DEI. I would just say she's kind of scattered. Some people aren't very articulate. That's why I'm saying I bet she's a mathematician or something. Maybe she can put in numbers what she should be putting in words. Why she stood up and volunteered, I don't know.
And even on the scenario,
I mean, I would think at Harvard, you would have an idea whether you should even be talking to this topic. She doesn't sound very decisive.
Waiting until someone died, still it would be objectionable.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair though, Stanley,
I feel like it.
To be fair though, neither did Marcus. And I would like to make another note here. The previous girl who put forth her position expressly used the phrase, "I think that," and this woman here just used, "I feel like."
Where you going with that?
So you help me out here. What's the difference?
Well, Mr. Sandel is engaged in a philosophical lecture, and he just asked her rationale as to why she doesn't.
Oh, no. I get it. I asked that question for a specific reason. It's not that I don't have thoughts on this.
Yeah, and I just find it interesting that her retort was, "I feel like."
Okay, well, you know what? I hate to say this, but I would expect you to not understand that feelings and thinking are the same thing to these two women.
SKC, why do you find that interesting?
Well, because I find it interesting because these are some of the same people who state that words matter.
Oh, dude, you are putting so much
am
into
I going too far? Is this not the people who state?
I think
they get very sensitive about the words
I think you are.
They'll get upset if a white man says something like "you people" or something like that. And
no,
blah,
I
blah,
just think I think you're putting a lot of effort into this extrapolation.
Well, it is Harvard.
You know what? I've known
Standards should be high,
I
right?
have known elite school graduates who couldn't think their way out of a paper bag. I don't get that impressed with Harvard that much.
Well, I mean, I'm just stating it's supposed to be the
Well, no, I get
the light on
what
the
you're
hill.
saying. I think the precision of language, this girl does not know. I also think that, precision of language that the other girl had, I think in her case, just listening to her, she used think, this girl means feel or says feel. I think they're synonymous in this case.
Oh, okay. Okay. What do you think, John?
I think I'll pass today.
Okay. Okay.
He's not feeling very philosophical.
I think I'll let you just. If that's where you want to go with, I'll leave it at that.
Now, I have to say, I'm assuming these are freshmen. All of them are very poised. I would be a little reticent getting up in front of like 300 Harvard students. I would definitely be reticent to do it.
So wait a minute. One girl said thinking, the other one said feel.
Yes. And the black girl said feel, and we know how that's going to go in this particular conversation.
That's why I didn't say
it was just an observation. That's all.
She threw you a softball.
Yeah, I think you're
All
probably
depends on
right, Stanley.
one's personal morals.
Hold on one sec. Oops.
Like, we can't sit here and just like, this is just my opinion.
Oh! She said it's her opinion.
Yes,
does
she
that
did.
count?
Yes, she does. That does count.
Okay, so she recovered.
I would like for you to go back a couple of seconds just to let John hear the full thing of her thought pattern.
Okay.
Or at least her feelings on the matter.
She heard you. She heard you. Back to the Future.
Waiting until someone died, still it would be objectionable.
Yes, to me personally. I feel like it all depends on one.
But she also said to me personally. That doesn't count. You there?
For what?
Well, SKC is harping on the fact that she said, I feel versus I think. Think is definitely more preferable. However, she does say to me personally. So, I mean, she's thinking maybe she means think. And I'm willing to give her the benefit of the doubt. She says opinion eventually. She says to me personally before she says I feel. I think she's okay. She's just not quite as sure of herself as the little white girl. And I'm going to say that's par for the course for blacks in this big ass whitey space.
I think that
it's a joke.
I think that I don't know much about her, can't say anything about it, but me personally, I think
she said that.
Yeah, I think that's grammatically incorrect, right? You don't have to say me and then say personally.
Oh, fuck grammar.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's SEC said this is Harvard.
Well, wait, hold it. What exactly did she say that was bad grammar?
Well, me personally, to me, you don't have to say to me personally. It's just to me, right? It's common in the black vernacular to say that. I picked up on it because
do you know how ridiculous you sound?
It's one of those things I've read about.
Like white people don't say to me personally.
I'm not sure if they do or not, but I know.
Well, I am
a lot. Okay, fair enough. And then she said that I feel. So now there's two markers there. And I'm saying
she did say at some point, it is my opinion.
Right, but in this case, he's not asking, more or less her opinion. He's asking her thoughts on things. Again, I'm just, when I listen to it, if I didn't see her, I would know she's black. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
Because that me personally, And I feel like I think I may have done streams on this shit. Like,
Man, you know what? I hope one day you, me, and SKC get into a grammar battle so I can show y'all you might be the last person to be talking about good grammar.
But I'm not at Harvard. I'm
You know what?
shit.
I hold you in Harvard regard. I have high expectations.
Thank you for that. But you do, and I'm not. It's not a criticism. But you know, one said think, one said feel. And you've seen my tenants say, I feel. You know, and you know, there may be something to it. I don't know. Or maybe feel for black people is synonymous with think for a white girl. That's why I say I tend to agree with you.
Yeah. Okay.
Words matter.
Personal morals. And like, we can't sit here and just like, this is just my opinion. Of course, other people are going to disagree. But
well, we'll see. Let's see what their disagreements are, and then we'll see if they have reasons that can persuade you or not. Let's try that. All right. Let's, now, is there someone who can explain, those of you who are tempted by consent, can you explain
Is there somebody
why
who can
consent
explain?
makes such a moral difference? What about the lottery idea? Does that count as consent? Remember, at the beginning, Dudley proposed a lottery. Suppose that they had agreed to a lottery, then how many would then say it was all right? Suppose there were a lottery, cabin boy lost, and the rest of the story unfolded. Then how many people would say it was morally permissible? So the numbers are rising if we had a lottery. Let's hear from one of you for whom the lottery would make a moral difference. Why would it?
I think the essential element in my mind that makes it a crime is the idea that they decided at some point that their lives were more important than his, and that, I mean, that's kind of the basis for really any crime, right? It's like my needs, my desires are more important than yours, and mine take precedent. And if they had done a lottery where everyone consented that someone should die, and it's sort of like they're all sacrificing themselves to save the rest,
then it would be all right.
A little grotesque, but
morally permissible?
Yes.
And what's your name?
Matt.
So, Matt, for you, what bothers you is not the cannibalism, but the lack of due process.
I guess you could say that.
Right? And can someone who agrees with Matt say a little bit more about why a lottery would make it, in your view, morally permissible? Go ahead.
The way I understood it originally was that was the whole issue, is that the cabin boy was never consulted about whether or not something was going to happen to him, even with the original lottery, whether or not he would be a part of that. It was just decided that he was the one that was going to die.
Right, that's what happened in the actual case.
Right.
But if there were a lottery and they'd all agreed to the procedure, you think that would be okay?
Right, because then everyone knows that there's going to be a death. Whereas, you know, the cabin boy didn't know that this discussion was even happening. There was no, forewarning for him to know that, hey, I may be the one that's dying.
All right, now suppose everyone agrees to the lottery, they have the lottery, the cabin boy loses, and he changes his mind.
You've already decided. It's like a verbal contract. You can't go back on that. You've decided, the decision was made. If you know that you're dying for the reason for others to live, you would, if someone else had died, that you would consume them. So that's
right. But then he could say, I know, but I lost.
I just think that that's the whole moral issue, is that there was no consulting of the cabin boy, and that's what makes it the most horrible, is that he had no idea what was even going on. That had he known what was going on, it would be a bit more understandable.
All right, good. Now I want to hear, so there are some who think it's morally permissible, but only about 20%. Led by Marcus. Then there are some who say the real problem here is the lack of consent, whether the lack of consent to a lottery, to a fair procedure, or Kathleen's idea, lack of consent at the moment of death. And if we add consent, then more people are willing to consider the sacrifice morally justified. I want to hear now, finally, from those of you who think even with consent, even with a lottery, even with a final murmur of consent by Parker at the very last moment, it would still be wrong. And why would it be wrong? That's what I want to hear. Yes.
Well, the whole time I've been leaning all towards the categorical moral reasoning. And I think that there's a possibility I'd be okay with the idea of a lottery and then the loser taking into their own hands to kill themselves, so that there wouldn't be, an act of murder. But I still think that even that way, it's coerced. And also, I don't think that there's any remorse. Like in Dudley's diary, we were eating our breakfast. It seems as though he's just sort of like, the whole idea of not valuing someone else's life. So that makes me feel like I have to take the categorical.
You want to throw the
stand.
book at him when he lacks remorse or a sense of having done anything wrong.
Right.
So, all right, good. Any other defenders of who say it's just categorically wrong, with or without consent? Yes, stand up. Why?
I think undoubtedly the way our society is shaped, murder is murder. Murder is murder in every way, and our society looks at murder down on it in the same light, and I don't think it's any different in any case.
Good. Let me ask you a question. There were 3 lives at stake versus 1.
Okay.
The one, the cabin boy, he had no family, he had no dependents. These other 3 had families back home in England. They had dependents. They had wives and children. Think back to Bentham. Bentham says we have to consider the welfare, the utility, the happiness of everybody. We have to add it all up. So it's not just numbers 3 against 1. It's also all of those people at home. In fact, the London newspaper at the time and popular opinion sympathized with them, Dudley and Stevens. And the paper said if they weren't motivated by affection and concern for their loved ones at home and their dependents, surely they wouldn't have done this.
Yeah, and how is that any different from people on a corner trying to have the same desire to feed their family? I don't think it's any different. I think in any case, if I'm murdering you to advance my status, that's murder. And I think that we should look at that all in the same light instead of criminalizing certain activities and making certain things seem more violent and savage, when in the same case, it's all the same. It's all the same act and mentality that goes into murder, necessity to feed your family. So
suppose it weren't 3, suppose it were 30, 300. 1 life to save 300. Or in wartime, 3,000. Okay. Suppose the stakes are even bigger.
Suppose the stakes are even bigger. I think it's still the same deal.
Do you think Bentham is wrong to say the right thing to do is to add up the collective happiness? Do you think he's wrong about that?
I don't think he's wrong, but I think murder is murder in any case.
Yeah, well, then Bentham has to be wrong. If you're right, he's wrong.
Okay, then he's wrong.
All right.
Right.
Thank you. Well done. All right, let's step back from this discussion. And
I like that he held to his
notice
view.
How many objections have we heard to it?
Consistent.
Yeah. We heard some defenses
And
of what
not
they
to
did.
mention, I agree
The
with him.
defenses had to do with necessity.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a lot more utilitarian than you are, apparently.
He was a lot stronger than her. I didn't really pay a lot of attention to what he said, but as KC said, he did hold his position. He wasn't my opinion, my feelings, it's a bit more assertive there.
Yeah, he stated that what it was an act of murder. If you don't have the consent, it's an act of murder. So murder is murder, and that's that.
Juan says, this is what was used when I took professional responsibility to show that legal ethics and moral ethics are not one and the same.
Their dire circumstance, and implicitly at least, the idea that numbers matter. And not only numbers matter, but the wider effects matter. Their families back home, their dependents. Parker was an orphan. No one would miss him. So if you add up, if you try to calculate the balance of happiness and suffering, you might have a case for saying what they did was the right thing. And then we heard at least 3 different types of objections. We heard an objection that said, what they did was categorically wrong. Mike here at the end, categorically wrong. Murder is murder, it's always wrong, even if it increases the overall happiness of society. A categorical objection. But we still need to investigate why murder is categorically wrong. Is it because even cabin boys have certain fundamental rights? And if that's the reason, where do those rights come from, if not from some idea of the larger welfare or utility or happiness? Question number 1. Others said a lottery would make a difference, a fair procedure, Matt said. And some people were swayed by that. That's not a categorical objection exactly. It's saying everybody has to be counted as an equal, even though at the end of the day, one can be sacrificed for the general welfare. That leaves us with another question to investigate. Why does agreement to a certain procedure, even a fair procedure, justify whatever result flows from the operation of that procedure? Question number 2. And question number 3, the basic idea of consent. Kathleen got us onto this. If the cabin boy had agreed himself and not under duress, as was added, then it would be all right to take his life to save the rest. And even more people signed on to that idea. But that raises a third philosophical question. What is the moral work that consent does? Why does an act of consent make such a moral difference that an act that would be wrong, taking a life without consent, is morally permissible with consent? To investigate those 3 questions, we're going to have to read some philosophers. And starting next time, we're going to read Bentham and John Stuart Mill, utilitarian philosophers.
Don't miss the chance to interact online with other viewers of Justice. Join the conversation. Take a pop quiz.
Hey, Mavid, you're not hurting my feelings when you say the captain was a narcissist. You have to be a bit of a narcissist to have a major command. So I appreciate your acknowledgement of my ability to take command or take charge when necessary. Salute. Oh, and by the way, generally, the reason they even lasted 19 days is they did have some food and, the blood, water in the blood, probably water of the blood of the turtle. So generally, without water, you wouldn't even last 19 days. So that's it.
Yeah, I think, my goodness, on the high seas, 1800s, none of the modern conveniences of I mean, you have to be a man's man to do that. That's
I mean, the thing is, the sun alone, how they went that long without water is actually kind of amazing. I mean, that sun's going to evaporate the sweat right off of you. The glare.
I've been, just out sailing sometimes, and not even that far away from land. But just enough to where you don't see anything. I've hit some waves to where I've stated like, "Holy crap, I need to get out of here," and a great fear sat in my gut I mean, the sea
Yeah.
is something else, man.
Well, sailboats are actually kind of scary because of the tall masts. They tend to be a little more top heavy, depending on the size of that main mast. But yeah, my cousin was telling me that he and his older brother, my other cousin, went out. They were going to go like deep sea fishing, and now my cousin's Navy. So my other cousin, his brother was Air Force. He said that they got out a little ways, and my older cousin was just heaving over the side. It's like he couldn't get right, so they had to turn around and go back.
Yeah,
And
I have
I'm
to
like,
take Dramamine whenever I
dude, the
go out.
next time I see him, I'm definitely going to be bringing up this story.
Yeah. I always have to take Dramamine on my way out. So, but
All right. Well, John, it looks like you're going to be starting up here, right?
Oh no, I got to step away for a minute. Maybe Universal Live.
Oh wait, today's the 4. You got something scheduled for 105, or is that a pre-record?
Maybe a pre-record. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. It says it's the Gospel of John.
Oh, I need to push it back. Man, I've been busy, man. Busy. Let me push that back.
Yeah, while I'm paused here, everybody make sure you hit the like button, please. And subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. I'm at a whole 151 subscribers, so help a brother out. Well, I'll be monetized maybe in 9 years.
You gotta
I'll get a
speed
couple
it
more
up.
likes
You
this year.
gotta speed it up for you, Stanley. Yeah, speed it up, Stanley.
I'm okay. I have quality. Believe it or not, all 151 of those viewers view the channel a lot. So
there you go.
at least they're very consistent.
That is quality.
Subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clips channel. There are some clips that have come out over the weekend. So make sure you support the host.
Hey, speaking of, I got a topic I want to run past you guys. SKC, you stream, right? You have a channel?
I haven't in quite some time. I've been writing more. So
there's this. I was just up last night. I just happened to be looking at a couple of just videos. I don't know how they came into my feed, but there was this guy Trey Moore, black guy. He was talking about YouTube analytics, and then I stumbled on Anton Daniels' channel. He was talking about YouTube analytics. I guess that's in the algorithm right now. So anyway, they were talking about how he's talking about the behind the scenes, the monetization of shorts versus long form videos, things like that, and the ads and stuff like that, and how basically YouTube is able to more or less put ads in between the shorts, so they don't even have to pay the creators. And it's very interesting, man. Very interesting how their business is evolving. But the people who make their living off shorts, they probably are finding it a hard way to go. The people who are making content, some of the rules changes seem to be in their favor. It was very interesting to break down by those two guys.
So you're saying between the shorts, they don't have to pay you?
Yeah. So if you watch, you know how you scroll through the shorts, and you know who has this problem? He's spoken about it. Barnabas.
Mm-hmm.
Barnabas, if he goes vertical, which is more or less like a short, because you just scroll up and down, you don't really build a quality audience. You may have 500 people watching you, but they may never come back and watch you when he does a panel. So even though he has 5,000 subscribers, I don't know how many subscribers, just to say he has 5,000, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But when he does a panel, it doesn't hit the same way when he does the vertical. Because in the vertical, I guess it's more phone friendly or something. You can just scroll up and down. People may end up just
that's exactly what it is.
And so YouTube places ads in between those scrolls. Whereas if you do a video, they have to place ads in your video.
Correct. Yeah.
Right. So that's when the creators get paid. But within the shorts, they're able to put their own ads, and so they don't have to pay the creators. And so the guy was talking about how to best like segment your market. You know, let's say if you go viral, you walking down the street, you see I don't know, something, a viral moment, but your normal topics, or let's say politics, you may get 1 million subscribers. You have 1.1 million subscribers, but those 1.1, the 1 million that you gained from that viral moment don't want to hear what you didn't come.
Correct. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, right? And so the quality of them. So he was saying that, and then that ends up hurting your live videos or your videos, because you have a large composition of your followers that don't watch your videos. So that pushes you down in the algorithm even more, which makes sense, because you know I've developed algorithms like that. You know, where you're looking at how much someone consumes of something, you know, that type of thing. And so that's very interesting. That, you know, you see a lot of people going viral because of, you know, just, you know, some moment that they can't recreate, and they may monetize it because of that, but they can't sustain it. It's a very interesting topic here.
All right, now let's take the other part of the.
Oh, I'm sorry. You basically have to do shorts as part of the monetization process, right?
No, it's like an either or. And one of the other things is isn't this RBR's? I don't know who RBR is. Who's RBR's argument that Google owed him?
That's a guy who is like a martyr or a saint to the hood conservative crowd.
Oh, and you know what else? Man, I'm telling you, you know, like, you know, this whole AI thing, man, it is really, you know, there are a lot of people that do AI videos, and I don't know the ins and outs of it, but they're not creating any content. They're not even talking. And YouTube is about to go really hard at that, banning that. Primarily, I think, because they want that space for themselves. Like how-to videos can be AI. You know, you can get AI to do a lot of that, and YouTube can monetize, keep that revenue for themselves. But it's very interesting. But something else that they were saying that, oh, here's the thing. So let's say if you have this is what they were saying, like if you have a shorts channel, if you put out a lot of shorts, and then if you put out shorts and you put out videos, he was saying you should segregate, you know, have a separate channel for your shorts versus your videos.
Right.
And I think that's partly true, unless your shorts relate to your videos. Then I think you got something there. Otherwise,
let me ask you a question. Is it possible to clip from a regular video and turn them into shorts?
What do you mean?
Like if I took a 5-minute clip, like there's a clip in this video or a show that I really like, just like Urban Landlord clips. Could you take that clip and put it in a shorts format?
Yeah. StreamYards will do it for you. You know, they have the formatting for you. Yeah, they have the formatting for you. When you go into the library, you'll see it. You know.
Okay, yeah, I'll have to look into that, because I've been doing like clips, like I did a 7-minute clip. If I could do it as a short, of course, 7 minutes might be too long for a short.
Yeah, that's too long for a short.
But if I could do it, if I can figure out how to do that, I do have stuff that I could turn into shorts.
Yeah, shorts and videos. Yeah, but you know, I think that you really not you, but I mean you in general. I think people are really going to have to take put a little bit more thought into how they are even structuring their content when you factor in that you know, the shorts could hurt your lives. And again, I think that's what Barnabas is really having a problem with. He can't get much traction. He can't build a quality audience vertically. You'll see Angry Man, he does both at the same time.
Well, I think he's big enough. He's big enough that people know who he is. It doesn't matter whether he does shorts or not. They're gonna do both.
No, I mean
He's well established.
I mean his live, it's vertical and like this horizontal type. I don't know if
Really? Oh, really? What does he use? Does he like stream to one channel and another, or does
I
he
think he
have
has two
one
different
camera
channels.
per channel? Or
Yeah, I think he has two different channels. I think so. Someone in the audience may know. It's in Angry Man and then Final Nation. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, I think he does it. Yeah.
my Lord, Palomino, you're just not going to let this go, are you? we have moved on from that video.
What are you talking about? What video are you talking about?
He's still talking about the captain manipulating the kid as his boss. I'm like, you know what? You're autistic, aren't you? Oh, Palomino, I guess I should have guessed that you're on the spectrum.
Stanley, you ever been to Washington Square Park in Manhattan?
You know what? Probably not. I don't think, to be honest, in Manhattan, I've never drifted too far from that Madison Square Garden, Grand Central, Broadway, the area. I have been on, I think it's the Upper West Side. Is that where that arch is? You know, the one that looks like the Arc de Triomphe?
I think so. I think I got an idea what you're talking about.
I have been, I think it was the Upper West Side. I had a buddy of mine whose brother was up there working for the Tiger Fund or one of those hedge funds that I visited once. But no, I've really, like, I've been to Harlem, but I was like a kid. As an adult, really, it's just been that Grand Central, Madison Square Garden, and then I've spent a lot of time up in Westchester.
Yeah, I just bought another power pack, a bigger one. Yeah, I figure it's good to have anyway, and this one is much more powerful. And I was just riding through Manhattan, man. Like, that shit is amazing, bro. Like, you know, the fact that they could pull it off is amazing. The fact that they pulled it off is amazing. And what I'm talking about is like Broadway is like totally, it's like one lane of traffic, bro.
Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, there are people sitting on the side of the street. They made like sidewalk, street seating. You can sit out there and read a book in the middle of Broadway. Seriously. I was on the phone with Universal riding my bike, talking on the phone, man. Not a care in the world, man. There were no cars. You know, how that affects business, and I'm not sure. But, you know, it does make for a peaceful, you know, existence right there. It's really amazing.
Did you get to see that statue?
Which one?
The one of the woman that caused so much controversy, the black woman?
Maybe I do a live stream from that.
You ought to. you ought to do street interviews.
Yeah, well, so I bought
asking about the statue.
I bought this power pack, right? So I was going through Washington Park the other day, and you know, it's like where NYU students hang out, druggies. You see it in the news from time to time, druggies, drug addicts, blah blah blah. You know, hippies, yuppies. You know,
Is it Washington Park or Washington Square?
Washington Square. That's what it is. Washington Square.
Yeah, I've never been, but I do know about it.
Yeah, Washington Square. And so, man, I was just riding through. And I said, man, it was thousands of people out there, man. Like, amazing, you know, all different stripes too, you know. And then I went to Union Square. You know, I told you about the guy I met there. And so we have some places now for some great interviews, bro. Some real great street interviews. I think it's gonna be some great content there. Yeah, some real great content. It's New York. Yeah.
Yeah, you know who hasn't been up here in a long time? That's Kimmy. She drifts through. He drifts through the chat every now and again.
Yeah, she.
I'm looking at one of her shorts right now.
She texted me the other day. They were having a street open streets again in New York on Franklin Avenue, where you see me a lot of times. And so she was telling me to come out, but I had to run down DC. So.
She's still out doing those sorts of things.
Well, it's every year in the summertime in Brooklyn, probably Manhattan, they shut off all the traffic on major thoroughfares, and they have vendors and stuff like that on the streets, so you can just walk up and down the streets. It's like it's just a nice affair. You know what I mean? Very nice affair. Yeah, kid friendly, real nice. Yeah.
This is on the screen here is my new internet fascination. This creator here, she is hilarious. I told her that she is the female Paul Mooney.
I think I heard you talk about her.
Oh, she is hilarious. And I was hoping, I guess Dave is gone. I like having, I played her the other day when Dave was up here just to get under his skin. She likes to take these manosphere types and she just peels them like bananas.
Yeah, I got to step away in about 5 minutes myself soon.
Yeah, I'll probably, since I'm here, let's see, it's 7:18. I'll probably just stay till 8 hours and then call it a day. It's kind of weird because I'm down in Savannah, and I guess when I'm done here, I have no idea what I'm going to do.
You ought to jump on Universal last stream, at least listen in.
Is he on now?
No, we're gonna do one about 2. Hey, is Be Brave streaming today?
You know what? I don't know. Let me find out. Yeah, I don't look for his show now that I've been tossed out.
Did you hear? Did you hear about John McWhorter, Stanley?
No. What happened?
John McWhorter said it's time to drop that African American, bro.
Oh, fuck John McWhorter. He was never an African American in the first place.
Well, and this again, you may be kind of out of touch here, but
well, no, not with John McWhorter.
I ain't talking about John McWhorter, but I imagine something like this is what he's referring to. What prompted him to write this article? The Essence Fest has been taken over by African Caribbeans. That's fine, no big deal. I'm not criticizing. And the Africans seemingly they're delineating from the blacks.
They've been doing that for decades.
Well, I think we're at a precipice here now where the blacks are saying we want to separate too.
Separate from what?
We want to go back to black.
They know. Wait, hold it. I'm lost. FBA. There's some people who gave up black a while ago.
Well, but now it's making it to the mainstream.
Okay, it's been in the mainstream.
New York Times. I don't think I ever heard someone.
Okay, let me tell you something about John McWhorter. John McWhorter is so far. He's more out of touch with the black community than I ever will be. John McWhorter, after Obama was elected president, John McWhorter's first article after that was "We are finally post-racial in America," and boy, the fuck was he wrong. He was so wrong, even he had to take it back.
Yeah,
I don't look to John McWhorter when I want.
I'm just saying he's interesting. I'm not saying he's right.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to tell you, don't be led down Primrose Path by John McWhorter. The dude is even in the black community, even in the black conservative community, John McWhorter is a misfit toy. You remember the Island of Misfit Toys?
Don't focus on him because again, he's.
Well, you brought him up.
Well, I mean, he's a Johnny come lately. He's very prominent to make.
He's my age,
right? But he may be a Johnny come lately to these things, right? He's your age, so he may be a little out of touch with what was going on.
Well, I'm going to tell you to that point.
Focus on him. like if we focus on him, you missed the point of what I'm saying. From the Essence Festival.
Okay, I know what happened at the Essence Festival.
Well,
As a matter of fact,
but what I'm saying, let me finish my point. You know, and I ain't here to argue with you. I think that there could have been some black American billionaires bought the Essence Festival and carried it on. They chose not to. They have the right. 50 Cent is down there building a studio. He could have bought the Essence Festival if it was within his price range. He chose not to. But the Africans are wanting to build it, and they're talking about this is their African Renaissance era. And so,
let me know when I can respond.
Yeah, I will. And so you have one group that seemingly wants to build up, and by basically buying excess assets from the black community or what the black community thought they owned. And you have some billionaires black billionaires or millionaires who could have bought Essence and chose not to. And I think that is the marketplace that we're seeing take place here.
John, why do you think the black billionaires did not buy Essence?
May not have been a good deal for them.
Okay, Essence and Ebony and Jet, all those magazines died.
No, I'm talking about no.
Let me finish now.
No, I'm not talking about the magazine. I'm talking about the festival.
Okay, dude, I know what Essence Fest is. The only person who cares about Essence Fest is Roland Martin and a bunch of Africans. There is a reason black billionaires didn't buy Essence.
Well, why did the African buy it?
You know what? Because they're about 10 years behind. They actually think people give a shit about Essence.
Well, see, I think, honestly, this is why I think you're wrong. I think...
I'm not wrong.
Okay. Well, I think the Africans will see it as it is the foundation for them to springboard festivals catering to their culture.
Absolutely.
Without having to build it from their own, they were able to buy something, a dying asset, Essence. Because I think it was dying. I've never been, but I think it was dying. It was on the decline. They were able to buy the company, Essence Festival, or cheap rate, probably. And they're going to probably rebrand it to more cater to the Caribbean African experience. And that's probably
okay. And let me tell you why. Let me tell you why that's a great thing. It's actually really good that they can repurpose something that no one other than Roland Martin really cared about. I will say this: there is nothing wrong with having a premier American-based, African-centric asset to attract tourism or what have you. Now, the thing is that what they did, and I don't even know what they did so bad, but people like Professor Black Truth, whatever they did, they fucking alienated a bunch of black Americans. I don't know exactly what the details are, but it is very possible that they had like Stephanie Mills or Anita Baker, one of those old time, R&B singers, had a huge problem. When you start getting like the elder entertainers, complaining about it, it'll be interesting to see what their audience is next year.
Yeah. It's going to be very interesting. I think I may take a deep dive in it. I'm curious to know how much they paid for it. How much was it worth? What did they buy it for?
I'm sure that's available.
Yeah. It's probably been written about. It's very interesting. Very, very interesting. What came with it? Did they get lease agreements?
Well, I mean, it's theirs. It's their brand.
I think they have it at the convention center or something. I'm not sure. But Stanley, I think you make a little light of the festival.
I do.
I think you are, because when I think of festivals growing up, and I've never been to the Essence, but my dad used to go all the time, and I always heard about the Indianapolis Black Expo.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Right, and I think you gloss over the loss of that. I think
I do.
Yeah, and I think there's more to it than that, you know. And I understand you don't
Let
talk
me
about
tell you, let me tell you what I think is a better deal and has been going on for years. Jazz Fest in New Orleans. Okay, Essence is not Jazz Fest. It's I would rather pay money or go to a Jazz Fest in New Orleans than an Essence Fest.
Well, I guess I'm not a music person, so to each his own. But I think when you look at like what Carnival Cruise did, where they basically targeted a lot of black activities and saying no more music, things like that. And I'm not saying it's good.
Maybe we'll do what Marcus Garvey didn't.
And then you look at what with the Essence, that the festival clearly is going to change direction in terms of who it caters to. And these are the walls are kind of closing in a sense that, like, people are saying they don't want you around. Your festivals aren't viable anymore, that they've been sold and
Well, John, I'm not as negative. Carnival, you know what? I hate to be all snooty and shit, but who the fuck wants to go on a Carnival cruise?
I've never been on one.
You know what? I cruises are not something that, shit. If I want to go to a cruise, I want to like go on like one of those fancy, Greek, cruises where they go through the Greek Isles or, something like that, or where they, go up and down the Rhine. Carnival cruise is literally like, okay.
Well, it's for poor people. Well, not poor people, but
I wouldn't say poor, but I would say
it's for working class people, right?
I wouldn't even like seniors, maybe.
I don't know. I'm guessing there's some young people going there because that's what the problem has been caused. So I'm guessing these young people probably are, working class, blue collar-ish. I don't see a white collar worker behaving like this, so they're probably a blue.
Well, I don't see a white collar worker like going.
I don't know enough about it to say. I don't even know where the hell they're going. But anyway, so.
And look at Deacon. What do you think of Deacon Dave's? I bet you'll agree with this.
It's interesting from the standpoint of, I'm surprised that I guess I'm not surprised that the blacks, you're really seeing this delineation. I think the conflicts are going to get heightened, man, because I have an African lady, man, and I tell you this, I was telling the Universal about it earlier. I've never seen her with a black friend, black American friend.
I'm sorry, who's that?
My lady, one of my mothers of my children.
Oh,
she doesn't have any black friends. Like, never has.
Her kids aren't her friends.
No, they're not a friend. But anyway, so she, and they do live somewhat of a separate culture and social strata, and the whole ally, the notion of them being allies is probably always misguided there.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I think a lot of it is who you hang around. I like when I look at Essence Fest and I see people like Professor Black Truth, talking all about the Africans and how they ruined it, and the FBAs don't ever want to be a part of it. I just look at them all and go, well, goddamn, I'm glad I don't have to deal with either side on this. Who even cares about the Essence Festival other than Roland Martin? I just kind of look.
That's why
I don't get why the Essence Fest is that big a deal either way, to be honest.
Well, I've never been, so I can't comment on it, but I've known people that have gone, back to back years. I've never heard anything negative about it up until recently with this whole Caribbean thing, African thing. It was always a festival that, I just looked at it from afar. I don't like traveling a lot these days, but
I don't see. So what if the Africans Africaned it up? You know, either it's your thing or you're not. I mean, now I'm a little dispassionate about it, but in all honesty, if someone gave me tickets this year to go, I'd have gone and probably enjoyed myself.
Mhm. Well, you'd be
But
amazed
who
though.
really cares?
You'd be amazed though, like in these inner cities, at least in New Orleans is an inner city, and most of the people going there are from the inner cities. How much like the friction underlying like the competition between the groups.
Oh, I have no doubt there is.
Yeah, very,
But
very,
I
very.
think most of it is just kind of like self-generated drama.
I don't know about that. Because again, like there are a lot of common things that they are competing for. For instance, hell, Mondami said he was African American to get in college.
Well, he is.
Yeah, that's correct. And so the blacks are saying, well, he ain't like us, right?
Well, you know what? Here's the irony. Here's the irony of it. He probably knows more about us than us knows. He literally has a degree in Africana studies.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
So he may be more African American than he may know more about African Americans and Africana studies than most actual black people do.
Yeah, but you know what the
Hey,
retort
knowledge
to
is
that would be.
power.
I don't disagree with you, but you know what the retort to that would be. Live the
Hey,
experience.
he is from Uganda.
Yeah.
I bet he has more black friends than Deacon Dave. I guarantee you he could probably I bet he could come in the hood and just hang out and be fine. Let's see. Day says, we are people of color that are Americans. Fight with that all you want. Black, white is a Western issue. We are American outside of the US. I have no clue what you mean by this, Deacon Dave. Who is fighting? I have no interest in fighting. Shit. I was in this country's Navy, so I think I understand with what a black and an American and someone who served his country is all about. And I don't get that wrapped around the axle. You know, if a first generation African was born in the United States, that person is as American as I am. Maybe different background, maybe different history, but I'm not going to fight over whether that person's a real American or not. Dave says he ignores 98% of blacks. Well, okay. That's your way of doing it. I ignore 100% of blacks. The issue is black. Why is black an issue, Deacon Dave? I wish you could come up here. In my opinion, Dave, you either make black an issue or you make it a non-issue. I am black. That's the long and short of it. I'm sorry, the long and short of it. Can't take it away. It is an immutable attribute, even if it's a conceptual one. And I don't worry about whether I'm black or not. I just am. So this whole thing about who's really black and who's not really black, I find that, especially at my age, I find it boring. What's up, Samuel? So let's listen to Deacon Dave's favorite content provider, a content creator.
Another triggering topic, but very necessary. And like I said, somebody got to have the ugly conversations that a lot of black people act like they're scared to have for some reason. But I'm just gonna put this out there. I'm not scared to have any conversations in a place that's my home. Okay? If you're uncomfortable to have certain conversations in your home, I'm gonna need you to do better, because nobody's scared to have certain conversations with you in their home. Okay? And I think it's crazy that a lot of times it is people like myself who have to have the harder conversations in the black community, because a lot of black people try to unsee me Why? Because I'm a reminder, okay, that Black is not a monolith. Okay, me being Black American and Black Puerto Rican, okay, a lot of people cannot bring that through their heads. But it's this simple. The only things, okay, who were originally here were Black. So just like the white community in America tries to shadow Black people and hide us and unsee us, show us less in the media, things like that, unless they're showing us in a certain image. Okay, it's the same way Black Latinos, okay, because they try to act like, oh, we're just Cuban, we're just this, we're no, okay. Most of the things that Black Americans like about Hispanic culture literally come from the Black Hispanics. So it's sad that you have to remind Black people, the only Black people who are literally here, okay, and at one point in time submerged with other Black Americans are Puerto Ricans who are Black, are your Black Mexicans, okay? Everybody else came after us, okay? If you want to consider other people indigenous, Native Americans, they still would have been your Black American ancestors who were bred with Africans, introduced to colorism and everything else that people act like they're so confused about. Nobody's upholding this harder than Black Americans. Let's keep it a buck. Okay, so we're going to talk about it. And y'all, if you're wondering, I am about to go ahead and take some glutathione. Okay, and this is ultra high purity. Okay, and then after I take my glutathione, we're going to keep talking about this. Okay, I know it's early. Okay, it's barely 6 a.m. But like they say, the early bird gets the worm. Okay, and I'm up. So let me take this, and I'm fasting as well. So let me go ahead and take my little extras. I hate taking pills. I ain't gonna lie to you. Okay. Yes, I'm gonna be sipping on my alkaline water while I talk to y'all. Okay. Yes, I talk about this because it's important to be honest. A lot of times it's hard for me to have respect for people who I feel like be trying to avenge everybody else's ancestors when you have more of a recent history and connection to your own ancestors as Black Americans. But most Black Americans still feel more connected to everybody else's ancestors for some reason. Okay, you have Black people who rather act like they are connected to celebrating Halloween and paganism and everything that white America presents them. And they're happier to do that than things that actually have to do with them. You can't tell me this. I'm a part of the Black community as well, my entire life. This is a fact, okay? This is a fact. I wonder if most Black people take the time, okay, to actually consider how they look and what they're doing. What do I mean? Your ancestors who were being hung and maimed and mutilated and everything else, kids being fed to alligators as bait and everything else during the Great Depression, and even when it wasn't the Great Depression, okay? It's crazy to me how the Black community doesn't see 70 years ago, okay? Not even 70 years ago, 50 years ago, 30 years ago, okay, 45 years ago. Okay.
Apparently, she turned the camera off.
Okay, who were here.
No, I think she turned her
not a whole
screen
different
off.
time. Okay, they keep speeding up time, but you can't make me forget.
Oop.
Okay, people like to forget.
Yeah,
how
she
close
goes
Martin Luther
dark
King
here.
was to this time period.
Ooh, for about 20
Okay,
minutes.
people like to talk about slavery like it was thousands of. Remember, the ground you walk on has way more of your ancestors' blood, and you still calling out to the wrong blood. It's plenty of your ancestors ready to avenge. They can't avenge because ain't nobody calling out to them. So imagine when nobody calling out, you're just forgotten. Okay. Okay. Well, baby, okay, this ain't for kids. Okay, I appreciate you stopping by, but this ain't for kids, baby. Okay. You and Anati or Anathi, y'all have a wonderful day, okay? Thank you for stopping by.
She
This
is
is definitely
hilarious.
a conversation I want to have with adults, okay?
You know what? She did I think this is a vertical thing. So
This is Maria Sanchez. Her husband was taken by ICE 4 days ago. This is her story. These are the same people pretending they give a fuck and don't give a fuck at the same time. Okay? It's Americans who are homeless in the street of all races, living in their cars. Y'all remember the story of
where
the
is
young
the
children
funny
who
from
passed
Mrs.
away
Paula
sleeping
Mooney?
in the car with their mother?
What, you're not laughing?
Okay? We have people all through America who are homeless. But instead of catering to American homeless people, they're spending more money on alligator Alcatraz.
Why do you think it's a waste of
Stop housing people and
conversation,
send their ass
Samuel?
home. How many Black people
That's
have the
it's a
privilege
very interesting
of having
comment you
places
got
built for
there.
you
Yes, people
because you're
take it very
displaced?
seriously.
Imagine if Black people were honest, how many Black people only work hard because you've applied for assistance and you were denied. It don't matter how bad your life was. You could be pregnant with twins, homeless, no car at all, okay? And they still will deny you, okay? But an able-bodied person of another race who came here with no identification, no way of proving anything, comes here and still gets a hand up before you, even if you've been a stand-up citizen your whole life before you get into those type of situations. Okay, so the fact that so many Black people allow other people to come here and play in your face and
See,
use
she's
fake
talking your
empathy
language
and
there,
pretend
Dave.
they are not their ancestors in a lot of ways is crazy. And if their ancestors didn't like Black people, why would their modern day generations embrace you? They're not embracing you. It's fake love. Okay, it's because people who really love you, they're going to change the bad publicity they try to give you more than other people. People that really love you, they're going to change, always trying to split up the Black family while encouraging other races to be with themselves. Okay, they show a Hispanic, they're going to show a Hispanic family. They show an Asian, they're going to show an Asian family. Okay, the only families they always trying to show in disarray and erratic and split up are Black people. Okay, you still going to see an Oregon commercial and the family sitting on the couch is white. Okay, it's only when that is, imagine still trying to separate us further and further. We're in a whole different age, and the image that's pandered to us as Black people is still separate from yourself, separate. And then y'all wonder why we have an epidemic of Black women who refuse to wear their fro out. It's embarrassing when you have to watch people pretend they got everything understood, yet they can't even have peace of mind because you weren't made to have a glass case. Go in there and scratch up something in their museums of their white ancestors and see how quick they put your ass in jail. But the blatant disrespect of white people and Lake Lanier still existing for them to disrespect our ancestors.
Really?
This is all
Respect
through
your
America.
misogyny?
Y'all just talk about Lake Lanier. It's the same way for the Mississippi River and all the way through. So
Yeah, I get
imagine
it,
acting
Samuel.
like you can
But
protest in the
apparently
name of
some
Jesus.
of us
I want them
do.
to take away my Jesus, 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 Jesus. While white people dance on top of your ancestors' graves. These ain't your great greats. These people are more recent than Jesus. These people would have been Harriet Tubman's age or younger. You don't think a lot of them were young, fueled with life, ready for living, and to watch the same people and the kids of these people?
Samuel, I think you know, I think that you are actually wrong on this point. Society is not becoming less homogenized if people like Donald Trump have anything to do with it. Donald Trump and MAGA in general, they are not great unifiers. You listen to John Galt, you listen to Universal Jones talk about race all the time. Do you find their points as waste of as much a waste of time? They literally talk about race constantly. Um, I don't even know they talk more about race than just about anybody I know. And I talk a lot about it too, but I talk from a cultural standpoint. I find it actually necessary sometimes, but I'm just curious to know, maybe you can tell me, what do you think? What do you think that this particular channel, CT's channel talks about race constantly. So I do see you in other people's chats. This particular woman actually talks about it in a way that makes me kind of laugh, just because I think she's brutally honest. I don't agree with everything she says, but I do think she believes everything she says, and she can be pretty brutal. And I think I just enjoy her being brutal.
Prance on top of your grave. You don't think this is all through America?
Nobody's gaslighting anybody, Deacon Dave. If anybody's gaslighting, it's you and Samuel Guru here. Things are not as homogenized as you fantasize it to be. And how the hell would you know, Deacon Dave? You literally say you avoid 98% of blacks. So you're about 98% out of touch, which is probably, a couple percentage points less than me. I'm at least 96% in touch.
And you know what would happen?
Oh,
They
Deacon
would end
Dave.
up dying. They would
You
drown.
know,
in their
you're
cars
laughing
'cause
with
they
her.
open the door to their cars because the current is too strong. They can't get out.
Feel the
Playing.
burn. Feel the burn.
Okay. A lot of people get so comfortable disrespecting black ancestors, they don't even understand. They had to bring some other people over here to see if the same shit happened to them that happened to them. Okay. I'm not here to talk about not all white people because it's not enough white people for it not to be a thing. So at this point, you can say not all
Samuel,
white people all you want.
look,
It still
son,
ain't
let me help you out here. Not only do I see the problem, I talk about the problem, and quite frankly, ignoring the problem is a problem in and of itself. My opinion is you are ignoring the problem and hoping it'll go away. This colorblind bullshit that people like Coleman Hughes wants to push, basically pretending that there isn't a race problem in America and always has been, is a bigger problem, in my opinion. America is not colorblind, and pretending that race doesn't matter in America, I don't think history will bear you out, and I don't think current analysis will bear you out. So it is your right to frame it or have your own point of view. I think you're wrong, and I think being colorblind is a waste of time as well.
against it for it not to be an issue. If I wanted to
Race doesn't matter, yet it
okay,
does.
a water
Why else?
over
Let me
George
tell you
Washington's
why
grave
race matters.
where black people could
I literally just heard Donald Trump the other day say that the 14th Amendment was literally for black people. Do you know what the problem with that statement is? Anybody? Anybody out in the audience? What is the problem with Donald Trump saying that the 14th Amendment was for black people? Anybody got an idea? Bet you don't.
work on top of it and put our boots on the ground? Would white people
Just
vote for
said
that?
what, Samuel? Race doesn't matter, but it does. Look at American history. Look at Donald Trump literally saying the 14th Amendment was for black people. Seems like race does matter, at least to your president.
Do you think I'm gonna let up? Because I'm not. I said what I said and I mean what I said.
Well, I'm glad you
forever
asked,
mean that
Beef and Brock. At least you are you have a good sense of curiosity. Literally several years ago, during the results of the Harvard and the UNC affirmative action cases, Justice Roberts literally said that the Constitution, and I think Clarence Thomas also said it in his separate opinion, that the Constitution is colorblind. Okay, well, if the Constitution was colorblind, why on earth is Donald Trump talking about an amendment being for black people? That doesn't sound colorblind. That is a huge problem. He is literally contradicting the Supreme Court. 14th Amendment being for black people literally contradicts the Constitution being colorblind. You may not think it's a problem, but it is.
It's disrespectful. If you can't even respect,
I don't know whether he's race baiting or not.
still talking about white Jesus.
Why would you think he was race baiting? I think Donald Trump, it was saying what Donald Trump knows. All I'm saying is that the right is inconsistent. Either the Constitution is colorblind or it is not colorblind. The Supreme Court during the affirmative action decisions say it is colorblind. Donald Trump says it's not. They need to get their act together. Whether it's race baiting or not, it doesn't really matter. It's the inconsistency that is the problem.
And everybody else's, and not all white people. In fact, it's not enough. white
Okay,
people.
Samuel, you're kidding, right? Why bring up an inconsistency in the president of the United States? His interpretation of the Constitution contradicts the Supreme Court's interpretation of the Constitution. You don't think that's a problem? That is a huge problem. And I'm not kidding either. What can I say? You got a president of the United States saying an amendment in the Constitution was, quote, for black people. And then you got a Supreme Court getting rid of affirmative action saying the Constitution is colorblind. And by the way, they were talking about the 14th Amendment too. In that affirmative action decision, affirmative action being based on the 14th Amendment was literally their interpretation. 14th Amendment is colorblind. Donald Trump says it's not. Huge problem. Huge problem. Breaking news. Trump doesn't know when to shut up. Okay. Breaking news. Y'all elected a president who's a fucking moron. That's actually the breaking news. Donald Trump doesn't know when to shut up because Donald Trump doesn't seem to understand that he is contradicting the very people he put in place to on the Supreme Court. Fancy that. So anyone who's crazy enough to tell me that race doesn't matter in these United States is literally fooling themselves.
Okay, who actually agree with you, who would actually give us
Hey,
back our
maybe
last
some
names,
people, maybe
because
up in
giving us back our
Vermont, the
identities
Constitution
would
isn't
mean
that
that
important
people
to you.
have to actually be who they are. Okay, if we were giving back our original last names, Black Americans will be the only people native to this land. I'm pretty sure all white people don't want that. If it's not all white people, why on every damn application are you still asking me what color I am if it doesn't matter?
I have to say she's wrong about the applications. Next time I'm on her in her chat, I'm going to ask her what applications is asking for race. I didn't think they did that. Excuse me, I didn't think they did that anymore. But let's move on to my buddy Mark Levin and his guest Stephen Miller. Only time I've ever seen Stephen Miller smile is on Mark Levin's show. Now, it could be that compared to Mark Levin, Stephen Miller looks like he's smiling. It might be a relative thing, but let's see what this interview is all about.
Welcome back, America. We're here with Stephen Miller, as you know, is a great advisor to the president, White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy. Stephen Miller, to set the table, we're witnessing the greatest political and cultural power grab in the history of the West through this immigration process, the open borders, no vetting, no deportation. They have their judges in place to undermine everything our president wants to do. And now they've called out their violent militia, which they do from time to time, 2020 and other times. And they are trashing law enforcement yet again. They're trashing ICE. ICE is under attack like never before by the Democrat Party militia. What do you make of all this?
Well, you laid it out perfectly, Mark. Let me zoom out a little bit and provide some broader historical context. The left has been trying to shove Marxism, socialism, and communism down the throats of the American people for generations now. They ultimately were not able to do this during the Cold War because the middle class revolted against communism and Marxism and social engineering. The left shifted their tactics. The Democratic Party shifted their tactics to use migration as a weapon to break down the middle class and to gain political power and control in this country. They used migration to destroy our public education system, to destroy our healthcare system, to destroy wages and working conditions for the middle class of this country, and in effect, to destroy social and community cohesion. And then in that rubble, in that chaos, in that conflict, to then try to articulate the need for ever more government control, ever more government redistribution, ever more government power, and then to ultimately import voters to then support that agenda, to import voters who do not believe in limited government, who do not believe in the U.S. Constitution. And that is why you are seeing now this violent insurrectionist revolt by the Democrat Party against immigration and customs enforcement. You see video after video after video of Democrat shock troops in the streets hurling rocks at ICE officers and Border Patrol in their vehicles, firing projectiles at them, violently assaulting them, and yes, opening fire on them. Multiple assassination attempts against our brave and heroic ICE and Border Patrol agents, and barely a word of condemnation from the Democrat Party. In fact, the Democrat rhetoric calling our ICE officers, calling our Border Patrol Nazis and Gestapos and fascists, demanding as they do that ICE leave their communities, this nullificationist rhetoric, all of which inspires and incites these domestic terror attacks against law enforcement. So we really are at a hinge point here for the West, a fulcrum point. President Trump campaigned and won on a historic mandate to empower ICE and Border Patrol, to restore the sovereign enforcement of our laws, and to get illegal and criminal aliens out of our country. He is delivering on that mandate each and every day. And now we see violent terrorist attacks against ICE and Border Patrol to try to slow their progress. So we need all patriotic Americans to speak with one clear voice in support of ICE and Border Patrol, in support of President Trump, so that we can carry out and fulfill this mandate that Americans voted for at the ballot box just a few months ago.
So brilliantly put. Now, Stephen, I've made a comparison between this movement and the old Confederacy, which is this whole idea of sanctuary cities and sanctuary states, as if the Constitution doesn't give plenary authority to the federal government when it comes to immigration and so forth, specifically to the president. And so they are defying the Constitution while they're waving around the Constitution and talking about due process and free speech. Isn't this akin to that in the sense that they're trying to nullify federal immigration law?
Yes, you are witnessing a secessionist movement in real time. You are witnessing an effort to nullify and invalidate the entire structure of the U.S. Constitution. When you see violent rioters and migrant mobs attacking federal law enforcement in Los Angeles, and then you see the mayor of Los Angeles not condemning the mobs, but saying over and over.
Listen to this guy. This is your president's one of his principal advisors talking about a secessionist movement. Oh, this dude is dangerous.
Again, ICE out of our city, ICE out of our city. What the mayor of Los Angeles is saying is that she believes that Los Angeles is not part of our federal union, that Los Angeles is not subject to our national laws, not subject to federal law enforcement. So it is an effort in a very real sense to overthrow our whole constitutional design. No city in this country is immune from federal law enforcement, and no city can aid and abet an invasion of this country over the will of the American people, and the law enforcement officers empowered to enact the American people's will. So this really is, as you said, this is secessionist behavior, and it comes at a cost, at a massive cost to American lives. You have illegal aliens working in league with cartels and drug dealers who are poisoning our children, hundreds of thousands of Americans dead. You have the largest child trafficking movement in the history of the modern world. 500,000 minors trafficked into this country. And just in the last 24 hours, we have seen probably today another 20, 30, 40 kids that were rescued from child trafficking, and you will not hear a single word spoken by the Democrat Party thanking President Trump for rescuing these children.
Very well said.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews.
Oops. I guess they had to oh, what is this? Trump talks tariffs and White House faith luncheon. I think I'll skip this. But I think that ooh, this looks interesting. Ooh. Dave, this one's dedicated to you.
Hello, ladies. I wanted to make this video because a lot of women, they are very uncomfortable with approaching women. And I have a theory which has been pretty much proven from my lesbian experience, why women have an issue with approaching women. And if you've looked at any of my content, I discuss it when it comes to lesbian relationship dynamics or lesbian relationships and women who love women, when we actually intermingle and make connections with each other. And to briefly explain what my theory is, when you identify as a lesbian, or if you are a woman who identifies as bisexual or pansexual or demisexual, if you are a same-sex attracted woman, we have been programmed to be like heterosexual women. And heterosexual women have been taught to wait on a man, to wait to be approached by a man. And this has been instilled in our minds, in our psyche since birth. Therefore, we have been programmed to behave like heterosexual.
And just so you know, this programming that he's talking about, it's called gender. You are being taught this is how women should be. That is called gender. The behavior is gender.
Heterosexual women. And we have to deprogram from the way heterosexual women operate when it comes to their relationship. Because as heterosexual women, they're wanting to be approached by men because men are considered the leaders. They are to be the pursuers of women. So that works for them. But when you are a lesbian or a same-sex attracted woman, that doesn't apply to us. So we have to deprogram and we have to learn how to approach women, but we also have to know how to be approached by women. And this is why I'm doing this special video today. And the title of my video is How to Get Approached by Lesbians. I am Giselle Wallace, certified gay life coach and author. Here on my YouTube channel,
Ooh, gay life coach. I didn't know that was an occupation.
And if that interests you, then please subscribe to my YouTube channel. How to get approached by lesbians. Now, you can invert the word lesbians with whatever sexual orientation you want to put there if you are a woman who loves women. So if you want to be approached by a lesbian woman, if you want to be approached by a bisexual woman, whoever you are attracted to, we are women who love women, and we want to get approached, right? So I'm going to focus on that. So stay tuned throughout the entire video. And if you're not subscribed, go ahead and subscribe. Thank you. Why are you not being approached by women? I want you to ask yourself that question. And I really want you to think about that question. And then I want you to answer that question. Whatever answer that you come up with, that may help you a little bit in getting approached by women. Meaning, for example, if you're not getting approached by women because they don't know that you like women, well, there lies your answer. I believe that we can be approached by women. And if you're not getting approached by lesbians, maybe it's because they don't know that you are a lesbian. Maybe they don't know that you are a same-sex attracted woman. I actually discuss lesbian energy. Lesbian energy is your essence as a lesbian because it is your core primal resource of existing. It allows you to be your authentic self, and it benefits you in attracting women. So if you don't have lesbian energy, then more than likely you're not attracting women. Women are not approaching you. One of the most successful ways of getting approached by lesbians is being in your lesbian energy. Let me explain. Having lesbian energy allows you to be yourself. You don't conform to the way people tell you to be. You don't act like a heterosexual woman. You don't try to get the attention of men. Now, if you are a same-sex attracted woman and you're fluid in your sexuality, of course, you're attracted to men. But if you want to focus on being approached by a lesbian, if you want to be with a lesbian and you don't want to be with a man, well, you're going to have to learn how to turn off the fact that you are attracting men. And you're attracting men because you're portraying yourself to be a woman who likes men. And so lesbians don't recognize you. We don't know that you like women.
Dave, are you still you still think she's attractive, right?
Applicable to all lesbians and all same-sex attracted women. If nobody knows that you are a same-sex attracted woman, then women will not approach you. Most women are petrified about approaching a woman. For one, she may be used to being approached by men, so she hasn't really worked that muscle of approaching women. And then secondly,
It's a muscle?
well, women are very unique. Women are not like men. Women, we take a little bit more time. We have to really have ourselves together when it comes to approaching a woman. Or you want to
At least you're
look the
consistent,
part.
Dave.
You want to make sure that your hair is done, maybe your makeup is done, your nails are done, you have a nice outfit on, you smell good. You want to look the part because you want to attract women. And women, we're really particular about the kind of women that we like. Because we're women and we understand how women think. So we look at so many things. Yes, there's the physical. That's natural. You want to be physically attracted to a woman, but there's also the energy that a woman has. And that's why lesbian energy is a very, very critical component to being approached by lesbians. You must be confident in who you are as a same-sex attracted woman. And one of the secrets to owning your lesbian energy is you don't have any sexual hangups. You love to be around women. You make women feel welcomed. You make them feel comfortable. You make them laugh. You make them smile. You make them just want to be themselves. They find you irresistible.
Hey, Dave.
You're irresistible.
You come up here to express your
You
love?
have no
No, I think I have like this thing where people already assume what my position is going to be. So I have to like practice on not being so cynical all the time. So, I mean, I think she's attractive for whatever her age is. She looks a little older. She
You know
might
what?
be.
I actually don't. I think
You don't
it's the
find her
hair.
attractive.
Not particularly. Now, she might be, I'm guessing she's probably in her 60s. I
For a
could be wrong.
60-year-old woman, that's pretty good. I'm sorry.
I've seen better, to be honest.
Not
I mean,
many.
I would not say no, but I can tell you right now, I would not be I wouldn't have a burning desire to bed her.
Burning desire? Hold on, somebody at the door. Hold on.
Oops.
issue with letting women know that you like women. You don't have an issue with letting women know that you love women. When you watch a woman from a distance, a woman that you admire, a woman that you really are attracted to, you really want to get with her, more than likely, you're attracted to this
Stanley.
woman because she is very original.
Yes,
She's
sir.
very authentic.
Why do they need a dating coach? I might be ignorant. I'm definitely ignorant. But why do they need a dating coach?
Well, I mean, she's basically saying that women aren't trained to approach other women. But I mean,
Then
I
that
would
would
think that if you went to like a lesbian bar or something, it would be kind of assumed.
right. That's all you really have to do.
Well,
And
apparently,
this implies that once again something's wrong with women. They don't know how to deal with each other. I mean,
okay. Well, I mean, I think this might be one of those times where, is it really something wrong with them? Women aren't really trained to like,
hunt. No, you're
well,
right.
hunt or whatever you want to call it. I don't think it's a flaw. I think it's probably, it's hard to kind of go against your programming, I guess.
Well, we do spend a lot of time accepting like this wild range of what women are. We say women are women. They do what they do. We don't understand it. And then when they have to hunt for each other, they end up looking like dudes because they're saying the same thing that dude says. I don't know
Oh,
what that
really?
was. I don't know. I can't tell. Blah, blah, blah.
Okay. Well, okay.
Sorry, I had a coworker
This
walk through here.
woman
Oh, that's all right.
is into women. Well, that inkling is your intuition.
Yeah, I left
More than
myself
likely,
open
you
for
are
that one,
correct.
Samuel.
Because when women are in their lesbian energy, they let women know that they like women. And they don't have to even verbally express it. Like, you may have never heard her say in words, I like women. I am a lesbian. But you know that she likes women
This woman is
because
creepy.
she's usually around other women. There's something about her composure. There's something about her demeanor that lets you know this woman, she likes women and women like her. Like, she attracts women to her naturally. She doesn't have to try hard. Women just love her. They
She's a
find her
player.
irresistible. And eventually, if you are able to have the privilege to get to know this woman, she's probably going to let you know that she's a lesbian. Or she's going to let you know she's a same-sex attracted woman. And you know why? Because she's confident in who she is. And she knows that when she reveals to women that she likes women, that opens the door to women approaching her. See, a lot of women who love women, they don't really even have to approach women. You know why? Because women approach them. Now, you may be thinking, but I'm afraid to approach a woman. I want her to approach me. Hence why you clicked on this video to find out how to get approached by lesbians, right? Well, this is what you can do as a
Well, I
same-sex attracted
have to make a point here.
You make yourself
Hold on one second.
available.
To be honest, that this video is a contradiction. It's not that surprising. I mean, if you think about it, a woman being attracted to another woman is a contradiction. So, I would expect a little bit of contradictory vibes here.
You be present around women. Just be there and show this woman that you like her. Show this woman that you find her interesting. Compliment her. Learn about her. Ask her questions. Women love attention. Women love to talk. Use this to your advantage.
Let me ask you a question, Dave. Do you actually think, I mean, this sounds like some good advice for some of the guys in this Black YouTube space, don't you think?
I swear to God, I was thinking, I don't know how to approach this because it kind of feels so weird. It's got like a weird vibe to it, but like she's got better advice than most dating coaches to guys that will work as well. Because really, they're the ones with the bigger issue in mass. But I don't know what to think of it. Like, I really don't entertain these things. So anything she's saying right now is new to me.
Well, that's kind of why I started watching it. I've literally never heard a lesbian talk about how to attract lesbians. So, I mean, this is kind of a research project here.
It looks like we're waiting on something, and we don't know what it is.
But I tell you what, I think this advice is definitely something that you know, maybe she should be coaching young boys.
Right. And it wouldn't be weird. At that point.
I don't know. You know what though? I mean, I don't know. I'm sure my mother must have given me advice on women, or I'm sure I must have asked her, well, you know, you're a woman, what do you think? It's not that far off base that a mother, for instance, might give a boy, you know, some pointers on what women like.
I look at it as like a fish teaching fishes how to catch fish.
Well, fish do eat fish. Don't they?
Yeah, and in that sense, but like with a fish walking on land catching fish in water, I don't know, because it's not natural, but they're still trying to catch a fish in water.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure that analogy actually works. I mean, fish do eat other fish. They herd other fish. They lure other fish.
But a natural fish swims in water. This isn't a natural fish. Oh, you know what? Never mind. I'm thinking way too deep. It's so stupid. I do have the self-concept of how this sounds, but it's wrapping your head around it as a process. That's all.
Well, I just think that funny enough, she does give a little bit of masculine energy here. She sounds really confident.
When you are around women and when you are socializing with women and you are around a woman that you're really attracted to, you enjoy being in her company, you are going to be excited. You might say, well, I might be nervous, I might be afraid. Well, you're not directly asking this woman out on a date. What you're doing is you're showing her that you are interested in her in a subtle way. And she's going to pick it up because she's confident. And you are doing what most women don't do. You are around her.
You are talking about it on YouTube.
Very much so.
Yeah, what does your family think?
Says, you make yourself available to her. You show interest in her.
Hey, this is actually pretty funny.
Smiling at her.
You might have to do a show. Might have to use this as a show title. This is two fish out of water trying to eat each other. Nah, it's too good. I gotta use it.
You are actually ahead of the game. Because all the other girls, they're back there,
that's a good one.
They're quiet, or they're acting like they're not really interested, or they're too busy trying to act like a straight woman. So she doesn't get the opportunity to be with a lesbian. And what's going to happen is this woman is going to realize she likes me and I like her. And she's going to approach you. And the way she approaches you doesn't have to always be, can I take you out on a date? She doesn't necessarily have to say, can I take you out on a date?
Can I get your number?
She may just say, do you like this movie? Let's go to this movie.
Oh, Lord.
That's a date.
I tell you what,
So be available.
she needs to be talking
present,
to
show
some
interest.
YNs.
You don't have to directly ask a woman
If she
out.
said that
And
to
don't
men, that
worry
would be,
about
or if
how
men
this
said that
woman
to
is going to
women,
approach you.
they look at that as
Really?
like a sign.
Just be around her.
Sign of what?
I'm sorry. It would look at it as a red
And
flag.
she's going to notice you because you're going to stand out from
Okay,
all
well,
the other
things have
women
definitely
who are
changed. I
not
mean, if
doing
you,
what you
especially
are
if you've
doing.
known a girl for a
So in a
while,
sense, ladies,
hey,
you are
are you
approaching
interested in
her,
this movie? Would you like to go with
but you're
me?
doing it subtly.
That's
And you're
that doesn't
setting
seem
up
that
the
weird to me.
opportunity for this woman who you like to officially
But a
approach
lot
you.
of it has to do with confidence.
I hope that
I
message
think if you
resonates
just
with
say
you.
it like matter of
There
fact,
you
like,
have it.
hey, you know
How
what?
to get approached
This
by a
is gonna
lesbian.
happen. That sort of
I am
energy.
Giselle Wallace, certified gay life coach and author. Subscribe to my YouTube channel, like and share the video. Also, if you don't mind, donate to the super thanks button, as this helps my YouTube channel to grow and I can
Excellent.
provide more information and resources for us as same-sex
The
attracted
channel's
women.
gonna grow like a
You
penis.
also can sign up for life coaching. I provide one-on-one life coaching. I provide life coaching for couples, and I also
Ooh,
provide group coaching. If you're not on my mailing list, join my mailing list, because this is how you keep the most updated information and topics and current events that I will be conducting. Join my mailing list. You can go to my
really?
website, www.gisellewallace.com,
Samuel doesn't think
or you
she's
can go to
direct.
my contact page
Her
from my
entire
website
advice is
and
everything
contact
but
me,
being
and I'll
direct
add
and
you to my
taking the
Yeah,
mailing
first
list.
step.
And when you're
yeah,
added to
I
my
I agree
mailing
with that.
list, you will actually
Okay,
get a
well,
free
you know what?
guide, which will
I will just have to
support
disagree with
you
the both
as a
of you.
same-sex attracted woman.
She said, "Do you like this movie?
Yeah,
We'll go see it." Well, then she
right.
considers that a date. Well, the
Well,
girl
no,
still
no, no,
doesn't
no,
know she
no.
might like girls.
She didn't say, I don't think she considers it a date as much as a first step.
Nah, she said date. She literally said date.
Okay, well, then it's a date. I mean, what would a young man say? What would he say different?
Would that be good advice to a young man?
I think it would be.
So he in his mind he considers it a date. So
No,
it's
no, 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 no.
accelerated to
No,
him faster.
he should not be considering it a date unless
Okay,
it
well
turns
then should
into a date.
she?
Well, you know what?
Should
Maybe it depends on, I mean, it depends. I wouldn't say that you should consider it anything. I would probably want to ask, like, how long have you two known each other? You know, you just met someone, like, you know, on a college campus somewhere. It might not be a date. Might have to feel it out. But if she agrees to go, especially if she doesn't know you, or maybe, you know, it's like a friend of a friend or something like that, I would just see how the vibe feels. I mean, I remember, I've had plenty of times where a friend would introduce me to some girl or some woman that he knows, thinking we might get together. There've been several times where um I dated this girl off and on for maybe 2 or 3 years. And I'm trying to think. I met her. It was like a friend of ours. We went to lunch, and you know what? I'm trying to think. I guess maybe I got her phone number or something. I mean, we kind of instantly, you know, we're kind of interested in each other. But I mean, I don't think I asked her, "Hey, do you want to go out on a date?" I think I just asked her, "Hey, would you like to do something?" And no, I think the worst thing a guy can do is have expectations on the first date, because it comes through that energy, like, you know, you get rushed. I think guys need to be programmed. Hey, don't expect anything on the first date, even if you take her out to a quote steakhouse.
On this side of
Now,
40? Bullshit.
what?
On this side of 40? No.
See,
Yes.
y'all need to stop. Hey,
If,
money should not matter. Either
my
you
bad.
can afford it or you can't afford it, but acting like, oh, I spent $40 or I spent $80. If money is a problem, if you are counting pennies on your first date with expectations, you don't fucking need to be going out on a first date. What you need is Giselle here.
Well, really, you don't have to take them nowhere, honestly.
You know
But
what?
if you do,
I tend to. I mean, I don't intend on like going for a walk in the park. I mean, you might just ask for a phone number and talk a few times before you go out. It just,
right.
you know, there is no formula. That's what people need to understand. Every relationship, every approach to a potential relationship is different, and you just have
Uh,
to feel it out. And I think the younger you are, the harder it is. I know, for instance, once I was in my 20s, you know, half the women that I dated probably approached me. You know, a lot of I tell you, I've had more than once where, you know, I just kind of like, I've had women like approach me and make the first move.
yeah,
It just depends.
yeah. Usually, if they'll talk to you, they'll go. If they
Now,
speak to
you
you
know what?
first,
I never had that much confidence in my abilities. I'm not a Deacon Dave. You know, I
hey,
just
hey,
know
hey,
that
hey. I'm not
I
saying
just
that
know
either.
I just know that I'm decent and I always have a shot. And you know, it works out or not, but I find that if you literally are like having expectations on a first date, I would almost say not having expectations is going to get you more pussy than having expectations.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say I'm this ultra confident dude, but
We
I just know. Like some things you just know.
Well, yeah, but I think women can kind of sense, you know, the hunt. You know what I mean? If you take a woman out on the first date and you're really expecting, oh, hey, I took you out to an expensive restaurant, therefore you need to be putting out, women can sense that. You know, kind of like, you know how, and I hate to use this analogy, but you brought up the hunt. A lot of times prey know when they're being hunted. And I don't like using that analogy, but I can't think of a better one. You know, they can kind of sense it in the air. And if you're putting out that kind of vibe, dude, you were just doing it wrong. Women will come to you. A lot of it depends on the woman. But you got to let things just kind of naturally happen. And if they don't happen, fucking move on. Maybe it'll happen on the
I
second date.
totally agree.
I mean, you got to, again, if you're 13, you're going to be a lot more twitchy than you are at, say, 23 or 33.
Absolutely. And you can't tell me that you're not manosphere because you shoot it better than some of the manosphere guys.
Yeah, but you know what? The thing is I don't hate women.
They don't either. There's
Oh, I don't
sections
know.
that they kind of bond over certain
Dude.
things like child support or court systems, family court like that. Yeah,
Let me tell you a story. Let me see, can I find this show. I was in Drip's audience last night around midnight, and they showed a show from Nightish, and I was shocked.
What is he talking crazy?
Oh yeah, it was.
Hey, have you came across that channel, Not for Humans?
I don't think I have.
It's a spinoff of the Drip Show. Apparently, I was watching this morning. Everybody was over there. Yeah, I think it's called Not for Humans. Yeah, it's a
Okay,
spinoff
no.
of Drip because he said he was on Drips before he fired up. I guess they funneled over to this show. It hit my algorithm. I was watching it, and like half of the people up there I watch anyway. I was like, wow, y'all come over here? I didn't know what is this? You know, it's only got about 1,200 subscribers, but yeah, it was funny as hell. This morning, a girl who got into a fight at the club.
Is this it?
Yeah. A girl got into a fight at the club. She had shit herself apparently about 7 or 8 years ago. Yeah, she was on the panel and disturbed the whole vibe of the show, and it became about her.
Wait,
How
hold on. This happened on the show?
This happened this morning, bro. It was crazy as hell. I laughed so hard. I was laughing all fucking morning. That's why I was late to the show, because I didn't realize what time it was that she was on. Because half the time I don't get notifications. Well, yeah, it was on super early.
I get notifications from John's show.
Is this it? Is that from today, this morning?
Yeah, 15 hours ago.
Well, yeah, go all the way to the end and play just. I think the girl's name is Black Dahlia.
Yeah,
right about there.
You
Yeah,
just
this
put
is it.
yourself in the equation because
Just listen for like 5 minutes.
Oh shit. Okay. Wait, hold it. Say that again.
Just
The
listen for
last
like
part?
5 minutes. You'll see she's talking about her
person that I was
video
talking to
of when
was
she got
nice.
beat up and
so
she
you
shit
just
on herself.
identified. You know you shouldn't be here either because I didn't say that to you, sir. Stop
you just
lying.
said y'all niggas.
No, I said more of you.
You just said y'all niggas, but that ain't my
More,
point. That ain't
more
my
of
point. I just
you,
wanted
and
to
I
know
was
if
talking
I
to
just
a
wanted to know
specific
your
person.
stance. I just wanted to
I
know your
was
stance away
talking
from this
to a
conversation.
specific person.
herself speaking. Yeah, she's wild, but I just wanted to know your stance away from this conversation. That's all, and I respect it. I understand, especially with a woman having to hold the baby. You know what I'm saying? If a woman wants an abortion, I understand. I was just asking.
Yes, this one right here. He wouldn't get to live to adulthood. This one right here, Knight. If he was in my womb, I promise you, the world would not be having to deal with him right now.
I appreciate you calling his name because you didn't say
They
y'all
won't
niggas.
even
I
know
appreciate
you.
you calling his name.
They
I
won't
was
even know
talking to that nigga specifically.
They won't even know that you left.
I was talking to him
Nobody
specifically.
care. They'd be like, who?
Your mama didn't care. That's why you still breathing.
And everybody else is gonna be on the same mindset. Who the fuck was that bitch?
Your mama's the only bitch that belongs to you.
Damn.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh at her calling
Yep.
your mom a bitch.
Well, if I gotta be a bitch, the only one that belongs to him is his motherfucking mama.
His response was funny as shit. I'm sorry.
What's
He
up,
couldn't
Lou?
say shit.
That's
Is this
Brooke, a
the
legend.
elder that y'all
It's
looking
funny
up
as
to?
fuck.
I just
This
think
weak ass nigga.
He been
This weak ass
in the whole
nigga.
conversation.
Why? Listen, we just had Men's Mental Health Month. Listen, you should have fallen, but you should have fell behind that
What's up,
line
Frito?
in the month of June. You had all space and opportunity to use men's mental health to take yourself out of here. But this is how you want to show up. You stuck around to do this. You stuck around to do this.
Yeah, nobody won't miss it.
You know, I often wonder why women do this. Now you got a whole panel full of men who are just ready to roast you, and you want to go toe to toe. Unless you are really good. Bomb Cherry's the only one I've ever seen able to just kind of go toe to toe.
Yeah, she's a seasoned vet.
Actually, there's another woman, PH Diva. Yeah, I've seen her. I've seen PH Diva. I've seen her take some guys apart. She is a precision weapon. Not too many like her though. So this woman's a veteran, huh?
You bring up men mental health though.
That's funny.
You call her the shit slinger?
Nobody miss her.
He had an excuse last month. Why is he still here?
They'll be crying. I don't know who will be crying, but they'll be like, "Who left? What happened?"
Do you have life insurance, old ass man?
Not at all. I'm a nigga.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. How many kids you gonna leave with the burden of paying for your burial?
Do you have life insurance?
Why do you give a fuck?
I don't.
Then why you talking about it? See what
I
I'm
would
saying?
show up at the grave site to fertilize it.
Annoying, irrelevant.
I would show up at your grave site specifically to fertilize it.
That's
you
why
know what that means?
Is that your talent?
Yeah.
weird ass shit to fuck up you. But no, she's trying to find other angles so she can keep talking to me. Stop talking to me.
What's your real name so I can look for your obituary so I can come fertilize your grave?
Dang.
He alive. Yeah. This AI, he alive.
With that blood pressure, not for long.
Oh, shit. That was fine.
I just took my medicine and you gonna say that, man?
She said
Hey,
you
I'm
fat.
crying.
That's fine. Not with that blood pressure.
I'm crying.
I got a breakfast sandwich with my name on it.
That's why they get mad at a bitch like me. You can't make me back down, motherfucker. I enjoy rubbing your fucking nose in piss like a goddamn puppy.
This is a racist weirdo too.
It's funny because
Am I?
some of your jokes directly correlate with your own exist. Like somebody should have rubbed your nose in that poop in the club.
But they didn't. I drugged that bitch through my shit. Then I slapped her mama in the face with
We
it.
didn't see none
Then
of
I
that
made
video.
sure
We
that
didn't see none
bitch
of
was
that.
no
Where that
longer
video?
on the planet.
Where that video at?
What video?
So
Of you went.
You know, I have to stop to address this comment. So Palomino Ricky Z writes, Stanley is a woman, I think. Dude, you are not doing yourself any favors. And I think I'm just going to go ahead and give you some grace on this comment. It's just too easy. Dude, you need to stop. This is like this woman on this panel shitting herself. You just did that. Dude, don't ever write that again. And you know how you're always telling black people that they should be thankful for being here in the United States? Well, motherfucker, you need to be thankful I don't roast your weird ass. So this is your one grace. You know, don't make me do you like Be Brave. You know, I don't want that kind of talk in my chat.
I like that rule.
You winning.
These people because I feel like you kept.
It doesn't matter what you care. No one cares what you feel like, sir. Take that shit to your mother.
That's true. You're right.
Take that complaint to your mother, because that's the only bitch that gives a fuck.
You didn't. Hey man, I ain't call your mama a bitch.
Man, she is hard.
She called your mom one though.
She could.
Crazy,
yeah, like,
right?
why you do that?
Because I have a mouth and I can.
Oh, okay.
Look at this dude. This Palomino.
I didn't make it
Palomino.
there, but I knew I had to use it before I shit on the floor.
That's crazy. Why the fuck you ain't go shit?
Because I got jumped from behind by a punk ass bitch that wouldn't fight me when we was in the bathroom.
I ain't see
You
none
didn't
of
get
that.
jumped if it was one person.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Let's start with that.
You got took off guard.
That's the point. It wasn't just one. That's what I'm saying. You don't know the story. It wasn't just one person.
I'm going off what you just said.
You won't send the food stamps.
Because I'm not finna give you food stamps so you can.
Well,
eat
why
your
you
stuff to
want
make
my
you
story?
shit
Why
in
you
the
keep
club.
asking? You
Why
keep
you
coming
wanna
back
make
to
it
the
a
story.
Card.
I tried to get you a product. I tried to make you a
gotta mail
product.
you my motherfucking food stamp card? Cause Cash App, bitch. Why I gotta mail you my food stamp card to get this story? You know how long it's gonna take you to get this fucking food stamp card?
Like, come on, black diapers.
What the fuck are you talking about, bitch? You ain't get jumped. It was one person beat
Oh,
your ass
you
in the
are
club.
so emotional right now. Do you really think that calling me a bitch
and everything?
hurts?
I'm not emotional.
Because she is. I knew your mama
All
was a
y'all
bitch.
doing is giving this weirdo.
That's why I called your mama a bitch before you called me one. Because I knew eventually you was gonna show us how much of a bitch your mama is.
Yeah.
Hey, black
You thought I was gonna keep it cool with you, bitch, after calling my mama a bitch? I've been cool with you.
No, why would I?
Why the fuck
Why would I think
why
that?
would you
Why
call
would
my
I
mama a
think
bitch
that?
unprovoked, bitch? And then think I'm supposed to be the
Because I
bigger
could
person?
smell the bitch out of you, and I know it came from your mama.
Hey man, I
That's
can smell
whose
the
pussy
shit
you
out
fell out of,
I
ain't
know
it?
it came out your ass.
But that's whose pussy you fell out, ain't
I
it?
smelled the
Your
shit
mama.
out you, bitch.
I know that
know
bitch
it
came from
that
your
bitch
mama.
beating that ass. I know that.
I know that bitch came from your mama
Hello.
too. You
I know
mad because
that.
I can identify your mama as a
Hey
bitch?
man, I got
Yeah,
your I got
and
your
I
I
can
got your
identify
back.
you as this bitch. You can identify as whatever the fuck you
Nah,
want
nah,
to.
But
But you
man.
what,
Lay off,
shitty.
what
lay
I
off
bet you
You
Black
was
won't do is
shitty
Doctor,
in the
pull
man.
up in
club.
Missouri.
You was
I bet
shitty
you
in the
won't pull up.
club.
I
You
bet you
shitty
won't
on
pull
this
up.
panel, and
But
you
I
shitty with
bet
an
you won't
attitude, baby.
pull
That
up.
ain't my problem.
I bet you won't.
That ain't my
I
problem.
bet
That
you
you're
won't.
shitty. It's
I
not my
bet you
problem.
won't. I bet
Hey,
you
Black
won't.
You're
Diaper.
shitty, and it's not my problem.
Yes, I am.
You were
You're
shitty
not
in the
gonna make it your
club. You
problem
got a
because you
shitty
ain't gonna pull up.
attitude, and you sound like
Yes.
you got a shitty life.
Yeah.
And that ain't my shit.
All of that.
That's a lot of shit to unpack.
That's a whole lot of shit, baby. You can identify as a stick. I don't give a fuck.
And you could
Hey
keep
man,
identifying your mother as a bitch. Bitch.
lay off
Okay,
Black
bitch.
Diaper, man. That ain't that.
Okay,
Let up.
bitch. She's a clean bitch. She ain't a shitty bitch. Like,
I am too.
hey, with this shit you keeping up.
You
Like,
ain't
what
look
the
clean
fuck?
on that club floor.
Hey, bitch.
Oh no, I cleaned up the club floor with my shit.
And it ain't clean, baby. What the fuck?
You cleaned with shit.
You
Yes.
thought you ate with that one. You thought you almost clocked that P, didn't you, bitch? Nope.
Oh my
walk me
God,
through
that was
that
the
one.
gayest thing I've ever heard.
It's not. You've heard other
You
gay
say that
shit from your
too?
gay
Clock
homeboy.
it. Oh my God. Not only
Clock
is he
that
a
one, didn't
bitch,
you,
he a
bitch?
little sissy too.
Yeah. Yeah, all that
Sissy.
yeah, all that shit you trying to say. Yeah, okay.
Sissy.
Project that shit on me, baby.
Clock it. I don't even say
It's
that
funny
shit.
to
That
listen.
shit is fucking annoying.
Hey,
And then got your ass whooped in the club. You didn't clock
Yeah.
shit. She clocked you.
Oh,
The
my
fuck are you
grandma
talking
taught me,
about?
baby,
You
you gotta
wouldn't be
take an ass
clocking shit.
whooping to give one.
You
My
wouldn't be
grandma
clocking
taught
shit
me
if
you
you
gotta
didn't
take
clock,
an
bitch.
ass
She
whooping to
rang
give
your
one.
bell, bitch. She
Ain't
rang
none
the
of my
alarm on your
family
dumb
members
ass.
said because of nothing that she
What
could
the
do.
fuck are you talking about? Yeah, you
Ain't
wouldn't be
none of my
clocking shit.
family
You're getting
members
clocked.
dead because of nothing that she could
You
do.
wouldn't be clocking shit. You're getting clocked.
Sissy,
In your fucking
sissy,
clock, bitch. That's the point.
sissy.
Hey, man.
Go off, sis.
Ow.
Sashay, Shantae.
Ow. Bitch. Ow, bitch. Ain't nobody put their head. Ain't nobody beat the shit out of me, bitch.
You're gonna
Ow.
be on RuPaul's next season of Drag Racing.
Yeah, they dragged your ass.
Is this
in
your
the race.
audition? Is this your
They
audition?
dragged your ass in
What's your
race.
drag name?
beatabitch.com.
Oh, okay.
What
You
you
want to
want
be
me
the
to say?
bitch?
Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'll be the drag. They didn't
Wasn't that
drag
a
me
gay
through the
dude
club.
that
Hey,
said
bro.
that
Hey,
too?
bro.
I
Hey,
don't
bro.
fight. I
Hey,
don't
bro.
argue.
Not one
I
time
just
have
beat
we
that
ever
bitch
got
with a
dragged through the
bottle.
club, nigga. Never in our life, nigga. Fuck is we.
So have we heard enough of this?
Oh yeah. I was just if you go back a little bit, you can see other people up there. They were rotating in and out, but I don't even know why I even brought this up. But this is okay. So this was a spinoff of Drip Show, and I hear everybody talk about Drip. I've never seen it, and I didn't even know that I was already subscribed to this channel. This channel right here, it was in my subscribes, and this I don't know who the fuck this is or where it came from. No, the Not
Yeah.
for Humans.
Oh, well, I kind of agree with the name of it. It's not for humans.
But Freezy had a good show over the weekend. I don't know if you caught any of that.
No, I was kind of busy, but I actually subscribed to Freezy's channel. But Freezy's actually on this video. This is from Drip Show last night.
Oh, okay.
This kind of surprised me, to be honest.
Forgive me if I stumble a little bit, Rufus, but I was on this show recently and they had these Hebrew Israelite guys up there. And I want to ask you this question because I remember you always talking about, the Bible and Christianity. What's up with this 66 books thing? Like, why is it that this guy is saying that the only thing that is established?
Oh wait, hold
I mean, I
Bottom
guess
up.
maybe it's just not your area.
Stormcrow.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like,
oh, he be on Drips?
No,
because
this
the bow
is
tie guys
this,
are the Muslims, so I
this
know
is
that's not what that
Nightish.
is.
This is Drip looking at Nightish's show. And you know, I was kind of shocked. Just watch it. It's Drip and Shanika talking about, you know, this clip. Well, it's actually the whole show, quite a bit from Nightish's show.
It is. Niggas always giving away the newspapers and shit. Ain't that Muslim?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
They talk
that's
about
all I
Hebrew
really seen.
Israelite stuff.
You may start noticing it now a little more, now that, you know, it's been put on your radar.
Well, on the internet, it's for sure being noticed a whole lot. It's a lot of people that's down with the.
You might notice. Start seeing it a
There's some of
little
this
more
stuff.
now, you know,
I want to get to
And see, that's what I was saying too, because that. Okay, I just mind my business. That's all. Okay. Because if they using the same terminology as the.
Anyway, but I don't want to have that conversation.
Let me see, can I find Nightish's show?
So the Muslims and the Hebrew Israelites treat their women the same way, you said?
In my opinion.
Oh, okay. And you say you don't want to have that conversation. No problem. I ain't gonna press it. But now you got me intrigued. Now you got me intrigued. God damn it. Shit. Okay.
I'm respectful on this tree like that. So that's why I was like, I'm trying to be mindful of the words that I choose, because I don't want to be. But yeah, essentially, you know, they feel like we're connected to the Holy Land, not the small hats, the black people. Because a lot of people try to tie them. Well, I ain't gonna say a lot of people. Some people try to tie that connection to small hat people, say that it's them.
Mm-hmm. I need to see how they. Hold on, let me see something. You got me intrigued. Goddamn sneaker. You started this nigga. Hey, Meta. Hold on. Hey, Meta. Hey, what's up? I love this guy. He's super cool. How do the Muslim men treat their women?
Treatment of women varies widely across different cultures and communities. In many Muslim communities, men treat women with respect and kindness. However, some communities still have patriarchal norms that can lead to unequal treatment. The Quran emphasizes the importance of treating women with respect and kindness. It's also worth noting that not all Muslim men hold the same views or follow the same practices. Would you like to know more about Islamic teachings on this topic?
Ooh. Okay. No, that's cool. I guess.
All right.
They said they treat them with respect.
To you, bro. That's what I'm talking about, my man Freezy. But in regards with this, right? Here's the thing in regards with this, and I do like the fact that you did bring up that whole verse that you should not add nor take away from the Bible, right? Okay, yes, that's true. But here's the thing about it, right? We'll just break it down section by section.
Oh, Lord,
for the Old Testament, right? What they are,
you know, if you behave positively towards people, I think that energy gets returned, right? So
when they rude as fuck, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm saying, I said I didn't want to have a conversation because I
just
don't
let this go from here.
Like I'm disrespecting
get where I'm going.
Oh, okay, I got you. My bad. Okay, got you. Okay, cool. I got you.
That's what I think. So
Something tells me you trying to show like some kind of setup.
He would tell you that he's
I'm trying to. I'm not real good at it.
but other people may not really see it that way. It depends
This
on
actually happened.
it depends on.
Well, nothing happened.
I want to see. I'm curious.
But I think that someone like
more
me
of
on
what
the
they
outside
said.
looking in, maybe they're anti-controlling, or are you being?
I got you.
You walk behind me, and
and
you know what I'm saying?
Talking about the
that's for
manosphere.
sure. I didn't know it was like that though. Okay.
Like I want you walking next to me. Don't walk in front of me.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of that motherfucker blurry too, nigga. God damn. Fuck. Okay, I have to figure this out.
Somebody can feel like me walking in front of you is protecting you. You know
Right.
what? And that's why I'm not gonna get no attitude about it, but it's just not my preference.
Okay.
And so it's certain things that they do that's not necessarily my preference. But I'm not saying that it's disrespectful, it's just not my preference.
Understood.
But yeah, like
Understood.
I think that, to be honest, I feel like if anything, this just highlights how we're not having enough conversations within the community, because we should understand, or at least have a basic understanding of the different, religions within our community to know, say what's real. But you know what I'm saying? Like these are conversations that we honestly do need to have, because these are people that are in the community that are influencing other people. And a lot of people just don't even, we can kind of all say catch the people before they do.
Right.
I wish I could just find the show.
Yeah, maybe educate us on, there are certain things that I don't like. I don't speak and be disrespectful.
Damn.
No, I feel you. Plus, I don't want to be on no triggering shit like that. No way. So I feel you. I just thought they would have said something a little treacherous, but clearly they didn't. That's why I'm like, what the fuck? But then again, I don't know how Kevin Gates, really and truly treat his women type shit. I thought he was with Drika, then he was with Brittany Renner and some more shit. Hell, I don't be paying attention to that bullshit. But religion. But you say you got to walk behind them and not want that, but they don't clearly, because I don't know nothing about press the play button. Okay, damn shit, Drew. I didn't fuck this up. All right, hold on, let me see. This bad you shit. There we go.
God didn't ordain, or God did. But listen, whatever.
No, I just said it's in the scripture that
whatever scriptures. See, the church is in good hands, like all state with God, right? He's going to lead us in the way of wisdom, so we don't really have to worry about
where when they rude as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't have to open the door for you.
Okay,
make
hold
women
on.
aware when they
about where I want to be.
That men should, you know what I'm saying? Because be like,
damn,
just saying them.
They do not gel with the overarching.
Hold on, I'm at the wrong time stamp. She said 2:59. Okay. Here we go, right here. 2:59. Yeah, I ain't finna watch this bullshit. Not all this shit here, no. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I would say you don't have to say them.
This is the part I want you to hear.
Me, I would say something. I wouldn't be like confrontational or nothing, but I'll be like, that was rude. You know what I'm saying? Because like I do believe that men should make women aware when they rude as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't have to open the door for you. And I think that
I sometimes think they want that confrontation right there.
Maybe they do.
I was just about to say, Freezy, it's not that I disagree that it needed, but people dying for less out here nowadays.
No.
What up, Chocolate? In the building.
What up, y'all?
What is going on with you, Mama Jamma? You all right? How was your weekend?
I am blessed. I had a good weekend. Got a little bit of work done, and then I procrastinated, so that's why I'm working tonight. That's why I'm up, so I can finish this up. I work great. Thank you. I work great under pressure. But anyway, yeah, I just came up, hobnobbing. How y'all doing?
Cool.
Hey, what up?
You'll see where I'm going.
I know
with
y'all.
this.
We listening to the video, so I'm just.
Yeah, I see it a mile away. Chime in when need to be, because
I did get your information. I heard you about the Hebrew Israelites. I got you some key points.
If you want to speak on it.
Saying no child.
Huh?
Did my point make sense? Because I hope it ain't sound
like okay. Just to add who they have added.
I mean, I don't know where it come from, so that's why I'm confused. Like, I don't know about none of that shit, so I'm probably gonna.
Might have been listening. Like I probably confused everybody, so that's all. Just asking, like.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That you weren't.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I just got it because I said because you already hit it on speak on that part because I was like I can't remember.
Yeah, I know it's been out for a minute. I do meetings and shit. Like what?
I didn't see that. Separate.
Stepping through this.
I remember they used to come to the campus when I was in school. We be cracking up like, bro, you cute. Touch your braids. Like, I don't care nothing about what you said. a handicapped man? Am I supposed to make him open the door for me?
Man.
Stuff about intent. I don't know. What you were saying was
I
right.
might just have to tell
I just
y'all
was
about
like,
it.
okay, just to add on.
No, basically what it is these guys on here, the whole premise of, someone talked about being on a bus or something like that, and they got up to let a woman sit down, and I think it was Nightish or somebody got all wrapped around the axle because the woman sat down and didn't say hello. I'm sorry, didn't say thank you. And then Freezy talks about the whole thing about opening a door for a woman. If the woman doesn't show gratitude, then, it's a man's job to let her know that she's major rude. And I just thought it was the weirdest conversation. These people just are getting wrapped around the axle over practically nothing in their quest to keep women subservient. And I've heard people actually say that, you know what, women should be subservient to men, even men they don't know, just because they're men. Black men specifically, Black women should always be subservient to Black men, even if they don't know them. Like you come up on a panel, a woman on the panel needs to be subservient, even on a panel, to a Black man, just because he's a Black man. Doesn't matter whether they know each other or not. I've literally heard people say that, and I think that is just the most ridiculous stuff I've heard in quite some time.
You
Any
can't deny
thoughts
that
there, Dave?
it's a thing. It is a thing.
No. It's a thing, and it shouldn't be a thing.
It's not a thing for me. I'm saying that it is a thing in the sense that, yeah, there are a lot of moments where you can say, "Damn, she was so fucking rude." It happens to me all the time.
You know what? If you actually are gonna, if you open a door for a woman and she just walks through and doesn't say shit to you, are you gonna actually tell her, "Well, ma'am, you're mighty rude"?
No.
Okay, well, there are people on this panel who would.
Yeah, because it does get to a point where you're sick of that shit.
Okay,
You can't invalidate their feelings. Like they really feel that way.
going off on strangers, women you don't know, is rude.
Nah.
Yeah, I'm afraid going after a woman and telling her she's rude just because you opened the door and she didn't say thank you, you don't know her, you're going to tell her, "Well, ma'am, that was mighty rude of you." Dude, you're the one being rude.
Who cares? You're not with her.
Well, see,
Say
that might
whatever.
be, you know what? Everyone's fond of telling me what's wrong with the blacks. Well, the blacks don't care.
So wait.
Maybe
Let me get this straight, because this it's okay when it goes one way, but when it goes the other way, it's like, oh,
it's not
why would you do that?
It's not okay either way. My big deal is, why would you get wrapped around the axle if you open the door for a woman and she walks through and doesn't say thank you? I don't care if it happens to you. I don't care if 10 women walk through you don't know and none of them say thank you. Why, as a man, would you sweat it?
Nah. I'm trying to find that one slice that you can actually sweat it, but I really don't care, because I don't have these thoughts. I'm trying to justify something that's not my position.
Open the door. You wouldn't open the door for a woman. She can do it herself, right?
A lot of me has turned more that way lately. Yeah. Unfortunately.
Okay. Detail was necessary.
Let me see, can I get to the right
Okay,
point?
here's my little
Because
five
Freezy shocked me.
No, I just want to make sure because
So that's why I'm confused. Like, I don't know about none of
the other people that might have been listening.
I didn't see nobody asking, so you weren't. Like, nobody seemed like they was confused. I wasn't.
And I don't know who this white guy is on the bottom right hand corner, but he was like,
Man, I'm missing all kinds of stuff on this
and
panel.
then as soon as she sat down on her
There we go. Let me.
The type of women that you think
It's just thank you and not a
and most do. And most
exhibit.
Now it just wants to hang.
Well, what about King James being a homosexual, right? That's a lot of people say. Like, or how can you trust men? Because we truly as Christians believe that man is not the final authority over God, right? God can just wipe everybody out whenever he wants to. So everybody's here under God's will and doing what God authorized him to do.
You said whatever God wants to reveal to us, he'll reveal to us?
Yes.
Well, that's probably why you can go buy a King James 1611 with the Apocrypha in it right now.
Yeah.
That's probably why. You know, you could go buy one with 80 books, with 80 books.
Can I maybe answer that? First off,
before
You see, I thought you was looking for a trap moment with.
Oh shit, I was on mute. I seen
your
that
buddy
shit.
Black Crow.
With them dudes, they were kind of young dudes. It was kind of like a big dude on them. He was
Black
saying
Crow
that
is
the
a
white woman
problem
gonna come
here.
save them and shit. And they were just like one thing.
So you guys squashed the beef. Y'all cool now?
Damn.
We had a beef.
Yeah, you did. No, I'm joking. No, I mean you guys are cool. It's like not animosity when you're on a panel.
Last I checked.
Good. What do you say? See?
Oh, no, I was just laughing at that. I didn't see that, but that's hilarious.
Yeah, I showed it on the show and niggas got to leaving. No bullshit. Coffee was like, oh hell no. They reviewed it on Sharon, so that shit was funny. I'm thinking it was more funny, but I guess when I started it, it wasn't the funny part yet. But yeah, they was like, yeah, them white bitches coming to save us. Them white bitches love us. All kind of weird shit. I'm like, damn. Okay.
There's something I won't even get
I'm just
into.
going off of ruthless truth logic. That's all
Yeah.
I was doing.
I know. First and foremost, what's up, Freezer? I always been wanting to talk. What's good with you, fam? I've had a chance to sit down and wrap it up with
Now, see, this is just Black Crow just being ridiculous here, trying to be funny, which I didn't appreciate. But you know, he's being himself.
you, man. What's good with you?
What's going on with you, bro? Salute and blessings to you, bro.
That's what I'm talking about, my man Freezy. But in regards with this, right? Here's the thing in regards with this. And I do like the fact that you did bring up that whole verse that you should not add nor take away from the Bible, right? Okay, yes, that's true. But here's the thing about it, right? Once you break it down section by section, for the Old Testament, right? What they already had, aside from the writings of Moses and all the major prophets, add with these are books of lore and or legend. While these particular books may gel with the overarching.
Hold on, I'm at the wrong time stamp. She said 259. Okay. Here we go, right here. 259. Yeah, I ain't finna watch this bullshit. Not all this shit here. No. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I would say you don't have to say them, Flote, but I'm just saying if it was me, I would say something. I wouldn't be like confrontational or nothing, but I'll be like, you know, that was rude. You know what I'm saying? Because like I do believe that men should make women aware when they rude as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't have to open the door for you. And I think that
I sometimes think they want that confrontation right there.
Maybe they do.
I was just about to say, Freezy, it's not that I disagree that it needed, but people dying for less out here nowadays.
No.
What up,
Dying.
Chocolate?
He went all the way to dying.
Yeah.
What is school going with you, Mama Jamma? You all right? How was your weekend?
I am blessed. I had a good
See, he
weekend.
must have some superior Negro understanding that I haven't accomplished yet.
Well, no, they don't. What they're doing is just acting like if a woman doesn't express gratitude every time, then you know they. And Freezy says it. He thinks that it is a man's place to tell a woman when she is being really rude. And I'm saying, you know what? Unless she's your daughter or your wife, maybe you don't need to be approaching strange women saying this shit.
Why is it even a thing? Why don't they? The fact that they
Why don't they what?
is like a low level of disrespect. It really is.
Okay, so what? If a woman you don't know doesn't say thank you and you take it as disrespect, well, just take it as disrespect and move on. You don't
There
have to
can't
say
be that
anything
many
for it.
of them that just have poor home training and manners. Like, God damn,
Okay,
I
and what if it was?
already
My
gave up on it
point,
because I assume
it is never a man's job to tell a woman he does not know that she is rude for some minor bullshit. You know, I could see it if she ran a shopping cart into your car or something like that. But like sitting on a bus, if you give up your seat, or if she walks through a door you held open, it is never a man's place to say, hey, why didn't you say thank you? That was so rude. It is never a man's place if you don't know her.
Never. Use auto way. You use
Never.
definitive
It is
language.
literally, you are literally making a federal case out of holding a door open. Seems weird to me.
Now, mind you, this isn't my argument. I'm playing the hill, but there is an instance where you can say, "Damn bitch, you could have said thank you," and then keep pushing. Yeah.
Why would you call a woman you don't know a bitch?
Because you don't know her.
I was. Yeah. Okay. You know what? But she
Why
might
not?
know you. She might know you.
Well, then she should have. If she know me, she would say thank you.
There you go. We're great under pressure. But anyway, yeah, I just came up, hobnobbing. How y'all doing?
Cool.
And the big problem here is it's flow state that's like he's basically telling these guys, you guys are weird. You know, he's like, why he would flow state would just blow something like that off. But these guys are basically saying, hey, I'd make a federal case out of it. Like this woman doesn't have a man who might beat your ass for being rude to his woman. God damn it.
You comparing flow state to the other black men? That's not a fair comparison.
I'm saying flow state actually got compliments from Shanika because the other guys were just crazy.
I don't know. What you were saying was right. I just was like, okay, just to add on, if detail was necessary, I just was like, okay, here's my little 5 cents.
Wondering, like,
I mean, I don't know where it come from, so that's why I'm confused. Like, all right, it's cool.
The other people that might have been listening, like, I probably confused everybody. So that's
in the chat, like,
right.
You know, like they was confused. I wasn't. So yeah, but I just got it because when he said that, it was like, I just was like, let me find 10 key points about that. I said, because I didn't want to speak on that part because I was like, I can't remember conversation with the man that was on my black women not saying hello in the grocery store. That's been bopping all over the internet because it's like, why like that? I think it's a confusion of what they can't tell you what they want though. They want adoration, but won't say that that's what they want, and then turn around and make it be your fault, like you the one tripping.
That's wild.
That's
wild. I didn't know it was going down like that.
Yeah, it's a lot of men that walk around with a level of entitlement.
Bro, you gotta tell these bitches this. No, I don't think the men are the problem. They're like, damn, I wish you hoes wasn't so fucking just disgusting, you know?
Yeah, well, I'm telling you right now, in this video,
I'm still playing the hill, by the way.
Well, it's the men who are the problem.
Yeah. To other men. Weird. That's kind of weird.
Nigga, chill out.
I mean, he wants you to strip right at the door.
Strip at the door.
Money need to come out the sky. He want to be like the Price is Right. You remember not the Price is Right, Publishers Clearinghouse. Remember how they come to your door and bring you that big ass check? Dudes like want that. Like I'm being extreme, but that is the kind of they want to be praised. You are exactly right. They want that praise for that.
Now, a woman should be, you know, it is a common courtesy to say thank you. Not take any type
Yeah,
of
but I'm
account.
not gonna walk you down if you don't, though.
You know what I'm saying? She should be saying thank you because you did her a favor. I get that. And I'm not trying to skip past that. But I'm just saying, if she don't say thank you, don't get her.
Lou, the problem is the instances that these guys are talking about, you could barely classify this as disrespect. If you open the door for a woman, who knows? It could be that she's like, you know, who knows what's going on in her head. Just because you open the door, if a woman doesn't say thank you, don't make a federal case. I don't even understand why you would think it's a major disrespect. It's just you open the door. Most women, most times they're going to say hello. I'm sorry, they're going to say thank you. If for some reason one doesn't, then move on. And,
Why is this a rule for men? Wait, why is this a rule for men to
okay,
follow?
the reason it's not a
I
rule
don't
for
get that
men.
shit.
Okay, what I need you to do is understand that this is a particular instance they're talking about. They're not setting rules, they're reacting to this video.
Why is it weird if a guy says, "Hey, that was rude"?
Because it's rude for a guy to do it. And why would a guy even sweat what some strange woman did? Didn't say thank you. You don't know the woman. Why would you even make a big deal out of it?
Stanley, have you ever? Okay, this is gonna sound like a rhetorical question. Have you ever opened up the door for a white woman? They usually give you like the most
You know what?
energetic.
I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry. You're right.
And it's
It
pleasant.
it is a weird question. Do you think are there people who only open doors for white women but not black women? Who opens the door based on race?
Well, it's for comparison purposes that I'm asking you this rhetorical question.
I just open a door, little girl, big, old lady, woman with kids. You know what? If I'm there first, I will probably just open the door just out of habit. I've been doing it since I was a kid.
I'm gonna run the experiment where I'll look at them dead in the eye and
I'll open the door for an old man.
Yeah, I will. I do too. But I'm gonna run the experiment where I don't open or hold the door. I'm just gonna go in and act like I didn't see him even after I make eye contact. Let's just see how that goes for a week.
You know what? You want to make an experiment out of everything except just taking it at face value. A real man is not going to sweat the one rare occasion where the one rare occasion where someone doesn't thank you for opening the door. Most people, like Flow State says, 90% of the time, 99% of the time, they're going to say thank you. If that one doesn't say thank you, I hope you're not going to lose it or even think about it that much, to be honest. And then Deborah, no, I think Islamism tend to be pretty rough on their women, but you got to think that a lot of women in Islam really are rougher on other women than their men are. I know I have friends who are Muslim. I, on occasion, watch a lot of Muslim content. To be honest, it's the women in Islam that can be rougher on women than the men are. So I think if you want to make a broad generalization, you may be right, but I would never even bother making the comparison because I think a lot of times Christianity can be pretty rough on women as well. And then you gotta think
they don't want them to preach.
Okay, what I need to do is finish what I'm going to say, and then you can ask your question. In the United States, we tend to judge a lot of things on what happens in the United States. Go to somewhere like Saudi Arabia, where women, go. There are places in Europe and places where women have expectations of their behavior. I would actually say that Orthodox Jews can be pretty rough on their women, especially like if you know, I've read books. I've read a couple books where, you know, some young Orthodox girl decides she doesn't want to be Orthodox anymore, and they just treat her like shit and disown her. I think every religion has its moments. Islam may be a little bit rougher and more rigid than most, because I mean, in all honesty, they're still living like 500 years in the past. Other religions have kind of evolved from that, but anyway, I'm belaboring this point.
Well, Stanley, just to tell Free Zone, I agree with Stanley too. What I'm trying to find a way not to.
Well, but still, I want you. Breezy is the one who shocked me.
Breezy is a Hebrew Israelite.
Is he really?
Yeah. You said he was a Muslim. No, he's a Hebrew Israelite.
Oh, no. I didn't say that. I knew he was. I thought he was just kind of like your straight line Christian. I didn't realize he was a Hebrew Israelite.
Like she, you know what I'm saying? Like that's my thing. Like you mad and you want to, well, F you then, or you know, or never open another door for another woman again because these hoes don't appreciate shit. Like that's the part where it's like, okay, now you're going too far.
Yeah, like what if you see a handicapped man? Am I supposed to make him open the door for me? Like just out of common respect and courtesy, like that's all. Like that's so crazy that it's become to the place where we have to now re-explain how to be courteous, and it not mean anything else than me being a courteous human to you. Not that I want to take you back to my house or your house, I guess. However, go ahead, you guys.
I teach my boys, like, don't let other people change you. If you're nice to somebody and they're an asshole to you, that don't mean you got to match their energy and be an asshole to them. Because then now they're changing you into something that you're not. Be who you are at all times. And if you realize that they're not taking what you're giving them the right way, then give it to somebody else.
I agree with that.
And then that's just it. You know, like, I don't understand that.
I agree with that, Shanika. I didn't know it was, that's why I say, man, this internet it's a crazy game. It's crazy shit. Like I thought that was shit that we just learned as little boys to open up the doors for the women or our elders, but everything is so categorized and, you know, ostracized and all kind of shit to where now they got to acknowledge that shit. So what, you gonna kick out the seat if she don't acknowledge it or what?
Yeah.
It's happened. Sadly, you can find videos of men just jumping out the window over the small, like that guy said, like that's a lot. But and then it also taps into, hey, you know what? That's an emotional issue. Maybe we need to talk it through. It's not that serious. I'm not talking about that's what anybody should do on the spot. I'm saying, hey, some of these thoughts should be in the back of your head that maybe you are not coping with life well if you're doing what you deem a good deed only to completely unravel it after you've done it.
But you know what's so funny, Chalk?
Yeah.
When the old lady at home say, hey, you know, you could say thank you for me cooking for you every night and washing the dishes and cleaning the house and doing all this shit that I do for you on a daily basis. You can say thank you from time to time. What do? They diminish it, devalue. They act like you do what you're supposed to be doing. Why I gotta thank you for that? Then you get mad because I won't thank you for opening the door for me. But you can't understand the concept of I'm over here busting my ass to make your life easy, and it'll be nice to be appreciated from time to time. But you can't. That the math ain't mathing with that though.
No, and that's the ironic part. You hear them giving themselves their own answer. They even get, you know, like you can hear like, oh well, no, that's not it, but it is it. It is very simple. Let's lay out on the table why if everything was okay, if we was cool, we was communicating properly, none of this stuff will be out here. This you.
Clarice, that's an interesting comment. I mean, when you say liberalized, you mean westernized? Because I would argue that before before 1978, I think it was, places like Tehran, they were very Western. So, can you help me out with that? Because I would think that somewhere like Tehran, there was a time in Pakistan when Lahore, is it Lahore or one of, damn it, what's the major city in Pakistan? I can't think of it right now. There were a couple places. There are like 3 cities that I can think of in Turkey, Constantinople. Damn it, what is it now? Man, I'm having a senior moment here. But places like Tehran, they were fairly liberalized at one point in time before the fundamentalists came back and kind of changed direction. So help me out with that. I would think that if anything, they were liberalizing, and then the fundamentalists came back in and kind of dragged them back towards the past. And specifically, I'm going to say the Islamists versus, regular Islam. So I'm not an expert. You are. Let me know where I'm going off the rails.
You can't say it's all sensationalism. I think that the internet has given people a window and an opportunity to share their story. That's a lot what we hear, whether they lying or not.
Thanks, John. Istanbul.
But then we also
Damn,
see
I'm
factual
having senior
shit,
moments
and then
here.
we pretend like we don't see. That's what blow my mind. You got proof, research, everything behind it, and they're still saying, "Nah, that ain't it." Women need to obey.
Damn.
Stop talking. Be quiet. Sit down. Come on, man. What you talking about? Like, when did we stop being friends?
Yeah, that's a good
Because
point.
I was raised to be friends with men. You become friends first, and then if it turned into anything else, romance comes afterward. Because if you want a man in your life, I've had all different male friends in my life over the years.
This is an interesting point. I wish Dave was still up here. I've had this conversation, before. I really never considered my wife my friend. She was my wife, which to me is like kind of transcends friendship. She wasn't my buddy. We weren't doing high fives. She was my wife, which is something beyond, mere friendship. Best friend, whatever the term you want to use, wife to me transcended that. So that's my feelings on it. We were never friends. We were never friends. Once we were a couple, like the first time I actually like really talked to her at length at her brother's wedding. And it was from that point forward, we were just a couple. I'm sure we must have talked about it or something, but we were pretty much a couple from that point forward. We were never friends. We were a couple. So.
Years, and it's like the way it sounds, it's almost like we out to get y'all. But nobody won't just come out and say that that's the message. Y'all got it. Thank you.
I don't think that. I think the internet is just tainted. I don't think women are out to get men or black men like that. Nah, I just think it's just tainted. Honestly.
You know what though? I could understand why you would say that, but at the same time, the internet is really just exposing what people are really saying in real life.
Yes.
I do hear people having these conversations.
Clarice, I think you understand it right, But the funny thing is, in my opinion, the Enlightenment never fully went secular, especially in the United States. The separation of church and state was about as secular as the United States got. I think you might make an argument that in Europe, maybe they were a bit more secular, especially with Protestantism. Protestantism is really the driving force behind liberalism. Had the Catholics, had there not been like a split, there probably would not have been the Enlightenment to the point that it got to. But I don't think the United States never fully went secular. Up until practically practically till 1776. State religion was still kind of an issue. Virginia is the first state that I can think of that basically said, nope, we can't have an official religion. And the main reason being is they wanted like Anglicanism to be the official religion. And then they were going to tax the Baptists and Anabaptists and all the other religions. And they just said, you know what, if you want to start like a religious war, do this. So that's really the driving force. It wasn't that, a rejection of religion in the United States. It was they did not want to play favorites and pick a state religion because it just would have caused turmoil. So reason basically became kind of like the driving force for scientific, discovery and all that sort of stuff. But there was never a clean break. Even Jefferson, and he was about the most a-religious founding father I can think of. Even he was a deist. So anyway, I hope that makes it clear. You're right, but there was never, ever a clean break. Religion has always been in the background. Even in places like Britain, which actually has a state religion. So let's see, Lou, I don't expect thanks, but if you don't show any, I'm not going to bother helping you anymore. Well, I mean, I'm assuming these are strangers, Lou. So you may not even see this person again. That's why I'm saying don't get wrapped around the axle. It's a stranger. You may or may not see this person again.
YouTube conversations, I hear people saying this stupid ass shit in real life. It's not necessarily as, I think that social media gives people a megaphone, but I'd be lying if I've never heard a conversation. I'm like, oh my, and it done got to a point now where I be wanting to secretly record people.
Yes.
Like, it's like somebody used to hear this shit that these niggas is talking about randomly. Loud enough for me to hear. Me and my homeboy had a conversation not too long ago, and I'm like, nigga, what YouTube channel you been watching saying this shit to me? Because he was mad at his wife, and he coming in and talking shit to me about it because I guess he wanted to say it to her, but he like, well, let me just say it to you, that way I can get off my chest.
Yes.
And I'm like, bruh, like what? Because y'all wouldn't just don't view us and appreciate us and blah blah blah. Sounded just like Kevin Samuels. Like, oh my gosh, I have never heard this nigga say no shit like that before. But he's gotten like this shit is spreading like a wildfire. Like
as young as 8, 9-year-old boys saying this shit.
Yeah.
And this is what I mean. We all about the kids. Okay, well, are we going to change the message, or are we going to keep saying it's women's fault? It's women's fault we don't listen. It's women's fault we don't choose right. It's women's fault we want careers. It's women's fault we want to read. It's women's fault that we want to breathe. But if I ask you what traits are you looking for in a woman, they're going to give me an 8-word sentence. and that's it. Cook and clean. I don't like women who read. This is what they should say. Like they want to come, because this is what it sounds like. Like, would you want to come out here with y'all the protected class? Excuse me, who are we being protected from? Just, this is a numbers game. But why out here in this space, it's this adoption of a mix of like this 1950s rhetoric along with conservative rhetoric, along with with a nice splash of melanin. And then what do you want us to do as women?
Very much here, not even a thank you as so much that she's strolling my Instagram, right? But there's other times when I've given guys my seats, right? When I see they put in a shift, you can see they're dirty, they come home from work, I give them my seat and they acknowledge it, like, thank you, brother, appreciate that. And they sit down with their tools and stuff, right? But these women don't really return the favor like that.
I think men are negligent if something like that happens and they don't say nothing. Like, you should say something. You should say something to that woman for the next time she even think about doing some shit like that. Like, you should say, I ain't have to give you my damn seat, right?
Wow.
I'm just saying, you gotta say something. You got, like, if you
don't fucker. You're not gonna solve all the.
Here's the thing, right?
1 second, y'all. We just trying to do a mic check right quick.
Okay.
Miss Dr. Dodger, can you try again?
Wow.
No sound. Go ahead, Freezy.
Well, I was saying,
Hi, it's me. I'm here.
Oh, okay.
What the hell is that? What was that? Yeah, I was saying you don't have to say nothing, Flo, but I'm just saying if it was me, I would say something. I wouldn't be like confrontational or nothing, but I'll be like, that was rude. You know what I'm saying? Because like I do believe that men should make women aware when they rude as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't have to open the door for you.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry.
That's crazy work.
You beat me to the punch.
Rude as fuck. He said rude. Women are being rude as fuck to you. Like, why is it gotta be rude as fuck? That's how you perceive it? We sorry. I'm apologize on behalf of all women, all the women's that never thought to say, thank you, because maybe she has some shit going on in her brain. You know what I'm saying? Where she mentally distracted, she forgot. You know what I'm saying? Fuck her. She rude as fuck.
Yes.
I don't know if Dave's still in the audience, but the bottom line is, I think the big deal was, damn. This is a fairly religious guy, expressing this attitude, and I don't know, my thoughts on it. Well, this panel is kind of like a barber shop. They're probably just kind of sitting around, really not really thinking about the bigger implications. A lot of things get said at the barbershop that probably wouldn't get said outside of the barbershop. So I'm kind of willing to give some grace here, but it did, I was half asleep because this happened like maybe 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning, and it definitely woke me up. I was like, what? So let's see. What does John say? Black women just be blurring out disturbing a conversation, blurting. Not sure what's going on there. If they're talking about opening doors or giving up seats on a bus or something, John, not really talking about a conversation so much. But anyway, Dave probably moved on. I was actually playing this for Dave, but I suppose he has moved on. He has better things to do than waste time, hearing me bitch and moan about the manosphere. So this actually, John, will be more for you. This is our buddy Lady Boulay here talking about Essence Fest, the Essence Festival, actually. So let's hear what she has to say. Actually, I thought this was a pretty interesting take. Yeah, let me skip through that.
This is Lady Boulay, and I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for your support. Thank you for subscribing to the channel.
Kimmy,
thank you
how you
for your
doing?
thumbs up, for your comments, and thank you for sharing the videos. Thank you for all you do to support the channel. And yes, we are commanded to love one another, whether we want to or not, or whether we agree with each other or not. Well, probably one of the worst and most embarrassing things for you to get is a public wake-up call where all the world has a chance to see you being embarrassed by somebody who calls himself the most powerful person in the world. That is what happened to some African leaders that came to the United States to meet with Donald Trump a few days ago. Take a listen to this exchange.
We want to encourage American involvement in the investment in Liberia. Yeah. We'd like to see that happen. We want to work with the United States in peace and security within the region because we are committed to that. And we just want to thank you so much for this opportunity.
Well, thank you. And such good English, such beautiful. Where did you learn to speak so beautifully? Where were you educated? Where?
Yes, sir.
In Liberia.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's very interesting. It's beautiful English.
Sure.
I have people at this table can't speak nearly as well,
Very
and
good, sir.
they come from here. So thank you very much.
That was the president of Liberia speaking to Donald Trump. First of all, Donald Trump didn't hear anything that man said because he was not taking him seriously. He was not taking them seriously. Second of all, did you see how meek and deferential he was talking to Donald Trump? He is the president of a country himself, but he was almost, I don't know, intimidated. His voice was almost intimidated speaking to Donald Trump. And we just thank you for the opportunity to come here to speak with you because they really want to network with the United States. Donald Trump was just sitting there nodding like, I'm not really paying any attention to you. But it was just almost, I mean, it was kind of cringy watching it. But now, can you imagine what would have happened if he had been talking to a Black American? I guarantee you his demeanor would have been totally opposite. He would have taken on a superior attitude talking to a Black American. Any African would, because that's their disposition. They don't have any respect for other Black people. But with this white man, he was in an inferior mode. So I just thought, oh my goodness, this man does not know anything about Donald Trump. And Donald Trump wasn't trying to know anything about them. Because I think the man is I'm gonna let you hear what the president of Liberia said in response after the fact. And then he reveals the real reason Donald Trump invited them to Washington. So listen to this.
Yesterday's exchange with Trump shocked and angered me. I never thought I would be insulted like this in an international setting. I understand his arrogance. He impatiently asked for speed up many times in the meeting, but he pretended to be surprised, even though he knew that English is our official language. Discrimination and prejudice against our country is too great. Seems to have tacitly agreed that African countries should not have language skills and that we should not have development. But he was disappointed. We have our own long history and culture. We receive education on our own land and master the official language of English. This is normal, but Trump, as a leader of a country, deliberately repeated praise to me with a racially prejudiced attitude. The sarcastic tone and ignorant sense of superiority made me feel extremely disgusted. This is too arrogant. I believe that if Trump cannot learn to respect every country, he will sooner or later become an international laughing stock.
Well, he's already an international laughing stock. But this is pretty much the playbook of America and American presidents. The rest of them are just a lot more smooth with it, but they all think the same way, and they think the same way about Africa and African people. He said that they don't think they should have good health or good opportunities or whatever he said. And that's exactly how they feel about black people in general. The fact that Africans think that they are superior to black Americans is laughable because black Americans get more respect worldwide than Africans do, than African leaders do. And that is because we are Americans and because, the white man is running America. But that's the way it is. And it's unfortunate that you have to come all the way across the Atlantic Ocean to find out what a black person could have told you on the telephone, but you wouldn't have believed it. You would not have believed it. And I'm playing this to show how naive these African people are. They really have a highfalutin opinion of themselves that nobody shares. Nobody has his opinion of them but them. And the Liberians don't have a bad reputation worldwide. But I mean, when you look at people like Nigerians and Ethiopians and Somalis, they go into other people's countries and they don't want them in their country. But when they come here, they think they are better than black Americans. And we can go anywhere and live and don't get run out of anybody's country because we don't go begging. But when they come here, they think they're the shit. But these wake-up calls are very important for Africans. And I'm not going to throw Caribbeans into this because I think they know what time it is. But this was a very good lesson. This was a public humiliation of African leaders, and they're going to continue to get this until they face the reality that the world doesn't view them any differently than it does other black people. And I think this is the reason why so many black Americans feel like we need to delineate from this so-called diaspora and let them get the reality check and the wake-up calls that they need to come down to earth, because nobody has any great deal of respect for them. And here's another video of the Liberian president speaking on this.
Trump is really the worst president I have ever seen.
CKJ3.
He is so
Admiral,
ignorant and
Admiral,
rude.
Admiral.
The leaders of 5 of our countries travel thousands of miles to come here
Nice.
to discuss trade with him. But he raised his head and humiliated me with gestures and asked me where I learned English as if I was an uneducated country bumpkin. If he paid a little attention, he would know that English is our mother tongue. We were all embarrassed for him. What I can't accept the most is that he dared to ask us to write a letter of recommendation for him for the Nobel Prize. It's ridiculous. The president of Israel wrote this to please him. Does you really think he is a peace ambassador? He has never visited Africa since he took office. For example, poor countries like us sell weapons in the name of maintaining balance, but they are still targeting our oil and minerals. I really regret dealing with such a person.
You can hear the remorse in his voice as he realizes that they were played. Donald Trump invited them to the White House in the name of discussing trade with those 5 African countries. But the real reason he brought them there was to see if he could get them to write letters to the Nobel Peace Prize Committee nominating him or recommending him or trying to give a reason why he should be given a Nobel Prize. That was the real reason that he invited them there.
Well, all I have to say is they better comply or he's going to slap tariffs on them.
He had no intention of networking with them or building any kind of trade agreement with them. It's always bad to see somebody being that deceitful. I'm going to invite you here in the name of doing this, but what I really want you to do is this. Getting recommendations from 5 African nations would probably help in his effort to get nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize, because it goes to people who have made efforts in arms control, peace negotiation, democracy, human rights, and creating a better organized and more peaceful world. Donald Trump doesn't have any of those qualities. He's not peaceful. He doesn't promote democracy or human rights, and is not particularly interested in making the world a better place. So it would be phony for them to even think about recommending him for a peace prize. But it would help if they would do it. But they're not going to do it. So at least they saw through that. And why does he want a Nobel Peace Prize? Well, President Obama got one, so he wants one. He wants to prove that he is better than President Obama. So he wants a Nobel Peace Prize. But anyway, y'all, let me know what you think about this. He invited them there and humiliated them, knowing full well that he was not going to build any kind of trade agreement with them. Okay. Have a good evening.
I want to, Kim, if you're still in the chat, I'm interested to know your take on Lady Boulet's comments. Let's see, how long is John's letter? Because to not have any black friends, it sounds like this lady has a point. I don't think John's woman is African, is she? Maybe she is. Let's see. She reminds me of my soul food I got yesterday. Well, then apparently that soul food is pretty good, huh? So you got soul food. I bet you're gonna go back and get some more soul food, aren't you? Let's see. What else do we have here? What is next? I did have something next. I guess I'll just do this. Dave, any comments on Lady Boulet?
No, I had a phone call, man. Damn, why was it? I was about to have my comments on the last video.
Which
I
one?
missed out.
The lesbian video?
I like that one too. No, the drip show.
Oh, well, it was pretty much as I described it. The only thing was, Freezy. He was using some pretty language there, talking about opening doors. That kind of shocked me.
I missed it.
Well, I'll put the link in the back for you. Oh yeah. African. Yeah. I didn't really think that much about it. CK. She lives in like Springfield. She lives in like Springfield, Virginia, somewhere. I mean, when I lived on the mountain, I didn't have many black friends. I mean, I had a neighbor who was black, and I think he might have been my only. Well, no. Actually, I had two black friends, and they both lived up on the mountain. So most of my friends were white. Just kind of happens to be where I lived. So I mean, she lives in Virginia, like a ritzy part of Virginia. So it could just be not many black people live around her. And you know what? I was going to make a joke. Well, John, are you her friend? Does she consider you a friend, John? But I didn't want to go there. And,
I like how Professor Black Truth and Lady Brule and what's the old comfortable Negro you watch, the lawyer. Yeah. That's a nice rotation.
I don't think he's as old as I am, to be honest.
No, he just has the look. He has that. Oh, we gotta vote Democrat because everybody racist ass looking ass.
Lou actually is not Coke. I got enough rest last night, and I don't have anything pressing to do today. I'm down in Savannah, so I don't even have housework to do. I'll probably cook dinner at some point, and even dinner. I've got some leftovers. I'm gonna make tortillas. So I have nothing to do but hang out. When I get tired, I'll go, or 12 hours, whichever comes first. And as a matter of fact, when I get done with this, it could be that I'm just avoiding. I got a bunch of history videos to watch, and then I may do a video essay or two. So I'm kind of avoiding like editing and stuff like that doing this.
Yeah, man, I'll be hoping somebody hit the link so I can just talk shit with Stanley. Shoot the shit.
Lou, Broke Genius. Y'all hit the link if you want. It's more or less open panel. I don't really have an agenda here. Is it you that was telling me Sergeant Willie Pete is an old timer?
Yeah, he's from Manosphere 1.0, and I couldn't tell you when he started, but that was like the original group of guys that were in the Manosphere, or was considered Manosphere.
Is that right?
Several decades ago.
Okay, Admiral. I don't agree with a lot of what he says, but some of it I do. He seems like a pretty cool guy. But anyway, this is we don't support the Second Amendment via policy. He actually brought up a really good point in an earlier video I watched overnight. He was kind of roasting, not really roasting, but kind of calling out Black liberals who want gun control and stuff like that. And I actually kind of agree with him. We don't need, given the history of the United States, I think it's crazy for Blacks to, if whatever's legal, whatever the Supreme Court decides to make legal, how about just go ahead and, having arms is not going to be the worst thing to ever happen. We need to be prepared. It's not like shit hasn't happened in the past. So I do think that being Black liberals calling for gun control, that's probably not the wisest of decisions. What's up, John? What's up, Broke Genius?
What's going
on? I appreciate them pulling up, man.
What, to take the pressure off of you?
Yeah, because your wealth of knowledge puts me to shame. It's kind of hard being a smooth brain next to a wrinkled brain.
It's really just a wealth of opinions.
if I get a work call, I'm gonna have to drop off. So,
that's all right. I'm just glad you're here. It's been a while.
Yeah, I ain't seen you up in a minute, Broke Genius.
Yeah, I'm selling my house, man. So I'm
Chicago.
Oh, are you really?
Yeah, trying to get that together.
What part of Chicago?
I'm in Gary, Indiana.
Oh shit!
It's not that bad. You know what? I think DC probably worse than Gary, man.
Hey, he's always a reputation probably. Worse.
I mean, I think you will like it. You'll blend right in because you seem like you blend in the area you at.
Yeah, this shit don't bother me.
Man, they'll love you, man. Shit, you got some beers on tap.
So what's the market like, man?
You know what? Every now and again, you go over to Indianapolis to be on Pop the Balloon, Indianapolis.
No, I don't. I don't even mess with Indianapolis.
Hey, bro, James, what's the market like there, man?
Man, it's a gold mine, brother.
Really?
It's a gold man. People coming here all the way from New York, man.
So let me ask you, how long do you think your house would be on the market once you list it?
Well, it's been on for about a week.
Okay.
So just going into the second week. So
have you had people coming by to see it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I had a couple people. I got somebody coming to do a second walkthrough tomorrow.
What? Okay.
Yeah.
It is pretty quick.
Where are you moving to?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm probably gonna get another project. I'm probably gonna move. I'm trying to get back in Illinois. I want to get back. That's where I'm from.
There's so many people moving away from Illinois. What attracts you back to Illinois?
Money, man. Chicago was the third largest center of capital in America. A lot of people don't know that. Like,
Yeah, I believe it.
I mean, New York. It's I think New York is one, L.A. and then Chicago.
I wonder. You hear those numbers nowadays, and with all the automation and stuff, like, and because I think I remember reading the Chicago Mercantile Exchange or something moved parts of his operations out of Chicago at one point. I was talking about moving to Texas and some in Florida. Maybe
And they still there. They still there. The Chicago is they got the CME group.
Maybe in the CBOT, the Chicago Board of Trade. One of those trading organizations was moving out of Chicago.
Yeah, they was talking about it. They haven't moved yet. The one person that did move, he was like the richest guy in Illinois, Ken Griffin. He moved to Miami.
Right, Citadel Capital.
But Citadel still right in Chicago though.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll never leave totally. You know what I mean? He probably moved the bulk of his offices.
He moved out of Chicago, but the Citadel group.
Have you ever seen his offices in Miami?
Oh, no.
Oh, shit. It's on South Beach, bro. I've seen that shit before. Yeah, Citadel. I'm pretty sure it's on South Beach. Was it Ocean Drive or Collins? Wherever on the streets.
Yeah.
Well, let's listen to Sergeant Willie Pete here.
I have brought this point up several times, but I see based off of one of the comments that somebody responded with that I'm going to have to articulate as clearly as possible my position on this. Professor Black Truth nor Black Authority actually support the Second Amendment. This is one of the problems that I have with the older generations. Okay, this is the problem I have with the Gen Xer Black people and the Boomer Black people, because both of them, I believe, are Gen Xers. Black Authority, I'm like 90% positive he's Gen Xer. These guys are like in their 50s. Okay. They're the type that's just on some have what you need. Okay. They don't care whether you got it legally or illegally. It doesn't matter. Have what you need, which to me, with the majority of the states in this country being, what do you want to call it? Constitutional carry. It's lazy because it doesn't, if you can get your paperwork, get your paperwork. Now, see, a lot of Black folks, they don't like to support the idea of getting your paperwork because it's conforming to the system too much, I guess, right? Instead of being covered. And so it doesn't fly with Black people being rebels and revolutionaries, right? To have your paperwork, to go and fill out your 4473. And, so they want to like there's a lot of Black men, when they talk about guns, they want to ride this funny ass freaking tightrope between being a law-abiding citizen and just being a criminal with illegal guns and just having your nuts out. And we don't have a healthy conversation about the Second Amendment and self-defense and dealing with white supremacy. Like Professor Black Truth, he runs around, power tools, make sure you have your steel, power tools, but he doesn't support an agenda or any sort of policy that supports the Second Amendment. This is the issue that I have, because when you go into areas where Black people
Okay, let me help this young man out. You don't need a policy to support the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment is the policy. So what the fuck is he talking about?
Man,
If you're a law-abiding citizen, comply with whatever your particular state's laws are. You don't need a policy. There is a Second Amendment.
He one of those people, man. He is an older, manosphere guy. He's younger than me, but he's
Hmm.
been around for about over 10 years.
Hmm.
In my opinion, I think he got bigger concerns than um gun control per se. He just talks about different topics, but I mean, in my opinion, he needs to be concerning about trying to start a family before he gets too old to even be able to chase.
Well, here's the deal. I'm actually, like I said, he was recommended to me by a buddy who
Oh, I
knows
listen to
more about the.
I listen to
But
him
but
every
my
day.
thing is, I'm not even fussing at him. I'm just saying, you're kind of being redundant here. You don't need a policy. As a matter of fact, the gun control stuff is the policy that keeps getting struck down by the Supreme Court. Literally, they don't want a policy. No policy is the policy that a lot of people would really want.
Yeah, he did mention on the video that a lot of down south guys like
Mhm.
you and John are the black people that actually are holding up the Second Amendment. Because I do agree. I
Well, you
agree
know
with
what?
you
I
know.
don't even yeah, I don't even think about it. Look, I was shooting shotguns at like 10.
Wow.
Not a lot, but you know what? As a matter of fact, let me tell you something. I was over at my father's house yesterday, dude. I'm like, dude. Well, my father's always been kind of a gun collector. He was showing us a new AR yesterday that he bought. Now, what he needs one for, I don't know, but you know what? He's a gun enthusiast.
Yeah.
So, it is, and you bring up a good point, Broke Genius. Look, I grew up, playing cowboys and Indians. Shit. When I was a kid, I had a toy M16 that made, the sound. You pull the trigger and it makes a little, little automatic weapon sound. So I mean, I would think
I got a
people
question for you then.
what's that?
If it were put to up and down vote, ban guns, yes or no, how do you think black people in America will vote?
I don't really care how they would vote.
I
I know
understand
I
you don't
would
care
vote.
anything.
I would vote yes.
You vote to ban them?
No, I would vote. Well, yes, keep them.
Okay.
I mean, the Second Amendment. Now, I'm not a gun person.
Right.
You
See,
know
I ain't
what?
talking about
I
the
know
Second
how to
Amendment. I'm
shoot
just saying.
them, all that stuff.
See, I ain't
But I'm
talking about
not
the
going to
Second
tell
Amendment.
somebody else they can't have them.
See, I'm not talking about the Second Amendment. Forget about that. Throw it out.
Okay,
Just the
why would I
mindset.
forget about the Second
Well,
Amendment?
just play along with me for a second. The mind.
Okay.
I don't know what's the point. But the mindset of would you want to take these guns away, yay or nay? I think a lot of black people put the vote. You'd be surprised at what the number would be in terms of take them away.
Well, I think what I would not be surprised at would be most of the people who give it a down vote would be people who live in urban areas.
Mm.
Okay, I can tell you right now, you know what? The only reason I don't get out and do more hunting is the older I get, the less tolerant I am of getting up at like 4 a.m. in the cold. It's just a little hard on the bones, but why would I want to give up, people who want to go out and hunt or target shoot or whatever?
But if
It's
you
a
think about
sport.
the people who see guns as like a menace in their neighborhood, those people would be willing to probably give it up.
Right. And those would be people who live in urban areas.
Well, it depends on what you can. Yeah, I mean, in my hometown, they might be willing to give them up. That's a small town.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, because it has this urban dynamics in terms of crime. Man, more and more I be thinking about it like shit. Man, I be looking at some of the people and some of the shit going on. Like, from what I see, like a large part of the economy, once you get outside the whole government shit, you know what I mean? Like, a large part of it is, how to make work type jobs and little shit like that. And I think that those people probably be more inclined to just ban them. I mean, they think about the crime in the black communities, and they talk about gun violence.
Okay, well, the thing
you-
is, my argument, crime is crime. Okay, you don't solve crime by taking away, Second Amendment rights. Most of the people committing crime probably don't have licenses. They're probably not doing it the right way in the first place. So solve the crime, you solve the gun problem.
But if you committed against the mother of someone, she's likely.
Okay,
gonna
I don't. You know what? That's
Yeah,
all
I know,
window dressing. The bottom line is solve the crime, you solve the gun problem.
Well, yeah, maybe. I don't know if you do or not. I mean, but
Well, if they're committing crime with guns, solve the crime, solve the gun problem. And a lot of those people, a lot of those kids don't even, if you're getting out, if you've got a felony, what are you doing owning a weapon? That's the policy, that you need to follow. I understand what you're saying about the crime. I think solve the crime, solve the gun problem.
Did
You're
you
not
see,
going to.
Did you see the basketball player down in Alabama? He's facing death penalty.
No.
Yeah, he's interesting case, man. He's from up here in Maryland, Charles County. We talked about it a bit. He had a gun. It was a legal gun, but
it was legal.
Yeah, but he committed a crime with it. and the family is like, these guns, the young girl that he was killed by.
Yeah, but the bottom line, look, I know I'm going to sound like a Republican here, but you know what? That gun didn't commit the crime.
No, I think he definitely. I just think that
I mean, if you're crazy enough to have a legal gun and go commit a crime, you got bigger problems than a gun.
Yeah, they made guns hard to get in the UK. They walk around with knives and machetes. Actually, a rapper, one of Drake's rappers, one of his associates got stabbed in the neck in London yesterday.
Do you know what we talked about this here? You know where they stab people in London? Where their preferred place of stabbing is in the ass.
Oh, damn!
To put you on a bag. It's called bagging them. You stab them in the ass.
You mean like a colostomy bag?
Yeah, they put you on a colostomy bag.
Yeah, well, you know what? They don't have guns, but they got knives, I guess.
They got real creative with their mind.
Dominate, right? Especially in northern cities, where I believe at least Black Authority. I don't know if it's a Black Authority. He's from. Which one of them is? One of them is like in New York or around New York or something like that. But in any event, I'm saying we already know what the gun policies are in New York. And if and you can mobilize black people will go up there, they will vote for gay shit. They will go up there and they will vote for feminist shit. Okay. And black people are always running around. Oh, white supremacy. Oh, they racist. Oh, the cops is racist. Oh, we need to protect ourselves. We love the rhetoric of arming ourselves, but we don't actually support the policies that allow black people to actually walk around armed. Then you get the people that they don't want the white supremacists to have guns, and they feel that we need more gun control because we don't want the white supremacists to have guns. So if we make it so that the laws are restrictive to where they can't have guns, then we don't need to have guns, which is a stupid ass idea. Because then you're defenseless because you still got the criminal element in your community because you don't have black men that are gainfully employed. Right. So you still got the narco economy in your community. You still got the gang violence in your community. So you just walking around in Lackatopia, with nothing but your ass. I know because I grew up in the shit. I lived it. I know what the shit looks like. A massive amount of black people, live in major metropolitan areas. And when you get into these blue enclaves, they always talking about some fucking gun control. If it wasn't for white people in the South, black people wouldn't have gun rights because black people don't support gun rights. This is the damn irony of the shit. where black people, they love to talk about the Second Amendment and the NFAC and Grandmaster Jay and we're gonna exercise our Second Amendment right. Okay, show up at the polls to vote for this policy that relaxes gun laws so that you actually have access to the guns. And niggas fail every fucking time. Y'all fail every time. Like and it pisses me off because it to me it highlights the stupidity.
Why are you back?
If you ever want to hear me support the white supremacists when they say black people have low IQs, all you gotta do is talk about the Second Amendment. And I will agree with the white supremacists goddamn near every fucking time. Because black people talk out of both sides of their face. They'll sit there, they'll talk revolutionary, fist in the air, Huey P. Newton, right? They'll talk NFAC, yeah, we're going to arm ourselves, and when the Ku Klux Klan comes, they're going to catch these hollows, right? Y'all talk that shit, but then when it comes to getting in the booth, and when it comes to policies, you know, it's nothing but the black female matriarchy and Stacey Abrams, and we're going to support some gay shit before we actually support being able to.
Hey, Stanley, OPC Dunn just called me, right? And so he says, I've been pitching this idea of being like a kind of real worldish type, maybe design, build, you know, reality type, IRL type streaming in the house and in one of my houses. I mean, we could do it in multiple where we could say, hey, Grace Thorpe and all, go to the ghetto and, you know, some shit like that. So anyway, OPC Dunn just called me and they want me to come over there and kind of explain the idea of what I'm thinking to them. So if you're interested, feel free to pop over there.
Come over where?
I'm about to go over on the Thorpes, and they want to hear this idea that I was.
Oh, Jesus Christ! I'll watch.
But no, the idea that I have, you know, I want you guys to critique it if you have time. You know, for better or for worse.
Well, are the Thorpes live right now?
Yeah, they're live right now. But I just want, you know, honestly, I'm more or less telling you. Because you know, I want your feedback on it because here's the idea that.
Well, I think it's a good idea. Have you remember? Damn it, what's the name of it? That dude. He did something like that with old people. You remember? What's his name? Pointer is his name. He did that. He's the dude with the wig and the the old.
Oh, you talking about you talking about Pop the Balloon?
Yeah, but he also did one that was like Big Brother, but for seniors. Because he's done Pop the Balloons for seniors. You remember those?
Yeah, I remember those.
Well, he took a bunch of contestants from those shows and basically did a Big Brother where I don't know that they might have even stayed in the house. I can't recall.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, I think it would be interesting. I think it would probably be fine. The only thing is I don't know, you know, the Grace tends to be kind of a little bit what would the word be? She tends to be a little aggressive, to be honest. So
that make me for good content though.
Yeah, it might be.
I mean, you don't want them in there twiddling their thumbs, right? you want them to, you know. But I was thinking about making it competitive. You know, if you model it kind of off those, I mean, they have TV shows about real estate they've done, but they also have. I keep thinking about those cooking shows where they give you some random ingredients and tell you to make something out of it.
Yeah, like Chopped.
Is it Chopped? Yeah, maybe. And so I was thinking maybe we put them in 3 random rooms in the house and say, give me your best ideas. And OPC Dunn would do some of the painting or whatever they came up with, something low budget, you know, make it an LGBT room, make it a freak off room, make it a girly room or whatever, you know, and they could compete for money. The audience could vote for which one is the nicest room. I think it's a lot of different angles you can go with it.
Wait, does Grace has freckles?
I don't know. Why is that?
Well, I'm watching her right now.
Oh, well, let me hop over there and I'll be back.
Yeah, okay.
Hi.
Hello there.
Why is this girl wearing
You
fake
shouldn't be. You
freckles?
shouldn't be insecure about camming up. You're very handsome.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry, I'm reading the comments here.
That's okay. You look like you have a nice apartment.
Jesus Christ! And then she hauls that cigarette.
It
up.
gets the job done.
You're not a man of many words, are you?
No, not really. Or maybe
If
once I
you
get
aren't
comfortable
sure
with you,
whether to
but
vote for
I'm
or
usually
against
shy
firearm rights, then you ain't
around
black.
attractive women.
That's actually pretty funny.
Oh, thank you.
They say the
See, know you.
Z's.
So have you been in any like shows or movies?
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
They said the Z's are not drinking are the like basically the lowest drinkers as far as demographics in America.
Which group is?
This Generation Z.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me. But
I
then
don't know
they
about
do a lot of?
cigarettes. I don't know if they
I mean,
do
they're.
smoke cigarettes though. I don't
I
think they
don't.
smoke.
I think Grace. I don't think Grace is Generation Z. She's like 24 or something.
Oh, that's Z. Yeah, that's definitely Z.
Oh, is she?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Because millennials, I think they stop off. I forgot where they stop off, but they started 81. Millennials started the oldest. Matter of fact, the older millennials are like, they like, man, I don't even know why you call us millennials because we're nothing like the younger millennials. Because they grew up 81, 82, 83, 84. They were, pretty much part of my generation, but I'm the baby, the youngest Gen X. I was stopped right on 80. I was born right in 80. So I just made it on the tail end of being a Gen X. But if you were born in 81 onward, you're a millennial. So yeah, 24. I believe even 25 is still Gen Z.
Okay.
Yeah. But
Well,
I don't know.
I thought all of them smoked pot. I didn't know they did cigarettes.
Well, they do the vapes. The vapes is probably real big. I tried vaping. I don't like it. Or maybe I did it wrong or something, but I don't like
Yeah, well,
I don't like it.
Grace's father smokes, so they probably just share cigarettes or something.
Now, is this the same chick that allegedly slept with her father, or is
Yeah,
it?
that's I think that's rumor, but
Oh,
it's one at some point in time. I guess they kind of encouraged the rumor.
oh, okay. Yeah. She's got one of them cool dads that smokes pot with her, and
No, he's an asshole.
oh,
Believe me, I've had plenty of encounters with the both of them, and they are basically white trash.
oh
And
yeah,
but they love to pretend that they're not, but they are.
yeah. Like be brave.
Well, they're in that same category.
The trailer park mob.
Well, I don't know what's up with them. It's just the problem with these guys is they're really racist.
Yeah.
And I'm not overusing the word. They actually are.
Right.
And I think I confound them sometimes because I'm not about to you missed Lasagna Killer earlier today. He
No,
came
I
up
heard him. I heard him.
Yeah, I was just like, what the fuck? My son black in a deficit. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. See, the problem with that, and Sergeant Willie P talks about that too, where they focus on blacks, but their own white people keeps them, don't want to pay them any, raises, want to, cut the unions, cut jobs. Their own white people, don't, look out for them and make it hard for them. They focus in on
That's it. But you know
on other
what?
people.
That's exactly my point. But this is a historical thing ever since. Look, all the
Yeah.
people fighting in the Civil War, those rich plantation class dudes, their sons weren't going to fight in the Civil War. They were they literally were paying for, you know, the poor white trash to go fight in place of their sons.
Wow, I didn't know that.
America has always been like that. They will basically, you know, basically these 1% types will basically say, hey, you know what, you might be poor, but you know what, you're not black, and you know what, you look like us. Who knows, if you work hard, you might be one of us.
Yeah, they've been doing that in Europe. That goes all the way back to Europe.
Oh yeah, they've been doing it for centuries. And so you'll get people like the Thorpes, or you'll get people like Lasagna Killer, or you'll get people like Be Brave, who, you know what, and you can hear it when they talk. You know what, I might be poor, I might be a bottom feeder, but I'm not black. You know, black, you know, the culture and all this stuff. And I was actually kind of shocked because Lasagna Killer's like 26. And most people that are around his age aren't quite that racist. But it shocked me. Now, my son is in one of the best schools in the country. And he got in, no affirmative action, no bullshit. Not only is he in the school, he has a full ride. So tell me of whatever deficits you think he might have because he's black. He's better off than your ass is.
They don't like that, because then they gotta look
That's
at
why I beat his ass. That's why, you know what, I was harsh, but it was real measured. I knew what I was doing. I wanted him to suffer the embarrassment.
Yeah,
don't you ever come on my panel, dude. The fuck, you need to be real careful when you come up. But see, what it is these guys are used to people like Ak Nation who will agree with them.
I don't even know who that is. I never heard.
You don't need to know, but he's basically one of these guys who basically agrees that, well, he's an anti-black. Okay, he will agree with the white people on his panel that black people are effed up and the culture's effed up. And I'm like, well, you know what? There's really nothing wrong with black people. There are parts of the culture that are toxic and have all kinds of pathologies, but that's every demographic. I lived up in the Blue Ridge Mountains. Believe me, I've seen some baby mamas who were white and were every bit as toxic or had the same, problems that, multiple baby daddies, believe me, I have been around long enough to know that, it may be acute in the black community in the inner city, but it is by no means limited. There are plenty of white people. As a matter of fact, you're not going to tell me anything, about this opioid epidemic. So don't come up here pretending like I'm going to agree that black people have a deficit. Not all black people do.
Yes. Yeah, I don't entertain that. They don't even come at me because I already know what's up. I know more than they probably know what's up. Shoot,
Exactly. Like I tell Be Brave, you know what? I know more about white culture than you do.
Yep. My granddaddy, two greats on my mother's side was a white guy. And it's not because of that. I just research history. I read a lot. I love it. I love history. That's one of my favorite subjects. So I know a lot of.
But you know what? I literally went to school with them, like 6th through college. I was in the Navy. I was generally the only black naval officer on my ship. So believe me, I know I know what the deal is, and you coming up here talking that bullshit, I'm just gonna swat you down like the white trash you are. And
Yeah,
I'm not shy about expressing my opinion. What's up, Orthodox?
What's up, Stanley, man? How you doing? I ain't talked to you in forever.
Yeah, it's been a while. Last time I talked to you, Dennison and Mayo Monkey were crying.
Mayo Monkey.
Yeah.
I don't know
Oh,
none of these
you've
people.
never heard of Mayo Monkey?
No, I don't know none of these people, man.
No, he's a real character.
Oh man.
So what's going on with you, Orthodox?
Just taking a break, 5-10 minutes from preparing for my stream.
Yeah, I've been
Saw you
seeing
was live.
I've been seeing your pictures of your bow and all your other equipments. Your is that a planter's hat you fell in love with?
Yeah. Actually, I don't even know what kind of hat it is, man. I found it at the local, at one of the local. I think it's a regional. Well, you're from Georgia, you know the Roses, the regional like
they still
rural
have
department
those?
stores. Yeah.
Oh, I know. Shoot,
They're in middle.
they
They're in
had-
middle Georgia.
They had one in Savannah. Had a couple in Savannah. I didn't know they were still around.
Well, you know that sometimes like on the cheaper clothes and hats they have good deals on. They were selling this one for $9. I got it right beside me. I like it. It's comfy as hell, and it's straw.
actually?
And it's got the
It's yeah.
feather. I'm gonna try to find me a turkey feather or an eagle feather to stick into the band of it because I feel like that would make it really pop.
Yeah, I forget who was it. Sin 7 or somebody made that suggestion.
Yeah, I think it was yeah, I can't remember, but I did get it from the person in my comments. No, I try to post funny things in my because it says do stuff from behind the scenes on the community section. So I just try to post it because like I'm getting really back into hiking and outdoorsy because for a while I was depressed in real life. So I'm getting back into being outdoors. And now that I have my leather bag, I can actually hike comfy because leather bags, man, whether it's real leather or pleather, man, they keep a lot of your stuff cool. So I can pack me some water bottles and go out and walk my dog in the woods and just out in the heat and have us some water, go do stuff.
Yeah. I'm actually down in Savannah. So it's what 88 right now. It was yesterday got pretty hot, but I haven't seen like the typical, soaring up to 96 degrees. But the humidity, it takes me a day or two to get used to it again.
Well, where I'm at right now in Middle Georgia, it's 93, but it's the feels like is 99, teetering right on 100. So,
hey, do you live anywhere near Sasquatch?
No. What's funny is I think that the three of us, whenever we're on panel, I always think about it because our relative locations. I think it forms like a triangle, like almost the entirety of Georgia, at least the middle part. So they get that good deep Georgia wisdom when us three are on panel.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been on a panel with him. But yeah, he's a good guy.
I mean, I think most people from Georgia are. Really
Oh well, it's really funny. One of these days, I'll tell you because I lived up in Newport, Rhode Island, for a couple years, and I swore after I left there, coming back down to Norfolk, that I would never live north of Baltimore again. And to be honest, I actually think if you have North in your state's title, it's the North. So I'll probably never live north of North Carolina again. I did live in Virginia, but I had a reason for living there. Let's listen to John here.
I'm gonna go bounce. I gotta go start my stream.
Okay, well, one of these days I do get in there every now and again, but yeah, I'll be over there. As a matter of fact, I watched a little bit of Gary and was simulcasting, but I wound up falling asleep. But yeah, I won't be a stranger.
All right,
Don't be a
cool.
stranger
That's
here.
good. I won't. I just been hella busy. Right now we're in the drama arc and I'm trying to get over that, but it's very profitable. So I'm like, I like money, but at the same time, I don't like dealing with other people's bullshit. So
You
it's
know
like
what?
as soon as
I probably need to come over there and talk to you because I kind of need to get my channel hopping, but I kind of don't want to do anything I don't want to do. And quite frankly, if I have to basically not be myself to do it, I'm good. It'll happen eventually, but I think being consistent is actually the most important thing.
well, no, you have a point there. Being consistent and being genuine, being who you are is the
Right.
best. Like the only
Well,
reason the
in
drama
this
that I'm
in
the only
this
reason the
sector,
drama
being
I'm
myself,
covering gets you in trouble.
it does.
I'm sorry, I didn't
Be
mean to
Brave
interrupt.
tossed me off out of his chat and off his channel. He has banned me. It is so funny because I was just messing with him in his chat, and he was talking about something, and I went, well, Be Brave, talking about CT going to a gay wedding sounds kind of ... and then I put fill in the blank. And I just kept doing that. I wasn't actually, I was going just right up to the line ... It sounds kind of fill in the blank. Oh, it pissed him off. Oh, he went off. It was so funny. And you know what? I didn't accuse him of anything. I just said, hey, it sounds like ... And he filled in the blank and got pissed off when he did it.
Well, the
I
thing that
found it. Go
it
ahead.
is fun to mess with Be Brave, but I think that you, and I maintain this. I think you are both honorable and good men. I think that y'all get into old man arguments, and I think it's funny as fuck because like my grandfather and his neighbor got into those, and like they would be friends again before the week was over, and they just fucking trolled the shit out of each other. Excuse the foul language. I need to work on that.
No, that's all
But
right.
y'all just trolled the crap, and I feel like that's what y'all are doing, and like because Brave, I think Brave does have respect for you and like you, but I think y'all are the antithesis
Yeah,
of
I
each
like
other's
him just fine.
ideologies. But the thing is, he does not like the whole. Like I had a little bit of drama over there with Shenard, and a bunch of people tried to get me to bring it to you because you were live, and there's well, Shenard popped over, was talking shit on you. I'm like, I don't care. I'm not gonna bring that shit to Stanley's door, even if Shenard's trying to start shit. But
well, Shenard, I know how to handle Shenard.
But he
I
was talking
usually
about
just
he was
if
talking
it
about
gets to
my
be
kid
much.
that miscarried on Free Brave Street.
Yeah, I heard about that. Why was he doing that?
He doesn't like me because he thinks I'm white trash, and that's fair enough. Fair enough on him. But don't bring up. And I think
Yeah, but I
some
mean that's
respect for
kind.
us.
You know what? Now here is what I thought, and I didn't dig too deep into it. I thought everything was cool, and he was just like messing with like a newborn. I didn't know all that. I mean that's despicable.
Yeah, last year we had a miscarriage with the girl who died this year. Me and her.
Oh
And
shit!
what? And he knew
What the fuck
that
is
he
his
had.
problem?
I don't know. And he tried to bring in the drama with me and Jay, and then he tried to reach out to Jay and get Jay to talk
Oh
shit on
shit!
me.
I didn't mean to do that.
And me and Jay just did a stream. It wasn't yesterday, it was the day before yesterday, saying that our beef is over. It's nobody else's business. It shouldn't ever even spilled out into the public. The three of us that were involved with that don't give a shit. We don't fuck with each other because
Wait, hold it.
shit
I
happened.
definitely got the wrong. Let me go back. I'm sorry. I'm listening to you, and apparently, as an old man, I can't multitask very well anymore.
Yeah, I don't
But,
hear no. I can't have no excuses from my military people. Y'all motherfuckers know more about technology than I do. The old guy Chuck who comes on over there, he'll be talking about technology. I'm like, what? And I was an electrical engineer instead of like, all right, first off, I appreciate the knowledge, but I don't appreciate being showed up like that by old people. Calm down.
Well, all I have to say is that I didn't know. I kind of heard what Shenard did, but I had no idea he was like, damn, that is unmanly. You don't do shit like that.
Well,
That's crazy.
That's what we were trying to tell him. Just stop. Because here's my thing, right? I overreacted. I outright, out of anger, called him the N-word and like called him gay. And Brave got mad at me. Brave got mad at me for saying the gay stuff. And like, so I know Brave doesn't like the gay shit. And I didn't mean, and I even apologized to Shenard for what I said to him, because the way I see it is, he claims he didn't know. But the way I see it is, when the drama spilled out, Shenard was all over it. And he's tried to bring it up on my stream, on Jay's stream. So he's gotten banned for mine. And Jay really I can't speak for Jay, because Jay lets him come up there and talk sometimes, but he quickly, he people manages him away from that.
Yeah,
So I'm
well,
like,
you know what? I didn't know all that. So condolences from me. But I'm
thank you, Stanley.
I'm kind of like, I know Shenard, can be a little autistic seeming sometimes, but I had no idea he was doing all that shit.
I don't even know who
he should have ceased. He should have ceased and desisted immediately. You don't, that is low.
Well, instead of just saying sorry, Orthodox guy, and accepting my apology for snapping at him, he just wants to double down and be like, I'm lying. Because Shenard said he didn't know any of this. And it is the internet. I'm willing to give him the benefit of that doubt. But he still knew a lot. He knows a lot more than he's leading on to. And I think he knows about it, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. But he's been sniffing around enough of the drama to know what happened. And that's why I said on Brave's stream that he's keenly aware of what happened, because he's always bringing it up on the sly. So if he didn't know certain parts of it, I'm willing to let bygones be bygones. But he doesn't seem to want to. He seems to want to live in that drama, just like he did with CT, just like is doing with Brave now. It seems like that's what he wants. Because like my whole channel isn't about drama. Most of the times I just share fun stuff and goofy shit. But part of my channel is letting people say their piece and their side, so it can get out there into the ether and they can say it from their side and people have like a fair footing. And I did that for Shenard with his CT drama, and he thanked me that same stream by trying to bring up the beef that I was having with the people that I was having it with.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just sitting here like, Shenard is his ass.
I'm just at a point now to where, getting up on these 9-panel things, I don't do well in them. And I'm just kind of like, I got 3 people up here, we kind of all know each other, it's kind of chill. As boring as I can be with the history and all that, this is my speed right here. I just don't, I'm not doing any more of those, CT style drama panels. I'm just kind of done with all that.
Well, there is only points in it if you are either in the drama or you are the person hosting the panel making money. But speaking of, I do have to go. It was really wonderful talking to you, Stan. You guys on the panel, y'all have a wonderful day.
Have a good one.
Take it easy. What's up, tough guy?
What up? What's happening?
No, nothing much. Let's this is John over on the Thorpes doing a proposal. They're talking about doing some sort of, I don't know, like Big Brother.
I stopped by there earlier today.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, and they were just on the same shit. I'm just like, y'all just love to make content. Y'all ain't never serious about shit.
Well, John's serious. So, he's talking about one of his houses, setting it up, making it kind of like a game thing.
A content house.
Yeah. So let's hear what he has to say.
So it's more like a show.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a really interesting concept. There's almost
it's an interesting but not original concept.
I would just say you run into a difficulty depending on how centralized you want it to be. Because if it's centralized, then you're the boss. Okay, now
tell that freak to button his shirt.
If someone gets hurt, you're responsible.
Oh my God!
I would say that is a big step to take. You know what I mean? As opposed to just like, we're doing IRL.
He just looked like he came off a coke binge.
No, I don't think he does anything
Okay,
like
so you
that.
gotta
He's just
trim zoom out.
naturally,
But the
Okay,
beauty
he's just
of muting it,
naturally
John, is
coked up.
Okay. All right. That
you can just mute him.
I did mute him and then he just left. Whatever.
Oh, okay. I think it would be interesting because you can do like you're not really politically correct, but
Sure.
you're very likable. So you could do more risque kind of competitions, like let's set the blacks up against the whites and the Spanish, or women and men. You know what I mean? And you wouldn't care. I don't think anyone would say.
Man, they would tear the fucking house up, though, man. If it wasn't for that, I would go for it. Man, the blacks would tear the house down, man.
Well, but I mean, it all depends what you mean by blacks, right? Because Lola, I think she's lily white, but anyways, but you know, complexion wise, not. But
See, and this is what I mean.
Well, but I mean,
it really annoys me when John and these Ock Nation John Galt types just fucking play right in to the racist shit. And hell, they lead the racist charge. Okay, nobody was talking about blacks tearing up shit. Who's the first person to do it? John Galt. And then this racist motherfucker is like, well, depends on the type of black. You know what? I just, that shit just makes my stomach turn. And then these assholes will be like, well, you know what? You can't be calling me anti-black. Well, motherfucker, you are. You are as big a racist as the two other racists on this panel.
I got class, and that's something I've had since I was a little boy, because my parents and my grandparents had class, and it's like it's certain things that I can't really rock with because it's low class. I mean,
yeah. Well, it is always. It just, I'm sitting here watching this shit in real time. Well, the blacks will tear up my house. And then of course they're gonna be quick to agree. Well, as soon as the black man says it, shit, that opens the door for me to just go full on racist.
I don't think I'm John's favorite.
I don't give a no. I actually think if you're into real estate, no, you're John's favorite. He can, you, as a matter of fact, you can kind of take him off that anti-black bullshit. Talk about something substantive.
Yeah. Maybe
What's been up though, Stanley? What the fuck is going on, man? I'm playing gigs. I've been busy as hell playing drums lately. So I ain't been able to see, but I see
nothing too much.
Usually going still live during the day, or it seemed like you've been going a little later.
No, you know what? I'm live this long because it's kind of, I'm down in Savannah and didn't have anything pressing to do today. And normally, I try, and lately I've been doing longer shows, but usually I'll start up about 5:45 Eastern and maybe go till 11. I'll try and quit around 6 hours. But today I got enough rest, and it's Monday, and I didn't do anything over the weekend, so I'm just kind of well rested, and I got about an hour and 10 minutes left before I probably shut it down at 12 hours. I'm not going to go much farther, but who knows? You know what? I may get bored. And I was saying, part of what part of it is doing this, I can avoid having to edit and think of ideas for short clips. So part of it is working this hard is also adding to my procrastination and laziness.
Right.
Because what happens with three females is that what they do is they like align themselves, and they all take on like a lie about themselves that they're fun and they're having fun. They usually just get drunk a lot and not do anything. So they need in a sense, you could do like a reverse race play here where you're the massa and the three white girls are the house people. You know what I mean?
Someone
That would be
agree.
funny. I think people would really enjoy it because you have to have a dynamic. Because
Yeah.
I can tell you, Ruby, I believe Ruby's very attractive. She like on cam. Ava has this kind of impishness, and Lolo is just a classic sort of beautiful young woman. But they didn't really get very many.
Jesus
They didn't top even
Christ.
triple digits
What are these guys
until they had a
talking about?
man come in who was like, you know what I mean, giving a little bit of clash.
And you know, actually, and I hate to be mean, but you know what? Marilyn Monroe was good looking too, but she was trailer trash. Beautiful trailer trash is still trailer trash. And
Yeah.
I just
That's
don't,
what we call
hearing.
beautiful trash in the game. We call it beautiful trash. A
Yeah,
beautiful bitch
and you know
that's
what?
lazy.
There's
We don't like
nothing
lazy
wrong
ass.
with it, but
Beautiful.
what I'm saying
Yeah, it
is
is.
that,
It definitely is. They feel entitled. Just
well,
because I'm pretty.
well,
Fuck all
I
that.
don't
That
think,
shit only lasts for so long.
I don't think those three are, like really conceited or anything like that. But I think we need to understand that they are not like, I watched,
Women
did you see
nowadays
any
are
of
though.
did you see any of the trip they did to Charleston last week? I think they were down there 2 or 3 days. They did like a
No, I
girls
didn't.
trip. And
No, I didn't
so,
check that out.
I watched parts of it and it was kind of entertaining, but you know what? I'm glad I wasn't in Savannah. I was still up in the Atlanta area. Because, if they had said, because Savannah's only like 50 miles, 56 miles from Charleston, I wasn't about to go over there and hang out with them. It's not my shtick, and walking around downtown, it just wasn't my shtick. And I think maybe it's just a generational thing. I just didn't find whatever they were doing for content remotely engaging.
Yeah.
So, I would actually love to see what John comes up with if this winds up happening, but it's just going to be a bunch of, white trash in a house.
Basically.
I mean, seriously.
With no guidance. And then they trying to
the
say,
same old.
do you hear him? Oh, a man had to come in. These niggas ain't managing these bitches properly.
Well, I don't even know about all that. I'm just saying
I do.
that,
I
don't
do,
think they're
nigga.
going to do. I don't think they're going to do anything that hasn't been done before.
Hey,
yeah,
man.
that's true. Snafu says, I'm sorry, Spud has a really quick idea.
Hey,
Spud, go ahead.
John, go. Nice to meet you. Real fast. I'm just getting straight to the point. How about this? How about we get a bunch of the guys like Jeremy, EK, Dalmatian Dot, bunch of the guys.
These
that
are
have a
all motherfucking losers. These are all guys. No, seriously, these are all guys in their 30s who look fucking malnourished. They look too malnourished to even be in one of those Twilight movies, where you got the willowy guy with the real pale skin, malnourished. These guys are, who Jeremy is, right? Tough guy.
No,
Okay,
but all
well,
these niggas is lame.
let me put
All
it
of
to you
them.
this way.
Every
These are
single
not-
one of these niggas is lame.
These are Wuthering Heights type of guys. You know what? They fucking never went out and hunted or fished or even been outdoors.
Fuck, they just lame. They ain't got shit going on.
These are the people in line in Dollar General.
No, not you know what? Not
Hey,
even that.
Stanley, it's like this. I make the scene. They try to come to the scene. You know what I'm saying? They want to come to the scene, but I make the scene. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I guess I don't think they're talking about your scene here. They're trying to make a scene. But
No, I'm just saying they that
talking,
lame. They have nothing going on, bro. They ain't doing shit.
right?
Like,
Well, they're trying
ain't
to make
nobody
something
coming to
happen.
see them. Ain't nobody paying to come see them. They don't got shit going on. Like,
Well,
you know what
I mean, they paid for Ruby and Lolo and
Yeah,
and
because they tricks.
Ava.
That's because they're
Uh,
tricks. That's what tricks do.
uh, if you
They
say
trying to
so.
watch their whole life. Yeah, man, that's what it is nowadays. These tricks be paying these bitches that look half decent. This is why they got that entitlement attitude and they act like they all that because it be lames that be doing the shit. That's why this
I
whole
don't.
Kevin Samuel
I
shit. Kevin
honestly,
Samuel was
I
cool, but that whole this always gonna be a simp that's gonna marry these bitches. I mean, if she can get ran through and all that, it's gonna always be somebody that's gonna be there
I don't think they're
to
quite.
take the bitch and marry her. Yes,
I don't think.
yes.
I don't think it's quite that kind of Kevin
Especially
Samuels.
nowadays.
This is a
No, but
step down.
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying what he was saying as far as women not being able to get married at,
Okay, well
after they get
these
ran
aren't even
through.
the kind. Let me put it to you this way: they're not even in the. They're not even. They would be, but they would not be on Kevin Samuel's radar.
No, but I'm
They're not.
saying that
They're not
they're
even
the
up to
guys that
that
they're
standard.
dealing with, the guys that they're dealing with are simps. This is what you said they sent them somewhere, right? That they paid for these hoes to go somewhere,
I
right?
don't. To
That's
be
because these
honest, I
niggas is
have
lame.
no.
These niggas
I
is
know they
tricks.
had
That's
a
why.
bunch of. I know they took up donations and stuff. I don't know who paid for
Exactly.
what.
That's why I
I
told.
do
That's why
know.
Lolo
I
got
do
mad
know
at me.
that
I told him.
Diamond. I do know the Dalmatian dog like appeared on a couple of their videos, and like I said, it was like they were more manly than he was.
Oh yeah, yeah. Lolo was mad
You know,
because I told her that she was involved in prostitution with you, Jay, because he had her out there in a bikini for for a fundraiser, and then yeah, but I just went on Thorpe's TV just to see what they was talking about because they always talk shit on me, be like, oh, you this and that, and I said, well, look, it's just like this. If you work on airplanes and you know somebody that works on airplanes, if you don't know how to work on airplanes, I think you would listen to somebody that knows what they're talking about. So that's all I be trying to say. Because everybody be always trying to speak on the game, but they don't know shit about it, you know?
I
But
see.
that was it. But yeah, them motherfuckers is lame. They just like content. They just like to say whatever. And all these niggas is lame. And then this nigga Ben talking about, oh yeah, they need a man to step in. I'm like, all y'all niggas is lame. Y'all niggas don't even know how to manage these bitches properly. Obviously.
well, I don't think they're. I think they just want like hijinks in a house.
But this is kind of dreaming / brainstorming meetings that I watch go down. So like you got to get some meat to it. And my first step, John, is if you have the money to fork, get yourself a good production team. Get yourself some motherfuckers that know what they're fucking doing.
People would do it for free. People would do it for free. Like
yeah, you know, and that's what I said. And then you could approach like Ruby and all these other motherfuckers. And here's another thing. You might have to have methadone on the side.
No,
too.
wait a second. Wait a second. Wait,
Yeah, get some of these people involved.
Steph, wait, hang on a second. What are we talking about with permits here? We're like, let's just say 3 or 4 girls going to a house to collab with a guy and like put up some paintings and move some
it could be all
couches.
kinds of shit. You don't know, the city could get whiff of what's going on. There could be sound ordinance type shit going on. That you don't want And here's another thing. You got to decide, are you going to do a lot of this live? Which, yes, you could. But I also think editing, I also think that having a production already filmed content for the contest or whatever the fuck you're going to do, you know what, like that could be more professionally done. I think you guys could do this. It's very doable. I've seen it done millions of times with many people on low budget too. But when I listen to John, I can tell.
Let's get John's input. We've all been given a lot of our opinions. Yeah, go
I
ahead.
think what they ought to do is shoot a porno.
You know, this is not my space. You know,
that's what it sounds like.
When you start talking about that,
look, if you listen to this guy, that's what they're gonna try to get the bitches into. Once they, oh, you want to shoot shit? Oh yeah. How about you want to make some money?
On a good concept.
Tricks, man. They tricks.
Or if anyone could get into. I mean, again, I do a Pogos, man, privately owned government operator, the Keemstars, the fucking Quarterings, the Thorpe, fucks everyone out there, right? We're in the digital experience. So, but I just think they could do something But a production team, if you got money to force,
Pocket Aces says, "Does this guy understand that it's supposed to take place in the hood? No one cares."
I mean, a lot of
yeah,
stuff.
but you know what? It's gonna be a shit show like Kim show. No one's gonna know what to do. People are not gonna like want to participate.
Hold on. So we're taking it out of the permit realm, and we're saying like, okay, organization is the key here.
Yeah,
we're not gonna have problems with permits.
Okay.
Yeah, you won't have problems with that shit. No, I'm talking about like the Kim shit. We saw what happened. They had no organization to the whole fucking shit show, whether it was the live portion or the non-live, and it was a shit fest. If you guys have organization,
OPC, let's get your input on this because I think John here is the ideas man, and you're the guy who wants to put it into action. So, what do you think in terms of the organization? How are we going to organize this?
So, my
see what I mean? They just
like I budget time and materials all the time. So, like, if you guys give me the ideas, I can get everything done, make sure everything gets done on time. But what I don't, claim to have any kind of experience is like the drama, the filming, how to make it like spicy.
Okay, hold on a second. Can you clarify something for me? When you say you're going to get it done, are you saying that we're just going to tell you what to do in the room and you're going to do all of the labor?
So what John was talking about is it's funny to see you guys struggle, but it's like if we actually want to have results in a few days, I'm going to have to do probably more. It depends on how big the renovations are. But like, if we're going to do any kind of like structural stuff or like, I know we can't do like.
We're just going to do decoration.
But but I'm saying like if I have to put in a stud to hold the painting or something like that, like we're not going to ask the girls to do that.
He want to put in some time so he could try to see if he can fuck one of the girls. That's what he want to do.
Because we want to get it done quickly.
Girl, you gonna let me fuck.
Yeah, I understand that. Did you send me those pictures, by the way?
No, I'll get it to you.
Okay. Let me see. OPC just wants to
I think you guys should like start working on your creative concept here too. Because no offense, that idea kind of sucks.
Okay, wait, hang on. No. I'm genuinely curious. Yeah, that's true. But like, okay, so like, let's say OPC. Okay, talk me through this. Okay, so me, Ava, Lo, and Ruby show up at the house. We each go in a room. We put our backpack down. We're dressed. Now what?
Okay, so 4 concepts for 4 different rooms, right? You guys have to come up with your 4 different concepts. You need to figure out what do I need for like, am I going to go to Goodwill and buy furniture? Or am I going to buy wall hangings, pictures, paint? What do I need for my project? Then I have to probably make sure that stuff all gets bought and gets there on time. You guys can all split up and do your work, but there are going to probably be things you need help with.
They choose the concept or the concept is chose for them. Like is one like LGBT room, one is like black people room.
Like I'm thinking of making it interactive. Like let's say they go off to their rooms. And it's
audience interaction is key.
Wait, hold on, Snafu. Yeah, I agree. But let John finish.
I have a quick idea, real fast.
Wait, hold on, Spud. John was making a point. Then Snafu.
Ava goes to her room. She goes live. Guys, what should I do with this room? I'm in a competition. Come give me some ideas. That's the stream right there. She's walking around, camera, whatever. What should I do with this room here? Some of the people say, show us the bathroom, show us this. Let us see what the rest of the house looks like.
If I may, because I'm not really big on the fan of this concept. I think the house could be utilized for different content. But if you're going to go this route, marketing and promotion before the big show, why not do like the audience like vote, so to speak? You guys figure out the rooms once you get the people okay with it, and do a few shows where you promote like the actual audience votes what the rooms and who gets to do what room is, and maybe even like where they're. I don't know if you're gonna have them like they get a open like you could go to Goodwill, you could go to Home Depot, you could go here, or they're told that they can only go there. But I don't know. The whole concept has to be written out in a sense, but marketing, like Ben said, in a sense. But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't want anyone to get hung up on interior design because again, that's just where my mind leads me. Yeah. You can go a million different ways. But
I think the audience, you have to like, if the audience is more involved. That means they're more involved both,
All right.
everything.
Hang on a second, Snafu. Spud, you had an idea?
Yeah, I had an idea. OBC done. Rather than you doing the work yourself, how about you get the guide? You get Adam, you get you get any of the guys.
Adam,
and
yeah.
have have them do the work and have the girls pick
Put
the
Adam
guys
and
that they
put Adam and
working.
Lalo in a room together.
There you go. Bring Lalo, bring all the guys. Have them.
That is, I really do think the guys interacting. I know, John, you're saying the girls are the main part of the show, but the male-female interaction, like stealing somebody else's man, that's more of the housewives thing. I think that would be a great element.
Yeah, but look, can I point something out? Like, if you bring people like Adam in, the content is gonna be like whatever he does, get the cops show up, and also like swinging at someone. Like that's where streaming is at. If you bring in people like that, you're going to get into, which is fine. What's the big problem? But you'll spend the night in a DC jail. But like, that's what the audience, or if you give Lalo a drill, the idea is he's going to like, something's going to fall on his head and he'll probably make that happen. And that's okay too. Like, you know, go to the hospital, go visit him the next day.
Why are these idiots trying to even do
unless
anything?
You have people who are really much more mature than these.
Say that again.
That's what you're going to get. That's what
I said. Why are these idiots trying to do anything?
Well, John had the idea.
He's an idiot too.
Well,
just because he own a building, like that don't make. He fucking stupid.
Well, hey, you know what? Sky's the limit. You know, there's nothing wrong with pitching an idea.
I guess that shit sounds stupid as a motherfucker if you ask me, but whatever.
Well,
we'll see how it pans out.
You know what people say. There are no bad ideas.
That's why fish tank NDAs, like
we shall see
necessity and stuff, and blah blah blah. But my thing is I think you'd have to produce this in a different way too than just live streaming. I think if you were to do like footage, like you said, oh, they go to Goodwill or they go to Home Depot. Yeah. Maybe like if you, and like you said, the whole house show thing, Grace, if you produce this right, you could make this not only the live stream fish tank optics, but a survivor type deal / you know, like, I don't know, the guys, girls thing. Like you could do so many different things with this, but organization, you have to have, and John, I just don't think you, like you said, I think you got to get a team. I don't think he's at that point.
Well, I think we can start really.
That's what I'm saying. I agree with that dude. You like y'all need to organize some shit and stop talking.
It doesn't have to be a 2-week agreement.
Well, this is the first time they've talked about it. This is like the initial. This is the initial.
You know, you go there.
Chat. This is the first time they've even talked about it.
OPC's there. John Galt's there. The problem is getting the other girls. Once you have the other girls, you can take it a lot of different places.
John, what would you be your pitch to the other girls? What would make you think Ruby or any of them would be down to participate in this project of your concept?
Well, you know, I think, man, if you're streaming, you have to, if you're serious about it, you know,
Well, here's the deal. All these people have day jobs. They're not independently wealthy. They just took a vacation. These are working girls. I mean, like actual, like, you know, punch a clock sort of people. They can't just take off and go. You're literally going to have to plan it probably over a holiday or, you know, give enough lead time. Again, you know, these are people who punch a clock. So I don't know what they're, you know, this isn't like.
But John has a place for them to stay, and that's the whole thing. But
okay,
John
well, you know what
is
John
gonna kick him out?
Is John going to pay their salaries? You know, Ruby works in a bookstore. Can she afford to not have a paycheck for whatever time?
Man, shit, nigga. I don't know. I really don't give a damn, honestly, Stanley.
Right. Well, all I'm saying is that this will take quite a bit of planning. You know, this isn't something that's gonna like, oh, hey, John, this is, you know, I was telling Tough Guy that a lot of these girls, like Ruby works in a bookstore. How do they go without a salary? I assume they just all got off vacation or something. You know.
Oh well, it may not be possible for her to do it. She'd have to do it around her time off or something like that. No, I just think it's novel, not necessarily novel, but it's like a poor man's Casanat. They're, on their own, they're probably never going to come up with a streaming setup like a Casanat, and just gets them closer to there. I don't have a place.
Well, wait, hold it. Is this something that's a goal of theirs?
Well, I mean, if you're streaming, you either go big or go home, I would imagine. These are young people out here streaming. They have the ability to go big. So why not go big?
Well, I know Ruby.
You trying to get some of that money, huh, John? John, like, it might be a good investment.
I'm not even driven by the money, man. It'll come if it's there, right? But I think it's something interesting.
I know what you're trying to do, John. You think you slick.
No, I think Grace has talent, man. I've been saying that for the longest. Like, how she manages.
I think Grace is at her ceiling. Ruby, by the way, has like 10,000 subscribers.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So I think
everybody would be eating off of Ruby. That's basically what it is. Everybody's going to be eating off of Ruby because she got the most subs.
Well, last night or the night before, she had like 100 people in her chat.
I think Grace
and Low looks kind of decent, so she kind of gonna balance out Ava with her booty, because Ava got a booty. So yeah, I mean, it might work in different ways, but like a dude said, if you was listening to him, John, he was like, "This should need to be organized, nigga." Like, there's a lot of shit that go into that. I know all about that shit.
This is like
because it's entertainment.
This is like the first time they've even talked about it. So I mean, don't expect.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of shit that goes into it, especially if you're trying to do production and you filming and schedules, and you're not only thinking about the girls, but the other people that got to be there. You know what I'm saying? If they're gonna be on camera, they're gonna want to do makeup. Like, it's gonna be a lot of shit that go into that shit, bro. Like, a lot of shit. And you're dealing with girls and females and hormones and attitudes and all type of shit. Like, nigga, y'all niggas don't deal with bitches like that.
I think you ought to hire them all as like cleaners for your buildings.
That might be worthy of it.
Yeah, that way they can pay for something or get some money somehow.
The thing is, like, you look at what TV's done. TV's made billions off of flip this house, renovate this house, this, that, this, other, decorate this house.
So what's your concept? They're going to be like interior decorators or something?
Well, that was my initial thought, but women can just get in the house and just start putting on makeup, walk around with panties on, and get views and monetize that alone. Then if they come up with something creative to make it like a franchise.
So wait, you're talking.
So you want them to walk around in panties, John?
Did I say that? Damn,
yeah, you did. You said women monetize this, so that's what you're expecting them to do.
I said it's possible, with women.
I bet you know it's possible, especially once you get them there, old man.
I mean, I'm not gonna be there. Shit, no matter what the fuck they do. But no, I think this thing about like Pop the Balloon, right? That's a segment that came out of, basically. They probably started very small. It wasn't some big grand production. That's what it evolved to. We could have random women streamers coming in, randomly, one after the other. And
yeah, but it would have to be like a contest. They would have to win it.
Right, we can have contests.
There you go.
The mind's your limit. Whatever you can think of, right? We could have someone coming in just exercise all day. Who's gonna gain or lose the most weight? Blah blah blah. Show their exercise routine.
John gonna have cameras everywhere in the house.
And so I got the space.
John is funny.
You got the content, then
you try to film that content, huh, John?
Here's going to make it work, if that makes sense. I don't know what
John trying to film that content. He knows what the young girls like to do. That's funny.
Anyway, what do you guys think about that?
I think you're gonna have a field day with them bitches, nigga.
Well,
Your owners and shit too.
I think it's going to be pretty interesting to see how it gets organized.
Well,
yeah, it's gonna take some time though. Y'all definitely gonna have to plan it out.
Forget about the concrete implementation of it. I'm thinking about the thought, the abstract, the concept of it. Does it work? Does that make sense? Because we can find.
I mean, if you're willing to provide the place and actually pay the girls, that would give them incentive.
They got to make money off their own content. I ain't paying them now.
Well, you got to pay them something, or they got to work for you or do something because they.
I mean, audience should pay them, right? They're gonna get views. Their audience should pay them.
What I'm saying is, how about you just give them like $1,000?
For what?
Boom.
I'm giving them a place.
But when they come in the house, that's the bonus. They come in, they get $1,000. Boom.
The subscribers give them $1,000
because that's what they start off with. You gotta give them some incentive to be like, okay, I'm gonna do this.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
They got jobs and shit, like what Stanley said, man. They got shit going on. They got regular lives. They got shit they got going on.
It's not for the people with jobs, in. It may not be for the people with jobs.
Yeah. I mean, you never know what people's got going on in their life. If they could leave, if they could do that, you know what I mean? How long they could do it. That's why he was saying like it need to be organized because people have different schedules. People have real life. People have court. People have fucking appointments and doctors and fucking family.
I got you. Don't go through the whole list. We assume that if they can get their schedules together, this is a concept or this is a potential concept. See what we can do.
Yeah.
It's simple as
but you understand what I'm trying to say, though, right?
Yeah,
hopefully.
I think you're complicating it. This is just like a brainstorm.
Well, it's not complicated, nigga. It's regular shit. That's regular shit.
Right now, we're just in the brainstorming session. No moves have been made. Brainstorming. But that's why I wanted to get your feedback.
Well, I'm telling you because I know, nigga. I know how bitches are. You got to manage all that shit, dog. There's a lot of shit to manage.
But you talking about implementation.
No, but you expecting them to just be independent. You expecting them to do everything, and it's just like, no, it don't work like that.
You say tough guy, not tough guy. This is just like the conceptual stage.
Okay, all right. Well, shut the fuck up.
You're going over details that don't exist.
Right, like you down in the
but they matter though.
Not now.
They will matter. They don't necessarily matter today.
Right.
Okay.
All right. Down in the weeds. You know what I mean? You down in the weeds. But just the whole concept, that's what I'm trying to work through. Does it make sense? You know, these particular streamers are interchangeable. The concepts are interchangeable. But allowing them to come into one of my houses and do it, does that make sense? Yeah. That's
I mean, it's doable. But I said you got to be willing to. You got to be willing to give a lot though. Like you're going to be facilitating a lot.
He back down in the weeds again. God damn, stay out the weeds, tough guy. See, CKJ3 is talking about ideas. Right now, we're just in the idea stage. He said, sit the house up like Squid Games and have the audience donate to the pot of them doing stuff in there. Yeah, something like that. No, I suggested, hey, make them pay to have, you know how they have the cameras on them sleeping at night. Hell, Grayson them do that shit anyway. Why not make people pay to see you sleep with you? Each one of them can say, hey, if I get $300 in donations, I'll cut my bedroom camera on. Right? They get there every night. They can make 3, 4, whatever the number is. Right?
Wow.
You know, think about that.
That's weirdo shit, man. People would just be watching these bitches sleep. Man. That's crazy, man.
People be paying for this shit.
I know, man. That's just strange, dog. I know. Trust me. I know people pay for a lot of weird shit, strange shit, nigga. I know. Trust me. I know.
Somebody see if we can get Rachel Dolezal. I'll pay.
Hell no.
They could have people pay to be judges on the panel for whatever competition.
That's the white girl that tries to be black, right? White girl that tries to be black.
Yeah,
Rachel doesn't.
Yeah, what you say?
Yeah, it was just a joke.
I'm gonna tell T. You said that shit.
T is married. Tell her all you want.
No, but she, she be pro-black. She be going off about shit like that. Oh, you like white girls? I remember somebody was talking about white girls, and she was like, "You don't like white girls? I mean, you don't like black girls? You don't?" Oh, she went on Solid Snake. That's who it was.
Yeah, well, no, it was Solid Snake deserved it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's Solid Snake, but yeah. We're talking about Solid Snake here, but yeah. Well, I'm loving summer, man. Are you guys enjoying your summer? Because it'll be gone before you know it.
Can't be the end soon enough.
Man, I tell you,
really?
Summer is great, bro.
Is it hot or something?
Man, it's just like
No, it's just I got used to my empty nest.
Oh, you like having the house to yourself.
Well, yeah.
That nigga be walking around in his boxers and shit, nigga. That nigga Stanley said, "I want to let my balls hang." This nigga in the way.
Well, when the kids, when the kids get to be actual
age,
adults,
right? Like, get the fuck out.
No, it's not quite that.
You just like your peace. You like your peace, your own
I
time.
tend for instance, if I'm up at 5 in the morning, on the internet, I'm not used to, having to, keep my voice modulated and all that stuff. Having people in the house, means that you have to treat it like other people are in the house. You just can't be all loud and shit, especially in the middle of the night.
Right. Well, I mean, it's your house. So, I mean, you can be as loud as you want.
No. I'm not. You know what? I respect, he needs his sleep.
Oh, well, that's how my mom is. My mom would be praying at 3 o'clock in the morning, nigga. If you got woke up, nigga, then you just got woke up, nigga. So you're gonna have to deal with it, nigga. Moms be on that bullshit sometimes. You praying right now, nigga? Like, nigga.
Well, the bottom line is that respect works both ways. I respect.
I feel you, but some parents don't give a fuck about none of that, nigga. Nothing about what you talking about.
I'm one of those parents who gives a fuck.
Oh, okay. Well, you know how some parents is. Let's keep it honest now.
I can't say I do.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I guess you don't have that experience.
I've had my parents, and I've been a parent. I haven't really experienced, other people's parenting.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. I guess you have your own biological experience then, motherfucker.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was a child.
Well, I'll tell you most people's experience, and most people's parents is like, shut the fuck up. I don't hear what you talking about. You a kid. Stay in the kid's place. That's it.
Yeah, well, my
no
son's
questions.
not a kid. My son's not a kid anymore. So, I will treat him with respect as an adult. As long as he's, doing what I think he should do, I will treat him with respect. He's 19.
Yeah.
You don't want to treat your. I know I did not like. I can remember being like 40, having to remind my mother, well, you do know I'm not 16. I don't want to be, I know he's not 16. So let's see. I am at 11:25. So we'll just take it on to 12. CK, hit the link if you want.
I'm probably about to go to CVS, man.
Oh, don't go to CVS.
I need to go to CVS. Get some toilet paper, nigga.
You ran out of toilet paper.
No, I just always like to get it before I run out, and I only got 2 left. And
Well,
gotta stay
that's a
stocked
lot
with
to
stuff like
know.
that. So the toilet paper and the wipes, the girls be like, your bathroom is so clean and you had wipes. Most men don't have wipes. I'm like, hell yeah, man. I get the shit for the ladies, you know what I'm saying? If you gonna kick it with me,
That is a
I got
lot to
everything you
know.
need. You say what?
Said that is a lot to know.
Yeah, man. They be like wiping their make off with it, and oh, you got wipes, and they be using it all the time. You know what I'm saying?
You know
You
what
gotta
we used to
notice
use?
what the ladies use, what
We
they
used to use,
need, man.
we used to use
So when they
like
come
black.
over, you say
What'd you
what?
say, John?
We used to use black towels for the makeup and shit.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
You use a white towel and it's destroyed, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's an interesting question. Do you provide towels and stuff in your bathrooms?
Yeah.
Or do
Yeah,
people bring
yeah.
their own?
Well, not in the bathrooms. I love having clean linen, bro. When you got fresh shit like that, man, I'm telling you.
Yeah, we put them in the
Liking this.
bedrooms. Who's this, T-Razor?
I didn't hear you.
Oh yeah, we
No.
put them in the bedrooms. Yeah, if we
So
put them
do
in
you
the
have a laundry service or something?
we used to, but now we have a little laundromat that I use, in one of my buildings. So I just wash all that shit, a couple big loads, and then
So you do all the folding and stuff yourself?
Yeah, all that shit. I do all
Damn.
that shit, the folding, all that shit,
Wow.
But no guest can go down there and use it, so I don't have to worry about anybody messing anything up.
Mm-hmm. No, this is just something I saw. Apparently, JD and Usha Vance were arguing in public. I don't know. This is just something on YouTube, so I wanted to check it out. I mean, husbands and wives do fight, but generally vice presidents and their wives don't do it in public.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
To get when I'm 2 glasses of white wine in. Cheers, because I'm feeling messy. But apparently, so are JD Vance and Usha. Their marriage is in trouble, and someone needs to tell.
Oh, come on now.
I just got this text from my friend who's staying in a very nice place, redacted for obvious safety reasons. And apparently, JD Vance and Usha had also been there recently. My friend said, despite it being in a super conservative rural area, most of the staff of this place are liberal twinks. Love that. And they were down to give the tea, honey. Oh my God. But to absolutely no one's surprise, they were miserable both to the staff and to each other. So I can officially add them to my list of confirmed Republicans who are rude to wait staff. So they were fighting at dinner, which, number one, messy. My grandma always said you never, ever, ever gossip or fight in public, and especially not in a public restroom, because you never know who's in there. Keep that in mind. But apparently, Usha said, this is what our life should actually be like. And he, to no surprise to anyone, was just like a little meager beaver, like me, I know, which confirms a few things that we already know. 1, Usha wants absolutely nothing to do with this. 2, JD wants absolutely nothing to do with this. And 3, JD Vance is a little bitch, both for being unwilling to step down from a position he clearly knows he shouldn't have, and also to not take control of his own circumstances for the betterment of his wife, his marriage, and his family. And frankly, JD, I'm hurt considering how much time I poured into your presidential campaign website, vanceforpresident.com. Someone please make sure this gets back to Jack, but in the meantime, hide your couches.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You about to stop your stream, or how long you about to be up here?
I'm only gonna be up here like
And
30
when the
minutes
Ku Klux
more.
Klan comes,
I don't. You know what? That doesn't even sound like it's real. That's some fake news right there.
What you got going on
I
today,
think
John?
that,
Just selling rooms, nigga?
Man, every day, bro. Every day.
Like drugs? Selling them motherfucking rooms?
They gotta move, bro. They gotta move.
I ain't mad. That's what's up, man.
What are you
Hey, you know what I'm
talking
gonna
about,
start
Sick
doing?
Rick?
I'm gonna start putting my bitch up here when I'm talking, so y'all can just see my pretty bitch while I talk my shit.
All
Let me
right.
start doing that. because John be
Yeah,
wanting to see
okay,
my
that's an
bitches.
idea. Is that one of the idea you're going to contribute to John's show?
No, it's just gonna be me,
Do
and then she
do you
gonna
think
start her own
maybe she
platform
could?
after. She gonna start her own platform after that.
I was about to say she could be part of the show.
Yeah, I know. I told her about it. She was like, I like to dance.
I mean, you had
She's
a
Latina.
lot of suggestions.
Yeah, because I know what the fuck to do. That's what I said.
You could be
That's
like
why
a
I would have my bitch.
co-producer.
That's why I would have my pretty bitch in the camera while I talk my shit.
You could be. You know what? As a matter of fact, I bet if you're willing to foot some of the bill, you could be like a co-executive producer.
But like I said, I might just
It
do
could
that.
be tough. It could be Tough Galt Productions.
I like that.
Hey man, hey, I'll tell John this. If he listened to me, he would be better off. And you use that smarty arty white boy for the technical and detailed shit, but you fuck with me, nigga, and your shit gonna be right, nigga. I guarantee you.
All right.
I could put money on it. Nigga. You could bet me money on it, nigga.
You know what? John is rubbing his chin. He's weighing the odds.
Nigga, I put that on everything I love, nigga. I got game, and I know how to work with these bitches, nigga. I'm telling you, nigga, because I know how they are. I just list a whole bunch of shit. I already know what's gonna happen before it happened, because I know how bitches think. Oh, what about my mom? Oh, I gotta go to a wedding. Oh, I got this to do. Oh, but what about my friend? My friend is going through it. She has a boyfriend and I need to talk to her. Like, man, y'all don't understand these bitches, man. They always got emotions and shit going on all the time.
What are you talking
Yo,
about?
Tyrone, man,
Now I'm confused.
I'm talking about how bitches are, bro. Like, if you're around them, you'll understand.
Well,
what I'm
they're
saying.
not at that stage
Tyrone,
yet.
man, I always get something.
Yes, but if you get them together, my nigga, that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't know why he
Yeah,
talking.
well, you know what? Just hold the advice till he gets them together. North
Okay,
Carolina
all
weather
right.
right now about
Yeah, don't work
3
yourself
hours.
up, right?
Damn,
Don't work yourself up right now.
you must be at the very
Man, I always
top
get some work,
'cause
Tyrone.
it's like 3
Yeah, I
hours
always get some work, man.
from
Like,
it's like 3 hours from Emporia to DC.
man, you shit, hell, Tyrone, man, shit. I talked to Tyrone like long time ago. Like him and Snake, and I know it sounds crazy as fuck, but those are, two type of people, man, that would be great for someone like me up here. You know what I mean? Especially Tyrone, because Tyrone, he knows how to paint. And I paint a lot, and I'm into like painting because it really gives like rooms to pop. You know what I'm saying? And Tyrone's a good painter. And we have, we're always, if nothing else, we're touching up painting all the time. And people come in, rub a suitcase up against the wall, that type of shit. So yeah, hell yeah, Tyrone, always got work, bro. Always, anytime. You get some free time, just call me, bro. You can figure it out.
Hey, tough guy, Palomino has something to say.
I was talking shit because they didn't know what they were talking about. I was telling John if he let me coach him on some shit on how this shit go, then the shit gonna go better. That's what I was saying.
Well, all I have to say is a non-entertainment professional. I think John knew what he was talking about. At least he had the concept.
Yeah, I mean the concept is if he provides the spot, yes. But what I'm saying is there's things that come with that. So what else? Like, yes, you got the spot. Now what?
That's up to them. There'll be other people that will come together and work those things out. Grace and all those guys, they've done streaming,
And so you just trust them niggas with that shit in your house.
Well, I mean,
that's what you're saying.
You figure it out. You mitigate the risk and see what happens.
Right. Well, I'm just letting you know because that's your property and your name. That's your shit. So you just letting Ben of all people. Hey man, do your thing, bro. You got it.
But see, you hung up on Ben and you hung up on the country.
Yes, I'm hung up on Ben, nigga.
Right,
Yes.
right. I'm talking about the country.
For sure.
Right. You just want to say like this way you can't get anywhere because you hung up, you back it down in the weeds.
Because it's bad business, nigga. That's what the fuck it is.
You're never gonna get it, so I ain't gonna keep arguing with you. I got you.
Hey man. Okay. Hey man. Great concept. But you know, Ben got to be out of it, and maybe even Grace.
You back down in the weeds again, my friend.
John, does Grace have freckles?
I guess so. I think I noticed that when I was on the stream. Maybe so.
Because I was about to tease her about having fake freckles.
Because Grace gonna
maybe she's
do
been
whatever her
having
dad told her to do on some weird shit. You know, they be on some weird shit. So, you know, I don't know.
Look at Palomino trying to roast you.
Hey, Palomino can say whatever he wants, man. You know.
Ooh, I don't think I ever think Grace were idiots. I've always had a high opinion of Grace, actually. I always had a high opinion of her. I always thought she has talent. You know?
I told him when I came on that show, I was like, hey man, I don't got a show. I came on y'all show. I was just telling y'all what it was. You know what I mean? Like I don't take this shit as serious as you do. Y'all
Wait,
do.
hold it.
You know
How did you even get in the middle of all this? You're a spectator like me.
No, I'm talking about right now. We talking about because you had it on the screen. So I've been talking to you about it. John came on, and then that's why I was talking to him about it, right? But I went on their show earlier.
But we are outside the tent. We are basically their audience. It's their project.
Right, but I went on their show today. I went on show today because I wanted to confront Ben. I was like, Ben, what's up with that?
Well, wait, hold
shit?
it. So you went on the show before John even talked to him about it?
Yeah.
For what?
Because they were live. They're the only ones live, and I went over there, and I was like, I went over there, and and then they put me on the screen, and then they start talking shit like they usually do, and I was like, oh, okay, here we go. So I was like, all right, so I was ready for the bullshit because wasn't nobody live, so I went on their shit, you know, to see what they were talking about, and then they start talking shit on me, and then I was like, oh yeah, and then they kicked me off. So, you know,
I think regular shit.
So I was your sloppy seconds.
No, I was on CT show after that.
Now look at Palomino trying to pick on me.
Man, Palomino's a weirdo. Don't worry about Palomino. That nigga's so lame. He won't come up. He won't come up on the panel, but he'll talk shit in the comments.
This shit is almost like you know, I keep equating it to like television. But television, typically you can't get on the TV. You can just scream at the TV, right? Run at the TV. I don't like their opinion, but YouTube really, I should say, really gives them the opportunity to interact with the news or the TV or the show.
John, did you watch any of Lo and Ruby and Ava down in Charleston?
No, I did not.
You might want to. You might. You know what? Fuck it.
What?
Well, I think it might. You might want to. And I'm just not really saying this apropos of anything, but you might have an idea of how those three might be because they were in like an Airbnb or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I did, they were downtown a bit. You might have an idea of whether you even want their.
Did they trash your place?
No. I'm not. No. I'm not. I'm just saying. Just research. As far as I know, it was a perfectly enjoyable. They didn't destroy shit. Looks like it was. They were interacting with the audience and all that stuff. But still, like any good executive producer, you want to know, your potential stars.
Yeah. I think, again, not to get hung up on them, because we could have a rotating cycle, to come in. It could be Ava, Grace, and whoever first time around. And then, we could have interviews with them and say, somehow to monetize it on this channel or to make hay out of it on this channel, we bring them on or something,
Mhm.
And, something we do, Yeah, I
I
think.
thought Universal was coming on today.
Yeah, we were supposed to do a show early, man, but I got busy. And so I told him we have to do it another time. We're gonna talk about the Essence Festival, man. The guy who bought it is like an African success story.
Yeah,
For sure.
well, like I said, I actually, and again, I guess I'm just not that into Essence. I think all those magazines have kind of had their heyday in, after 50 or 60 years. The Johnson family owned Ebony and Jet.
But it's
I
not the
don't-
magazine, Stanley. This is more or less.
Yeah, I know exactly what the Essence
I
Fest
don't know why you
is.
keep mentioning the magazine.
Okay, like the magazine, the fest is probably past its heyday, and that the Africans bought it. Maybe they can do something with it. Look, they sold it for a reason. Whether it was that, Beverly.
Apparently, Time Magazine sold it.
Mhm.
Well, Time Magazine was bought, and I guess the company did not want Essence Fest, and so he bought that component of Time.
Mhm.
So basically, they stripped it out and sold the individual Essence Fest business, which is the, whatever the trademarks and all that. So it's very interesting. I bet he got it for, a very good price, to be honest with you.
I'm sure he did, but the thing is that I think that I would love to see what the Africans do with it. It looks like they have plans for it, and I think that's great. I think people like Professor Black Truth and all these guys kind of, I don't know what they were expecting. I mean, it wasn't like we just found out that the Africans bought it. What were they expecting?
Yeah, amazingly,
I just don't see why people are so like up in arms that the Africans decided to give it an African flair.
Well, I think from my rudimentary research, it was owned by Time. No one had a problem with it was owned by Time, but
Time isn't going to Africanize it.
Right, Time was willing to leave it as is. But when the Africans came, it's just natural you're going to do things that would, may or may not jive with the target demographic because you're not them. Although you just may want to put your spin on it, your twist on it. Surprisingly, it was a bunch of, I think, all Black female executives ran Essence Fest. So that's very interesting. I'm not sure what their backgrounds are, but very interesting.
Very interesting.
It would be like an African buying the Indianapolis Black Expo.
Let's see. So apparently they did some sort of recap, which actually looks this actually looks fairly well done. Just taking a quick scan through it.
What is it?
Tried to pull a little look together.
Well, basically, it's kind of like a Ruvelo recap. Picks, Keemstar, Darius, thoughts. This is from yesterday. So they're kind of, it's kind of like a slideshow back over the trip.
Oh, okay.
I did watch a portion when they were in downtown Charleston. So
Doing a little.
Oh, by the way, they tried to do street interviews, which was rather interesting. It didn't work out too well for them.
Why not?
Flight.
Well, I mean, it was kind of like on the fly. They didn't have a table or, anything set up.
Attendant moment, because I would like to fly back away. I'd like to fly so back with my bitches. Got some behind the scene photos. Happier times. This is before I watched Locale Live. It was different. I felt different. This is before I drank.
Wait, this is
hundreds
actually
of Bud Lights.
This is sort of funny. Ruby was out on the beach in like a bathing suit or something with boots on. I'm like, you know what? They're gonna know you're not from Charleston.
And nearly got the whole damn show unplugged, pulling out of the plug of the show. If you follow what I'm saying, I've been smoking as much weed as possible to prepare for this. Happier times, simpler times. I was just frolicking, me, Ava Daji, riding high with low. Guess what I did? I rode high with low. We rode high together in the car, in the fuck.
Let me ask you a question. This smoking that they all love to do online. What is up with that? Do they think it looks cool? I mean,
I don't know. For women, I don't get it. I don't think men.
Well,
like
no,
it.
I don't think it looks cool. They might as well just roll their hair up and sponge rollers. No, just do the complete trailer trash impression.
Convertible as we cruised all over Charleston, South Carolina. It was such a beautiful trip. So thank you, chat, for making it happen. It was beyond successful. A little bumpy intro. Lebrowski's eating good tonight. What is up? My dutiful and fellow troop out here in the trenches watching sorry, I don't know what that's all about. Watching, this guy, this silly man. He's evil and silly. Ooh. What's that, King? Interesting. Do you know what else is interesting? Do you know what I was for Halloween many years in a row? A fucking Dalmatian dog. And then today, well, not today, and then just ever so recently, we did that. We met Dalmatian dog. And the trip went so amazing. It was the cherry on top. Wild times. We had some wild panel antics. Look at how beautiful the bitches are. It's a lot to take in, people. It's a lot. That was a lot for us all to take in. And we all know Jeremy's a lot. Do you know what else is a lot? Those cakes. Do you know what else is a lot?
Jesus.
My blood alcohol level here and the amount of panelists. If you were someone you know was affected by this panel that night, maybe we should start like a hotline, or you could just type some ones in the chat if you were hitting that link. No, we flew away. Sometimes old friends are meant for the past.
Oh yeah, he was
yes,
he was part of it.
In a plot twist that nobody saw coming, he did block me. Lickety blocked. Do you know who else is having a rough or amazing week, depending on how you look at it? Because wouldn't it just be so fucked to have your viewership and income tied to domestic violence, Darius IRL, Keemstar? Wouldn't that be crazy? That would be crazy. Yet here we are. Stupid, evil both, featuring the lol cow cult. Domestic violence edition. Why does that sound familiar? Oh, wait. I forgot. This is edition number like 8 in this series. Oh, buddy. So we all knew this has been out for a while. The mugshot has been out for a while. You know what? And they effectively kind of swept it under the rug. They said it was like a drunken, misunderstanding, and everyone's happy. And for a few months now, Keem's been saying that the charges will be dropped in a week, But what was dropped was the 911 call audio. And it was shocking to listen to, honestly. It's so much worse. It's so much worse than you would have ever imagined. So that had been already out for like 24 hours or something. Schizo Spud, shout out to him. He's the one who notified me he was covering it, and he sent me a link. And this is before I could even find the call on YouTube. He sent me a link to it. So I did a stream reacting to the call. And you'd think certainly by the time Ruby's reacting to it, Keemstar would have at least listened to that call, to go in prepared. But here's the real mystery, folks. Keem says that he did not listen. He said he didn't listen to the call first, and I kind of believe him. Because they did play it live on air, and anything would have been better than that insofar as dealing with this situation. But no. Not only did they play it live on air, they set a viewer goal to react to the 911 call leak. It was an interesting move. So where do we even start? He needs a lot of things. Also, shout out. Please play base 911 call. Oh, buckle in, people, because we'll be playing a lot. Because if the 911 call wasn't shocking enough, genuinely shocking, horrifying sounding, like terrifying audio, if that wasn't shocking enough.
John, just out of curiosity, how would you handle? I mean, you wouldn't be giving out addresses, of the actual house. The reason I ask is that 911 swatting. I mean, do you think that would be a thing?
Oh yeah. That would get out the address. I ain't even thinking about that. See, that's one of the things I ain't giving any thought. Yeah.
Yeah, you would definitely have to keep that under wraps.
Yeah, well, you can't keep a 911 under wraps.
Well, you know what I mean, though. I mean, they would have to know where to send.
Their reaction and handling of it. Oh my word. It's been wild. But don't worry. Amidst it all, Keemstar rose to the occasion and did make sure to call out Crack Whore Ruby for calling out their various obvious sweeping I should be doing on my floor.
Oh, I thought it was longer than that.